In a desolate world, the story begins with a minor slave who awakens to the extraordinary divine talent of Wu Wu Bu Chia, wielding a long knife forged from scrap metal, and wreaks havoc upon an entire monster-infested mine. Believing he could pursue freedom, he raises his gaze only to discover that the entire world is but a battleground for the gods. Humanity perishes in ignorance, consumed by parasitism. There are 20 chosen ones, the proud scions of the upper realm. What they vie for is the boundary spirit of our world. The boundary spirit bestowed upon us a cultivation panel, granted us powerful professions, and enabled us to ascend in realm through slaughter. Without it, we are all merely lambs for the slaughter. Thus, we have no choice, and neither do you, Jin Quan. You must lead them out so the outside world can witness. Behold a race that grows stronger through killing. They are not slaves. They are calamities. Chapter 1, The Fatal Street. Xiongge, this kid can't be dead, can he? Boss Fong said the fifth family seems to be quite formidable. The emaciated monkey, with sunken cheeks, leaned closer to the boy on the ground. Oomph. The bald giant adjusted his collar, the heavy gold chain clinking. What nonsense family. Just a pack of stray dogs. He spat, glancing up at the drizzling sky. Let's go. Boss Fong is hosting esteemed guests, having brought a batch of noble ladies from the upper city. If luck permits, we might snag a couple of leftovers. You can't find such smooth skin down here. The emaciated monkey, initially intent on testing the waters, suddenly halted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Really? Xiongge shot a glance at the needle-like puncture marks densely scattered across his arm. If I were to pair you with a woman, you'd end up like this kid, with a short lifespan. The emaciated monkey licked his lips. I'm 36. That's already quite old. Dying would be a pleasure. Jin Quan was roused from his stupor by a searing pain coursing through his body, as if pricked by countless needles. He abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively struggling to rise from the ground, his gaze sweeping across the filthy surroundings, the ground reeking of urine and decay, while distant, mottled neon lights flickered through the rain and fog in a kaleidoscope of colors. Shouldn't I be dead? He was acutely aware of the fate that awaited his flesh and blood coordinates, equivalent to a hydrogen bomb of immense magnitude. The searing pain surged once more, and as he touched his reddened skin, he glanced skyward, only to have raindrops invade his eyes. Instantly, a sharp pain struck his eyes, and his lips filled with an overwhelming bitterness. Is this acid rain? Such a corrosive acid rain. He crawled quickly to the corner of a wall, but the acid rain, carried by the wind, rendered the slightly protruding eaves utterly ineffective against the onslaught. A tree-like lightning bolt flashed across the sky, followed by a deafening thunderclap. No, it's getting worse. I need to find a place to take shelter. He draped his gray jacket over his head and dashed out of the narrow alley. It was a relatively wide street, yet it was completely deserted, with all the shops tightly shuttered. Apart from the walls plastered with advertisements and graffiti, there wasn't even a sunshade in sight. Jin Quan felt a surge of urgency. He was certain that such acid rain, if soaked in for a night, would cause his bones to bubble. He continued to walk briskly, traversing one silent alley after another. The city was vast, yet it felt like a dead city at that moment. Just as Jin Quan contemplated smashing a shutter, a long, conical beam of light sliced through the alley, emanating a smoky brilliance in the rain. A surge of joy welled within him. This kind of light could only come from indoor lamps spilling out through a half-open door. Indeed, as he advanced, he discovered a small, arched door ajar, and the faint yellow light added a touch of warmth to the cold night. At last, he could escape the scorching acid rain for the night. Is anyone there? Jin Quan desperately pushed open the half-ajar door. Yet, just as he intended to step closer to take shelter before explaining himself to the owner, a blurred figure rushed towards him. The figure was robust, and Jin Quan saw the shock and reluctance etched on his face, leaving no time for either to react before they collided head-on. In that instant, Jin Quan felt as if he'd been struck by a speeding car. His entire body was flung out from the doorway, arcing like a projectile back into the alley, murky water splattering everywhere. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he stared in astonishment at the doorway. The burly man, who had just stopped upon colliding with him, had his head explode in a violent eruption. Blood gushed from his neck like a fountain, splattering across the entrance. Brother! At the moment the middle-aged man succumbed, a heart-wrenching female voice echoed from Jin Quan's side. He quickly turned his head, but the street was empty except for the torrential rain. The haunting cry seemed to be but an illusion. Struggling against the pain, he pushed himself up, his expression shifting as he raised his already corroded and decayed palm. A small square box appeared in his hand. It was no larger than a matchbox, adorned with intricate metallic carvings, exuding an air of mystery. Blood, tinted by the rain, extended from the box to the headless corpse. What is this thing? Yet there was no time for further contemplation. He quickly scrambled to his feet and sprinted towards the source of the earlier voice. For in the moment he was flung, he had glimpsed the object that had detonated the burly man's head. It was a piece of paper, perhaps more accurately described as a talisman inscribed with intricate runes, which had been affixed to the back of the man's head at lightning speed before his skull had exploded. Had the shot to the head been from a sniper rifle, he would not have fled in such a state of panic. Perhaps he could have employed his expertise to evade behind cover. Instead, what he encountered was a talisman, an unknown weapon beyond anything he had learned in over a decade of military service. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he sprinted through the rain with fervor. He dashed for several dozen meters, only to glance back and see two figures emerging at the entrance, clad in identical dark robes, their faces obscured by stark white skull masks. Indeed, there are mice daring enough to steal under the cover of the rainy season. A chilling voice echoed through the street. With a flick of his wrist, a shimmering green light appeared, revealing a colossal scythe nearly 2 meters long, as if conjured by a harbinger of death. Jin Quan merely caught a glimpse, and his hair stood on end. Damn it! The king of hell takes one life, and now death demands another. Adrenaline surged, propelling his speed to new heights. Just as the figure in the skull mask burst forth from the door, the headless corpse on the ground suddenly radiated a crimson light. Boom! A violent explosion sent bricks and debris flying. The masked figure was thrown back by the blast. It was this very explosion that granted Jin Quan enough time to reach the alley where the sound had originated. The auditory cues of different angles conveyed disparate information. Discerning direction by sound is an essential skill for any soldier engaged in urban combat, and that previous sound had emanated from the ground below. Save me, or your brother dies for nothing. Jin Quan nearly slipped to his knees in the rain, softly knocking on the manhole cover on the ground. Yet the manhole cover remained immobile before him. He turned back, the sound of footsteps splashing through the street water drawing closer. It felt as if, in the next moment, a scythe would emerge from around the corner to sever his head. Shaking the rain from his hands, he retrieved the peculiar box from his jacket pocket, panting as he spoke. This box is something your brother risked his life to obtain. I will count to 3. If you do not open it, I will throw it away. The pursuer in the black robe referred to the brawny man as a thieving mouse, and this box had fortuitously fallen from the man's grasp before him. So it was likely the treasure the brawny man had risked his life to acquire. 3. Jin Quan made an effort to calm his mind and steady his count. 2. His eyes narrowed, and the hand gripping the box began to pale. In the next instant, the sound of gears turning emanated from beneath the manhole cover. Bang! The cover sprang upwards with haste. As the cover opened, Jin Quan exhaled the breath he had been holding, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He bent down and swiftly squeezed through the opening. Compared to the death that loomed behind him, this negotiation with leverage was clearly more advantageous. The shaft was deep yet remarkably dry, resembling a dug tunnel rather than a sewage drain. He seized the rivets embedded in the walls and descended rapidly. Soon, Jin Quan reached the bottom, and the moment his legs touched the ground, he slowly raised his hands above his head. A silver revolver pressed against the back of his skull. We are in the same boat now. There is much to discuss, he quickly stated. After a considerable pause, a somewhat hoarse female voice emerged from behind him. Who are you? Which faction do you belong to? Why did you obstruct my brother? Jin Quan blinked forcefully, alleviating the sting in his eyes. My name is Jin Quan. He then offered a wry smile and shook his head. I sincerely apologize for blocking your brother. It was not my intention. I merely sought refuge from the rain. Yet, just as he finished speaking, the revolver at the back of his head pressed closer. Jin Quan had no choice but to raise his hands higher. You may not believe me, but I opened my eyes lying on the street above, completely unaware of where I am or of any faction. Where's the item? The hoarse voice prompted again after a moment's wait. In my arms. Take off your clothes. Without hesitation, Jin Quan moved his shoulders and slowly removed his jacket. As he shook, raindrops fell to the ground, creating a rhythmic patter. The underground was eerily silent. Just as he was about to remove the jacket, boom, slash, a deafening noise erupted from above, accompanied by the sound of metal being sliced. As the sound reached him, Jin Quan felt a chilling sensation at the back of his head, a warning from his years of experience on the battlefield. Almost instinctively, he sharply turned his head, and a flash of fire streaked past his vision, prompting him to seize the wrist of the person behind him. He executed a swift throw, disarming the individual of their pistol while pressing a knee against their chest, muscles taut as he prepared to strike. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect with the person's face, he abruptly halted. The throw had been far too gentle. Even a rookie's first attempt at disarming under the guidance of experienced soldiers would not be so effortless. The manhole cover above had been cleaved open by the figure in the skull mask, a faint light spilling down upon them. It revealed the face of a young girl, dirty and disheveled, with bright eyes shimmering with tears. For Jin Quan, who had long traversed various perilous territories, it had been ages since he had seen a face of such youth. Perhaps he had glimpsed a similar face through the glass of a bus as he passed by middle school before enlisting. From her perspective, he might well be the villain responsible for her brother's demise. He glanced up at the manhole cover, and with another slicing sound, accompanied by sparks from the metal, the cover was torn open once more. Light poured through, resembling a white cross that promised salvation from suffering. He grasped the girl's wrist firmly. Your brother knew he could not stop those above. He concealed a timed bomb within himself. He never intended to survive. The detonation is meant to give you time to escape. Without me to obstruct him, he would self-detonate at this manhole. Chapter 2. Career change and talent. The girl's tears flowed more profusely, cascading like water down the back of her ears. Her brother was gone. Without him, survival here seemed impossible, for the inhabitants of this place consumed one another. Her gaze was steeped in despair, reminiscent of a refugee displaced by war, devoid of any refuge. Jin Quan was all too familiar with such eyes. He had seen them in the women rescued from the dungeons. Women bearing such gazes felt no joy in being saved, for their country had vanished, their homes were lost, and their means of support had dissipated. The soldiers at the front lacked the financial resources and facilities for assurance. To venture out merely meant being tossed from one tormentor to another. He understood what these individuals lacked and swiftly retrieved a small box from his pocket. I do not know what this is, nor do I wish to know, he stated. Child, you may regard me as a mercenary. Your brother entrusted me with a task. He hired me to protect you, and I shall fulfill that duty as he would have. Do not be afraid. In that fleeting moment, the girl's eyes flickered with a hint of movement. She glanced at the bloodstained box and then scrutinized Jin Quan's silhouette, shrouded in shadow. He sensed her body gradually relaxing, and as he grasped her wrist, he gently pulled her upright. Simultaneously, he picked up the revolver from the ground and tucked it into his waistband. The girl was quite small, perhaps around 4 feet tall, clad in a bulky raincoat that only accentuated her emaciated frame, a reflection of prolonged malnutrition. Evidently, Jin Quan's words had struck a chord. The once frail girl now bore an expression of resolve. She turned and sprinted into the darkness, with Jin Quan following closely behind. At a bend in the tunnel, the girl exerted all her strength to push against a large stone. Jin Quan hurried forward, grasped the edge of the stone, and with a forceful lift, moved it aside, revealing an opening beneath. The girl was the first to descend through the aperture. The tunnel was narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time, sloping down like a slide. The two of them quickly slid down. As they descended, Jin Quan noticed a long wire connected within the tunnel, securely fastened to the earthen walls with wooden wedges. After sliding for nearly 10 minutes, a faint light finally emerged in the darkness. Jin Quan exited the tunnel and swiftly surveyed his surroundings. They had arrived in a small, excavated chamber. Within this space lay a shovel, a pickaxe, and a low bamboo bed, upon which rested an old flashlight casting a dim yellow glow, barely illuminating the confines of the cave. The girl picked up the pickaxe and began to sift through a mound of yellow earth, revealing a T-shaped detonator nestled beneath. My brother buried explosives. We can collapse the tunnel. Is it possible to hide? Jin Quan scanned the area, realizing that a direct detonation could transform the tunnel into a cannon barrel, and the explosive pressure would obliterate them both. Just then, the little girl lifted the bamboo bed, revealing yet another opening beneath. Jin Quan felt a wave of relief wash over him. After guiding the girl back into the entrance, he retrieved the detonator from the earth and followed her into the cave. This tunnel appeared to be more intricate, winding with numerous dead-end branches. The reserved wire was remarkably long, clearly indicating that the individual who excavated this cavern was an adept demolition expert. Such an arrangement could significantly diminish the impact of the explosive shockwave, just as the wires connected to the detonator reached their limit. Jin Quan detonated the bomb within the tunnel without a moment's hesitation. Boom! 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 The explosions echoed continuously, causing the very earth to tremble violently, likely reaching the surface above. Approximately 5 minutes later, Jin Quan emerged from the ground, covered in dirt. He should have felt grateful for his miraculous escape. Yet what greeted him was a voice filled with sorrow. you will not survive. Jin Quan shook his head to clear his thoughts. The beam of his flashlight illuminated the scene, swirling dust around him. The adrenaline surge he experienced moments ago in the face of death had rendered him oblivious to any anomalies, but now, with temporary safety, he assessed his condition. His skin was no longer intact. A fierce, searing pain flooded his nerves, making him feel as if his flesh had been stripped away, with portions charred and scabbed over. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, "Is it the acid rain outside?" The girl, unable to bear his wretched state, replied softly, "This is dark rain. It is different. In the rain, you can survive a while longer, as it is diluted acid. Once the rainwater dries, it becomes concentrated acid. Is there any water?" "I wish to wash myself," Jin Quan gasped. The girl shook her head. "Here, water can sometimes be more precious than life itself." Gradually leaning against the cave wall to regain his composure, he shook his head and smiled. "This must be a peculiar dream. What is your name?" Understanding that he had resigned to his fate, the girl responded, "I am Lin. Where are you from? What is this place? And how is it that people possess magical abilities?" Jin Quan, with no other thoughts occupying his mind, recognized the significance of skin as the human body's largest organ. Equally vital as the heart. Once lost, the body becomes a breeding ground for bacteria. He merely sought to comprehend this bizarre dream that had unfolded within the span of less than an hour. Lin pointed towards the underground passage. "I hail from the City of the Dead, number 3. Just moments ago, I was in the lower city, the Redstone City. I know not what magic is, but that skeletal mass figure is an enforcer of the lower city. He is a practitioner of the arcane." "A mage? A practitioner?" Jin Quan's pupils widened in astonishment. Could it be that he had traversed realms? "What year is it now? What is the name of this country?" Lin, somewhat puzzled, but sympathetic to the plight of a dying man, replied, "This year marks the 1000th year of the Star Scar. The nation should belong to the Empire of the Flying Eagle." Jin Quan swallowed hard, a wave of despair washing over him as he realized he had indeed been granted a second chance at life. Yet it seemed all too fleeting. He could already feel the warm air escaping his nostrils and the dryness in his throat intensifying. His body was beginning to overheat. He reached into his clothing, tossing a small box to the girl, offering an apologetic smile. "Apologies, young lady, for failing to fulfill your brother's wish. Here is your reward." Lin hurriedly accepted the box, glanced inside, and inquired, "You are not from the Wasteland, are you?" Jin Quan had already closed his eyes and shook his head. "You are not from the lower city?" Jin Quan continued to shake his head. "Are you from the upper city?" This time, Jin Quan remained motionless. He simply wished to await death, contemplating that perhaps he might traverse realms once more. Observing Jin Quan's indifference, Lin settled into a corner, curling up with her arms around her knees. Time passed slowly, and the cave was enveloped in silence. Jin Quan felt increasingly drowsy. Upon opening his eyes, his vision was hazy, yet he saw Lin still there. With a hint of weakness, he remarked, "It is safe now. Why do you not leave? The stench of my corpse will be quite unbearable." Lin's gaze dimmed as she whispered, "This place is the safest." Jin Quan was momentarily taken aback, as he had yet to grasp the worldview surrounding him. However, feeling helpless, he suggested, "You have a gun. Be ruthless, and you should be fine." The girl shook her head. "There are professionals among the forces of the Wasteland. A handgun is useless. My brother was an ammunition expert, and I am merely an ordinary person." With that, she curled up even tighter. "You fear professionals so much. How did they come to be? Through examinations?" Having heard the term professionals several times from her, even in his drowsy state, Jin Quan asked curiously. Unexpectedly, the little girl, who had been huddled in the corner, trembled at his words. "Sister, tomorrow I will venture out. If all goes well, you, too, might become a professional." The words her brother spoke the day before flooded her mind. Her brother was dead. The person before her, who claimed he would protect her, was also nearing death. Despair shackled her thoughts. "Yes, I can become professional." A glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes. She swiftly retrieved the box Jin Quan had tossed to her earlier, gently twisting it, and the sound of gears echoed, followed by a sharp click as it opened. Her brother truly accomplished it. As she gazed into the box, tears flowed uncontrollably once more. Within lay a circular emblem, resting quietly. Without a moment's hesitation, she took out the emblem, which felt chilling to the touch, akin to a smooth piece of obsidian. The front depicted a long blade piercing a skull, while the back illustrated a grotesque demon with 2 horns. A black emblem? She pondered, perplexed. This emblem of profession was entirely different from what her brother had described. It seemed the emblem's color was not black. Hesitant yet devoid of any other choice, she pressed the emblem against her forehead. Ethereal light flickered, and the emblem pulsated as if breathing. After about a minute, with a sudden burst, the emblem flew from her hand. Her complexion paled, and the last glimmer of hope faded away. This emblem had repelled her. Such rejection could stem from but two causes. Firstly, there exists a rejection of her physical constitution. Secondly, she lacks the potential to become a professional. The former is manageable, as there are other occupational emblems to explore, but the latter signifies that she is destined to remain an ordinary individual. In an instant, she covered her face and wept. Feeling utterly useless, the emblem her brother had fought to retrieve for her ultimately failed to resonate with her vocation. Jin Quan, whose eyes were already half closed, gazed at the emblem that had flown into his embrace and weakly inquired, "What is this?" Lin Yin quickly wiped away her tears. After all, this was her brother's final relic. She stepped forward, bent down, and retrieved the emblem from Jin Quan's abdomen. The proximity between them was striking at that moment. The corrosion on Jin Quan had intensified, his face resembling one subjected to a brutal skinning, quietly leaning against the wall, exuding a sense of tragic despair. Clutching the emblem, Lin Yin looked at Jin Quan's closed eyes and then at the emblem in her hand. In the next moment, she pressed it against Jin Quan's forehead. In an instant, a ghostly light erupted, spiraling as if it intended to consume all surrounding illumination. Lin Yin quickly retreated, and the emblem remained quietly affixed to Jin Quan's brow. It began to melt like wax, gradually seeping into his consciousness. Ding! Class transfer successful. Demon Swordmaster. True Soul Talent Awakening. True Soul Talent 1. Infernal Flame Idol. Level. SSS. True Soul Talent 2. Core Domain Unlocked. Level. Unknown. Jin Quan, who had nearly succumbed to slumber, was suddenly roused by the electronic-like voice. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself not in the cave alongside Lin Yin, but on a battlefield rife with chaos. A colossal figure clad in armor inscribed with runes, engulfed in ghostly blue flames, wielded a great sword in a manner reminiscent of a world-shattering strike. Cleaving the head of a giant dragon, a torrent of blood cascaded down, instantly vaporizing upon contact with the flames. The scene shifted, and Jin Quan's expression altered slightly as he beheld the moment of his final mission. Beneath the polar glaciers, he confronted a gigantic maternal creature, swarms of white larvae surging towards him. A nuclear explosion erupted at the center of his being, sending ripples of energy that seemed to freeze time. Subsequently, all elements disintegrated and dissipated like sand blown by a gentle breeze. Chapter 3. The panel as the scene faded, the dim cave re-emerged, and within his field of vision, a panel flickered with phosphorescence. Name: Jin Quan V. Occupation: Demon Swordmaster. Level: 0, rank 0. Exclusive skills: Demon Swordsmanship. You are adept in wielding various sword weapons, capable of learning sword techniques beyond your current rank, transforming them into demon swordsmanship. Dark Insight. You possess keen perceptual abilities, enabling you to discern malevolent intentions and observe the basic information of your targets. Démonique Physique. You possess a formidable démonique constitution, with vitality and endurance surpassing those of other professions, along with a degree of resistance to negative statuses. True Soul Talent. True Soul Talent 1. Infernal Flame Idol. Level. SSS. True Soul Talent 2. Core Domain Unlocked. Level. Unknown. Jin Quan slightly expanded his body, producing crackling sounds as his bones shifted, then stood up and scratched his face, shedding a layer of dead skin. After acquiring the professional skill, Demon Body, the previous corrosive effects of acid rain had completely restored. Is this the rule of this world? There even exists a panel. Before Jin Quan could ponder further, he noticed Lin Yin approaching with a beaming expression. Have you become a professional? Looking at the petite girl, barely reaching his chest, Jin Quan smiled and nodded. Thank you. Lin Yin instantly shed her earlier gloom. I'm also doing this to survive. How we leave this place? Jin Quan's stomach growled. The demon body had restored his physique, but also drained much of his energy. Follow me. With his rebirth, Jin Quan seemed to offer her a newfound reliance. They hurriedly traversed the intricate tunnels, with Jin Quan trailing behind. Soon, they came upon a wooden board. Lifting it revealed a blue acrylic panel. She slowly pushed up one corner of the acrylic board and stepped through. To his surprise, it led to a shop, approximately 50 square meters in size, filled with mechanical parts on the shelves. Jin Quan glanced back at the thin membrane they had just passed through. Cybernetic surface repair, removal of wear and scratches, 100 copper coins. Cybernetic joint maintenance, 150 copper coins. Cybernetic nervous system calibration, 2 silver coins. Cybernetic internal chip replacement, starting from 3 gold coins depending on the chip type and complexity. Standard weapon maintenance, 80 copper coins. High-tech weapon troubleshooting, 10 silver coins. He looked at the price list facing the roll-up door. The shop's entrance aligned directly with the price list, and behind it lay a passage to the surface. Jin Quan couldn't help but chuckle. It really has that Shawshank feel. Just then, the roll-up door rattled loudly, the iron plates trembling, causing dust to fall from the decrepit walls of the shop. Turning to Lin, he saw she had swiftly removed her raincoat and hidden it, pointing beneath the counter. You should hide. Though puzzled, Jin Quan complied, recognizing her as the proprietor and the one most familiar with the surroundings. After ensuring her hair and body were dry, Lin pressed a switch beside the door. As a buzzing sound emanated, the roll-up door slowly opened. What are you doing? Why is it taking so long to open the door? A tall man in a red uniform spat onto the ground and asked fiercely. With a full beard and a cigarette dangling from his right hand, he took a long drag, filling the shop with the stench of cheap tobacco. Notably, his right hand, holding the cigarette, glimmered with a metallic sheen, clearly a well-maintained prosthetic limb. He entered the store accompanied by 2 bald men. Lin trembled at the sound of his booming voice, retreating while bowing in trepidation. I beg your pardon, I just dozed off. The group of men paid him no heed, meandering around the shelves before picking up a rust-laden mechanical hand. Damn it, there isn't even a finished product. It's all just junk. With that, he tossed the mechanical hand to the ground and scrutinized Lin from head to toe. Dressed in a faded, patched-up short-sleeve shirt, Lin shrank back like a slender bamboo stalk. A look of disdain crossed the man's face. I wonder if it's even worth the cost of feed to sell someone like you. Did your brother mention anything to you? Lin stared blankly at the burly man with a bushy beard. The man, exasperated, pointed to his red uniform and asked, Do you recognize me? Yes. I've seen the marshal. Lin nodded vigorously. The man reached out, gripping Lin Ying's collar and pulling him forward, causing Lin to hurriedly cover his chest in panic. However, the hefty man merely twisted the worn, white collar of his shirt and flicked a cigarette. Take him away. Instantly, 2 bald-headed men behind him seized Lin, lifting him as one would a chick. Sir, I also pay the head tax. Please don't arrest me, Marshal. Lin Ying's complexion drained of color as he shouted. Yet, the bushy-bearded Marshal remained unmoved. Just then, the shop's lights abruptly went out. With the sound of metal part rolling, the rolling shutter began to descend slowly, plunging the shop into darkness. Who is it? The 2 bald men released Lin and swiftly drew their weapons. The burly man looked quizzically toward the counter. He showed no signs of alarm. Instead, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, and with a flick of his fingers, a spark ignited the tip. The suddenly lit cigarette became the sole source of illumination in the shop. Who might you be? He asked, a hint of mockery in his tone. You seem like a good person. Jin Quan slowly rose from the shadows. The moment his voice echoed, the 2 bald men advanced swiftly to shield the marshal. The marshal placed a hand on each of their shoulders, and they promptly stepped aside. He exhaled a plume of smoke, laughing as he said, The term good person is a rare commodity in this desolate city. So, does Lin have any special last words you wish to convey? Jin Quan's Gaza flickered. He knew nothing about the man before him or the world around him, and stepping forward at this moment was decidedly unwise. However, his occupational skill, dark insight, detected no malevolent intent from this individual, despite his earlier grip on Lin Ying's collar. Marshal, may I inquire what the cost would be to redeem this girl? Jin Quan asked after careful consideration. Redeem? The marshal took a few steps forward, leaning against the counter. The room was dim. He took a long drag from his cigarette, the dancing red glow revealing Jin Quan's silhouette. It appears that Lin Ho believes you can survive in pit number 1. He tapped his fingers on the counter, as if deep in thought, before finally turning his gaze towards the seated Lin. What a delightful surprise. I initially thought it was a trivial venture, yet it seems I can still profit further. His fingers paused, and the metallic mechanical arm abruptly clenched into a fist, unleashing crackling blue-violet arcs of electricity that danced in the darkness. A punch from such a fist could provide her with 2 meals of fodder for an entire day. With that, he charged directly towards Jin Quan's face. The sound of the punch resonated, illuminating the room with a blinding light. A consequence of the electric current densely coursing through the mechanical arm. Mere force alone, coupled with the plasma surge, was sufficient to severely injure any ordinary person. Lin Yin's expression shifted dramatically. She was acutely aware that these commanding officers were all seasoned professionals, some even at the second tier. Yet, despite this, she merely leaned forward, only to be swiftly restrained by a bald man who stepped on her calf. No. Chapter 4. The Talent of a Bug Boom. The sound of impact erupted within the shop, causing the entire establishment to tremble violently. Surrounding shelves toppled one after another. Countless screws and parts bounced and rolled across the floor, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. The noise persisted for quite some time, yet it soon ceased. Lin Yin, tears welling in her eyes, stared in shock at the scene before her, witnessing Jin Quan wielding a piece of a table leg, firmly bracing against the leaping electric fist. True soul talent, you are from Upper City? The bearded commanding officer appeared utterly astonished, his cigarette slipping from his mouth and falling onto the counter. Before him, Jin Quan was enveloped by a phantom blue figure, which too brandished an ethereal table leg, working in concert to withstand the force of his punch. Fiery patterns danced upon it, causing the entire space to shimmer with a breathing light and shadow. I wonder if I can survive in the pit number 1 you mentioned. Jin Quan inkirat sulamli. Though his words were few, he had surmised the unfolding events. Lin Yin's brother, Lin Ho, knew his demise was imminent. He likely had a transaction with a commanding officer before him, the terms of which involved taking his sister Lin Yin away. However, the ordinary Lin Yin held no value, and it was likely she wouldn't last long under the care of this officer. Thus, he risked everything to steal a sigil, hoping to elevate his sister to a professional status, affording her a greater chance of survival. The very thing that compelled Lin Ho to risk his life for the sigil must have been this pit number 1 mentioned by the commanding officer. A novice lacking in the first tier thinks he can emerge from pit number 1? He retracted his arm, casually picking up the fallen cigarette from the counter. Nevertheless, I never incur a loss. Taking a puff from the cigarette, he gazed at Jin Quan and remarked, in pit number 1, there resides a vengeful mother spider. Upon its death, its corpse will bloom a flower of lament. Take this flower to the guard post on Avenue Xiangxia in Lower City, Wangming. He finished with a hearty laugh and waved his hand dismissively. The young lady's attire is quite tidy. Take her away. The rolling shutter door slowly opened, casting dim light from outside on a Lin Yin's face. She gazed somewhat bewildered at the 2 bald figures who had just lifted her again, then turned her attention to Jin Quan. Jin Quan met her gaze and nodded slightly, saying, "Wait for my return." Commander Wang Meng had already exited the shop when he suddenly smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, I almost forgot the important matter." His expression abruptly turned serious as he turned back to Jin Quan, declaring, "Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, all men over the age of 16 in the know. 3 Dead City must report to pit number 1. Those who fail to arrive on time." He tossed his cigarette to the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, and spat out a single word laced with smoke, "Die." Jin Quan's eyelids twitched as he watched Wang Meng's figure disappear around the corner. An overwhelming sense of dread washing over him, prompting him to cough violently. Staggering to the rolling shutter door, he pressed the switch, and the door slowly descended once more, rubbing his right arm in an attempt to alleviate the numbness. He scoured the shop and ultimately discovered 2 boxes of food resembling a type of sweet cake in a small storage room. He took a bite, and a savory taste of meat filled his mouth. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was dried, pressed earthworms. He furrowed his brow momentarily, but then resumed eating with an impassive expression. The skill of foraging for protein in nature was, after all, a requisite lesson from his previous life. His physique had been greatly enhanced, now at least tenfold compared to his ordinary self. In contrast, his stomach was in a state of tumult, yearning for more sustenance. After consuming both boxes of worms, his hunger was somewhat alleviated. He closed his eyes to rest, envisioning a blue and a red orb pulsating in his mind. The fiery idol. This talent bore a resemblance to the legendary manifestations. However, I'm currently too weak, only able to summon a diminutive soldier of less than 2 meters. Then he sensed another orb in his mind, a crimson sphere radiating like the sun. Instantly, his right hand began to lose color, transforming into a gray hue. Observing his gray hand, Jin Quan plunged the palm of his hand into the ground, and the seemingly unyielding concrete offered no resistance, allowing his hand to penetrate effortlessly. His eyelids fluttered. This talent even had a glitchy interface and an unknown level. While the awakening scene had been reminiscent of a nuclear explosion, rising, he picked up the previously mentioned table leg and activated the glitchy talent once more. In an instant, The table leg, which had been coated in red paint, morphed into a gray shade. Indeed, this talent could be extended through wielded weapons. Jin Quan raised his hand and slowly waved it over the counter, causing the table leg to penetrate it from top to bottom. Crash! The counter split in half. Jin Quan stared at the severed counter, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Suddenly, he turned sharply, the table leg swiftly sweeping across the scattered metal parts on the ground. And in that moment, all the metal that was touched split in two. He gazed in disbelief at the unremarkable wooden table leg in his hand. As he never felt resistance against the table leg, it was akin to wielding in the air. Could this be a prank? Jin Quan murmured to himself, his gaze fixated on a mirror the size of a basin embedded in the wall. The reflection revealed the delicate visage of a youthful boy with fair skin. Jin Quan approached the mirror hastily and touched his face. This isn't me. A soldier does not possess such porcelain-like skin. It was only then that he glanced at his status panel once more. Name: 5th Jin Quan. No, my surname is Jin and my name is Quan. Yet this panel displays the surname 5th and the name Jin Quan. Jin Quan pondered thoughtfully at his reflection. I must be a reincarnation. The first talent should belong to this body. The second, the garbled talent, is truly mine. It emerged as a bug during the merging with this world. Hence its unknown nature. If my talent stems from a hydrogen bomb, altered inexplicably by this world, what remains should be. He glanced again at the fragmented parts. Penetration? A ray that pierces through all life. Compared to the rays of a nuclear bomb, this penetration seems to have been incomprehensibly modified by the world. It feels akin to forcibly prying open the gaps between atoms. At this thought, Jin Quan exhaled deeply, feeling the horror of Pit 1 from the death of the Lin monkey. Now with such a bug-like talent, the pressure was significantly alleviated. For this talent, I require a blade. Scanning the shop, he noted the presence of cutting machines, angle grinders, an argon arc welder, and a small laser welding machine. He did not need a sharp and sturdy blade. He only required a long knife. Jin Quan swiftly rummaged through the parts on the ground, retrieving scraps of steel. Aligning and splicing them into a long strip, sparks flew as the welder fused all the fragments together. He picked up the angle grinder, gradually shaping the knife. The polisher smoothed out all the weld points, and the metal began to gleam brilliantly. With a bug-like garbled talent, his knife need not possess immense power. As long as it was fast enough, he could easily cut through all opponents. The blade, elongated like a sprout, thus earned the name seedling knife. Usable with one hand or two, Jin Quan secured the handle with hemp rope, lifting the seedling knife with one hand. At that moment, the swordsmanship mastery on his panel flickered, and a unique muscle memory surged throughout his body. Whoosh! A gust of wind sliced through the air as the counter was cleaved into quarters, the speed of his strike surpassing that of the table leg, augmented by professional prowess. In this world, were the rules truly that the blade and sword were one? A demonic swordsman is not confined to wielding merely a double-edged sword. He can also wield a single-edged blade, which is to say a knife, without a thought to create a sheath. He simply rolled it up with a tablecloth and grasped it in his hand. Jin Quan donned a hood and a mask smeared with oil. He slowly opened the shop's roll-up door. Chapter 5. We are feed. Chaos. This is Jin Quan's initial impression upon entering the subterranean city. Dim lights flickered on the damp walls, casting an erratic glow, while the air was heavy with the acrid stench of chemical agents, the rancid odor of old machine oil, and the putrid scent of decaying refuse, rendering it suffocating. A beggar with outdated mechanical prosthetics groaned against the wall, amidst chaotic graffiti and advertisements for drugs and sex. Jin Quan tugged at his hood and made his way towards the loudest district, a bar. Initially, he merely intended to explore and familiarize himself with this world. Yet everyone he observed appeared despondent and listless. He felt like a sane individual in an asylum, starkly out of place. His arrival here was purely drawn by the words "free today," emblazoned on the bar's chalkboard. Crossing the threshold, he was met with the deafening pulse of electronic music, hammering against his heart with a frenzied rhythm. Smoke swirled around him as people writhed to the beat, like puppets controlled by an unseen current. Some collapsed from excessive exhilaration, trampled mercilessly, yet no one paid any heed. Jin Quan swept aside the shattered bottles and discarded syringes littering the floor with his foot. Men and women alike were drenched in hormones, devoid of order or ethics, indulging freely in their desires. This chaotic scene unfolded on sofas at the bar, and even on the stage. He squeezed into a corner of the bar, searching for a semblance of normalcy, but found none. Just as he prepared to leave, A glass filled with crimson whiskey was thrust before him. Free, the bartender insisted, barely rising above the cacophony of music. The bartender, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, a fitted waistcoat, a crisp white shirt, and a meticulously tied bow tie, exuded professionalism and elegance. The moment he appeared, Jin Quan felt transported to a bar from a former life. Yet he seemed utterly incongruous in this setting. He accepted the drink, muttering a quiet thank you. His voice was scarcely audible amidst the music, but the bartender turned back. Surprised by the gesture, Jin Quan stared at the scarlet liquid in his glass, but hesitated to take a sip, his mind racing with questions. What truly lay within this pit? If it came to a confrontation, would these individuals prove capable? As a professional soldier, he harbored disdain for such undisciplined groups. Those who could not control their desires would inevitably gather with a certain inertia on the battlefield, easily dealt with by a single artillery shell. After a moment of fruitless contemplation, he pushed the drink back toward the bar and prepared to rise. Yet, the bartender approached him once more, this time holding an unopened bottle of liquor, swiftly polishing it with a white cloth. The towel was carelessly discarded on the bar, revealing the clumped black grime that indicated just how long that bottle had been in his possession. It seems you have little interest in our morphine whiskey. Surely the analgesic effects and euphoric sensations are not unappealing? With a soft pop, the cork was extracted from the bottle by the corkscrew. This ancient wine, merely served to moisten the throat, lacked any fervor. He slid a stemmed glass across the table to Jin Quan. The ruby-red wine, reminiscent of a brilliant gemstone, flowed gently like a delicate silk ribbon. The rich fruit aroma mingled with the scent of the oak barrel, instantly dispersing the heavy fragrance of spirits and medicinal notes lingering in the air. Is there a charge? Jin Quan inquired, glancing at the label of the wine bottle. Now faded. Today, it's complimentary, the bartender shrugged. Jin Quan smiled, lifted the glass, and took a small sip. The intense fruit flavor erupted in his mouth, perfectly harmonizing with the oak-infused notes, while the presence of tannins imparted a subtle dryness, akin to fine sandpaper gently caressing his tongue. A splendid wine, Jin Quan declared, giving the bartender a thumbs up. It's merely rubbish that no one drinks. The bartender shook his head. Taking another sip, Jin Quan remarked, what a pity it's south in the wrong place. Otherwise, it would be worth a fortune. The bartender paused in his cleaning at those words. Seizing the moment, Jin Quan lifted the bottle of red wine and invited, shall we share a drink? The bartender wiped his hands with a cloth, smiled slightly, and took a seat across from Jin Quan. It was now Jin Quan's turn to pour the wine, and he casually asked, may I know your name? No need for formality, it's Ji Ran, he replied. Jin Quan raised an eyebrow. It was an easy name to remember. He lifted his glass and clinked it with Ji Ran's. Will you be heading to pit number 1? What else? Ji Ran chuckled, raising his glass to take a sip. Do you have confidence in surviving? Do you? Em uncertain. At this, both fell into silence for a moment. After taking 2 more sips of wine, Jin Quan continued. What exactly is pit number 1? It's merely a mine. So we're going to mine? Ji Ran shook his head with a laugh. We have no right to mine. That's the work of the lower city dwellers. Then what are we going there for? Jin Quan swirled his glass, gazing at the liquid within, and said, there exists a creature in the pit known as the sand-eating worm. Once it is gorged on flesh and blood, it will burrow into the sand to nest. The miners from the lower city refer to the process of the sand-eating worm burrowing as loosening the soil, as once the soil is loosened, the mine becomes easier to excavate and much more efficient. Hearing this, Jin Quan's pupils constricted, and the words he intended to speak lodged in his throat. Ji ran down his drink and interjected feed. Jin Quan set down his glass and surveyed the frenzied crowd within the bar. After a moment of silence, he asked, is there truly no way out? Of course there is. We merely need to wait for the miners to arrive. By following them through a mine during the dark rainy season, we can return to the lower city as miners ourselves. Even in the ruined city, there are miners, but they are referred to as mining slaves. Regardless, in the end, they all become feed. After our departure, the next batch of doomed souls will arrive here, taking over the women and children, proliferating for 15 years, only to be discarded as fodder, and thus the cycle continues. There will be no one over the age of 30. With a gentle exhale, Jin Quan lifted his wine glass anew, smiling as if to ease his spirits, and inquired, what made you think to invite me for a glass of wine? In this place, no one harbors any aversion to substances, nor will you hear a word of gratitude. After speaking, Jiran pointed at Jin Quan's hand holding the wine glass, and continued, they drink only from thick-walled beer mugs and whiskey glasses. No one would dare to raise a fragile stem glass, which is deemed inferior here. Are you testing me? Jin Quan drained his glass in one gulp. Jiran nodded, not denying it. And the conclusion? Etiquette and restraint are the mantras of the upper city dwellers. Regardless of your reasons for descending to the city of the damned, it is certainly better than our plight as frogs at the bottom of a well. He resealed the wine bottle with its cork and pushed it toward Jin Quan, saying, "If this bottle of Falcon Estate red wine, reserved for the nobility of the upper city, could enhance my chances of survival, I believe I would take the risk." Jin Quan reached out to accept the still half-full bottle of wine and replied with a smile, "To maintain one's order amidst a chaotic world. You are indeed an anomaly. My name is Jin Quan." He rose and waved his hand at Jiran. "See you tomorrow morning." Chapter 6. Investigation. Jin Quan returned to the shop with an untroubled journey. Even in the most chaotic of underground cities, today no one had malicious intentions. Everyone devoted themselves to indulgence. Arriving at the store at 10 o'clock in the evening, he ultimately decided to dismantle the circular pipe from the shelf. He flattened it, managing to create a somewhat ill-fitting sheath. The blade slid into its sheath, and as it was drawn, the glint of the blade flickered within the shop. Fodder. What a cruel world. Jin Quan swiftly reviewed the cold weapon combat techniques from his previous life. Chop, slash, thrust, until a pang of hunger emerged, prompting him to cease his practice. He uncorked the bottle and took a swig of red wine before succumbing to fatigue and drifting into slumber. In the lower city, Wang Meng was fervently performing chest expansions at the butterfly machine in the gym, the weights clanging rhythmically. Suddenly, a bald man rushed in and announced, "Captain, the patrol office has called an emergency meeting and requires all city governors to attend." The stretching ceased abruptly as Wang Meng looked at the bald man, asking, "What is the content of such a late meeting?" The bald man shook his head. They simply stated that those who do not attend will be sent to work as miners. Wang Meng frowned, suddenly releasing his grip, causing the substantial weights to crash to the ground with a thunderous sound. Who is so audacious as to declare that all city governors of the damned must become miners? Rising, he removed his drenched tank top and tossed it to Lin Yin, who stood quietly nearby. "Prepare my vehicle," he commanded as he strode into the shower room. The streets during the season of dark rain are devoid of pedestrians, yet tonight is particularly lively. The intersecting roads are illuminated by the headlights of numerous vehicles, as a multitude of rusted, dilapidated cars converge upon the patrol office. Lao Wang, a short and stout middle-aged man holding an umbrella, greeted Wang Meng with a wave. Wang Meng, in turn, folded his umbrella and shook off the raindrops, advising him to wipe the lipstick smudge from his face if he wished to avoid reprimand upon entering. The plump man chuckled awkwardly, hastily using his sleeve to clean himself. The two walked side by side towards the conference room within the building. "Do you know anything?" Wang Meng inquired, having just returned from the desolate city. Zhou Yang, the stout man, rubbed his belly and shook his head. "There has been quite a commotion. They say something was lost." "What? The Lord's wife was robbed?" Wang Meng expressed his disdain for such trivial matters that interrupted his training. "Shoo, keep your voice down." It seems the Lord was scolded. Wang Meng slowed his pace, looking at Zhou Yang and whispering, "From the upper city?" "Yes. It appears to be individuals from the Vanguard Consortium." The two silently pushed open the door to the conference room. "You filthy, worthless insects! Where is it? Where is it?" Upon entering, they were met with an enraged roar, accompanied by the deafening thuds of fists pounding on the conference table. The room was already filled with people surrounding the table, leaving Wang Meng, Zhou Yang, and a group of officials from the desolate city to stand quietly at the back. At the forefront stood a young man clad in casual formal attire, his once handsome visage now twisted with rage. "You speak," he shouted, pointing at a middle-aged man seated at the side of the table. This man, with graying temples, was none other than Zhou Xinyang, the lord of the Redstone Lower City. "Young Master Li, we have been excavating diligently at the passage, but due to the dark rain season, it may take some time to break through," Zhou Xinyang replied. Upon hearing this, the young man became even more incensed. "Excavate, excavate, excavate. You think I am unaware of your delays? My belongings have been stolen." He gestured towards two individuals in black cloaks and masks. They witnessed it, a coordinated effort, one responsible for the theft and the other for the escape. "I require you to capture them, not to dig me a sewer." At this moment, a one-eyed man in the patrol office uniform approached the young man at the conference table. "Young Master Li, the perpetrator who was shot dead has left no remains, and there is no other evidence to identify them at the scene. As for the escaped criminal, they fled through the underground waterway and subsequently destroyed the passage with explosives." We have secured all manhole exits in Redstone City to ensure that no one has escaped to the surface since the incident. Thus, we deduce that the criminals may still be underground. As long as we continue to dig, we will eventually recover your lost belongings. Gradually, the young man began to calm down, tugging at his collar. State a time, no later than 3 days, by which I shall return to the upper city. Upon his utterance, the one-eyed man from the patrol agency exchanged a glance with the city lord, Zhou Xinyang, and continued. The underground waterways of Redstone City are exceedingly intricate, and given that we are currently in the dark rainy season, operations in the waterways are utterly unfeasible. To conduct an investigation, we may have to wait until the dark rains cease, which could take approximately 3 months. 3 months. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you comprehend what has been lost? It is an unknown occupational emblem, and not mine, but that of the Vanguard Consortium. Are you certain you can withstand the wrath of the Vanguard Consortium? He stepped forward, jabbing a finger at the one-eyed man's forehead. Do you understand what unknown signifies? It indicates a new profession. If it is a rare life profession, it represents a wealth beyond your wildest imaginings. 100 lower cities could not compare. Even a clay figurine has its temper. This yellow-haired youth's incessant insults, branding them as lowly beings, cast a pall over all present, yet none dared to retaliate. This was solely due to the fact that the Vanguard Consortium was an immensely powerful entity in the upper city, controlled by the Leaf family. The young man, Li Hongyu, was indeed one of them. With a mere hint of pressure, an entire lower city could easily crumble. However, the city lord at the forefront posed a question. Given the value of such an item, why did young Master Li not keep it close at hand? Where was young Master Li during the theft? This inquiry seemed to strike a nerve, and Li Hongyu erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Xinyang. You, of inferior status, possess no right to pry into my affairs. A mere garbage lower city lord dares to question me? Observing Li Hongyu's furios damiano. Zhou Xinyang's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied gravely, Young Master Li, my inquiries are solely for the purpose of the investigation. I suspect this matter is not as straightforward as it appears. To clarify the situation, we need only focus on a singular question. Why did the item, which should have been closely guarded, slip from young Master Li's awareness? And who prompted such an oversight? Upon hearing this, Li Hongyu's expression shifted. Old Fong? Yesterday, Old Fong had informed him that he had procured some fine goods in the upper city, hidden in the lower city, and suggested they enjoy them together. Old Fong was a longtime friend. They had engaged in such pastimes countless times without incident. It was inconceivable, he thought, yet doubt gnawed at him relentlessly. It must be said, Zhou Xinyang was indeed a cunning fox. What began as a conflict between Li Hongyu and his faction had swiftly morphed into suspicion directed at the young man's friend. As long as the youth could not provide an answer, their culpability would remain minimal. Silence enveloped the room for an extended period. Finally, Li Hongyu turned to the two enforcers present. You were on site at the time. Why were you there? It seemed he suddenly grasped the implications of his inquiry. If the supervising military was the governing body for the fallen city, then the enforcers were the means by which the upper city monitored the lower city. Suddenly, the law enforcer donning a skull mask bowed to Li Hongyu and said, Young Master Li, it is you who instructed us to follow. Me? Do I, a fourth-tier swordsman, require your protection? Li Hongyu furrowed his brow, recalling that merchants who descended from the upper city typically requested the law enforcer's protection by name. Yet he evidently did not need such assistance. Ahem, young Master Li, it is not protection. It is to carry individuals. Upon hearing the enforcer mention carrying, Li Hongyu pinched the bridge of his nose, remembering that he had indeed sent for 2 women to accompany him back to his residence. At this juncture, the enforcer turned to the city lord, Zhou Xinyang, and stated, Lord Zhou, I was one of those present at the crime scene. Having pursued the suspect to the manhole cover, the interior of the manhole has undergone special mechanical modifications, rendering it impossible to open from the outside. Shortly after I pried the cover open, a violent explosion occurred underground. The explosive event was both rapid and progressive, the sound clearly transitioning from low to intense. This indicates that the depth of the explosion is considerable, likely several hundred meters deep. In typical criminal activity, one would not excavate such a deep tunnel or employ so much explosive material, as a varying geology would make it exceedingly easy for a collapse to entrap individuals underground. Unless, of course, there is an exit at several hundred meters beneath the surface. Upon the enforcer's conclusion, the expressions of all the fallen city overseers shifted noticeably. Liu Mu, 2. Sensed the change in atmosphere and turned to the enforcer, inquiring, "What do you mean by an underground exit?" The enforcer elucidated, "Redstone City is a mining town, severely lacking in manpower. Thus, criminals and refugees from various regions are sent here to serve as mine slaves. They have constructed vast underground cities where the condemned and the destitute can proliferate beneath the surface to meet the demands of mining. They refer to such prison cities as fallen cities." Li Hongyu's eyes brightened as he remarked, "Are you suggesting that the thief has escaped to the underground prison?" "That will depend on Lord Zhou's response," the enforcer replied. Zhou Xinyang, somewhat taken aback, glanced at the masked enforcer, but his expression remained concealed. He then spoke. "There are 27 fallen cities constructed around the mining pits, each housing approximately 200,000 to 400,000 individuals, a highly diverse populace. Should young Masterly wish to search, I can assist you." Such a multitude? Li Hongyu felt overwhelmed. He paced back and forth at the conference table, pounding his fist down as he declared, "We must search, no matter the cost." At that moment, the one-eyed man from the patrol agency interjected, "I wonder how young Masterly intends to search. The professional emblem is no larger than a gold coin. It would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, what if someone has already utilized the emblem?" A fierce glint flashed in Li Hongyu's eyes as he replied, "Then we shall kill, ask one, and slay another. It is laughable to think that a group of scoundrels could hope to match an unknown emblem." The one-eyed man from the patrol agency opened his mouth to speak again, but was interrupted by Zhou Xinyang, who stated, "Let us proceed as young Masterly suggests." Just as they were about to lay out a plan to eliminate all the fallen cities, Wang Ming, who had been standing at the back, raised his hand. "The lord of the city, tomorrow from 1 to 5, the desolate city requires entry into the first pit. Should there be any delay in submitting the requisite crimson blood, or the Eagle Legion may hold us accountable." The Eagle Legion? Is the mine below connected to the Eagle Legion? Li Hongyu's countenance exhibited surprise, while Zhou Xinyang remained reticent. This silence seemed to convey to Li Hongyu the implication that he could continue his reckless behavior, hinging on whether the Vanguard Consortium could surpass the Eagle Legion. The old fox remained astutely perceptive, continuing to deflect the internal strife outward. At this moment, Li Hongyu's face flushed with a mixture of red and white, clearly contemplating whether he could bear the consequences of offending the Eagle Legion. "Young Master Li, the Fong family's business is an energy, and their professional emblem possesses spiritual energy resonance. If we request a detection device from young Master Fong, we can investigate all entities imbued with spiritual energy," suggested the enforcer in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Li Hongyu's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was a solution that would spare them from incurring the wrath of the Eagle Legion, while likely enabling a thorough search of the entire underground city. He then turned to Wang Ming, the one who had just spoken, and commanded, "Proceed to the mine. Everyone must undergo inspection." Without bidding farewell to those present in the conference, he swiftly exited the meeting room. In the central district of the lower city, a towering edifice of steel and neon stood majestically. Atop this structure, luxurious penthouses and an exclusive club resided. A young man with golden hair gazed down upon the rain-soaked city through expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Holding his phone, his expression was dark as he murmured, "The emergence of a thief was unexpected, yet there remains room for maneuvering. It merely requires some time. I have already secured the entirety of Crimson Stone City. When Li Hongyu returns, I shall meticulously search every inch of Crimson Stone City. Rest assured." At this juncture, the young man's tone softened as he inquired, "Is tomorrow the time for Ian's talent awakening?" "Yes. Take him to his grandmother's grave to pay respects. Let us hope for an awakening of S-grade talent or higher, thereby minimizing limitations in profession selection and increasing the likelihood of merging with rare professional emblems. All right, the elevator has arrived. I must hang up." With a chime, Li Hongyu briskly entered, urgently addressing the young man seated on the sofa. "Fong Huai, is your scavenger present in this lower city?" In this place, there was no sunrise, nor the crowing of roosters. The awakening of the entire lower city was heralded by the incessant ringing of electric bells, signaling 6 in the morning. Jin Quan had actually risen some time ago, roused by hunger, yet the shop was devoid of food. Reluctantly, he took a few sips of red wine, pouring the remainder into a military canteen. He secured the revolver left by Lin Ying at his waist and fashioned a heart guard from a tile and a maintenance manual, stitching it into his clothing before stepping outside. All were awake. Jin Quan followed the stream of people, and excluding children and women, there were over 100,000 individuals gathered from all around. Ultimately, everyone ascended the platform, and with a clattering sound, a train, darkened and smeared with coal soot, gradually approached. This train, reminiscent of those from a bygone era transporting coal, consisted of vast open cars, each resembling a colossal bowl. The passengers, with an instinctual understanding, clambered into the exposed compartments, densely packed like piglets, filling every inch. As the number of people on the platform dwindled, a contingent of uniformed officers surged onto the scene. At the forefront was Li Hongyu, whose immaculate suit seemed utterly incongruous in this world. Let us conduct a thorough inspection. Have all the individuals arrived? He commanded, lighting a slender cigarette as he addressed the officers. Young Master Li, we shall proceed with the inspection. Check the men aboard the train. Then the women and children in the city. Complete it all, came the prompt response. Li Hongyu nodded in agreement. Then let us bring forth the equipment. Shortly thereafter, a mechanical entity, resembling a six-legged spider, began to crawl into view. This was Scavenger B2, adept at detecting psychic artifacts. Surround the compartment it approaches. Should an alert sound, open the carriage immediately, he instructed the assembled guards, who affirmed with a collective shout. The scavenger commenced its slow advance from the front of the train, its singular mechanical arm supporting a radar-like panel above. As the panel drew near, the carriage emitted a low, buzzing hum, although it appeared to move slowly. The Scavenger B2 was incredibly swift, inspecting each car in less than 3 seconds. However, with nearly 1 million souls spread across 5 desolate cities, the entire process would still take close to an hour. Jin Quan boarded the train with relative speed, finding a quiet corner in the compartment where the triangular space was reinforced with thick steel beams, even in the event of an attack. It offered more safety than the center of the car. Once the train was in motion, the flow of air brought a refreshing breeze. But as they remained still for an extended period, the heat and crowding caused perspiration to pour down everyone's faces. The height of the car prevented any view of the outside world, and restlessness began to ripple through the throng. Those with greater physical strength strained to create space, leaving the weaker individuals increasingly confined. Let's all perish. Why push so? Someone finally shouted in frustration, yet no one heeded the call, consumed instead by their own desperate struggle for room. Jin Quan spotted a young man of short stature, entirely engulfed by the crowd, his head bobbing upward in a futile attempt to grasp a breath of air. The crushing pressure soon constricted his chest, and within mere minutes, his head drooped. Yet, his body continued to sway, and few noticed that he had succumbed to death. Suddenly, Jin Quan's brow furrowed as he sensed a surge of malevolence rising swiftly. His gaze darted, landing on a hooded, tattooed man murmuring incantations. In the next moment, 6 individuals surrounding him clutched their throats, their faces turning crimson before they all collapsed simultaneously. The 6 lifeless bodies formed a circle, creating a vacuum around the hooded man, who, upon observing the fallen, allowed a slow smile to creep across his lips. At that moment, a shrill alarm pierced the air outside the carriage, reminiscent of police sirens pursuing a fugitive. Instantly, the entire carriage resonated with footsteps as several heavily armed guards leapt onto the carriage's edge, rifles aimed at everyone within. A sudden stillness enveloped the carriage, accompanied by the creaking sound of the box wall crashing to the ground beside the platform. "Do not move," echoed the furious shouts from all directions, as numerous guns were trained on the carriage. Li Hongyu's previously agitated demeanor calmed, and he gestured for someone behind him to bring a chair swiftly. He settled into it, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette. "Yesterday, I misplaced a precious item in the lower city. If anyone has it, now is the time to return it." Chapter 8. Arrival at pit number 1. Whispers erupted throughout the carriage, and Jin Quan's expression shifted subtly. He harbored strong suspicions that the item lost yesterday was the emblem stolen by Lin Ho. After a moment of silence, with no one stepping forward, Li Hongyu snickered disdainfully. "Interesting," he remarked, the cigarette held with a menacing grip. "One of you, remember, it won't be easy to meet your demise. Step down one by one and stand by this machine. Those without issues can wait beyond the yellow line." Wang Meng's face darkened. This carriage belonged to the No. 3 Dead City, under his jurisdiction. If the lost item belonged to someone from his area, he would inevitably bear responsibility. He pointed at Jin Quan. "You go first. Proceed horizontally." Initially, he sought safety in the corner, but when the adjacent wall collapsed, he found himself at the front of the first row. Rows of dart gun barrels and the newly mechanized guards loomed, and Jin Quan reluctantly stepped out of the carriage, glancing at Li Hongyu, who leaned back with closed eyes, fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. It seemed as though everything lay within his control. Jin Quan stood before a machine resembling a spider, anxiety creeping into his heart. He was uncertain whether this device could detect the profession emblem he had integrated. Fortunately, years of experience had endowed him with exceptional control over his facial expressions and heart rate. The scavenger detector's eyes scanned the area, emitting a green light that swept over Jin Quan. An abrupt silence fell, and Jin Quan braced himself as though awaiting judgment. A soft beep resonated, causing his muscles to tense, and his long knife began to tilt, ready for the swiftest draw. But soon, the scavenger B2's eyes displayed two blank symbols. A sigh of relief escaped Jin Quan's lips. Next, Wang Ming commanded, "Step outside the yellow line and wait." Jin Quan smiled at Wang Ming and turned to leave. "Wait." Li Hongyu opened his eyes and addressed Jin Quan. "Show me what you have in your hands." Jin Quan, taken aback and assuming a weapon inspection was in order, quickly unsheathed his knife. As the crowd beheld his long knife, crafted from welded parts, laughter erupted among them. Li Hongyu, displaying a hint of impatience, pointed at the water bottle in the man's hand and commanded, "Open it." It was only then that Jin Quan realized the inquiry pertained to his water container. He promptly unscrewed the lid and extended it towards Li Hongyu. With a mere glance at the military canteen, tarnished and stained with oil, Li Hongyu wrinkled his nose in disdain and waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Such a waste." Wang Ming gestured towards the yellow line and shouted, "Next." Jin Quan exhaled a sigh of relief upon stepping back beyond the yellow line. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he believed he had successfully passed this stage. Subsequently, a series of individuals were scanned by the scavenger, and the number of people in this carriage diminished, while those beside Jin Quan began to increase. Just as Jin Quan thought the ordeal was nearing its conclusion, a series of sharp chimes rang out. This time, the scavenger emitted a distinctly different sound, followed by an electronic, synthesized voice emanating from its abdomen. Psychic energy detected. Almost instantaneously, Li Hongyu, seated just moments before, sprang to his feet with the swiftness of lightning. A purple, luminescent pattern flickered across his right wrist, and a shimmering silver, long sword materialized in his grasp. With a swift motion, he plunged the sword into the ground, impaling the man standing before the scavenger B2. It was he. Jin Quan was astonished to witness the weapon materialize from empty hands, and he recognized the man pinned to the ground as the hooded tattooed individual who had previously dispatched 6 others with a peculiar method. Now, the man writhed in agony, clutching the sword embedded in his abdomen, desperately attempting to wrench it free. Yet the blade remained steadfast, as though welded to the earth, unyielding to his struggles. At last, "I have found you. Where is it?" Li Hongyu crouched down and patted the man's face. The hooded figure, suppressing his pain, implored, "Esteemed sir, I have never left the city of the dead. I swear, I did not steal your belongings." Still defiant, are we? Li Hongyu wasted no time and swiftly reached into the man's clothing, retrieving a crimson crystal after a brief search. Cursed crystal. His expression darkened as he hurled the crystal to the ground, drawing his sword once more for another sweep. The scavenger B2's eyes glowed green again as it scanned the tattooed man sprawled on the ground. This time, the spider did not emit a warning sound. Li Hongyu's face contorted with rage as he kicked the hooded man's head, causing it to explode like a watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering across the ground. "Next carriage," he bellowed. The scavenger B2 began to move slowly, extending his mechanical arm to continue the search in the next carriage, while Wang Ming glanced at the cursed crystal on the ground and pointed towards the crowd, declaring, "The bodies inside that carriage and this one are to be hung outside the carriage. Board the vehicle." Perhaps it was the formidable strength and ruthless methods of the earlier individual that instilled a sense of dread, for once they entered the carriage, an eerie silence prevailed for quite some time. With a few mournful sounds, the carriage began to tremble, and a cool breeze swept down from above. The train had commenced its journey. The ride unfolded without significant incident, as Jin Quan could only gaze upward, watching the rocky tunnel ceiling pass repetitively overhead. He stood there for 4 hours, the grayish space suddenly replaced by a dark crimson hue, causing the carriage to stir once more. At this juncture, some individuals began to move. Jin Quan observed as a few unabashedly showcased their extraordinary prowess, leaping onto the carriage and out into the void. The train had yet to come to a halt, and others followed suit, climbing out one by one. Jin Quan reached out to grasp a burly man who was about to ascend, inquiring, "Why jump from the train while it is still in motion?" The man cast a fleeting glance at Jin Quan, seemingly disinterested, and attempted to release his grip to continue climbing. However, Jin Quan's gaze turned suddenly fierce, and he tightened his hold. His skills as a practitioner and demonic body endowed him with strength far superior to that of an ordinary person. Instantly, a crack echoed from the man's bones, and with a pale visage, he looked at Jin Quan with a hint of trepidation, stating, "The red light has emerged," indicating we've entered Pit 1. The sentinels have already abandoned the train. No one is in charge now. The train leads directly to the heart of the mine, and the deeper we venture, the more monsters we shall encounter. After speaking, he cast a pitiful glance at his wrist, which Jin Quan was still holding. Releasing his grip, Jin Quan lightly leaped onto the carriage's edge, surveying his surroundings. He was taken aback. This place bore no resemblance to the mines he had envisioned, but rather appeared as an underground realm illuminated in red. Looking up, he noticed the ceiling soared high above, adorned with stalactites that emitted a crimson glow, with droplets occasionally falling and creating a crystalline sound. It resembled a jungle, albeit with trees transformed into rock formations. He observed as individuals continued to leap from the seemingly endless train, vanishing behind the stones. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jin Quan ultimately followed suit and jumped down. These individuals had previously descended into other mines, possessing far more experience than this novice. At a speed of approximately 40 miles per hour, the train's pace was insufficient to unsteady him. In such a populous environment, the absence of a task from the requesting party was perilous. Chapter 9. The insects and levels the train whistled past, leaving only the tranquil tracks and Jin Quan behind. With no information available, it seemed I'm in need of a guide. Casting a glance at a distant stone pillar, Jin Quan swiftly leapt across various rocks. Just as he surged forward at full speed, a strange surge of magical energy emanated from the stone pillar ahead. Suddenly, a stone spike shot up beneath his feet. Jin Quan merely smiled. A guide has arrived. With a powerful stomp to the ground, he executed a mid-air twist to evade the stone spike, instantly leaping to the side of the pillar. The curly-haired man widened his eyes in astonishment, utterly unprepared for Jin Quan's remarkable speed and extraordinary leap, as he seemingly soared 10 meters in an instant. Yet, he too reacted swiftly, murmuring incantations under his breath. Suddenly, a stone wall surged up before him, separating him from Jin Quan. However, in the next moment, a flash of steel sliced through the stone barrier, resting upon his shoulder, a peculiar long knife, marred with welds. "Shall we converse?" Jin Quan inquired, and as he spoke, the stone wall crumbled like tofu, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. Their gazes locked, and the curly-haired man swallowed hard, quickly raising his arm in a gesture of fear. "Please do not slay me. What is your name?" "Cheng Xiao," he replied, his nose glistening with sweat and his voice trembling. "What is your profession?" "I am a mage, my lord." "Why did you ambush me?" Cheng Xiao's lips quivered, yet he dared not utter a sound. Jin Quan pressed the blade against his neck once more, prompting him to stammer, "I was hungry." "How did you become a professional?" Given the city-wide search instigated by the loss of a sigil that morning, it seemed the professional sigils must be quite rare. "I've fallen into other traps. Those were merely paths we explored. Sometimes they discard unwanted ordinary profession sigils, and if fortune favors us, we might stealthily collect a fusion." "And how does one acquire these professional sigils?" Jin Quan inquired, furrowing his brow. Cheng Xiao cast a curious glance at Jin Quan before responding, "By slaying monsters. Though the probability is quite low. Encountering young masters and young ladies visiting the upper city is the most promising, as they typically have little use for such trinkets. However, they are difficult to serve and few survive. They are often used as bait to lure monsters, a primary attraction in this region's cultural tourism. Unless one possesses great luck and meets a kind-hearted individual." A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes as he spoke. Jin Quan frowned slightly, recognizing this rule as reminiscent of monster drops in online games from past life, and continued with his inquiry, "Is there a strategy for surviving in this trap?" Cheng Xiao let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. "I played too late last night and overslept. Early this morning, I heard that a significant figure was coming to investigate thieves, but nobody knew what was being searched for. Consequently, most professionals discarded their belongings. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attempted to ambush you in search of food." He glanced at Jin Quan's expression, noting no change, and added, "I lost my weapon as well. Even at level 5, I still cannot defeat a single insect. What strategy could there be? Perhaps hiding in a cave, waiting for 15 days until those miners descend, or until the wealthy young masters and young ladies come to visit. But without the means to combat insects, I am destined to perish of hunger here." Upon hearing him mention levels, Jin Quan probed further. How does one elevate their level? By slaying insects, Chung Xiao replied, his demeanor growing dim. In other pits, I would have been confident in single-handedly eliminating a solitary insect. Alas, this is pit 1. Here, the creatures are no less than level 11, and we are merely fodder. Observing Chung Xiao's despondent demeanor, Jin Quan felt a tremor in his ears, a faint prickling sensation creeping down his back. This was the forewarning of his professional skill. Dark insight. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Quan exerted force through his legs, propelling himself against the adjacent stone pillar and leaping sideways, swiftly navigating over several large rocks. Just as Chung Xiao, bewildered, gazed at the departing Jin Quan, a buzzing sound erupted, and a shadow darted past. When he looked down again, he discovered a long, piercing appendage lodged in his chest, penetrating through to his back. No! Chung Xiao let out a harrowing scream. A creature the size of a motorcycle hovered before him, its myriad compound eyes flickering with a crimson glow, and as its abdomen pulsed, Chung Xiao's body visibly shriveled. Blood Mosquito, level 19, tier 1. A stream of text appeared before Jin Quan's eyes, relayed by Dark Insight. It has wings, and it's incredibly swift. Furthermore, it boasts an impressive level of 19. Jin Quan retreated behind a rock, hastily making his escape through a narrow crevice. I've barely descended for a moment, and already I encounter an insect. It seems the density of these creatures here is exceptionally high. After a brief sprint, he swiftly burrowed into a tunnel. Such insects, commanding the aerial domain and possessing remarkable speed, can only be effectively countered by leveraging the terrain. Yet, after just a few steps, he gradually came to a halt, the tunnel resonating with a rustling sound. A beetle the size of a water buffalo approached cautiously, its body encased in a hard crystalline mineral shell, reflecting the faint light within the tunnel. Its mandibles resembled two curved blades, glinting with a sharp gleam. Crystal Beetle, level 15, tier 1. Upon sighting this beetle, Jin Quan's eyes brightened, and a smile crept upon his lips. High defense, cumbersome. This is exactly my type. He drew his long knife, standing resolutely at the tunnel's end. This act of drawing his weapon instantly provoked the crystal beetle. Its 6 slender legs flailed wildly, sending gravel flying as it charged towards Jin Quan like a car, accelerating with its pedal to the metal. Holding his breath, a blue flame surged forth from his body, twisting and coiling, as an ethereal figure coalesced behind him. Under the enhancement of infernal flame, his strength and defense multiplied. With a powerful push against the ground, he shot forward like a streak of blue light, hurtling towards the crystal beetle. As the distance closed, just when collision seemed imminent, gray particles of light rapidly adhered to his long knife. Jin Quan let out a low shout, angling his body to evade, twisting his waist, and executing a full 360-degree rotation to sidestep the oncoming charge of the crystal beetle. With a swing of his knife, the gray blade light sliced through the air, and the entire tunnel appeared to freeze for an instant. In the next moment, the lower half of the crystal beetle continued its reckless charge forward. The upper body fell to the ground, sliding slowly to a halt in the tunnel, leaving behind a trail of emerald liquid. Jin Quan sheathed his blade and exhaled deeply. The beetle, to its dying moment, could not fathom how its once proud defensive prowess was cleaved in twain by a single stroke from his predator. At the instant he vanquished the crystalline miner, a surge of immense and unknown energy erupted from within him. Jin Quan felt his bones crackle as if ignited, and his stature seemed to rise several inches, from 175 to an astonishing 180. You have slain a crystalline miner, at level 15, efficacy ratio, 100. He glanced at the panel. Nim, Jin Quan Ve Okupitin, Demon Swatman. Rank, level 6, novice swordsman. He had instantaneously ascended 6 levels. The rules of this world bore a striking resemblance to those of an online game. With this in mind, he briskly approached the severed lower half, delivering a decisive kick. Indeed, he observed a glowing green tattoo gradually coalescing on the creature's abdomen. Jin Quan gently touched the tattoo, and the patterns began to peel away, revealing a green hexagonal emblem that emerged gracefully into his palm. Chapter 10, Equipment Emblem. This emblem possessed a metallic texture, with the form of the crystalline miner depicted on its reverse, while the front displayed an armor piece. Dark Insight activated, and a stream of information materialized. Equipment Emblem. Crystalline Heavy Armor, green. Required level, tier 1. Resilience, 3 stars. Beetle's Might. enhances the wearer's melee attack power by 5. Sturdy shell, when subjected to ordinary attacks. There is a 10 chance to reduce damage by 20. It was not a class emblem, but rather an equipment emblem. How is this to be utilized? Suddenly recalling how Lin Yin had applied a class emblem to his forehead, he examined the heavy armor icon. He pressed the emblem against his chest, and in an instant, a message flickered before his eyes. Level insufficient, unable to equip. His current level was 6, while the equipment required tier 1. He tucked it into his pocket. Observing the dissected beetle, Jin Quan severed a segment of its leg with his knife. Splitting the leg vertically, the tender insect flesh appeared translucent and pristine. Though he had a lighter, the cave lacked even a single stick of wood to ignite. He poured a bit of red wine onto the insect leg and savored peace. Jin Quan's eyes lit up. It bore a flavor reminiscent of fresh seafood, marinated in a Chaozhou style. Earlier, during his conversation with Cheng Xiao, he had mentioned that failing to conquer even insects would lead to starvation, affirming that the insect flesh had indeed been validated for consumption. The 6 insect legs, longer than beef shanks, dipped in wine, offered a unique delicacy that tantalized the taste buds. Alas, without seasonings or cooking implements, this place felt remarkably promising. The essence of life encompasses migration and procreation. If an environment proves inhospitable, one must flee, while in a suitable habitat, one thrives and multiplies. In stark contrast to the desolate city, where hunger drives one to consume earthworms, this place, with its delectable raw delicacies, is far more suitable for his habitation. After satisfying his hunger, Jin Quan twisted his body, feeling an overwhelming surge of explosive power coursing through him. The precise variety of insects inhabiting this mine remains unknown, nor can he ascertain the rank of the vengeful spider queen mentioned by Wang Meng. However, the crystalline mine insects are undoubtedly the most fitting creatures for him to level up. He grasped his long sword and ventured deeper into the tunnel. Upon comparing the mandibles of the crystalline mine insect to the tunnel walls, he noted that the patterns above matched perfectly, indicating that this passage had indeed been excavated by them. The further he delved, the darker it became, until he reached the innermost recesses, where a sudden glow emerged. Slowing his pace, he leaned out cautiously from the tunnel's mouth, discovering a dozen crystalline mine insects gnawing at the green ore. The center remarkably clean as if swept by a broom, with several juvenile crystalline mine insects frolicking about. It truly was a nest. After surveying his surroundings, Jin Quan retrata slowly. Charging him would undoubtedly lead to a perilous ambush. Observing their effortless consumption of ore, he doubted his ability to withstand even a single bite without succumbing to death. Retreating approximately 100 meters to assess the tunnel, he found its width sufficient for 2 crystalline mine insects to pass through side by side. After a brief contemplation, he drew his longsword, channeling his nuclear talent into it, and began slicing through the tunnel as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, soon carving out an opening just large enough for himself. Seizing a fist-sized stone, he boldly approached the nest once more, unperturbed by the sound of his footsteps. Reaching the entrance, Jin Quan twisted his waist and hurled the stone with force, the wind whistling in its wake. Crack! It struck the head of a juvenile crystalline mine insect, sending shards of rock flying and causing the creature to roll several times upon impact. Yet, to his dismay, the juvenile merely shook its head and stood up, seemingly unscathed. Jin Quan couldn't help but curse inwardly at such monstrous defenses. The might of level 6 had failed to breach even a juvenile's armor. Accompanied by a chorus of shrill screeches, Jin Quan took flight. The echoing roar of the tunnel enveloped him as he sprinted, glancing back to see 3 crystalline mine insects charging at him like mad beasts. He dashed towards the opening he had previously excavated, swiftly burrowing inside. Gray particles entwined around the blade of his sword as he extended it outward. The cumbersome body of the insect could not halt its momentum, crashing into Jin Quan's blade. This time, it did not cleave the creature in 2, but rather inflicted a grievous wound, rendering 2 crystalline mine insects lifeless after a brief struggle. Conversely, the adjacent mine insect, due to the blade's insufficient length, remained completely unharmed. Fury surged within the remaining crystalline mine insect's mind, and it quickly pivoted, lunging toward Jin Quan's hiding place, causing debris to rain down upon him. However, its girthy form could only manage to squeeze its mandibles and head inside, leaving its body firmly lodged outside. Jin Quan swiftly delivered a lateral strike, severing the voracious mandibles that craved to consume him. with a swift and precise thrust. The long blade pierced the brain of the crystal insect, cleaving its head open with a decisive upward motion. This particular crystal insect, having survived the ancient Zither project, merely convulsed briefly before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. You have achieved a level 9 kill of crystal insect with an efficiency ratio of 100. You have achieved a level 6 kill of crystal insect with an efficiency ratio of 100. You have achieved a level 5 kill of crystal insect with an efficiency ratio of 100. 3 lines of text traversed his field of vision, and an unknown energy surged forth from within him once more. His muscles tensed, and joints cracked as his height ascended, now nearing 185 centimeters, rendering his trousers and shirt significantly tighter. Jin Quan raised a hand. The jacket was now snug against his broad shoulders. How much taller must this demonic form compel me to grow? A tinge of fear crept in. If this trend continued, he might very well transform into a titan, and what difference would that make from becoming a eunuch? He pondered if there existed female giants in this world. Regaining his scattered thoughts, he turned his gaze towards the panel. Name, 5th Jin Quan. Occupation, Demon Swordsman. Rank, level 10, 0 tier. Advancement conditions, Swordsmanship Emblem 1. 100 efficiency kills of Tier 1 beasts. Monster Lord 1. What is the Swordsmanship Emblem? Jin Quan Musha, Barplaxa. Killing Tier 1 beasts posed no challenge. Yet he was utterly ignorant of this Swordsmanship Emblem. With a vigorous kick, he sent the crystal insect blocking the cave entrance flying, and rummaged through the 3 corpses until he uncovered a round, green emblem beneath the first deceased body. This is a professional emblem. Professional emblem. Beetle Knight Green. A knight who rides beetles, possessing considerable defensive capabilities and survival skills. An image of riding a dung beetle flashed through Jin Quan's mind, causing a momentary lapse of clarity as he stuffed the emblem into his pocket. He had no need for it, but surmised it could be useful for trade. With both equipment and professional emblems in mind, he felt a wave of relief at the thought that the swordsmanship emblem might also be obtainable. He feared these items might be monopolized in the upper city, making his advancement exceedingly difficult. After clearing the entrance, he concealed the corpses around a corner and continued his pursuit of crystal insects. Once more, he picked up a stone the size of a basketball and approached the nest of crystal insects, twisting his waist to unleash it with all his strength. Ascending to level 10, his power nearly doubling. The stone struck the head of a crystal insect larva with a resounding thud. Bang! Fragments of stone and green brain matter erupted, instantly obliterating the larva's head. Chapter 11. The Great Explosion. Did you really think you were formidable, little one? Jin Quan scoffed as he began a frantic dash, this time pursued by a full 6 crystal insects. 2 pairs formed 3 sets, following the same pattern. As the crystal insects closed in on him, he swiftly sidestepped and extended his long blade, entwined with gray particles. 3 crystalline worms were neatly severed from head to tail, while the remaining 3 shrieked wildly, battering against the entrance of the cave where Jin Quan was concealed. One swift stroke to each of their foreheads rendered them motionless, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Once all was silent, Jin Quan emerged to search among their carcasses. None of the 6 had yielded any loot. After several thorough inspections, he confirmed the absence of any insignias. The first had dropped equipment, the second a class, the third had not, and neither had these 6. Jin Quan pondered the notification regarding defeating enemies of a higher level. Could the drop rate be linked to the level of the opponent defeated? The higher the level, the greater the likelihood of a drop? Clearing the bodies to a corner, Jin Quan remained undeterred. Surely, there were 5 left. He aimed to eliminate them all in one go. Within the nest, a lone youngling circled the headless corpse of its companion, seemingly contemplating how to revive their playful antics. In the next moment, the righteous Jin Quan, wielding a stone nearly the size of a water bucket, restored its friend. Just as he felt a swell of pride, a 6th crystalline worm emerged behind the 5, significantly larger, its body adorned with shimmering blue patterns. Was this a boss? Jin Quan's expression shifted subtly as he focused his insight. Crystal Worm King, level 25, tier 2. Without delay, he dashed towards the tunnel. But the Crystal Worm King emitted a peculiar sound. Under the influence of his dark senses, an acute warning prickled through his groin and rear, and without a moment's hesitation, he tensed his legs and leapt upward. In the next instant, the ground erupted with a multitude of stone spikes. Executing an aerial flip, he drew his blade and sliced through one, landing smoothly upon the polished surface of the spikes. surveying the field of stone protrusions. Beads of sweat formed on Jin Quan's brow. This was troublesome. Glancing back, he saw the entire passage blocked by a dense array of spikes. At that moment, the 5 crystalline worms charged toward his position with lethal intent, with his back against the cave wall, and the creatures advancing from both sides. He found himself in a dire predicament. After a brief assessment, Jin Quan sprang into action, drawing his long knife and plunging it into the wall. His nuclear energy talent retracting instantly to intertwine with the sheath on his left hand. The sheath transformed into the sharpest weapon in existence, seamlessly embedding itself into the wall. Thus, with a blade in each hand, he swiftly ascended the wall. Boom! The 5 worms collided with the force of 5 trucks, causing the tunnel walls to tremble and debris to scatter. Jin Quan looked down and was instantly invigorated. The 5 crystalline worms had become entangled, their antennae broken, with 2 flipped over, legs skyward. Without hesitation, Jin Quan swiftly drew his long knife and dropped vertically from the wall. The 3 figures landed directly on the back of a crystalline insect, huddled together as they leapt in succession, delivering 3 swift strikes that effortlessly cleaved through their heads. At that moment, the overturned crystalline insect continued to sway like a roly-poly toy, desperately attempting to right itself. Stepping on the broken stone spikes, Jin Quan advanced with determination. And with 2 swift slashes, the insect abruptly ceased its thrashing. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, a sharp warning pierced his dark perception, prompting him to roll swiftly beneath the mass of 3 lifeless crystalline insects. Blue flames coalesced around him, enveloping him in a formidable azure figure. With a whoosh, 3 stone spears pierced through the 3 corpses, producing a resounding explosion that sent Jin Quan crashing against the wall behind the crystalline insects. With a decisive strike, he severed the stone spikes, blood gushing from his mouth. He quickly leapt onto the abdomen of the fallen corpse, causing the ground to tremble as numerous stone spikes erupted from below, propelling both the corpse and Jin Quan into the air. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he gazed down at the distant crystalline insect king. His underlings were tanks, yet this insect king was a mage. He needed to close the distance. Surveying his surroundings, he glanced down at the crystalline insect beneath him, noting that the spikes had failed to penetrate its carapace. It became apparent that while the spikes had a wide range, their damage was minimal, whereas the stone spears were high in damage but limited in range. He swiftly slashed at the corpse beneath him, carving a circle around its abdomen, then forcefully stepped on the edge of the body, sending it rolling downward as its innards tumbled out. With the loss of its insides, the body became significantly lighter. He hoisted it like a cauldron in one hand while brandishing his blade in the other, charging toward the insect king, with his mind intensely focused. As he approached within 50 meters of the crystalline insect king, the blue light on its carapace flickered. Jin Quan immediately became alert as 3 stone spears rapidly coalesced in the air. Despite their incredible speed, Jin Quan was prepared. He executed a swift roll to evade the impending attack. The ground quaked violently as he lunged forward, diving into the massive carcass of the insect. Countless stone spikes erupted from the ground. Yet with the protection of the crystalline insect shell, he was merely thrust into the air once more. Observing the dim blue patterns on the back of the crystalline insect king, Jin Quan let out a hearty laugh. Haha, after unleashing so many skills, can you still continue? He was now within 20 meters. Sure enough, in the next moment, the insect king's carapace opened, and 2 pairs of gossamer wings sprang forth. With a whoosh, the insect king leapt toward Jin Quan, its forelegs glowing blue, resembling 2 charged blades poised to slice him apart. Upon witnessing this, Jin Quan felt no fear, but rather delight. So you can engage in close combat as well. How amusing. Just as its forelegs descended, Jin Quan executed an upward thrust, cleaving the entire leg in 2, the momentum of his strike sliding along the insect king's jaw. A piercing scream erupted as it frantically attempted to stab Jin Quan with its remaining legs in a desperate struggle. The golden blade of Jin Quan flashed brilliantly, and in an instant, severed limbs flew chaotically. The beetle's wings could only hover for a brief moment before the insect king plummeted. Jin Quan retreated slightly, raising his hands in a downward strike. The head of the crystal mine insect king split apart instantly. Jin Quan gasped heavily, placing a hand upon his chest. The previous strike had rattled his insides, and now he felt a sharp pain in his lungs. After steadying himself with the long blade, he turned his gaze towards the corpse of the crystal mine insect king, which took him by surprise. He observed 2 purple and 1 blue patterns slowly materializing on the Insect King's carapace, 2 hexagonal emblems and 1 triangular emblem. Jin Quan first seized the purple triangular emblem. Skill emblem, Earth Split / purple, class, swordsman skill level. First tier skill description. The swordsman leaps high into the air, utilizing his weapon to strike forcefully against the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave that inflicts substantial damage upon enemies within a conical area ahead, temporarily slowing them down. The heavier the weapon, the greater the damage dealt. Chapter 12. Advancement. The exclusive skills of the demon swordsmanship allowed him to effortlessly transcend ranks and forcibly learn sword techniques. A unique knowledge of swordsmanship flooded into his mind, coalescing into an inexplicable muscle memory. Jin Quan raised his hand, sensing that with just a slight movement, his muscles could propel him 20 meters forward to deliver a slashing strike. Upon acquiring this skill, all his advancement requirements were met. Advancement, he silently intoned. In an instant, he felt as though his entire being was evolving, his stature heightening once more, while green runic patterns flickered across his body, rapidly embedding themselves within him. His pupils sparkled as the dimness of the cave began to sharpen into clarity. Clenching his fist, he felt the surging power within and turned his gaze to the panel. Name, 5th Jin Quan class, Demon Swordsman level, 11, first tier. Exclusive skills, Demon Swordsmanship 1. You are proficient in wielding various sword weapons, capable of learning sword techniques beyond your current tier, transforming them into a demon swordsmanship that transcends 1 rank. Dark Insight 1. Your vision pierces through darkness, possessing acute perceptive abilities to discern malevolent intent and observe the basic information of targets. Démonique physique 1. You possess a formidable démonique constitution, with a degree of resistance to negative states, and your bodily functions will recover at an accelerated pace. Class skills, Troll Earth Split / orange skill level. First tier skill description. The demon swordsman leaps high, channeling the power of the troll to strike fiercely against the ground with his sword, generating a potent shockwave that inflicts considerable damage to enemies within a surrounding circular area, briefly immobilizing them. The heavier the weapon, the greater the damage dealt. Epic, Dominance Body. True Soul Talent. True Soul Talent 1. Infernal Flame Idol, level, SSS. True Soul Talent 2. Core Domain Resolution, level, unknown. After observing the panel, Jin Quan was taken aback, astonished to discover that upon his advancement, his exclusive skill had transformed dramatically. The originally purple Earth Splitter, through the evolution of demonic swordsmanship, had metamorphosed into the orange-hued Troll Earth Splitter, significantly amplifying its power. The attack range had shifted from a fan shape to a circular area, changing the slowing effect to one of immobilization. Feeling the tautness of his skin, reminiscent of cowhide, he recognized a substantial enhancement in both defense and strength, to the extent that he felt capable of obliterating his unadvanced self with a single blow. He pondered the true rank of the demonic swordsman class. Judging by these 3 exclusive skills eligible for advancement, it must be quite a prestigious profession. Acclimating to his body, he gazed at the seemingly shortened machete in his hand and swung it lightly. It felt somewhat diminutive. This blade had been crafted for a physique of 175 centimeters. Yet now his height had risen to 195 centimeters, and his arm span had significantly increased as well. What was once a 2-handed sword now appeared somewhat small, even when wielded with 1 hand. He contemplated whether binding the sheath to the hilt would still qualify as a sword, as his exclusive skill, demonic swordsmanship, provided attack speed and technique bonuses for wielding sword-type weapons, making the potential loss of this passive ability regrettable. He then turned his attention to the other 2 hexagonal emblems. Equipment emblem, Crystal Mind Staff, purple, equipment level, 2nd tier intelligence, 8 stars energy storage. The staff can store a portion of mana. Mana reflux. There's a 15 chance to return 30 of the mana cost upon releasing a skill. After reviewing the attributes of this emblem, Jin Quan sighed. No wonder the Crystal Mind Worm King could unleash so many skills in succession. This piece of equipment must be quite extraordinary. It excels in sustained and burst damage, albeit it is not a sword. He stowed the emblem away and picked up the final blue equipment emblem. Equipment emblem, Bug's Leap, blue, equipment level, 2nd tier equipment type, footwear agility, 5 stars Bug's resilience, reduces the effect of slowing by 30. Dynamic Leap, allows for an additional glide forward when jumping again in midair. Regrettably, it was only of the 2nd tier. Had he been able to wear this emblem immediately, he would have had no fear of the blood-red mosquitoes outside. The dynamic leap could facilitate mid-air maneuvering, perfectly complementing his dark perception for adept evasion and offense. Jin Quan then proceeded to search the other carcasses of the crystal mine worms, but found no additional emblems. Perhaps the drop rate was indeed correlated with the level of the monsters he had defeated. Having vanquished this boss at level 11, he had acquired 3 emblems. Following this, Jin Quan began to cleanse the nest, which was impressively vast, estimated to be the size of 2 indoor basketball courts. He meticulously removed all edible parts from the corpses of the crystal mine worms and stacked the remains in a corner. Only then did he commence the clearing of the tunnel entrance. The stone spikes were easily severed, though moving them required considerable effort. Fortunately, with his recent elevation to the first tier, his physical capabilities and strength were now far beyond that of an ordinary person. In less than half an hour, the tunnel's exit was cleared. Within the tunnel lay 9 corpses, all of which he removed, dragging them back into the cave before reclining to gnaw on the meat of the insect legs, taking a moment to rest. In 15 days, miners would arrive, and he could join them in their labor, with the promise of a chance to venture down to the lower city upon task completion. This inference was drawn from the words of Cheng Xiong and Wang Meng. Now that he possessed this lair and had food, if he could locate a water source and no unforeseen events occurred, he could easily survive until the 15th day. Yet, he felt compelled to redeem Lin Yin. The death of the forest monkey bore some relation to him, and moreover, Lin Yin had saved his life by enabling him to become a professional. Each reason was sufficient to compel him to wholeheartedly pursue this redemption mission. With the last morsel of insect leg meat stuffed into his mouth, Jin Quan sprang upright with the agility of a carp. He kicked up his long knife, pressing the green emblem of equipment against his chest. The green emblem seamlessly melded into his torso, conjuring an ephemeral armor that flickered into existence before dissipating and etching itself as a tattoo upon his chest. As the equipment integrated into his being, Jin Quan felt his skin fortify, becoming remarkably resilient. This was the emblem of equipment, bestowing him with a 3-star tenacity attribute that significantly enhanced his defenses. With a forceful thump of his chest, the illusory armor materialized once more, resonating with a dull thud. In this realm devoid of data, only these star ratings existed. 3 stars, and it remained uncertain how much damage it could withstand. In the next moment, flames erupted around him, and a towering blue flame giant manifested before him. Jin Quan glanced, and a smile crept upon his lips. The flame giant loomed at 3 meters tall, emanating intense heat, and its formerly bare upper body was now clad in armor resembling that of the crystalline heavy armor. The might of his SSS talent was only now beginning to reveal itself. An equipment piece could be donned twice, once by his corporeal form, and once by his infernal flame avatar. With his upgraded demonic physique, combined with the infernal flame avatar talent and the dual crystalline heavy armor, he felt assured he would not be dispatched in an instant. As he spoke, a gray light flickered in his hand, countless gray particles entwining, yet maintaining the same appearance as before. This talent, had it not grown stronger? He was somewhat perplexed, for it presented itself as unchanged. After swinging his blade twice, Jin Quan exited the lair and emerged into the outside world. The red-blooded mosquito had vanished, and the surroundings were filled with repetitive stone pillars. He searched but found no other tunnels of crystalline insects in this vicinity. Following the iron tracks, he ventured deeper into the mine. Along his path, he encountered several groups of individuals, vigilantly monitoring their surroundings, erecting structures of stone, trenches, and stone fortifications, all indicative of a tightly secured defense. Jin Quan shook his head in dismay. If the insects were akin to the crystalline ones, constructing these fortifications seemed a sheer waste of energy. As he progressed further, the crimson glow of the mine intensified, casting a sanguine veil over the entire cavern. Suddenly, a clattering sound echoed, and Jin Quan swiftly reacted, spinning around and delivering a decisive strike with his blade, slaying the level 11 vampire bat, efficiency ratio 100. Jin Quan lowered his gaze to the ground, where a corpse the size of a fist lay split in 2. Level 11. He then raised his eyes to the top, where 3 vampire bats hung from a stone pillar. Sheathing his dagger, he whistled provocatively at the 3 bats. With a shrill scream, they rushed towards him in unison. In the blink of an eye, they were upon him, their mouths agape like that of a rodent, fangs sharp as daggers poised to strike. Jin Quan crossed his arms over his chest, adopting a nonchalant posture. Blue flames began to gather, and a towering figure of an armored giant, over 3 meters tall, materialized. Thud, thud, thud. The three vampire bats collided as if against a sheet of impenetrable glass, blood spewing forth as they plummeted to the ground. As they fell, blue flames ignited upon their bodies, causing them to writhe and screech in agony. Jin Quan glanced at his newly advanced infernal flame idol, now towering at 3 meters, and the flames capable of inflicting damage. He stepped on the 3 bats, extinguishing the flames on them, and kicked them lightly, saying now, "Gather your entire family to provide me with a complete set of Tier 1 equipment." Chapter 13. Cheers to familiar faces. The vampire bats did not comprehend his words, but their instinct urged them to flee. Flapping their dirt-coated wings, they darted away in panic. Jin Quan trailed behind them, startling them with a few fierce shouts as they paused to rest. Approximately 20 minutes later, the bats flew into a narrow, elongated crevice in the rock. Climbing up, he found the gap too small, while his head could fit, his muscular chest could not. Ultimately, he resorted to carving away at the rock with his dagger, gradually enlarging the opening. As he began to squeeze through, he halted, hearing a cacophony of chaotic thuds against the walls. This was no tranquil resting place. Moving more deftly, he peeled away the final slab of rock and peered inside. Within the vampire bat's lair, chaos reigned, with bats swirling in frenzied flight. Occasionally, one would accelerate and crash against the corner of the rocky walls. Suddenly, several muffled thuds echoed, and one bat plummeted swiftly to the ground. Jin Quan observed that this bat bore a charred scent, unmistakably one of the 3 he had tormented earlier. Was that a silencer? His previous life had rendered him intimately familiar with the sounds of firearms. Quickly assessing his surroundings, his dark sight vision sharpened, and he finally spotted a barrel protruding from the rock wall in a corner. Clever indeed, an excellent position. The wall was entirely solid, save for a hole in the center that allowed the barrel to emerge. But how could one aim with such a configuration, with only the barrel exposed? There was no visible line of sight for targeting. Jin Quan pondered how he might strike the wounded bat while exposing merely the barrel of his firearm amidst the swarm. He glanced around the narrow entrance of the fissure where he found himself, inwardly acknowledging the impressive nature of his surroundings. This fissure, elongated and extending for hundreds of meters, appeared as though a gash had been carved into the cliffside. Approximately 70 meters from Jin Quan, a small camera was positioned, aimed at the cave's interior. The task demanded a certain finesse, striking from the east and then the west. Noticing the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, Jin Quan surmised that the individual responsible was nearing a significant upgrade. As he contemplated dismantling the camera to seize the creature, 2 colossal bats, their wingspans exceeding 3 meters, surged forth from the swarm, one a vivid blue, the other a striking red. Insight flashed before him, revealing their identities: Vampiric Blue Bat King, level 19, Tier 1, and Vampiric Red Bat King, level 19, Tier 1. 2 formidable bosses. Jin Quan felt a surge of astonishment. The Blue Bat King swiftly approached the stone wall, its azure glow pulsating rhythmically. As it opened its maw, a piercing sonic wave erupted, causing numerous cracks to cascade across the stone surface. Even Jin Quan instinctively covered his ears. In that moment, the Red Bat King darted past, its wings aglow with a crimson light, carving a crescent through the cave as it struck the wall, concealing the entrance with a thunderous blow. The wall reverberated violently, splitting open to reveal a gaping chasm. Within, a young man clad in a suit lay sprawled, his appearance disheveled, his head shaking violently, blood oozing from his orifices. Evidently, the sonic attack from the Blue Bat King had inflicted considerable damage upon him. The Red Bat King ascended further, a tempest following in its wake as its claws lunged towards the trapped individual. In a critical moment, the man regained his composure, brandishing a peculiarly shaped sniper rifle. And without a hint of aiming, he fired with audacity. The sound echoed, a resounding bang. To Jin Chuan's astonishment, the projectile was not a bullet, but an icy arrow. The arrow spiraled forth, enveloped in a flurry of snowflakes, shattering the Red Bat King's claws into countless shards of ice, instantly encasing it in frost, causing it to plummet down the wall. The man attempted to retreat, but a massive stone, struck down by the Red Bat King, pinned one of his legs. With immense effort, he gradually lifted the boulder, yet at that very moment, the Blue Bat King surged towards him once more, its azure light flickering ominously as its maw gaped wide, an ominous prelude to another sonic assault. Witnessing this, the man's visage paled as he produced a sigil, his eyes reflecting a tumult of anguish and defiance. Just as he was about to press the sigil to his brow, a resounding clap echoed through the cave, akin to a colossal hand striking. A battered sword sheath hurtled towards the bat's face, the tremendous force sending the blue bat king crashing against the rock wall. The man lowered the sigil, his expression a mix of astonishment and curiosity as he gazed down. A tall figure brushed off the dust from his body and, retrieving a jug of wine from his waist, addressed him. They say the most expensive things are often free. Cheers. The individual on the cliff was none other than the bartender, Jiran, who had once offered him a fine bottle of red wine during the direst times in Jin Quan. Upon hearing his words, Jiran smiled faintly, his pale visage gesturing towards the summit of the cliff, where a multitude of crimson eyes dangled ominously. Even after gunfire had been exchanged, the enemy had gone undetected, and many still rested above. At that moment, as Jin Quan stepped into the cave, all the vampiric bats stirred to life. Jiran swiftly gestured for Jin Quan to retreat. However, Jin Quan, seemingly oblivious, gazed upwards at the bats hanging from the cave's ceiling, pondering aloud, with such numbers, surely something must drop, even if the odds are low. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he launched himself like a bolt from a crossbow towards the frozen red blood bat king lying below. Yet, as the green bat king regained its senses from the blow, it unleashed a furious shriek, igniting a chaotic flurry of bats that cascaded down upon Jin Quan like a torrential storm. Jin Quan paid them no heed. Above, Jiran wore an expression of bewilderment, his gaze trembling. Some individuals had poured their hearts into helping him only to be met with treachery, while others, mere acquaintances, had offered their lives for him after a single toast and a bottle of wine. He tapped his chest. The heart that had nearly succumbed to despair in the fallen city was reignited in that moment. He once again retrieved the emblem, a circular professional insignia adorned with enigmatic patterns, a formidable rifle shimmering with golden light. It was indeed disheartening to possess a profession that did not align with his innate talents. He smiled down at Jin Quan. "Let me be the one to save you, my friend." In the next instant, he witnessed Jin Quan emanating a golden glow. "Drink." His leg muscles swelled, and with a sudden thrust against the ground, he soared into the air, the golden radiance outlining his form. This is the Titan's body. Jiran's eyes widened in astonishment. How could he unleash such a skill without being at least 4th tier? Chapter 14. The wall of the Empire. Jin Quan's leap spanned half the nest, and at the apex of his ascent, a grotesque, demonic shadow entwined around the blade. Just as the Red Bat King broke free from its icy prison and prepared to take flight, Jin Quan descended like a meteor, delivering a downward slash to its back. Boom! The ground cracked, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rendered the vampiric bats within its radius rigid, while those outside were violently hurled away, plummeting like raindrops from the sky. Even the Green Bat King was sent crashing down. Jin Quan gasped heavily. Why does this skill consume so much stamina? After executing this one ability, I feel more exhausted than after clearing an entire crystalline mine. Before he could catch his breath, a swarm of bloodthirsty bats surged towards him like a flurry of gray arrows, intent on tearing the villain before them to shreds. With calm precision, Jin Quan swung his blade, and the descending king of azure bats was instantly cleaved in two, following the fate of the king of crimson bats. As the horde of blood bats rushed in, blue flames erupted around him, coalescing into a towering figure of armor that shielded him. The dense swarm collided with an explosive sound, akin to eggs striking stone, splattering blood everywhere. Even those who were not directly harmed were stained by the blue flames. The flames that touched the blood bats sent them into a frenzy of pain, transforming them into flickering fireflies as they darted about the cavern. It was no surprise. Hadn't the Apocalypse Empire Legion exterminated this family, leaving only the women behind? Were their descendants still alive? Jiran gazed at the blue-armored giant protecting Jin Quan, his brow furrowing in confusion yet dawning realization. What followed was Jin Quan's solitary harvest. Within half an hour, the cavern was devoid of any intact bloodbaths. Glancing at his status panel, he noted, rank, level 15, first stage. The pace of leveling seemed to be slowing. Defeating 2 bosses and several hundred bats had only elevated him by 4 levels. He then looked up at Jiran and asked, "Can you come down?" As soon as he finished speaking, a large stone rolled down the cliffside, and Jiran, panting, laughed no problem. A climbing rope was tossed down, slowly descending from the cave ceiling. Upon reaching the ground, Jiran's legs gave way, and he collapsed, gasping for breath. Jin Quan approached and examined his left leg. Frowning as he remarked, "Your kneecap is shattered. You'll likely walk with a limp from now on." "Ha!" Ji Ran laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed. "As long as I'm alive. Who cares if I limp?" Rising to his feet, Jin Quan surveyed the prone Ji Ran with his insight and remarked, "You're just an ordinary person." "Yes." Ji Ran replied casually, "I was once a professional, but someone betrayed me, and now I'm just an ordinary man." The revelation that a professional could be reduced to an ordinary person intrigued Jin Quan. Such a method exists? That's practically invincible. It's not as easy as you imagine. Ji Ran chuckled. "I might be the only one still alive to achieve this." "How so?" Jin Quan inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Powerful professionals generally possess high resistances and often have healers with them, making it difficult for poison to kill them instantly," Ji Ran explained, his eyes narrowing slightly. "However, in the abyss, there exists a toxin called the Death God's Flower. Its lethal mechanism is to taint the professional's emblem, diminishing their power to that of an ordinary person, followed by an eruption of toxic essence. While it's challenging to instantaneously kill a highly resistant professional, it is exceedingly simple to slay an ordinary person. No matter how skilled a healer may be, they cannot save someone who dies instantly." As he spoke, a smile crept across his face once more. "I am the only one in my family without an awakened talent. Yet I am the eldest son, and according to ancestral traditions, I have inherited a formidable occupational emblem. Thus, I managed to navigate through life reasonably well with that. However, the human heart is inscrutable." Jin Quan, observing the gradual despondence in his eyes, jested. "From your few words, I can vividly imagine a tale of intrigue among 9 princes vying for the throne, with you as the deposed crown prince." Indeed, upon hearing Jin Quan's remark, Ji Ran nonchalantly ran his fingers through his hair and replied, "You're one to talk. You lack even the intrigue of a usurpation. We are merely 2 sides of the same coin, both of us flawed." He bared his teeth in a grin and pushed himself up from the ground, exclaiming, "I thought your family had gone extinct. Who would have imagined there was still a lone survivor like you? I can already envision how the Empire of Enlightenment would react upon encountering you. Haha." Upon hearing this, Jin Quan arched an eyebrow in curiosity. "You know me?" To be honest, since arriving in this world, he had lost all sense of self. Talents, upon reaching the 9th tier, can be passed down through bloodlines. Over a millennium ago, during the era of Wasteland pioneers, a solitary explorer awakened an exceedingly rare SSS-level talent, and simultaneously, he obtained the legendary occupational title of Holy Light Knight, which endowed him with remarkable defensive and offensive capabilities, along with continuous flame burn effects. Combined with the formidable healing and defensive prowess typical of Holy Light Knights, Ji Ran reflected, both practitioners and monsters must have found him quite troublesome. He was one of the founding elders of the Empire of Enlightenment, revered as the Wall of the Empire. At this point, he turned to Jin Quan and continued. That man was named Di Wu Qingxian, and his awakened talent was called Divine Flame Idol. Jin Quan fell silent. This was the first time he had heard of his own identity, and he was astonished by the significance of it. However, recalling his own disheveled appearance lying in the streets, he queried with confusion, "What do you mean by extinct?" "You don't know?" Ji Ran, rummaging through his backpack for 2 planks, turned in surprise. Jin Quan, with a resigned gesture, touched his nose and said, "After our conversation, I concur that we are indeed of the same ilk. I too have narrowly escaped death. You have lost your profession, while it seems I have lost many memories." Ji Ran surveyed Jin Quan from head to toe and remarked, "I want to even address matters concerning the Empire of Enlightenment. It appears your family has fallen short, unable to awaken a single SSS-level idol for centuries, with the clan leader only possessing an S-level idol." He shook his head. "In this world, weakness is a cardinal sin. And yet, there are such high-ranking individuals, weaklings consuming abundant resources." He positioned the planks against his knees, meticulously binding them with a bandage. "There must still be some individuals within who have aided, leaving many female dependents to flee to the elemental holy city." Jin Quan refrained from further commentary. He possessed no knowledge of this family, oblivious to whether they harbored good or ill intentions. If fate would have it, he would encounter them again, with a hint of inexplicable emotion. Jin Quan approached the 2 Bat Kings he had cleaved asunder. Upon achieving level 8, the defeat of 2 Bat Kings revealed a distinctive blue pattern on each. A mere touch summoned forth 2 blue equipment emblems. Equipment emblem: Blade of the Bat King blue. Equipment level: Tier 1. Equipment type: Weapon. Power: 5 stars. Shadow Sprint. In shadowed areas, movement and attack speed are enhanced by 20%. Wrath of the Bat King, a 25% chance to trigger upon attack, enhancing the damage of the subsequent strike by 50%. Jin Quan's eyes sparkled upon sighting these emblems. A swordsman-esque equipment. Without a moment's hesitation, he affixed it to his right wrist, and in an instant, a flash of blue light transformed into a tattoo concealed beneath his skin. Chapter 16. Abyssal Scythe Mouse with a mere thought, a red longsword materialized in his grasp, shimmering with blue light. Jin Quan examined the blade, noting the bat motif adorning the pommel, while the crimson edge appeared as if forged in blood, chilling to the core. This embroidered sword bore similarities to the embroidered spring knife, albeit longer, measuring a full 2 meters. As he swung it, the wind howled, and with a 20% attack speed boost in the shadowed zone, he moved with the grace of a bat. The nature of the damage mattered little. It was either heavy or swift. The heft complemented the troll shatter technique, where greater weight equated to higher damage. He then grasped another emblem, a triangular insignia. Skill emblem. Sonic resonance, blue. Class mage. Skill level, tier 1. Skill description. The mage concentrates, unleashing powerful sonic wave energy that inflicts damage and a repelling effect on enemies within a conical area ahead. This was a skill of the Azure Bat King, possessing both damage and control, a promising ability, albeit a mage's skill. The drops from the 2 bosses exceeded his expectations, yielding a longsword that increased attack speed. He straightened the bent sheath and returned the previous sword within it before beginning to sift through the smaller bats. The drop rates for emblems in this world were undeniably low. After a thorough search, he uncovered 2 additional equipment emblems. Tattered leather armor, white. Equipment level, tier 1. Equipment type, upper body. Effect, provides basic protection. The succinct description prompted Jin Quan to shake his head, tucking it into his pocket before glancing at the other emblem. Swift belt, green. Equipment level, tier 1. Equipment quality, green. Equipment type, belt. Constitution, 2 stars. Effect, movement speed, 5, attack speed, 3. This is a valuable item. For one endowed with the nuclear talent of unparalleled slashing, attack speed is of utmost importance. He pressed the emblem against his waist, and with a flash of green light, it melded into his being. At that moment, Jin had also finished bandaging his leg and stood up. Observing the 2 split Bat King corpses, he addressed Jin Quan. As one ventures deeper into the cave, a pit emerges, home to a peculiar creature known as the Great Mouthworm, which has a chance to drop spatial equipment. The remains of these beasts can be collected and sold for a substantial sum. Jin Quan kicked at the small bats, nodding in acknowledgement, and then produced 3 emblems, saying, "Do you want these? Here is a knight's emblem for the beetle class. Becoming a professional might hasten the healing of your leg. Ambition dwells within all of us, yours and mine alike." Qi Jian chuckled softly, shaking his head. "With your current state, you won't last long," Jin Quan stated bluntly. Qi Jian limped a couple of steps closer, his demeanor turning serious. "Thus, I wish to propose a trade." "What?" Jin Quan glanced at him, awaiting his elaboration. In the upper city, children typically awaken their talents at the age of 12 using awakening stones. Once awakened, they can select their professional emblems based on their talents. At 12, I failed to awaken my talent, and, in desperation, chose a profession, hoping the emblem would unlock my abilities, but alas, it did not work. I was spared from the toxicity of the death godflower because, in reverting to an ordinary state, I fortuitously awakened my talent, granting me immunity to the abyssal poison. Upon finishing, he produced a golden professional emblem from his pocket, declaring, "This is a legendary class emblem, heavy artillery controller. It is an exceedingly rare profession specializing in long-range, large-scale sniping. If you aspire to establish a legion and explore the vast wasteland, a team cannot afford to be without a long-range sniper. This profession excels in both firepower coverage and precision kills." Jin Quan gazed at the emblem, more splendid and noble than any he possessed, astonished. "Legendary?" Qi Jin nodded. According to existing records, all emblems are categorized into 8 levels. White for inferior, gray for ordinary, green for good, blue for fine, purple for excellent, orange for epic, gold for legendary, and red for mythical. I propose to exchange this legendary emblem for your assistance. Jin Quan met his gaze, refraining from immediate affirmation, and smiled. "Are you not afraid I might seize it? Should I draw my blade now, your head would soon part from your body." Qi Jin did not flinch, holding Jin Quan's gaze steady. "I have stated before that we are of the same ilk." He then unfolded a piece of leather parchment to reveal a meticulously detailed map. If anyone understands this pit number 1, it is undoubtedly me. My family pioneered this mine before selling it to the Eagle Corps. With my guidance, you could ascend to the 3rd tier in this mine with minimal risk. With 3rd tier strength, you would no longer need to fear anyone in the lower city. Jin Quan found himself somewhat swayed by Jin's words. This mine teemed with diverse monsters and unknown skills, and he could only probe cautiously, knowing that as his level rose, so too would the challenges and the pace of his advancement slow. Speak further, he finally replied. Upon hearing Jin Quan's response, he appeared to relax significantly, stumbling as he seated himself and unfurling the map upon the ground. According to his family's records, pit number 1 had once witnessed the presence of abyssal scythe rat, a creature exceedingly rare and diminutive, lacking in offensive capabilities. Nonetheless, these fragile beings managed to survive in the brutal depths of the abyss through 2 primary evolutionary adaptations: unique feeding habits and exceptional escape skills. The abyssal scythe rat possesses remarkable evasion abilities, such as concealment and instantaneous movement, along with an innate capacity to sense and open rifts in the abyss, allowing it to traverse between the abyss and the realm of reality. Should one succeed in prompting it to open a rift, the transaction would be deemed successful. After pondering for a moment, Jin Quan inquired, how can one compel it to open a spatial rift? However, Jiran did not directly address the question, instead beginning to expound on the fundamental knowledge pertinent to practitioners. The acquisition of skills is constrained. Lower-tier practitioners cannot learn skills surpassing their physical or mental capacities. Most practitioners can learn white skills at level 0, gray skills at level 1, green skills at level 2, blue skills at level 3, and so forth. The higher the skill level, the greater the demands on physical strength or intelligence. Of course, those with formidable prowess or exceptional talent may transcend these tiers. However, in all studies, practitioners below level 4 who have not achieved a breakthrough can only learn up to purple skills in optimal conditions. Jin Quan's Ayelit's Wisha. He was entirely unfamiliar with these regulations, having fortuitously come across a purple swordsman skill book, which he had learned. Due to the influence of demonic swordsmanship, his ground shatter technique had transformed into the troll ground shatter, its hue shifting from purple to orange, seemingly exceeding the boundaries of their research. Do you see the red glow in the mine outside? That is the aurora produced by spatial overlap. We refer to this special space created by such overlap as a dimension. As it is not a complete world, it often imposes numerous limitations. No. One repels higher-tier practitioners, ensuring that neither monsters nor practitioners entering this mine exceed level 4. He gazed at the rippling fissures on the ground, resulting from shock waves, and remarked, the Berserker tribute can only manifest in epic-level skills. Should you ascend to level 3, this very skill could trigger a danger warning for the abyssal scythe rat, thus enabling an escape from the abyssal realm. Chapter 17. The great-mouthed bug Jin Quan mulled over his words, concluding that he stood to lose little in this transaction. His intent was to elevate his level before returning to the city to redeem Lin Yin. Ji Rant's approach seemed merely an opportunistic venture, and he appeared to be an omniscient navigator. With this thought, he suddenly asked, do you know where the matriarch spider of vengeance resides in pit number 1? The matriarch spider of vengeance? What do you seek her for? Ji Ran queried, somewhat astonished. I require a cleansing vengeance flower. Has someone been cursed? Jin Quan shook his head and refrained from elaborating. Do you know why our family wishes to sell pit number 1? Firstly, the extraction of the crimson blood is exceedingly challenging without reliance on the sand-devouring worms. Secondly, the presence of the vengeful spider matriarch renders pit no. 1 a semi-wilderness state. Jiran pointed to a corner of the ground map where a colossal cross was marked, saying, do you see this mining distribution? This area is off-limits. Even the children from Redstone Cultural Tourism are prohibited from entering here for recreation. A level 39 sovereign of the 3rd tier. No matter how many individuals gather from the 4th tier and below, they are merely fodder for it. Jin Quan furrowed his brow upon hearing that the vengeful spider matriarch was indeed a sovereign, casting doubt on whether Wang Meng genuinely intended to clear the vengeful flower or was merely toying with him. Did a commander of a fallen city truly require such a creature? Regardless of whether you genuinely seek the vengeful flower or not, I shall fulfill my promise. Should you fail to comply, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, and the aura of battlefield slaughter flickered. I shall raise the entire lower city. He then turned to Jiran and nodded. I can agree to assist you in locating the abyssal scythe rat, but I demand all information regarding the vengeful spider matriarch, along with this map. Upon his utterance, Jiran did not hesitate to hand over the map. I have scrutinized this map countless times. He watched as Jin Quan took the map and examined the distribution of the vengeful spider matriarch's lair. We stand to lose greatly. If you can slay this vengeful spider matriarch, it signifies the completion of this dimensional exploration, and that region is rife with vengeful spirit sand. At this juncture, he shook his head and smiled, as if suddenly recalling that he was no longer the prince of his household. Should fortune favor us with dimensional crystals and a legion command, then we shall prosper. Jin Quan set the map aside. Are there restrictions on the number of skills? Jiran, while organizing the contents of his bag, replied, do you know why the upper city has maintained dominion over so many lower cities for so long? Because each tier can only learn 2 skills. The inhabitants of the lower city, focusing on survival, often learn skills by level 12 to cope with their existence and advancement. At that time, their physical attributes are merely slightly superior to those of ordinary individuals. Thus, they can only learn white common and gray inferior skills, often in haphazard combinations. However, those from the upper city need not worry. They possess various resources that enable them to progress to level 10 without skills, thus enhancing their attributes and allowing them to learn green and even blue skills. From the outset, they have surpassed countless lower-tier practitioners. Therefore, one should not learn skills indiscriminately. It is best to limit oneself to systematic combinations. He stood up once more. Let us proceed. I require some herbs to alleviate the pain in my leg. Ignoring the bat corpses, he crawled out along the path Jin Quan had taken. Outside, silence still reigned. Jiran pointed in a direction. This way leads to the pit, an area populated by the great-mouthed worms. Can you manage? Jin Quan glanced at his leg. I can manage, albeit with difficulty. With a smile, Jin Quan seized his collar and effortlessly hoisted him onto his shoulder, swiftly racing towards the direction he indicated. In contrast to the towering rocks and stalagmites of the previous stretch, the terrain here begins to level out, resembling a desolate plain where each step sinks into the soft, gray sandy soil. Scattered across this small expanse lie several half-buried human skeletons. Be cautious of the ground beneath, for here lurks the steel-tailed scorpion, a formidable level 18 creature capable of burrowing underground and adept at ambushing with its tail. Almost as soon as Jiran uttered these words, the sand erupted, and a silver scorpion tail, resembling a chain, shot forth from the earth, aimed directly at Jin Quan's back. Behind you, Jiran shouted. Yet Jin Quan did not turn, his hands aglow with blue light as the blade of the Bat King materialized in an instant, enveloped by a swirl of gray particles. With a swift backward slash, a chilling screech resonated, followed by the severed tail rolling away. Jiran gazed at the fallen scorpion tail, then turned his attention to Jin Quan's long blade, which remained the same exquisite blue quality. His eyes widened in astonishment. A blue-quality blade could so effortlessly sever the famed steel tail of the steel-tailed scorpion. He parted his lips to inquire, but refrained, just as Jin Quan had not questioned what he would do when agreeing to help find the abyssal side rat. Instead, he quickly remarked, these burrowing creatures are troublesome. We must sprint out of this gray sandy area. Jin Quan merely cast a fleeting glance at the slightly elevated sand before dashing away. Wasting time attempting to slay these steel-tailed scorpions would serve no purpose. As they traversed this stretch, the steel-tailed scorpions lay in wait like stealthy hunters, their tails striking from various angles. However, thanks to the dark perception and Jiran's warnings, they ultimately became mere tailless scorpions. After traversing the sandy expanse, the terrain descended into a sunken sand pit. Jin Quan's eyes brightened. This was the first instance he had discovered vegetation within this subterranean cavity. Below, moisture began to accumulate, with irregular clusters of lichen, muted in color, intertwining to form a mottled carpet. Above them stood ferns, towering to the height of a person, their curled leaves glowing faintly, representing one of the few signs of life in this barren pit. All right, set me down. I shall concoct some potions. Is it safe here? Jin Quan azitata. The stark contrast between desolation and life serving as a warning to keep his distance. Indeed, do you see the lichens spread across the ground? Those are big-mouthed worms. Level 21. Though they are tier 2, they are parasitic creatures with fragile lives. Activate your talent. They cannot parasitize you. With your skills, you can slay a multitude of them, making it an excellent opportunity for you to level up. One must admit, Jiran truly embodied the wisdom of a seasoned professional. Having observed Jin Quan's prowess merely once within the bloodbat nest, he swiftly devised the most suitable strategy for slaying monsters tailored to him. Jin Quan no longer had to rely on intuition or trial and error. After setting Ji ran down, he gazed ahead into the pit, reminiscent of an oasis. With a sudden surge of power, Jin Quan leaped high into the air. Blue flames coalesced around him, and a 3-meter-tall fiery armored giant materialized behind him. Indeed, it was possible. This marked the first instance he unleashed a skill utilizing his talent. Before him stood the colossal figure of the blue flame giant, intertwined with strands of golden light. Raising its elongated blue flame sword with immense force, it struck down with a cataclysmic blow. The ground trembled as the earth itself quaked from the impact, sending shockwaves of blue fire radiating outward, igniting the lichen and moss in a fiery explosion. A 30-meter radius was instantly cleared, fissures in the ground spreading like wild vines. The notification echoed, indicating his 7th level kill of the big mouth bug with a 100 efficiency rate. Almost simultaneously, a surge of energy coursed through his body, rejuvenating his previously fatigued form. Having reached level 16, he marveled at the ease of vanquishing such second-tier monsters, feeling fortunate for his partnership with Jiran. Seated at the edge of the crater, Jiran gazed in astonishment at the commotion caused by Jin Quan. Is this truly a first-tier practitioner? Even with an SSS-grade talent, a standard swordsman could never wield such devastating skills. As Jin Quan's vitality surged anew, he leaped once more, the majestic blue giant descending like a shooting star. Another thunderous roar erupted, as patches of moss were engulfed in flames, and a kill notification flashed before his eyes. This time, however, he did not level up. His chest heaved as the skill drained nearly all his stamina. He feared that another use would leave him incapacitated. Meanwhile, the moss at the periphery began to twist and merge, ultimately forming green insects with trumpet-like mouths. They've abandoned their parasitic ways. We can fight them normally now. Beware of the green spikes they shoot, Jiran cautioned. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, several spikes shot towards Jin Quan with alarming speed. Yet, Jin Quan abruptly halted, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 green spikes struck him. Huh, is that all? The spikes lodged firmly against the armor of the infernal flame statue, failing to breach even his first layer of defense. Without hesitation, Jin Quan dashed toward the hulking insects, executing a sweeping crescent strike that cleaved them in twain. He flung the green ichor from his blade and inquired, "Are there any more?" Jiran pinched the bridge of his nose, perplexed. "You really dispatched them with a single blow? How do you manage that?" Yet he reminded, "Those ferns behind you are level 25 lords, possessing formidable regenerative abilities. Even if you shatter their bodies, they can reassemble. Aim for the purple crystal on their backs." Turning, Jin Quan witnessed the ferns twisting and coiling like vines, coalescing into an insect over 2 meters long, resembling a grasshopper. In an instant, the massive grasshopper leaped, soaring above Jin Quan's head, its head blooming open like a flower, revealing rows of sharp teeth, as if intent on devouring him whole. As Jin Quan instinctively leaped backward, he simultaneously thrust upward, producing a tearing sound as the massive grasshopper was cleaved in two from its head to its back, leaving only the tail adorned with a shimmering amethyst. The severed half of the creature lay on the ground, resembling a pair of scissors, and after a brief struggle, it gradually fell silent. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him. "You have slain the flower-mouth bug king at level 9, achieving a 100 effectiveness rate." 2 powerful energies surged within him, propelling him to level 18. Jin Quan, filled with confusion, remarked, "Won't it also regenerate?" Jin, equally perplexed, recalled that the data indicated this grasshopper possessed rapid regeneration abilities, capable of quickly recovering even if its head were severed. Without the elimination of the smaller creatures, it would be akin to an immortal entity. As he leaned forward, he inadvertently tumbled down, but fortunately, the pit was surrounded by sand like the moon crescent spring. Enduring the excruciating pain, he crawled a couple of steps forward, observing the gaping wound on the flower-mouth bug, surrounded by a thick, green fluid, while the internal tissues melted and fused like cheese. Was this destruction? Following Jin Quan on this journey had rendered him somewhat numb to shock, yet witnessing this attribute of destruction evoked a surreal sense of dread. What destruction? Jin Quan crouched down, scrutinizing the wound. No, destruction is an attribute tied to spiritual essence. He glanced at Jin Quan, as if observing a monster. Seeing the melted, cheese-like wound inside, Jin Quan furrowed his brow. The wounds he had previously inflicted did not appear this way. Rising, he approached a nearby rock and struck it with his blade, leaning in for a closer inspection. The stone was smooth and unblemished, devoid of any abnormalities. Observing Jin Quan's expression, he remarked, "Destruction affects living beings. In essence, it suppresses healing and recovery." Jin Quan suddenly grasped the implication. His first talent, the Infernal Flame statue, had grown significantly larger upon reaching the first tier and now possessed a burning effect. Conversely, his second talent, the Chaotic Nuclear ability, remained unchanged, and a sudden realization struck him. If my talent originated from that nuclear explosion, then why does this additional capability resemble radiation decay so closely? The penetrating rays, the destructive radiation. Jin Quan glanced at his blade, beginning to fear how the rules of this world had altered his talent. What if in the future, a single strike unleashed the equivalent of a hydrogen bomb? Who would perish first, the enemy or himself? Scratching his head, he approached the back of the flower-mouth bug, where he concentrated and conjured two sigils, one blue and one purple, at the amethyst tail. Equipment sigil, flower-mouth ring, purple, equipment level, tier 2 equipment type, ring constitution, 8 stars intellect, 8 stars healing effectiveness, 15 special attribute, flower S healing, active skill that immediately heals the target and leaves a healing seed within, restoring health over time. The stomach of the flower-mouth bug, boasting a storage capacity of 101010 m. Indeed, as Jiren stated, this is a storage apparatus. It appears that upon reaching the second tier, one can heal their legs. Jin Quan tossed the emblem casually. Jiren merely glanced at it before resuming his task of excavating the blue moss from the ground. If you were a priest or a cleric, that would suffice. But as a swordsman, your intellect and spirit can only be invoked twice, rendering the healing effect rather ineffective. Jin Quan observed, somewhat perplexed. How can one ascertain their other attributes and values? These are merely seen on the equipment emblems. They are not present on one's personal panel. Are you treating this as a game developed by Shangqing Entertainment? Upon hearing this, Jin Quan paused momentarily, realizing that after understanding the rules of this world through leveling up by slaying monsters and acquiring equipment, he had mistakenly approached it as if it were an online game. Have you ever tried removing the equipment emblem? Jin Quan shook his head. Once you detach the emblem, it dissipates into the ether, becoming non-transferable and non-tradable. Only upon your demise can the emblem coalesce again. An elder in my family once advised me, do not regard the emblem merely as equipment. It is an integral part of your physical prowess, a facet of your cultivation. Strength, agility, intellect, spirit, tenacity, and constitution. These attributes are your growth metrics in the Wasteland as you evolve into a professional. You will perpetually innovate, continually strengthen, and gradually unveil the vastness of this world. Attempt to perceive the surge of power within you when donning equipment. Jin Quan, though somewhat bewildered, nodded and gazed at another emblem in his hand. Skill emblem. Spell, Divine Radiance, blue. Class, Priest. Skill level, Tier 2. Skill description. The priest channels divine power, bestowing a resplendent radiance upon a designated area. Allies within the radiance are immediately healed of their wounds. Additionally, targets enveloped by the radiance gain the effect of divine protection, reducing the damage they sustain. It is a priest skill not particularly useful. Jin Quan promptly pocketed it. Subsequently, he began searching for those large-mouthed bug creatures, yet only procured 2 gray emblems. Is the probability of obtaining emblems from these monsters this low? Jiren, mashing the blue moss and scattered fern leaves against the stone slab, shook his head in resignation. A lord drops 1 exceptional item and 1 fine item. Is that still considered low? If you're not achieving such high levels and 100 efficiency kills, having nothing at all is the norm. Chapter 19, 1 slice. He laid the herbs upon his fractured kneecap, then grimaced as he tightly bound it with a bandage. Finally, he exhaled deeply and inquired, what level are you now? Level 18. Is your ability consistently available? What do you mean? Jin Quan asked in confusion. Jiren glanced at his blade, stating, it possesses a sharpness that seems capable of slicing through anything. Jin Quan hesitated for a moment before cautiously responding, it can be done if necessary. However, he deemed it unnecessary in this area. Let us proceed directly north to the lava lake marked on the map. There resides a solitary Tier 3 lava beast lord. Its defenses are extraordinarily high, and its strength formidable. Typically, it is in slumber, and if your sharp skills can be utilized against it, it would be akin to acquiring a Tier 3 domain lord without effort. I also require the lava fruits found there, as they are the favored delicacy of the abyssal scythe rat. The concoction we can create seems promising. Just a brief binding has rendered me considerably steadier than before. Jin Quan took out the map to verify the direction and then advanced towards the pit. The terrain sloped gently downward, with the original gray sand gradually transforming into reddish-brown rock and the temperature rising steadily. Perhaps due to the heat, the sparse creatures were few and far between, and eventually, this region became eerily desolate. When the lava spread across the ground, Jin Quan halted. A wave of scorching air rushed towards him. The entire cavern was enveloped in a dark red glow, with the lava flowing like a rolling crimson river, moving slowly yet perilously, occasionally erupting with enormous bubbles that popped with a resounding crack, showering sparks in every direction. Scattered black boulders protruded, providing precarious footholds. At the center of the cavern lay a massive island of black rock, shimmering under the intense heat. Upon it sat a colossal rock creature, curled up with its legs drawn close, its body a dark hue that gleamed with a metallic luster. Occasionally, droplets of lava splashed onto it, yet remained utterly oblivious. The rhythmic crackling of flames intertwined with its deep snores echoed throughout the space. Although this creature was not a sovereign, it was still a formidable level 39, making it the strongest domain lord aside from the sovereign-level vengeful spider matriarch. Due to its unique geographical location, Tier 1 to Tier 3 adventurers could hardly withstand the searing heat of the lava, rendering even the most intrepid explorers powerless against this beast. Ultimately, the absence of a continuously yielding or vein led to its abandonment. If you manage to slay this lava beast, it will enable you to ascend to Tier 2. Upon hearing Jiran's words, Jin Quan glanced at the distant beast and remarked, "It appears to be asleep. What is your assessment of its sensitivity?" Jiran chuckled. "That is precisely why I brought you here. This lava beast possesses such high defenses that most adventurers cannot breach them, rendering it exceedingly lethargic. To awaken it, we must first break through its defenses." Surveying the surroundings, Jin Quan lifted his blade and targeted a nearby rock. A stone the size of a basketball tumbled down, and as he reached to catch it, he deftly pivoted and hurled the stone like a cannonball. The rock struck the head of the lava beast with tremendous force, shattering upon impact and scattering countless fragments into the lava lake. Despite the commotion, the lava beast remained undisturbed, its snores continuing unabated. Upon confirming his resolve, Jin Quan pressed his foot firmly against the ground and swiftly leaped across the obsidian lava stones, drawing closer to the central isle. As he approached, the muscles in his legs erupted with a radiant brilliance. The rocks beneath him shattered, propelling him high into the air, while the crimson blade of the Bat King in his grasp was enveloped by a swirling aura of gray particles, and the statue of the underworld flame materialized instantaneously. A powerful gust of wind bore Jin Quan downwards with ferocity, crashing upon the head of the lava behemoth like a meteorite. Instead of the clash of metal, a sound akin to torn cloth echoed. Under the influence of his nuclear talent, the lava behemoth was cleaved in twain from head to toe. The momentum of his strike persisted until it pierced through the creature's body, landing upon the isle with a thunderous roar, causing the entire land to tremble as the immense impact gradually pushed the lava behemoth aside. Boom, boom, with two resounding impacts. The once peacefully slumbering lava behemoth was abruptly severed in half, molten crimson magma spilling forth from its carcass. You have reached level 21 by slaying the lava behemoth domain lord, achieving a 100 efficacy. This formidable creature had thwarted countless adventurers, now bisected in its slumber. Jiran sat at the lakeside of the lava, staring vacantly at the breathtaking scene before him. He had truly accomplished the impossible, dispatching a level 39 domain lord with a single strike at level 18. Exhaling deeply, a flicker of light danced in his eyes. This pit, discovered 2 decades ago, had existed for 3 centuries, home only to the original lava behemoth and the vengeful spider matriarch, while all others were derivative species. Moreover, it required a level 21 kill. He gazed at the bisected corpse of the lava behemoth in the distance, noticing purple luminescent patterns coalescing above, forming 3 distinct purple insignias. 3 purple exquisites? He furrowed his brow, but continued to observe intently. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply as more inscriptions shimmered on the lava behemoth, this time radiating a profound orange hue. A 3rd-tier orange epic equipment insignia. Such a thing truly existed. Jiran found it hard to believe. Orange epic gear signified the possession of epic attributes at lower tiers, ensuring an absolute dominance over adversaries. After a brief respite, Jin Quan hastily approached the glowing insignias upon the behemoth's remains, sweeping his hand to reveal 4 insignias in his palm. The first he examined was the resplendent orange hexagonal insignia. Equipment insignia. Lava Judgment, orange. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment type, heavy blade. Strength, 45 stars. Constitution, 35 stars. Lava Roar. A 25 chance to trigger Infernal Roar upon attack, inflicting fire damage on enemies within a conical area ahead and igniting them into a burning state. Lava Might. Each successful strike on an enemy grants the effect of Lava Might, increasing strength by 10, stacking up to 10 layers, culminating in a volcanic burst on the next strike. Lava Impact. Transforming into a meteorite, it strikes a designated direction, resulting in an explosion that inflicts substantial damage. Lava Resonance. When equipped with a complete set of Lava Series gear, one obtains additional attribute enhancements: Strength 15 stars, Constitution 15 stars, and Tenacity 15 stars. Epic. Berserker State. In the Berserker State, immunity to control effects is granted, and damage received is reduced by 20. With a strength of 45 stars and constitution of 35 stars, it utterly eclipses my 5-star Bat King's Blade. Moreover, it possesses the same epic Berserker attribute. Regrettably, it is of the 3rd tier, yet this heavy blade aligns perfectly with my skills. Its Troll Earth Splitter carries a property where the heavier the weapon, the greater the damage, making this heavy blade exceptionally suitable. However, it somewhat diverges from my nuclear talent. At that moment, I found myself at crossroads, unsure of which to choose. The embroidered dagger has a swifter attack speed while the heavy blade boasts a broader attack range. I stowed away this emblem and turned my gaze to the other 3 purple emblems, and then a glimmer of excitement shone in my eyes. This is indeed a complete set. Chapter 20. Occupational Factions Equipment Emblems. Equipment name, Lava Chestplate Heavy Armor. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment quality, purple. Equipment type, chest armor. Constitution, 18 stars. Tenacity, 15 stars. Lava Shield. A 15 chance to trigger the Lava Shield when attacked, generating a shield that absorbs damage and inflicts fire damage on surrounding enemies while the shield is active. Lava Mire. A 12 chance to trigger Lava Mire upon attack, inflicting a slowing effect on enemies. Equipment emblems. Equipment name, Lava War Helm Heavy Armor. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment quality, purple. Equipment type, helmet. Constitution, 15 stars. Tenacity, 12 stars. Lava Insight. Increases personal hit rate by 10. Lava Evasion. Triggers Lava Shield when the enemy evades an attack. Equipment emblems. Equipment name, Lava Pauldron's Heavy Armor. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment quality, purple. Equipment type, Pauldrons. Constitution, 16 stars. Tenacity, 13 stars. Lava Rebound. A 10 chance to trigger Lava Rebound upon receiving damage, rebounding 30 of the inflicted damage back to the attacker and dealing fire damage. Lava Charging. For every 3 successful hits on an enemy, 1 layer of lava power is stored. After 3 layers, a shield that absorbs damage is granted. Lava's Set. Acquire the title of Lava Sovereign, with fire attribute resistance of 60 and a total attribute enhancement of 15. Trigger Lava Shield Enhancement, doubling the absorption capacity of shield while reducing damage received by 30. Attack speed increased by 15. Upon encountering the golden armor, Jin Quan was taken aback. Although his understanding of the world's rules was still somewhat superficial, he recognized that this set of armor was undoubtedly an invincible entity within the 4th tier. It was a pure defensive ensemble, generating shields upon attack, evasion, and damage. With a stroke of good fortune, one could potentially navigate through a multitude of foes. Unfortunately, his attack speed had diminished by 15. Clenching his fists, Jin Quan felt the vigorous energy surging within him and turned his gaze to the interface. Name, 5th Jin Quan. Class, Demon Swordmaster. Tier, Level 20, 1st tier. Advancement requirements. Swordsmanship Emblem 1, 100 efficiency kills of 2nd tier monsters. 1 monster lord of the 2nd tier. He furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared that the swordsmanship emblem was once again required. Compared to slaying monsters, this emblem was exceptionally rare. Since he had obtained the Mage's Soul Wave and the Priest's Sacred Radiant skill emblems, he had come to realize that skill emblems could drop from any profession. The prior acquisition of the swordsmanship Earthshatter was indeed a stroke of luck. Turning his gaze towards the corpse of the lava behemoth, he noticed a bright red fruit growing in the very spot where he had previously been seated, devoid of flowers or leaves, merely hanging from a solitary branch. Taking a couple of steps forward, he plucked it and swiftly leaped back to the shore of the lava lake. Casually tossing the fruit, he remarked, "Let us see if this is the one." Jin quickly raised his hand to catch it, glancing at it with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Lava fruit, forged from burning flames, its surface adorned with patterns resembling flowing magma, the raised lines emanating a golden glow. "Indeed it is, thank you." Jin Quan then inquired, "Are you aware that the swordsmanship profession emblems drop in pit number 1? I am already at level 20, but I require the swordsmanship emblem to advance. Otherwise, I cannot increase my level." Jin stored the lava fruit carefully, observing that Jin Quan seemed to have grown taller, his muscles straining against the fabric of his attire. There are indeed many monsters that drop the swordsmanship emblem. However, the drop rate is exceedingly low. You must defeat monsters at least 5 levels above you to enhance the probability. "What type of swordsmanship skill do you prefer?" Jin Quan asked, puzzled. "Is there any difference? Shouldn't it suffice to advance?" Yan chuckled softly. "Skill emblems cannot be unequipped. The moment you learn it, it becomes a lifelong companion. Within the same class, pairing different skills and equipment can yield entirely distinct professional effects. The existing swordmaster archetypes are primarily agility-based, strength-based, and intelligence-based. The former emphasizes agility for rapid attack speed and evasion, focusing on ambush tactics. The strength variant unleashes powerful, explosive attacks, while the intelligence style cultivates sword formations, offering both offensive and supportive capabilities. Jin Quan pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering for a moment before ultimately deciding to adhere to his initial inclination. "Then I shall choose the agility path. How should I allocate my skills? Does pit number 1 contain agility-based swordsmanship skills?" After listening to Jin Quan's words and glancing at the cleave behemoth on the distant lava island, Ji Ran hesitated and said, "Are you certain you wish to pursue an agile swordsman build?" Following his gaze, Jin Quan also looked at the lava giant and replied, "What other choice is there? Is there a better alternative?" The temperature here was exceedingly high, and Ji Ran was already drenched in sweat. He waved his hand and limped towards the exit. In truth, since the 5th Qing Xian, numerous individuals with SSS-level talents had emerged, yet only a scant few had managed to establish empires amidst this wasteland. The primary reason was that he had survived long enough. Others either perished due to treachery or fell victim to monstrous inundations. The body of a holy light knight could withstand an endless tide of monsters. The only drawback was its lack of offensive capabilities. However, alongside the Storm Mage Russell, the two formed a formidable duo, one on the offensive and the other on the defensive, carving out a realm for survival, namely the Apocalypse Empire. He turned back, limping, and asked, "What do you believe to be the most ideal profession attribute?" Before Jin Quan could respond, Ji Ran answered himself. "In the Wasteland, survival is the ultimate attribute. The true path lies in enduring longevity. Yet, where exists a perfect balance. To reach the pinnacle, one must embrace extremities. This is the wisdom gleaned from millennia of exploration in the Wasteland. Those who aspire to achieve perfect equilibrium, dabbling in various professions, ultimately vanish amidst the ruins. Thus, the concept of legions emerged to draw upon the strengths of others to compensate for one's own weaknesses." He paused, regarding Jin Quan. "I believe you might consider a fortitude-based swordsman a path that has been proven to be a failure." "A failed path?" Jin Quan expressed with surprise. Other professions relied on mental energy to unleash their skills, unlike swordsmen, knights, and warriors, which depended on physical strength. A fortitude-based swordsman lacks the defensive capabilities of a knight wielding a shield and cannot output damage comparable to a dexterous assassin. Even if they could frequently unleash skills due to high fortitude, the damage would still be lamentably low, rendering it rather ineffective. Yet you're different. A profession that can learn epic skills from the first tier signifies an extraordinary growth in fortitude. The SSS-level talent of the Infernal Statue provides dual armor defense and that peculiar method of attack. Thus, by choosing swift assault swordsmanship skills, you could compensate for the lack of agility. In this way, you would become an almost perfect profession. Chapter 21. Skill Emblem Path. Jin Quan pondered deeply and then glanced at the set of lava armor he possessed. In light of this, the equipment indeed suited him. He had initially feared that a slower attack speed would hinder his ability to utilize his nuclear talents. However, upon hearing Ji Ran's insights, he realized that the world was far more complex than he had imagined. If future adversaries were to engage him one-on-one, an agile swordsman might be the most efficient choice. But what if he faced a multitude, akin to the swarm of blood-sucking bats previously vanquished. The primary credit should be attributed to the defensive capabilities of the Infernal Flame statue. Without the dual-layered armor, even if its nuclear blade could slice through anything, it would ultimately be overwhelmed by the swarm of bats. Jin Quan observed Jianran, clearly aware that this individual possessed a far deeper understanding of the profession than he did. In your opinion, how should I proceed? He inquired. You have acquired an epic skill at the first tier. The most optimal approach would be to ensure that each subsequent skill is an epic swordsmanship emblem. After a brief pause, he shook his head, lamenting, unfortunately, this first pit can only yield purple exceptional skills at best. Jin Quan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his epic skill was a gift from his professional talent. The demon swordsmanship, which had transformed directly from purple to orange. He had no intention of disclosing any thoughts regarding his profession and merely replied, without skill emblems, I cannot advance in tier, and this may hinder your search for the abyssal scythe rat. Jianran, with a serious demeanor, stated, though our acquaintance has been brief, it has been quite pleasant. I merely wish to convey that your current strength is sufficient to survive until the miners arrive, after which you can depart. The requirements for lower-tier epic skills demanded an excessively high constitution and intelligence, surpassing the limits of all professions. Though rare, they were rather impractical. A withered camel is still larger than a horse. The fifth family should possess some foundation. If you leave and locate your family, they will undoubtedly spare no effort in nurturing you. In that case, your future will far surpass that of your counterpart who chooses the purple exceptional skill. And what about you? Even a discarded prince should still be more substantial than a mere horse. After navigating through this as an ordinary person, are you truly prepared to abandon it? Jin Quan teased with a smile. Jianran shrugged nonchalantly, then retrieved a lava fruit, weighing it in his hand. With this, my chances of success increase by at least 20%. Should I succeed, I can escape my fate. Should I fail, I will accept it as destiny. The two emerged from the underground lava lake, the temperature gradually cooling, creating a refreshingly pleasant atmosphere. Jin Quan casually found a stone to sit upon and said, since my amnesia, I have only known two individuals. One saved my life when I was on the brink of death, only to be held captive and demanded a cleansing flower for his release. The other is you. I am determined to obtain the cleansing flower, for I have made my choice regarding that person. As for you, we are still unfamiliar, but I wouldn't mind giving you a lift. Leaning against a rock, Jianran gazed at the glowing red ceiling, lost in thought for a moment before responding, you have truly lost out. Others cannot replicate this. Yet you have forsaken the opportunity for 6 epic skill emblems. It is worth noting that even the strongest at the 9th tier, during their initial 3 tiers, obtain skills with a maximum of purple quality. Had you acquired 6 epic skill emblems, you might have embarked on an unparalleled path of greatness. Jin Quan stretched lazily, the small garment he wore crackling as he did so. All right, let us discuss the next location, where to find the purple swordsmanship emblem. Jianran pressed his fingers to his temples, casually drawing a square on the stone wall, then marking 3 points. From the map provided, at the waterless mine source, there exists a swarm of rhinoceros beetles, where a crest of the broken army's blade once fell. With its ferocious and rapid charge, the great sword thrusts upward, inflicting substantial damage while simultaneously launching foes into the air. In the Ghostwood Valley, amidst the split-blade mantises, there lies a crest known as the Triple Slash, which allows the wielder to glide towards a target and strike, enabling movement over a distance while dealing damage. At the terminus of the train, one finds the lair of the Sand-Eater Motherworm, populated by numerous Sand-Eater worms, where a skill crest of Swordsmanship Frenzy was once dropped. This crest consumes a significant amount of stamina, enhancing one's burst capacity, movement speed, and attack speed. For professional advancement, merely a crest of the respective occupational skill suffices. Collecting all 3 is enough to elevate to the 3rd tier. As for the 4th tier, it requires a professional breakthrough, which cannot be achieved in the first pit. At this juncture, he hesitated for a moment before glancing at Jin Quan Dao. Might I have a glimpse of the gear crest you obtained from the lava behemoth? To acquire that crest by defeating the Sand-Eater Motherworm, given your current equipment, you would likely be swiftly overwhelmed by the sandworms. Without a word, Jin Quan directly tossed over 4 crests. Receiving them, Jianran rested the crests against his peculiar firearm, and after a brief moment, his eyelid twitched, so that is how it is. No wonder you couldn't possibly overcome the cursed Spider Mother. The low-tier orange weapon possesses an inherent epic attribute of invincibility. He then turned his gaze toward the 3 purple lava sets, inhaling sharply before returning the crest to Jin Quan, expressing with a hint of sentiment. Indeed, there are realms beyond realms. Initially, I harbored doubts regarding your capability to slay the cursed Spider Mother, but now I am convinced. The reports from that time indicated that everyone was ensnared and perished under the relentless assault of the dense webs, nearly insurmountable. However, with your weapon endowed with invincibility and the triple probability of shield generation from the lava set, I must admit, I cannot fathom the possibility of your failure. In the lower city, a teacup was hurled, crashing violently against the ground, shards of porcelain scattering in all directions. No, you in Redstone City. Say that once more. I shall bury you all. Li Hongyu's voice thundered in the conference room. The Flying Eagle Legion is primarily concerned with the Bloodstone or within the First Pit's dimension. What significance does Redstone City hold? What do you amount to? The Vanguard Consortium can still ensure the regular output of Bloodstone or after taking over here. Following this opening, the First Pit will require 20 years to reopen. He retrieved a finely crafted cigar from his coat pocket, and with a crisp click, a metallic lighter emitted a yellow and blue flame. The unique aroma swiftly overshadowed the inferior tobacco scent wafting from the lower city. Those creatures that can breed merely by feeding them to worms should be contained within a pig pen for their reproduction. His complexion reddened slightly as he loosened his collar and then spoke with a chilling tone. They're always reckless daredevils, believing themselves to be well concealed. I intend to replace everyone in the Forsaken City and have the scavengers meticulously cleanse it inch by inch. No one would believe that Li Hongyu's notion of replacement is genuine. He desires the annihilation of millions without sparing a single soul. As for the origins of the new inhabitants, that will depend on his machinations. Just as Li Biao, the one-eyed man from the Patrol Security Bureau, was about to speak, he was met with the gaze of the city lord, Zhou Xinyang. Having collaborated for many years, that glance caused Li Biao to let out a faint sigh. Chapter 22. Visitors from the Upper City after a moment of silence. Zhou Xinyang cleared his throat and spoke. Young Master Li, the proposal is indeed feasible. Under normal circumstances, everything would be easily discussed. However, the habitual negligence caused by the shorter cycles and lower difficulties of other pits has made us somewhat complacent. The first pit opens once every 20 years and yields lower-tier purple skills from another dimension. On my way here, I received several calls indicating that a group of young masters from the Upper City wishes to enter prematurely. It seems someone has already ventured into the Forsaken City to select bait. Upon hearing this, Li Hongyu erupted in fury, his eyes wide as he pointed a cigar at Zhou Xinyang, exclaiming, "They cannot enter. No one is allowed in without my command." His gaze trembled, for he understood that if these individuals entered, it would likely lead to an encounter with the thief. In that scenario, his identity as a young master from the Upper City would become utterly irrelevant, and once that group returned to the Upper City, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Observing Li Hongyu's frantic shouting, Zhou Xinyang, with an air of helplessness, replied, "Young Master Li, I am merely a small city lord from the lower city." Li Hongyu paced in agitation, losing his composure as he declared, "Regardless of your methods, be it natural disaster or man-made calamity, drive them all out. Once I cleanse the Forsaken City, I will allow them to enter the first pit." Zhou Xinyang, with a pained smile, reiterated, "Young Master Li, I am but a small city lord from the lower city. Perhaps you could intervene. I believe that with your standing in the Vanguard Consortium, they would negotiate more favorably with you." Li Hongyu's expression darkened further. While he currently wielded power over the leaders of the lower city through threats as a member of the Vanguard Consortium, the arrival of young masters from the Upper City could easily sway these leaders like reeds in the wind. Zhou Xinyang's words trapped him in a corner. To cleanse the Forsaken City would implicitly indicate that something was amiss. If word spread below about the existence of an unknown emblem within the Forsaken City, it would mean that everyone from the Upper City would be aware, leading the Eagle Legion to seal off the first pit. Letting out a sigh, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Just then, a crisp ringtone echoed through the air. Glancing at the number above, his complexion paled, and he hurriedly exited the conference room, stepping into a private restroom. "Hello, second uncle. Where are the items?" A deep voice resonated from the phone. Li Hongyu patted his chest, feigning nonchalance as he replied, "Uncle, I have a friend whose birthday is in a couple of days, and he insisted I join him for some festivities, but I will return the day after tomorrow." However, just as I finished speaking cheerfully, I heard the sound of a lighter click, and there was silence on the other end of the line. The entire conversation felt eerily quiet, and the forced smile on Li Hongyu's face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of fear as he swallowed hard. "If you can't retrieve it, then you need not come back," came the airy response, followed by the distinct sound of the call being disconnected. Li Hongyu felt an immediate drain of energy, gripping the nearby sink, his knuckles turning white. He turned on the faucet and splashed water on his face. Staring at his pallid reflection, he retrieved his phone once more and dialed a number. "Lao Fong, please intercept the group heading to the upper city." "What are you thinking? Do you believe the empire of the Flying Eagle belongs to me?" 3 descendants of the Flying Eagle Legion have already arrived, along with members from the Mechanized Legion and several consortiums. The number 1 pit, opened every 20 years, has long been under scrutiny. The voice on the other end conveyed a grave tone. "Lao Fong, while you and I grew up together, and I trust you, the item in question was lost on your invitation. It would not bode well for me to return empty-handed. I can only place the blame on you." Li Hongyu clearly displayed a disregard for the gravity of the situation. Silence reigned once more on the line. "Li Hongyu, my explanation would only reveal my own trepidation. I act with righteousness. Should you or the Vanguard Consortium wish to investigate me, by all means. Take a look at Cross Street. I have excavated 70 meters down, where over 1,000 souls have decayed into mere bones, and the explosive passage remains below, with no routes in sight. It is practically certain that the individual is within the ruined city." He pulled 2 paper towels from beside the sink and dried his face. "Is your scavenger not genuine? I have thoroughly searched the ruined city. Scavengers can only detect spiritual items, but what if that person possesses a storage emblem? Once the emblem is integrated into the body as equipment, scavengers cannot detect it. Impossible. We both know the rarity of a lower-tier storage emblem. It must be an accessory and of exceptional quality to create a space. Even I do not possess one. How could the vagrants and criminals of the ruined city have such a thing?" Li Hongyu's face flushed with disbelief. "Ah, Li Hongyu, if you continue to believe that thief is merely a vagrant from the ruined city, you deserve to return home to face your demise." With Fong Huai's words, Li Hongyu's mind was struck by a sudden realization. "What do you mean?" "Nothing much. Don't you find this situation rather coincidental? An item is stolen. The number 1 pit is opened, people arrive in the upper city, the trial concludes, and the item changes hands. This is clearly a meticulously orchestrated plan. And the most crucial link, the one responsible for the theft, you still deem a mere vagrant minor?" Li Hongyu exaladepoli. "The item is in the number 1 pit?" "Close enough," Fong Huai replied from the other end of the line. "Moreover, I firmly believe that soon that individual will make contact with the group in the upper city, leaving you with no remaining chance whatsoever. So do you comprehend what you must do?" Fong Huai helped Li Hongyu clarify his thoughts, and the once deadlock seemed to shimmer with a glimmer of hope. "I cannot offer you much assistance. However, I still possess a few contacts in this lower city. My people are already positioned to select bait in the abandoned city. Consider it a gesture of friendship." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Gazing at the extinguished phone screen, Li Hongyu exhibited a flicker of struggle, yet ultimately, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "If that is the case, then let everything vanish in pit number 1. Fong Huai casually tossed the phone onto the sofa and stood before the large glass window on the rooftop, observing the rain-soaked glass. "Old Joe, do you think the item can be retrieved?" As soon as he posed the question, the light in the shadows of the room distorted, and a figure cloaked in black emerged, slightly hunched, with a face entirely shrouded in darkness. The head of the household often states that if one acts, success will follow. Since the young master is endeavoring, he shall surely succeed. However, given the current situation, the odds appear dismally low. Yin may not be able to wait that long. Old Joe fell into a momentary silence. The head of the household has already proceeded to the elemental holy city, claiming there exists an unknown emblem there. Young master Yin is destined for greatness. Chapter 23. Blade of the Breaking Army at the platform outside pit number 1 in the abandoned city. A brand new train awaited. Its interior pristine and orderly, the faint scent of ylang ylang perfume infusing the atmosphere with a touch of summer sunshine. The seating arrangement was such that pairs faced each other, resembling dining booths, while the table ahead was laden with fruits and pastries, presenting an image of a luxurious tourist train. "Didn't pit number 1 open early yesterday? Why are we only allowed entry now?" A young man with a slick-back hairstyle expressed his impatience. "Hell, what else could it be? It's merely to ensure that the sandworm swarm remains subdued." "Surely, you don't believe your level 21 prowess can clear the way?" Zhao Lubai retorted, glancing back at the speaker with a scoff. "Isn't that the leg broken Li Xiao? I wonder who it was. I heard that Ji Linger would also be attending this time. Why not give it another shot, ha ha ha. Li Hongbin's expression darkened instantly. The incident where he had teased Ji Ling and subsequently had his leg broken by his brother had been buried, yet it was now brought up again, leaving him utterly humiliated. You, a dimwit from the Zhao family with B-grade talent, what skills do you possess beyond your sharp tongue? Zhao Lu Bai, with an air of indifference, crossed his legs and casually touched his temple. With my B-grade talent, I am still the crown prince of the Tianhe Consortium. As for you, with your S-grade talent, where are you relegated to now? Sharing a carriage with me is a privilege. You can boast more in the future. Li Hongbin's expression grew icy, and the apple in his hand suddenly burst, juice splattering as he crushed it, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. Other factions may engage in overt and covert power struggles, yet the Tianhe Consortium, represented by the Zhao family, has maintained a steadfast lineage with the heir's position firmly secured, leaving no room for offense. As silence enveloped the space, the train doors swung open, revealing 3 figures, 2 burly middle-aged men clad in black, donning sunglasses, their robust hands indicative of formidable strength. Upon entering, they scanned the surroundings, their bodies flanking a young woman in the center, clearly seasoned professionals in security. The young lady possessed an exquisite beauty, with a delicate nose and slender eyebrows, her form accentuated by fitted jeans that showcased her elongated legs. She surveyed the interior and, upon noticing Li Hongbin's furrowed brow, gracefully approached the booth beside Zhao Lu Bai. Zhao Lu Bai, upon her arrival, maintained an impassive expression, raising his wine glass to gaze out the window, taking a subtle sip of red wine. The atmosphere shifted to a hushed reverence as she settled into her seat, prompting a ripple of whispers among the passengers. The Mechanic Legion, Qi Ling, an S-class mechanic endowed with mechanical prowess. Such beauty, one exclaimed. But she is a rose with thorns. Her brother is the heir of the Qi family. The speaker then discreetly glanced at Li Hongbin, who was also observing the scene outside. Did you see that? The third son of the Li family, who once attempted to flirt with her, had his leg broken by her brother. No words exchanged after that. A few individuals, munching on seeds, reflected. The Qi family truly abounds with talent. Her brother, rumored to possess SS-class aptitude, has already ventured into the Wasteland with the Legion, likely at the 4th tier by now. At that moment, a youth with a rooster comb hairstyle leaned in, covering his mouth as he spoke. My family is in logistics and escort services. Let me share a secret. It was not her current brother who broke the leg of the Li family's third son. What do you mean? This remark piqued the interest of those in the corner. As one of the 2 major legions of the Falcon Empire, the Qi family was an entity beyond the reach of these smaller factions. Qi Xiaoyao had 3 wives, 5 sons, and 2 daughters. The one who saved Qi Linger was the son of the first wife, her half-brother, though it seemed that he had perished later. I've heard that after the death of that first wife, her eldest son passed away shortly thereafter. Some years ago, another interjected. It appears the upper city is aware of this. The Storm Chui family, a remarkable matriarch, met an untimely demise, though I have not heard of her son's death. It seemed that some information was being concealed. Currently, the crown prince of the Mechanic Legion is Qi Linger's biological brother. Just as the youth with the rooster comb was about to continue, someone suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Everyone's attention shifted upward, witnessing a group entering the compartment. Each member donned dark sunglasses and masks, their imposing stature and bulging muscles emanating an explosive power. Leading them was a young man with a buzz cut, a grotesque scar running from the corner of his mouth to the back of his ear. He surveyed the scene, casting a cold glance at a couple in the center, who instantly paled and silently rose to retreat toward the rear of the train. The Falcon, a pioneer of this empire and a millennium-old authoritative family, strolled through the center of the carriage, surveying the surroundings. It appears everyone is nearly assembled, he declared. I, Zhu Jinxiong, on behalf of the Falcon Legion, must inform you that those wishing to indulge in frivolities may disembark now. The first pit has not belonged to the weak for 3 centuries. It is a continuation of pioneering and a testament to the strong. Anyone entering the first pit must toil for the sake of exploration. We shall adhere to the Legion's pioneering regulations, with all spoils distributed according to efficacy proportions. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing within them. Of course, you may be weak, but should anyone attempt underhanded tactics, I suggest you inquire whether your families can withstand the Falcon Legion's axe. With that, he nodded towards an attendant in uniform outside the carriage. In an instant, the attendant blew a whistle and called into the intercom twice. The doors closed, and the train began to move slowly. You have reached level 9 and slain the rhinoceros beetle king, with an efficacy proportion of 100. With a mournful cry, the massive 8-legged beetle was abruptly cleaved in two. If you do not wish to keep the horn, you may give it to me. With it, my legs should heal swiftly, Jin Quan called from a distance. Jin Quan smiled and returned a gesture of affirmation. He then gazed at the corpse of the rhinoceros beetle king, where a purple pattern gradually coalesced, revealing a triangular emblem. Skill emblem. Swordsmanship. Blade of the Breaking Army. Purple. Skill level. 2nd tier. Skill effect. Unleashes a fierce momentum to execute a rapid charge, resembling a flash of purple lightning that strikes the enemy. Upon nearing the target, a powerful upward thrust is delivered. The great sword releases a formidable sword chi, inflicting substantial damage on the enemy, who will be knocked back by the force. Momentarily incapacitated in midair, without hesitation, Jin Quan pressed the skill emblem to his forehead. The demonic swordsmanship allowed him to learn skills 1 tier above. A flash of purple light coursing through him, inscribing patterns into his mind. Chapter 24, The Tour Group. Raising the blade in his hand, he felt an inexplicable muscle memory emerging. With a slight exertion of energy, he could activate this breaking army skill. After methodically searching other rhinoceros beetle minions, he uncovered only a single green equipment emblem, a mage's staff. He swiftly severed the rhinoceros beetle king's horn, tossing it to Jin Quan as he casually remarked, "I just need to find one more 2nd-tier minion to advance." Jin Quan, taken aback, gazed at Jin Quan incredulously. "You haven't advanced? How is that possible?" Generally, advancing from the 3rd tier is not difficult. For most professions, a 100 efficacy proportion kill of a monster of the same level suffices, and for priests, merely a 50 efficacy proportion in support is required. "Have you not slain enough? One the same level?" Jin Quan responded, equally perplexed as he examined the advancement conditions displayed on his panel. Advancement conditions: Swordsmanship Emblem 1. 100 efficacy kills of 10 2nd-tier monsters. 1 liter of 2nd-tier monsters. Ji Ran glanced at his figure, seemingly attempting to deduce his profession from his appearance. Logically, the higher the rank of a profession, the more stringent the advancement criteria, with a greater emphasis on the efficiency of monster slaying. The golden legendary profession required an independent efficiency of 100 to ascend by defeating 5 monsters. Ji Ran's words instantly prompted Jin Quan to draw a stark comparison to his own profession. This demon swordsman profession demanded an efficiency of 100 to slay 10 2nd-tier monsters, and furthermore, necessitated the solitary defeat of a monster lord. He was taken aback, realizing that the preciousness of the profession emblem bestowed by Lin Yin far exceeded his expectations. Slightly regaining his composure, he remarked, "Only 1 more to go." He did not wish to discuss his profession further, as it had been pilfered from Lin Ho. And should anyone discover the origins of the profession emblem, Lin Yin would not survive the descent into the lower city. Ji Ran also refrained from probing further, as the two seemed to share an unspoken understanding to evade certain personal matters. Instead, he casually pointed to the subterranean river below. "In there, there's a creature known as the bone-eating fish. It's difficult to kill in the water, but if you use the flesh of the horned insect king to fish, you should be able to lure 1 or 2. After speaking, he opened his backpack and handed a bundle of climbing rope to Jin Quan. Jin Quan skillfully sheared off several legs of the horned insect king, peeling away the carapace, and tied the pale yellow insect flesh to the climbing rope before casting it into the river. Being the flesh of a lordly beast, it wasn't long before ripples began to disturb the depths of the water, and Jin Quan narrowed his eyes. At the moment the water surged, he swiftly pulled the rope, and with a splashing sound accompanying the rushing current, a large fish with azure scales burst forth from the surface. Its size was comparable to that of an adult, its wide mouth agape, revealing conical teeth lined with barbs that bit fiercely towards the bait. Almost simultaneously, Jin Quan's blade flashed, severing the fish cleanly in 2. Its body crashing back into the water while the head clung tenaciously to the bundle of insect flesh. "You have slain a bone-eating fish at level 5, efficiency ratio 100. As the flowing text flickered before him, Jin Quan's body crackled with energy, his height soaring dramatically, instantly tearing through his garments, each muscle distinctly defined and sculpted, resembling the most exquisite of carvings. 2nd tier, observing his tattered attire, he estimated his height to now be around 2 meters. Name: Jin Quan V. Profession: Demon Swordsman. Level: 21 2nd tier. Subsequently, Jin Quan glanced at his status panel and noted that aside from the change in level, his profession-specific skills remained unchanged, still at level 1. The transition from Tier 0 to Tier 1 had introduced a skill, yet there was none for the second tier. It seemed that profession-specific skills did not evolve at every tier. Ripping apart the remnants of his clothing, Jin Quan clenched his fist, muscles swelling and gleaming with a bronze hue, exuding a formidable sense of power. This new skill had indeed enhanced significantly. Skill emblem: Swordsmanship, Blade of Annihilation, orange. Skill level: second tier. Skill effect: lock onto the target and unleash a ferocious charge, akin to a bolt of purple lightning racing towards the adversary, inflicting a degree of impact damage and causing foes in its path to be repelled. Upon nearing the target, deliver a powerful upward thrust. The great sword releases a formidable annihilation blade aura, dealing immense damage to the targeted enemy, who is then propelled into the air, briefly incapacitated by the overwhelming force. Epic Annihilation. Transcending from a purple skill to an orange skill, this enhancement increases targeting capabilities, inflicts damage and repulsion on those in its trajectory, and introduces an annihilation attribute. Annihilation boasts high damage potential and acts as a counter to invulnerability. If the force exceeds that of the invulnerable, annihilation will disrupt their state. Jin Quan removed the head of the bone-eating fish and secured the welded spear onto the climbing rope, casting it forcefully, like a javelin, into the subterranean river where the lower half of the body lay. After retrieving it, he addressed Jiren. "Let us take a break and prepare a meal." Jiren, diligently scraping rhino horn powder with a small knife, smiled in response and stowed the horn away. Simultaneously, Jin Quan pressed the emblems of the flower mouth ring and the beetle leap into his body. Instantly, he felt a surge of power within. 5-star agility lightened his form. 8-star constitution bolstered his strength, and 8-star intelligence clarified his thoughts. This equipment is truly remarkable. A flash of light emanated from Jin Quan's hand, causing the adult-sized fish to vanish from the ground. The next moment, with a wave of his hand, it reappeared. The flower mouth ring possesses 2 unique effects, with the stomach of the flower mouth bug providing a storage space of 101010 m. As Jiren approached, a flicker of purple light from Jin Quan's right hand shot into his severed leg. Flower S Healing, an active skill that instantly heals the target and leaves behind a healing seed within, ensuring a continuous restoration of injuries. Jiren's face lit up with a look of enjoyment as he exhaled, gauging the condition of his leg, and cautiously took a few steps in place. "Does this equipment actually enhance intelligence?" he remarked, clearly surprised by the healing effects exceeding his expectations. "Indeed, it adds 8-star intelligence." After speaking, Jin Quan cast Flower S Healing on Jiren once more, but felt an inexplicable yawn escape him, a wave of fatigue washing over him. Given your current physique, your swordsman class should have limited intelligence and mental growth. Since your gear lacks mental attributes, it would be wise to refrain from using this skill too often, or you may soon find yourself asleep. Jin Quan glanced at his half-bare body, the intricate patterns of the ring slowly sinking beneath his skin. "I need to find some clothing. Otherwise, I might be left without even pants." There exists a profession known as a tailor. They create garments that can prevent such predicaments. However, this profession is typically quite affluent, residing in the upper city. Reflecting on this, he paused momentarily before continuing. Before long, individuals from the upper city are expected to arrive. Seek out those of the warrior class, as they often possess exclusive beast transformation skills, and thus, nearly everyone is equipped with a set of tailored garments. Jin Quan Nudda, extracting the entrails from the fish in his hand. The statue of the divine flame briefly materialized, causing the fish to spin twice in his palm. The fervent flames of the statue ignited with a crackling sound, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Jin Quan found a stone slab and wiped it clean with torn remnants of fabric before placing the fish upon it. Observing the golden scales of the grilled fish curling outward, he called out to Jiren. Though lacking in seasoning, its appearance is quite appealing. "Come and give it a taste." Thanks to the concoction he had prepared and Jin Quan's healing, Jiren's legs were now capable of normal movement. He made no pretense of politeness, sitting beside Jin Quan and tearing off a piece of the fish. This carnivorous fish bore resemblance to tuna, possessing only a central bone with no other fine spines. Upon tasting it, the meat proved to be remarkably elastic, releasing a rich and savory flavor upon contact with his tongue. The grilling is indeed commendable. The exterior is crisp while the interior melts in the mouth. If you were to lead a tour group, your business would surely flourish. Jin Quan, stuffing his mouth with 2 generous bites, chuckled, "What do you think?" Compared to the myriad of monsters in the Wasteland, this dimension is ideally suited for young adventurers. There are often specialized tour groups dedicated to providing guidance and security. You are practically invincible in this low-tier secret realm now, and with your culinary prowess, you ensure safety while satisfying curiosity. Jin Quan shrugged. "Without you, I might still be wandering aimlessly in some remote corner. A tour group would struggle to operate without your narration." Ran paused, his hand holding the fish momentarily still as he regarded Jin Quan. "If I managed to survive, it would be quite nice to establish a tour group together." Chapter 25. The flesh and blood mechanic. Jin Quan fell into a brief silence. The notion of tourism was utterly foreign to him. In his past life, he traversed numerous places and beheld many magnificent vistas of the world, yet it was always but a fleeting glance. Even in the face of obliteration, he had never granted himself a mere quarter hour of enjoyment. "Is this world truly vast?" he inquired. "Indeed, it is vast. One could say that humanity has been perpetually pioneering. No one knows what lies at the world's end. After losing my memories, I found myself devoid of purpose. After rescuing that individual, if I could survive in a well-ordered society, being an ordinary worker would not be so bad." Perhaps influenced by the haste of his previous life, Jin Quan harbored little ambition upon his return. Ran expelled a fishbone and cast a puzzled glance at Jin Quan. "What do you mean by a well-ordered existence? Equality for all?" He then scoffed. "From a moment professionals emerged, this world was destined for the survival of the fittest. To expect the strong, having endured countless trials. To use their conscience to protect a multitude of underperforming commoners is laughable. Those who contribute nothing are merely parasites, consuming resources that are safeguarded by the strong. The ruins of the fallen city stand as a testament to this harsh reality. One can at least hope to live to the age of 30, with a faint probability of becoming a professional miner in the depths of the city. In this realm of eternal sand, 3 formidable powers have emerged: the Empire of the Flying Eagle, the Empire of the Apocalypse, and the Holy City of Elements, all of which uphold the principle of might is right." Jin Qian took a few bites of fish, then reached for the wine flask at his waist, which contained only a few shallow sips. After taking a swig, he offered it to Jiran. "Survival here is indeed arduous," he remarked. Jiran accepted the flask, took a small sip, and responded, "Those with powerful backing live with remarkable ease." He burped, his eyes glinting with determination. "Jin Qian, in this world, only those who are strong can attain true freedom. Everything else is but dependence on others." Jin Qian furrowed his brow, but began to grasp the situation. The values of this world starkly contrasted with those of his past life. Without supernatural forces, regimes can be toppled, necessitating consideration for the common folk. Yet here, the powerful remain eternally dominant, and no matter how numerous the ordinary people may be, they can never challenge the authority of the strong. "So does that mean you, an ordinary person, have lost all value within your own family?" Jiran chuckled awkwardly, tacitly conceding the point. "I am unfamiliar with the Empire of the Flying Eagle. But if my conjecture is accurate, the Empire at its inception must differ greatly from the present one," Jin Qian continued. His words left Jiran in contemplative silence. Just as he reached for the flask again, he discovered it contained only a sip, and he promptly returned it to Jin Qian. "Times have changed. The Empire of today bears little resemblance to its former self, consumed by entangled interests, its strength waning amidst internal strife. The vast wilderness requires guardians. The legions at the borders have perished one by one, while those in the upper city continue their pursuits of fame and indulgence, allowing the Empire's lands to be gradually reclaimed by monstrous creatures. This is true not only for the Empire of the Flying Eagle, but for the other 2 powers as well." Jin Qian chuckled softly, observing that human nature remains unchanged across worlds. If we disregard the common folk, the entirety of the Empire of the Flying Eagle resembles a collection of professionals, ultimately reverting to the logic of ordinary empires. The long history of 5,000 years from my previous life teaches that as long as human nature persists, a model that is strong yet not thriving is destined for ruin. What does strength matter? During the fall of the Eastern Han, there were still 100,000 armored soldiers, yet in the end, it fragmented into 3 warring states. Suddenly, he recalled his current status as one of the lowest-tier vagrants. Should the empire collapse, those like him will be the first to be crushed. He quickly inquired, "How long do you believe the Empire of the Flying Eagle can endure?" Jiran shook his head with a resigned smile. "Long before I lost my influence, signs of a beast tide had already begun to emerge along the borders. His gaze grew increasingly cold. I harbor little faith that the current three powers can withstand this impending beast tide. They will merely engage in idle chatter within the assembly, while no one considers aiding the borders. Those border legions now stand as isolated islands amidst the beast tide. Thus, we shall inevitably return to an era overrun by monstrous layers. A millennium of toil has ultimately culminated in our generation. Alas, this sigh seems to resonate with a profound lament for this empire. Jin Quan's act of chewing gradually came to a halt. He had not anticipated that matters had deteriorated to such an extent. His description suggested that the grand edifice was on the verge of collapse. What would it be like to return to the era of wandering? What else could be done but to hide and seek refuge among nomadic tribes? Just as he spoke, a triangular venomous serpent suddenly darted from the water, aiming directly for the back of his head. In an instant, a flash of blue light emanated from Jin Quan's hand as he wielded his blade, severing the serpent in two. Without so much as a backward glance, he continued, "It is just like this, living in a constant state of vigilance." After satisfying their hunger and resting for a while, the two kindred spirits boiled a pot of water to carry along and departed from the desolate mining site. With his guidance, they encountered significantly fewer monsters, traversing the path with relative ease. The Ghostwood Valley was a hollowed-out gorge formed by colossal carbonized flora, retaining the semblance of vegetation but enveloped in a shroud of lifeless darkness. Jiang Ran paused, retrieving the peculiar firearm strapped to his back. The agile mantis-like creature was of level 25, yet its lord had achieved the formidable rank of level 31, possessing the dual-layered armor talent, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone but the lord to breach his defenses. He handed Jin Quan an object resembling a grenade, stating, "My former profession was that of a blood and flesh mechanic, an amalgamation of mystique and technology. This device is called a blood sprout shock bomb. When detonated, it releases tendrils of blood into the air, which possess adhesive properties and can significantly impair an enemy's mobility. You have the body-dominant skill, allowing you to break free and swiftly eliminate that lord." He then caressed the strange rifle in his hands, adding, upon the demise of the mantis, "A multitude of iron thread parasites will surge forth from its body. These parasites have low defenses and are easily slain. I hope to eliminate them single-handedly. As I wish to elevate this firearm." Jin Quan glanced at the weapon, which appeared to be entwined with veins and muscle, and realized, no wonder you, an ordinary person, could confront those blood-sucking bats. It seems that weapons can also be advanced through slaying monsters. Jiang Ran shook his head, clarifying, "It is not merely a weapon. It was once my guardian who perished because of me. I transformed him into this blood ghost gun. To be precise, he remains a practitioner. Practitioners can attain energy advancement through the defeat of monsters." Jin Quan's eyes widened as he recalled the icy arrows that had been shot from the rifle's barrel in the Bat Cave, realizing that practitioners could be forged into weapons while inheriting their abilities. Your blood and flesh mechanic must be a top-tier profession. Given the skill alone, such a profession is exceptionally formidable. With a weapon of this caliber, it equates to the fusion of two practitioners. If 3 or 4 such weapons were produced, or an entire legion equipped in this manner, they would be virtually invincible. Jiang Ran did not deny this, nodding thoughtfully as he remarked nonchalantly, "It was a crimson mythical class emblem, and despite my lack of innate talent, I maintained my position as the heir of the family. For I had fused with a professional emblem that had not found its match for centuries." He let out a cold laugh, lamenting that sadly, power ultimately blinds some individuals, causing them to forever lose this mythical vocation. Chapter 26. The rending blade mantis observing his expression, Jin Quan turned and entered the Ghostwood Valley. "You are free to kill this creature if you can. I only require the 100 efficacy kills of that lord, as it significantly increases the probability of skill drops." Not long after entering, a shadowy blade of light flashed past, aimed at his throat. In an instant, blue flames erupted from Jin Quan, and the statue of the underworld flame appeared. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as a purple-black mantis blade struck the armor of the underworld flame statue, instantly igniting a burst of fire. Almost simultaneously, Jin Quan raised his hand, and with a swift motion, the steel-like mantis blade was severed into 2 segments. A pained shriek emanated from the rending blade mantis, and the next moment, a long blade, encrusted with gray particles, swept across its head, splattering dark green liquid everywhere. "You have slain the rending blade mantis at level 4. achieving a 100 efficacy. Such formidable attacks, the armor of the underworld flame was indeed breached. Jin Quan gazed at the gash in the statue's armor as flames rapidly spread to heal it. Still lacking, he quickly retreated, only to hear a loud thud as the decapitated mantis's abdomen swelled rapidly. With a resounding bang, numerous iron wire worms, as thin as toothpicks, covered the ground. This sight was exceedingly grotesque, resembling countless strands of hair twisting in agony. But soon, Jin Quan heard the crack of a gunshot. A frost bullet piercing the swarm of iron wire worms, causing an instant explosion. In the blink of an eye, a wave of frost began to freeze them. The previously writhing and convulsing iron wire worms were abruptly halted, frozen in the manner of winter's rime. Then came another gunshot, this time a shotgun blast, unleashing a deluge of tiny steel pellets into the frozen iron wire worms. Instantly, shards of ice, along with broken segments of the worms, flew in all directions. Jin Quan glanced back to see Ji ran in the distance, wielding a rifle, the veins along the gun glowing a vivid red, the muscles appearing to writhe, as if alive. After finishing off one, the usual reaction of other creatures would be to swarm, yet these mantises were different. They resembled assassins, each one concealing its presence, remaining silent in the shadows. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Jin Quan swiftly dashed into the Ghostwood Valley, using himself as bait as he weaved through the shadows. This action undoubtedly left him vulnerable, and sure enough, in the next moment, 3 mantis blades struck at him from different angles. Jin Quan repeated his strategy, forcing the statue of the underworld flame to withstand the onslaught, though it held. The combined force of the 3 mantis blades sent him staggering. Just as he was about to fall, he twisted his waist, drawing both blades, and executed a circular slash. In an instant, a resounding puff echoed as the 3 mantises were severed at the waist. At that moment, a side flip swiftly evaded, and in an instant, the 3 mantises erupted, releasing a torrent of parasitic nematodes. He paid no heed to these parasites, instead racing once more through the various corners of the Ghostwood Valley. A glimmer flashed in his eyes. Under the veil of darkness, his vision gradually sharpened. The split-blade mantis did not completely cloak itself. It merely concealed itself within the shadows of its surroundings. With a rapid draw of his blade, he struck at the trunk of a charred plant, which had already transformed into coal. The blade sliced through it effortlessly, akin to cutting through tofu, continuing onward. Another sound of splattering echoed as the split-blade mantis, hidden in the rear and attempting a sneak attack, was instantly cleaved in two, as Jin Quan trampled down the coal-laden branches. A surge of golden light enveloped his robust form. Titanic earth splitter. Boom! The earth shattered. Shock waves radiated outward, and one split-blade mantis was cleaved in half on the spot, while several others around it stood paralyzed by the tremor. His dual blades danced rapidly, and with the sound of air being rent asunder, 5 split-blade mantises fell to the ground in unison. Any melee creature incapable of breaching his defenses before Jin Quan was but a lamb awaiting slaughter. The exploited nuclear talent granted him limitless cutting damage. With each strike, it was either death or dismemberment, rendering even blocking futile. He continued his relentless slaughter throughout the Ghostwood Valley, while behind him, gunfire persistently cleared the writhing parasitic nematodes from ground. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through him, causing him to momentarily halt. He had leveled up. Jin Quan glanced at his status panel, now at level 22. Yet in that very instant of pause, a sharp prickling sensation surged through his back, prompting him to lunge forward. However, it was still a fraction too late. A scythe-like foreleg, several times larger than that of an ordinary mantis, struck him like lightning across the back. The scythe, glowing with a crimson radiance, cleaved through the formidable infernal idol, landing heavily upon him. A vibrant green light flickered across his body, and his crystalline heavy armor materialized in full form. Clang! A spark erupted as Jin Quan was sent flying. His legs shimmered with blue light, and a pair of shoes manifested, allowing him to leap into the air, executing a second jump while turning to face his assailant. The emblem of the beetle's leap enhanced his agile ascent, enabling him to glide a short distance forward during his aerial maneuvers. As he turned, enveloped in golden light, he leapt from the ground, executing the Titanic earth splitter in a parabolic arc towards the mantis that had just attempted to ambush him. Almost simultaneously, the crimson mantis glimmered with red light, darting past him like a streak of light. This flash of red moved with incredible speed, instantly appearing at the location where Jin Quan had previously stood, delivering a brutal mantis slash, while Jin Quan descended like a meteor upon the original position of the mantis. Another explosive sound erupted, and dense cracks spread around Jin Quan. It had evaded. Both parties shared the same thought, yet they passed each other by, swapping positions. Jin Quan suddenly felt a chill wash over him from behind. Thunder. At that moment, the voice of Ji Ran echoed from afar. In a heartbeat, Jin Quan pressed the button of the blood bud detonation bomb. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and a wave of crimson energy surged outward, propelling Jin Quan into the air. In that fleeting instant, he beheld the crimson mantis descending fiercely upon his position. With a sharp slash, the stone wall revealed a gash several meters long. The might of the blood bud detonation bomb was extraordinary. It was only due to his dual-layered armor that he survived. Had Ji Ran triggered it, he would likely have been obliterated. The mantis, glowing with red light once more, transformed into a crimson line, charging towards Jin Quan anew. The successive slashes came in rapid succession, yet this time, the remnants of the blood bud detonation bomb ensnared its body like a spider's web, dulling its speed compared to the previous two strikes. This deceleration afforded Jin Quan a moment to breathe and an opportunity to lock onto his target. Dragging his sword along the ground, he was enveloped in a crimson light of annihilation. In the next heartbeat, his form vanished, accelerating several-fold, transforming into a red streak as he surged towards the mantis. Annihilation Blade. Within the dim confines of Ghostwood Valley, two streaks of red light collided, only to part in an instant. You have advanced 10 levels by defeating the rending Blade Mantis King, achieving a 100 effectiveness rate. Chapter 27. Demon Wing Triple / Jin Quan gazed at the gaping wound on the chest of the underworld flame idol, as well as the fully manifested crystalline heavy armor, which bore a diagonal slash across its front. He touched his bleeding chest, exhaling a sigh. The damage inflicted by such an assassin-like creature was remarkably high. It had breached his dual defenses. Had it advanced another inch, he might have met his demise. Bang, 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 with a series of shots. The crimson mantis was severed into multiple segments, and the writhing ironworms that had emerged were instantly frozen. Another barrage of gunfire ensued, and the ground was devoid of the wriggling ironworms. Observing the wound on his chest, he noted that the severed skin was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Even without the aid of the ring of Flora's healing, it was nearly mended. The demon body indeed proved its worth. With a faint smile, he slowly approached the red corpse still covered in white frost, where a purple triangular emblem coalesced above. Jin Quan reached out to grasp it. Skill emblem. Swordsmanship. Flying wing triple / purple. Skill level. Tier 3. Skill effect. The user lunges forward at an exceptional speed, executing 3 consecutive slashes. The first slash is swift as the wind, dealing substantial damage to the enemy. The second slash is even more powerful, with a slightly expanded range. The third slash is the most ferocious, radiating brilliance, before charging forward with the force of a thunderclap to deliver a devastating blow. If struck, equipment of a lower tier than that of the user has a chance of entering a state of vulnerability. This was precisely the skill the mantis had just employed, swift directional changes, with each slash more potent than the last. This skill, capable of evasion, ambush, and harassment, was indeed exceptional. Jin Quan pressed the emblem onto his forehead and began to learn on the spot. From his conversation with Jiren, he understood that to ascend, it was imperative to possess a distinct occupational skill for each tier. To elevate to the third tier, he merely needed to ensure he had 3 swordsman skills at the time of promotion. A flash of light flickered across the interface, transforming the originally purple skill into an orange hue. Skill emblem. Swordsmanship. Demon Wing Triple / orange. Skill level. Tier 3. Skill effect. The user sprouts wings behind, enabling rapid low-altitude flight and launching 3 consecutive slashes. The first slash strikes with the swiftness of a gale, inflicting substantial damage upon enemies directly in front. The second slash bears even greater force, dealing considerable damage within a fan-shaped area ahead. The third slash is the most ferocious, radiant energy gathering as the user charges forth with the might of thunder, executing a powerful penetrating slash against enemies and those behind them. Enemies struck whose equipment is of a lower tier than the user may enter a state of vulnerability. Epic Silence. It had directly transformed into a sweeping strike. This signified an increase in speed and the ability to soar into the skies. All 3 singular slashes had morphed into area damage, Indeed, higher-tier skills were increasingly formidable. He glanced once more at the epic attributes below: invulnerability, annihilation, silence. For him, an uninterrupted invulnerability was far more essential than the silence that disrupted opponents. Silence required a hit to activate, and given his extraordinary talent, a hit often meant a kill. What purpose did silence serve? Upon inspecting the other mantises, he noticed that defeating those at level 4 yielded a pitifully low drop rate, resulting in merely 2 pieces of gray equipment from other classes. At that moment, Jiran approached slowly, casting a glance at the gun in his hand. He observed that the veins had been enveloped by muscle, and a thin membrane, akin to skin, had formed over the muscles. Has this signified an ascension? Jin Quan inquired. Yes, Jiran nodded. Considered a first tier, he surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no threats, and continued, the skills are sufficient. Now, we merely need to level up. Do you have any thoughts? Jin Quan sheathed the broken blade and replied. Melee fighters with high levels but low speed are optimal. After a moment of contemplation, he added, never mind, any creature will do. It dawned on him that he now possessed 3 skills for rapid advancement. Distant attacking monsters seemed less daunting. Jiran nodded in agreement. We should strive to avoid third-tier monsters with high stealth and explosive power. He gestured toward the heavy armor adorning Jin Quan, remarking, the equipment has manifested physically and cannot revert to an emblem within, indicating it has reached the brink of damage. Without repair, a few more hits will cause it to dissipate entirely. Jin Quan touched the gash on his chest plate, realizing why he could not retract the armor into his being, no matter how he urged it. Without the blacksmith profession, it seemed he was powerless. He shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Jin Quan was indifferent to the situation. This piece of equipment was the emblem that had first dropped for him. As he ascended in levels and frequently engaged in challenging battles, it had evidently become somewhat outdated. Glancing at his status panel, he noted that after defeating the Mantis Lord, he had leveled up once more, now reaching level 23. He was eager to ascend to the 3rd tier, as it would allow him to don a lava set. Venturing into the sandworm's domain without defense was clearly unwise. Jiran slung his rifle over his shoulder and remarked, after reaching the 1st tier, my rifle gained 2 additional skills, enabling me to assist in drawing aggro, albeit at the cost of reducing your killing efficiency. As Jiran's leg injury gradually healed, their pace began to quicken. The dimensional space of pit number 1 was expansive, resembling an underground world, teeming with a variety of monstrous creatures. After traversing a considerable distance, they arrived at a luminous plain. The glow emanated from crystalline, pointed or that jutted out in all directions, creating an illusion of a vast grassland, where the crystalline formations resembled verdant grass. In the distance, numerous creatures resembling cattle could be seen, their long, sharp horns reaching skyward. Lowering their heads, they bit into the crystalline, or creating gaps before slowly chewing. These sharp crystal cattle were considered a milder type among monsters. Within the 3rd tier group, they exhibited little aggressive intent unless provoked. However, any hostile action would incite a violent stampede. No lower-tier army could withstand the impact of such a collective buff skill. He glanced toward the cliffside and remarked, to deal with such entities, it is best to utilize the terrain to our advantage. Jin Quan observed the herd of sharp crystal cattle and then the cavern's cliff, instantly comprehending the strategy. It was akin to his previous encounter with the crystal worm. The pioneers had employed earth mages to excavate numerous trenches and traps, combined with skills that impeded the herd's charge. Lacking such resources, they could only carve pits into the rock face. However, these sharp crystal cattle possessed a skill known as earth prison, capable of sealing off the rocks instantaneously. Thus, utilizing the rocky cave to evade the stampede required immediate exit. Otherwise, with a multitude of cattle casting spells, one could be trapped and perish within. Jin Quan nodded in understanding and swiftly began to excavate a pit into the rock. With precision akin to slicing tofu, he removed chunks of stone, and before long, he had carved out a tunnel within the cliff, which included several exits. This was to ensure that if one route was blocked, alternate paths remained available. Meanwhile, Jiran shot a climbing rope to the top of the cliff, quickly ascending to find a protruding rock suitable for standing. He steadied his rifle, and with the explosive sound of gunfire, a bullet arced gracefully through the air, striking the eye of a distant sharp crystal cattle feasting on the ore. Blood splattered forth as it let out a pained roar. Turning swiftly to face the source of the shot, where Jin Quan stood alone and solitary. Chapter 28. A bloody slaughter. The crystalline bulls emitted a brilliant blue light as they raised their heads and bellowed. In an instant, countless roars echoed across the plain, enveloping the entire area in an oppressive atmosphere. The ground trembled, debris bounced with high frequency, and dust swirled in the air as a formidable herd of several hundred bulls charged forth with overwhelming force. Jin Quan felt a tingling apprehension at the nape of his neck. This was a united front. A direct confrontation could result in instant annihilation. Just as the herd was about to collide with him, he swiftly retreated, diving into a tunnel carved into the cliffside. Boom! Like a violent explosion. The mountainside crumbled as if it were a pastry being crushed into cookies. The previously excavated tunnel twisted under the impact, and countless stones cascaded down. Outside, gunfire erupted, and the bulls occasionally turned their heads as some of their eyes burst open. It was precisely the distraction caused by the chaos that allowed Jin Quan to evade their notice within the tunnel. He wielded his blade with precision, cleaving through the blockage and hastening through the now distorted passage. Before long, Jin Quan emerged from the side entrance of the tunnel, and without hesitation, he was enveloped in the radiance of the infernal deity, golden light radiating from his form. With a tremendous leap, he executed the earth-shattering slash. The strike descended upon the herd, cleaving the lowest bull in half, while a powerful shockwave momentarily stunned over a dozen others nearby. His twin blades danced swiftly, decapitating the surrounding bulls in an instant. At that moment, the eyes of the herd glowed ominously, and numerous stone pillars began to close in around Jin Quan, resembling a stone prison. If he could not escape, the next wave of the charge would reduce him and the earthen confines to mere fragments. Destructive blade. Jin Quan was imbued with a destructive sword aura. A swift upward thrust cleaved open the stone prison, and he, like a fleeting ray of light, darted into the midst of the bulls. After severing 2 more heads with consecutive strikes, the earth beneath him began to tremble once more. In the next moment, a pair of ethereal demonic wings sprouted from his back, lifting him into the air as he gazed down upon the herd. 3-stage demon wing slash. The first strike, a whirlwind of speed, saw Jin Quan glide above the backs of the bulls, cleaving all enemies in his path in twain. The second strike shifted direction, carving another line. With blade light flickering, a powerful slash filled the fan-shaped area ahead with razor-sharp energy, causing blood to erupt from bulls. The epic attribute of silence activated immediately, and all crystalline bulls attempting to conjure their stone prison abruptly fell silent, unable to unleash their abilities. The third strike propelled him to the rear of the herd, where he gripped his blades, channeling radiant energy, and then, with the might of thunder, he swung down ferociously. A massive wave of sword energy cut through the ground, carving a deep trench, and every crystalline bull caught in its path was silenced. Underestimating this silence attribute, Jin Quan could not help but admire its potency. He had initially believed that his body's strength was superior, but in this moment, he was proven wrong. The monsters struck by the blade energy were rendered completely mute. The golden spring plunged rapidly, crashing directly into the herd of cattle. The shimmering hides, glistening like crystal, were effortlessly cleaved in twain by his blade of the Bat King. Enshrouded in gray particles, blood gushed forth as he utilized the jumping ability of the beetle, allowing him to glide and maneuver through the throng, striking down one after another. The extraordinary kill of the 31st level Tier 3 crystalline bull yielded an abundance of spiritual energy, propelling him to instantaneously ascend in rank following the completion of his skill set. His stamina surged to its peak, the crimson light of obliteration re-emerging, akin to a bulldozer that disregarded all impediments. The brilliance of the blade of obliteration shredded the herd in a straight line. All carcasses were tossed high into the air, as the herd charged once more. A powerful troll earth splitter swiftly leapt back to strike at the rear of the group, sending shockwaves through the ground that caused disarray as he unleashed a flurry of slashes. The earth trembled anew as the cattle prepared to cast their spells. In an instant, demonic wings sprouted from Jin Quan's back, enabling a 3-part aerial strike. The suspended strikes sent remnants scattering, leaving a vast array of the herd in silence. Upon landing, the surge of spiritual energy within him revitalized his stamina, granting him yet another level up. Ji ran, holding his gun, watched in disbelief as this scene unfolded. A herd that would typically require dozens of military legions to conquer was being mercilessly slaughtered by a single individual. Epic, 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 3 skills, all of them epic in nature. How could this be? He felt the knowledge of the profession, inherited through a millennium of lineage, shatter before Jin Quan. The formidable defense of the crystalline bull crumbled like thin paper against that peculiar long blade, while its terrifying physique allowed for the execution of 3 epic skills in succession. Even during the time of exploration, it required numerous legions to ensnare and gradually dismantle such foes. Yet, Jin Quan, having evaded the initial onslaught, chose to confront them head-on. With 3 skills and a total of 5 movements, he glided through the herd, leaving behind a trail of shattered bodies in his wake. Ran observed in awe, his mind racing with calculations, before whispering in shock. It's impossible to win, even if I were to factor in my family's SSS level talent. Combined with the legendary class of blood and flesh mechanic, I would still be unable to triumph. Truly a monster. He let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. Time raced by amid the carnage, as hundreds of crystalline bulls fell one by one. Jin Quan's level ascended to 29, but without the rewards for surpassing levels. His spiritual energy dwindled significantly, preventing him from reaching level 30. He could no longer rely on leveling up to restore his stamina. Thus he deactivated the infernal flame idol, maintaining his breath as he continued to dance through the fray. With his final strike, the bull's head fell to the ground, and he sank down onto a fallen carcass. Gazing at his bare torso, the crystalline heavy armor dissipated into a glow, signifying the complete destruction of that piece of equipment. He felt the hilt of his blade slick with blood, his body drenched and congealed, the stench overwhelming him, his lungs gasping for air. The power within him surged even greater. Having devoured this wave of crystalline bulls, he had ascended a full 6 levels. The sound of the zip line echoed behind him, as Jiren gently descended to the ground. Stepping on the sticky surface, he couldn't help but exclaim, "They've truly been slaughtered." I initially intended to use my gun to disperse half of the herd, but it seems that was unnecessary. Is there no lord among the crystalline bulls? Jin Quan inquired. Panting, Jiren approached a bull whose abdomen had been sliced open, reaching inside as he spoke. No. If there were, we would have encountered a vengeful spider matriarch. With that, he forcefully pulled out a golden, egg-shaped object from the gory interior of the carcass, its surface smooth and gleaming. This is crystalline bull gall, an excellent antidote material. Jin Quan glanced at it with little interest, finding it not much different from the gallbladders of bulls from his previous life. Jiren chuckled. It's quite valuable. Observing the hundreds of fallen bodies, Jin Quan's eyes lit up. Isn't this a fortune? Chapter 29. The arrival of the train. Jiren tossed the gall to him. You can sell it to the Tianhe Consortium. They specialize in potions. Just this crystalline bull gall alone could afford you a decent living. Jin Quan's spirits lifted instantly. Money emboldens heroes, and since arriving in this world, he had yet to familiarize himself with the local currency. With his stamina significantly restored, he swiftly began to dissect the corpses, extracting the gallbladders and stowing them away in his storage ring. He needed to work quickly. The stench of blood was overwhelming, and he surmised that hordes of monsters would soon be upon them. He too assisted in the collection of the gall. I'm just 1 level away from advancing. The arrival of monsters would be timely. However, Jiren frowned upon hearing this. The approaching creatures may not belong to the same species. It could be a mixture of various monster groups. Experienced practitioners possess a profound understanding. Never engage in combat with different types of monsters simultaneously. The primary reason humanity has established such a vast empire lies in their ability to form legions by complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses. A strategy that most monsters lack. Jin Quan pondered briefly before realizing that if several blade-arm praying mantis kings had hidden among the earlier crystalline bulls, he might have already met his demise. Let us head toward the center. The experience from level 1 should suffice as we battle along the way. After hastily gathering the spoils, Jin Quan glanced at the 10 or so emblems in his hand, keen to leave the plains behind. The drop rate for emblems was not very high, and he hadn't acquired a single purple emblem, only blue and green. What is this emblem? He pulled out a blue emblem, which was shaped like a leaf, adorned with intricate patterns and accompanied by a vial of potion. Hearing Jin Quan's curiosity, Jiren turned his head, raising an eyebrow. You're in luck. A blue potion recipe has dropped. Keep it. Currently, potion recipes are monopolized by the upper city. You won't be able to sell it, but if you venture into the Wasteland later, you could cultivate a potion master. Jin Quan examined it with insight. Blueprint emblem. Purification potion, blue. Utilizing this formula, one shall master the art of crafting a detoxifying elixir. Upon consumption, This antidote will expunge various toxins from the target's system within a brief span, restoring a measure of vitality and augmenting the target's resilience against toxins, thereby diminishing the likelihood of subsequent poisoning. It appears to be a commendable concoction, offering both restorative and purifying benefits. Subsequently, he cast his gaze upon the sole insignia available to him. Equipment insignia. Equipment name, Bison Leggings Blue. Equipment level, Tier 3. Equipment quality, Blue. Equipment type, Leggings. Vitality, 7 stars. Bison Charge. A 5 chance to trigger Bison Charge, propelling the wearer a short distance forward while knocking back foes, enhancing 1's movement speed by 10. Bison Fortitude. Increases 1's tenacity by 8 and reduces the likelihood of bleeding by 10. This equipment is quite impressive. The Bison Charge ability is particularly formidable. Once donned, Jin Quan felt a significant boost in his vitality. However, the probability of activation, if left unchecked, could indeed lead to peril. After conducting a brief experiment, his eyes brightened. This chance-based activation bore resemblance to a charge trigger. Once the probability is met, the leggings would shimmer, allowing for a sudden surge of movement with a mere thought. This undoubtedly afforded him greater autonomy. The region where the two found themselves was somewhat secluded. After locating an underground river, they washed away the bloodstains and proceeded towards the center. As the railway re-emerged into view, human skeletal remains gradually became apparent. Most of these bones were incomplete, exhibiting signs of having been gnawed upon. Even the intact corpses displayed swollen abdomens. Upon dissecting the abdomen, a mass of thick, clustered larvae oozed forth. As they ventured further along the tracks, the density of fallen bodies increased, radiating outward from central point. Numerous mangled corpses lay strewn about, their faces etched with terror and despair. These were the remnants of those who had succumbed to parasitic demise, still retaining traces of flesh and blood. Progressing deeper would likely yield only bones. Jin ran, with an expression devoid of emotion, crushed a cluster of larvae beneath his foot, causing a splatter of viscous fluid. Did nearly 1 million souls perish in such a manner? Despite having participated in numerous wars in his past life, he had never witnessed the demise of so many within such a brief time frame. What alternative existed? They were given over a decade to traverse from the ruined city to the lower city, yet they remained trapped, destined to fulfill this mission and meet their end here. Jin Quan shook his head, reluctant to engage in a debate between his former worldview and that of this realm. Exhaling deeply, he inquired, "Shall we continue onward?" He had already glimpsed the shadows of creeping insects and heard the incessant, sludgy sounds of their gnawing. The central area was teeming with monsters, and given the volatility of their territory, advancing directly would be exceedingly unwise. Let us seek refuge in a safe haven. A safe haven? Jin Quan tilted his head in confusion. Jin ran, picked up a handful of soil, kneading it for a moment before suggesting, "Let us cross to the other side of the railway." The two crossed the railway, and Jin Quan once again grasped a handful of soil and rubbed it between his fingers. There exists a creature known as the silver thread silkworm, which inhabits the red earth caves. They possess a propensity for food storage, weaving a colossal cocoon underground to serve as their food nest, where every captured meal is confined. Thus, upon entering the food nest, one should be able to easily dispatch numerous monsters. Due to this behavior, many individuals in the past would linger in the nests until the miners arrived in the later stages. Not far beyond the tracks, a notable change in the geology became apparent. The rocks became scarce, replaced predominantly by yellow mud. Ren bent down, rummaging through the ground, pulling aside a clump of foxtail grass-like plants. Turning over the underside of a leaf, he discovered a crystal-clear silk thread adhering to it. At that moment, Jin Quan's ears perked up. He turned to gaze at the railway, where a distinct vibration could be felt, accompanied by the distant sound of steel clashing. Wasn't it supposed to be 15 days later? Why was a train arriving now? Ren tugged at the silk thread, and upon turning back, he beheld a luxury train, gleaming with polished paint, slowly approaching. Seeing this, he let out a cold chuckle. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. The decadence and flattery of the upper city have rendered these individuals devoid of the most basic judgment and reason. On the train, amidst clinking glasses, it served as a significant social venue for both small and large consortiums, with an incessant flow of compliments. "Zhu Xiao, it is a privilege to travel with you, and I am grateful for your leadership of our #1 pit. I am Lu Shi from the Jinshui group. You may call me Xiao Lu. My family is in construction, and I shall drink this cup. Please feel free." a young man clad in a black suit, his face adorned with sycophantic smiles, bowed slightly to Zhu Jinxiong while raising his glass, and immediately downed the drink in one gulp. Afterward, he tilted the empty glass to showcase that not a drop remained. Zhu Jinxiong glanced at him, raised his own glass, yet refrained from drinking, giving a pat on his shoulder. Our primary task this time is to pioneer. Once this is accomplished, everything else will follow. Indeed, a mere dimension of an almost half-explored pit. With Zhu Xiao leading, it will surely be a piece of cake. We are merely here to cheer on as Zhu Xiao showcases his prowess. Lu Shi responded with a beaming face, feeling honored. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinxiong's expression turned serious as he patted his belly, saying, "Ah, do not speak so lightly. All of us here are the elites of my Eagle Empire. There is no such thing as mere cheerleaders. We must all strive together to conquer this dimension and let them know that the Eagle Empire still relies on our generation of youth." Yes, Zhu Xiao is right. You are our leader, and we youth are the future of the Empire. These words seemed to resonate deeply with Zhu Jinxiong. He was indeed the leader of the youth. And if the youth were the future of the Empire, did that not imply he was destined to be the future leader of the Empire? Zhu Jinxiong erupted into hearty laughter, giving Lu Shi a hearty pat on the shoulder. "You quite good. Jinshui group, is it? I shall remember that. The northern city walls are under reconstruction, and when the time comes, I shall see to it that you are tested." Lu Shi's lips trembled slightly as he contemplated the monumental reconstruction of the ancient city wall, a colossal endeavor for the entire empire, where even the smallest contribution could yield substantial wealth. He hurriedly poured another glass of wine, raising it in a toast, his countenance adorned with unceasing flattery. The entire carriage bustled with activity, resembling a grand ballroom, with the largest gatherings centered around the Zhu family of the Flying Eagle Legion and the Ji family of the Mechanized Legion, each face aglow, exemplifying the camaraderie of this tourist train. In a corner by the window, Zhao Lu Bai, the young heir of the Tianhe consortium, leaned his head against his hand, gazing out at the scenery. Among the elite, he was regarded as the most ineffectual, resulting in fewer admirers seeking his favor. Even when they did, they were thwarted by the two bodyguards flanking him. Outside, he observed a landscape littered with bones, while the sounds of extravagant laughter filled his ears, prompting a derisive scoff. He picked up a banana, peeled it, and took a bite as the scenery rushed by, illuminated by the train searchlight. Suddenly, two figures appeared outside the window, one tall and one short. The taller individual was bare-chested, with broad shoulders resembling a shield, muscular and powerful, his form strikingly sculpted, reminiscent of a magnificent statue. The shorter figure appeared somewhat disheveled, his hair unkempt, face dusted, and his tattered suit hinted at a once elegant persona. Though he looked somewhat ragged, his eyes sparkled like stars, radiant and full of life. Both figures gazed intently at the train window, their eyes briefly meeting Zhao Liubai's. In that instant, Zhao Lubai sprang to his feet, his sudden movement toppling the pastries and fruits from the table, oblivious to the chaos he had caused as he pressed his hands against the glass, straining to see outside. However, the train sped onward, and the two figures swiftly vanished from his view. His actions drew the attention of everyone in the carriage, silencing the previously lively atmosphere. Zhu Jinxiong furrowed his brow at the sight of the scattered food. "What is your intention, Zhao Lubai?" he inquired, but Zhao Lubai seemed deaf to his words. His face pressed against the glass as he muttered to himself, "He is not dead? That gaze is too similar. Could it be him?" Zhu Jinxiong's expression darkened at Zhao Liubai's blatant disregard. "We are united in conquering pit number 1. What is your meaning? Are you posturing? The only reason you're included in this team is out of respect for your father. Don't overstep your bounds. Faking death. How could he be in pit no. 1, and he appears more advanced than us?" Zhao Lubai shifted his gaze, glancing at Zhu Jinxiong, who was holding a wine glass, exuding an air of superiority. Gradually, he lifted his leg, and a flash of purple light enveloped his foot, revealing a pair of ornate boots adorned with embroidered cranes. In a sudden motion, he kicked forward. Bang! The train window shattered instantly, and a fierce wind rushed into the carriage, sending curtains billowing and wine glasses and bottles crashing to the floor. "Fool!" He left behind a mocking remark and leaped out of the carriage, with his two bodyguards in black following suit. In an instant, the carriage was filled only with the sound of howling wind, as Zhu Jinxiong crushed the wine glass in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead. Zhao Lubai landed and immediately sprinted back, preferring to seek confirmation in person rather than speculate. He wished to find those two once more. However, by the time he arrived at the spot where they had just been, it was already deserted. He quickly scanned the area, yet there was no sign of them. "Young Master Zhao, what happened?" One of the approaching bodyguards in black inquired, puzzled. He offered no response, but crouched down, scrutinizing the footprints on the ground. Rubbing his fingers over the soil, he noted its freshness. "I did not misjudge. Someone indeed stood here. He is not dead. Why does he not return to the upper city?" "Ah, the young man in the carriage seemed to recognize you," Jin Quan remarked, shaking his head. "Yes, you could sell him the rare crystal bulbile. He is wealthy," he continued. "He is indeed one of those from the Tianhe Consortium." "Yes." The young master of the Tianhe Consortium, a dark priest masquerading as a cleric, Ji Ran sneered. "In the entire upper city, there are only two mythical profession emblems. One is my former identity as a flesh and blood mechanic, and the other is the storm beast berserker of the Eagle Legion. The Tianhe Consortium oversees a vast number of alchemists and formulas, engaging in transactions across the three major factions. Zhao Songming is the most discreet of them all, and his son is no different. No one knows that their family possesses a third mythical profession, which has been inherited by their offspring." Jin Quan swayed slightly, intrigued. Is his mythical profession powerful? He only knew that his profession was that of a demon swordsman, yet he had no idea of its tier. A comparison would indeed be beneficial. "It can heal and fight, quite comprehensive," he replied, swaying his body as well. "Why are we still discussing this? Hurry up and cut this cocoon open." At that moment, the two of them were enveloped in a large silken cocoon, with only their heads exposed, hanging upside down in an underground cavern. He was relatively fine, but Ji Ran, being an ordinary person, was already showing signs of facial congestion. Jin Quan chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. His arm was instantly surrounded by a layer of gray particles, and with a swift cut, a large gash was made in the cocoon enveloping him, causing his body to drop rapidly through the opening. With a twist of his waist, he stood upright. Then, with a flash of blue light in his hand, he swept his long blade across the cocoon encasing Ji Ran. This silken thread was remarkably swift. They had barely reacted before being pulled into the underground cavern. Ji Ran brushed the dirt off himself as he stood, surveying the entire cave. The silver-threaded silkworm's signature skill possesses no combat power in itself. It is merely that its silk is incredibly resilient and can set traps at astonishing speed. To break free without at least level 35 strength is nearly impossible. He then pointed to the overhead. "Do you see those large cocoons? The storage of the silver-threaded silkworms is abundant. If you eliminate them along with that particular silkworm, you are likely to ascend to level 30. At the pinnacle of the cave, numerous cocoons hang like a profusion of lanterns in the air, their silvery threads reflecting glimmering points of light. These lanterns vary in size, some harboring monsters while others contain humans, most of whom lie still. Upon returning to their lair, the silver-threaded silkworms inject their prey with a hibernation toxin, allowing the victims to sustain themselves with minimal energy expenditure. Thus, the silkworms can feast on fresh sustenance for an extended duration. Jin Quan ventured deeper into the cave, discerning the scene before him. There were more humans than monsters. With a decisive step, he leaped into the air, a pair of demonic wings unfurling from his back, transforming him into a streak of light as he swiftly glided and landed gracefully within the cavern. You have advanced to level 6 by slaying the poison spike beetle, achieving a 100 efficiency rate. You have progressed to level 5 by vanquishing the slime worm, also with a 100 efficiency rate. You have attained level 6 by defeating the burrowing scorpion, maintaining a 100 efficiency rate. The cocoons enveloping the monsters were meticulously sliced open, a cascade of kill notifications flashing before his eyes. Subsequently, Jin Quan utilized the beetle leap for a second jump, severing the cocoons that encased the humans. Over 100 in total. Approaching, he attempted to tear open a cocoon with his hands, but discovered its extraordinary resilience, despite exerting all his strength. He could not rend it apart. Just as he was about to employ his blade, the voice of Ji Ran echoed softly. "If you wish for them to survive, it is best not to damage the cocoons that encase them." Jin Quan's hand, poised with the knife, froze, and he turned to Ji Ran, inquiring why. The reason this place is referred to as a refuge is that the intact silkworm silk serves as an exceptional tailoring material. Once stained with blood or decay, its value diminishes significantly. Therefore, miners who discover such nests often sell both the living and the cocoons together. If you destroy the cocoons, the humans lose their worth, and you cannot protect them. Ultimately, they will perish in pit number 1. Chapter 31. the silk ring upon hearing this. Jin Quan was momentarily taken aback, but eventually straightened up slowly. So, they should remain here? Ji Ran shook his head. If you wish to save them, you must also eliminate that silver-threaded silkworm. Otherwise, upon returning to its lair and witnessing this scene, it will undoubtedly consume all these individuals and relocate the cave. How long will that take? Ji Ran did not respond, but instead approached a crevice in the cave, where some fine, silken threads were present. He reached out and snapped each thread, then stated, "These are its warning silks, designed to prevent any intrusions into its nest. If you were to inadvertently touch these while sneaking in, it would quickly return." Indeed, shortly after he spoke, Jin Quan heard a rumbling sound from the earth, reminiscent of a catfish crawling through a swamp. Ji Ran reacted swiftly and leaped aside. At that moment, a torrent of silvery threads erupted from beneath Jin Quan's feet, instantly enveloping him in a large cocoon. In the next moment, the ground erupted like a fish leaping from water, revealing a colossal white silkworm measuring over 5 meters in length. The yellow earth it encountered liquefied into mud, yet it navigated through the mire without a trace of filth clinging to its form. In an instant, its massive body curled around the cocoon that ensconced the golden spring, and a long black needle, glimmering with a dark purple hue, extended from its mouth, poised to strike down upon the cocoon. "I've been waiting for you," echoed the voice of the golden spring from within the cocoon. In that fleeting moment, a devastating sword aura erupted from the cocoon, cleaving through the silkworm's vast body. Like a bolt of lightning, the golden spring pierced through the ruptured cocoon and emerged from the silkworm's form. With a flick of his wrist, the blade of the Bat King vanished from his grasp. "You have slain the silver thread silkworm, Lord at level 8, achieving a 100 efficiency." The revelation of a lordly adversary surprised the golden spring. Feeling a surge of vibrant spiritual energy erupting within, his level ascended directly to 30. Advancement conditions: 100 efficiency to slay 10 tier 3 monsters and 1 tier 3 monster lord. Having already acquired 3 swordsman skills, he now needed to vanquish monsters to ascend to tier 3. The golden spring turned back towards the body of the silver thread silkworm, evading the gooey green liquid, and used the sheath of his sword to lift its drooping head. A purple hexagonal emblem materialized upon its forehead, which the golden spring swiftly grasped, revealing its attributes before his eyes. Equipment emblem: Silkworm Silk Ring, purple. Equipment level: tier 3. Equipment type: ring. Intelligence: 12 stars. Spirit: 10 stars. Special attributes: Silkworm Glide. Shoot silkworm silk in a designated direction to rapidly pull oneself towards the target location. Silkworm Bind. Actively release silkworm silk to bind target enemies, consuming spiritual energy. Upon seeing the skill of Silkworm Glide, the golden spring's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not akin to Spider-Man's ability? Yet, it was regrettable that it seemed to be a ring more suited for the mage class, enhancing intelligence and spirit. Nevertheless, the mere presence of the Silkworm Glide significantly augmented his agility. Once assured there was nothing further of interest, he glanced at his panel, now stuck at level 30, and declared, "Share your plans. I'm nearly ready. 1 more tier, 3 nests will allow me to advance." Hearing this, Chi-Jian smiled and retrieved the lava fruit once more, stating, "The abyssal weasel possesses an extraordinarily keen sense of perception, capable of detecting environmental changes through sound, scent, and vibrations. They can accurately locate prey in darkness, making it exceedingly difficult for motionless quarry to evade their awareness. Thus, to injure an abyssal weasel, it is best to strike from both the front and back, overwhelming it completely. The most ideal locations are the nests of the sand-eating worms and the cursed spider matriarch. Both of these monsters harbor numerous minions, which, once disturbed, will undoubtedly swarm forth. Combined with your intervention, it should allow us to access the abyssal passage." He approached the corpse of the silver thread silkworm, severed by the golden spring. The skin of this silkworm, when enveloped around the body and buried in the earth, possessed an extraordinary degree of concealment, allowing the abyssal scythe weasel to lower its guard. Observing his strenuous efforts to tear away the silkworm's skin, Jin Quan stepped forward, producing the blade of the Bat King, swiftly assisting him in the task of cutting and processing. Once the entire skin was peeled away, Ji Ran chuckled and remarked to Jin Quan, "That train earlier was filled with a group of second-generation heirs, but they are merely the inferior offspring of their families, incapable of ascending to power, albeit possessing some degree of influence. Their early entry likely aims to secure a reputation. After all, this pit number 1 has remained uncharted for 3 centuries. Should they accomplish this feat, they could leverage their names for promotion, thereby garnering substantial resources within their respective families. Their intentions are quite clear. They seek the last two primordial species, the lava behemoth and the mother spider of vengeance. He picked up a strand of silkworm silk, letting it dangle vertically, standing in the center of the cavern, watching the silk sway gently. Pointing toward the corner, shrouded in a web, he continued, "The lava behemoth is no more, so they will seek the mother spider of vengeance. While their capabilities may be lacking, they likely possess some means of self-preservation. Engaging with such individuals, if one cannot eradicate them entirely, it will be difficult for you to establish yourself in the empire of the flying eagle in the future." Reaching the area covered in webs, he extended his palm, feeling around. The ventilation shaft is here. Having spoken, he stepped aside, and without a moment's hesitation, Jin Quan's blade swept through, causing the obstructive webs to shatter and fall to the ground, revealing an opening wide enough for a person to crawl through. Let us head directly to seek the sand-eating worms. Those who consider themselves noble would not venture into such a corpse-ridden area. The passage was rather constricted, and the two nearly crawled the entire way, as if swimming through the earth when drawn into the silkworm trap, while it took them nearly an hour to emerge. Once outside the cave, both exhaled deeply. "That was quite a convoluted journey," Jin Quan remarked, plopping down onto the ground and taking a swig from his water flask before tossing it to Ji-Ran. Ji-Ran caught it, took a sip, and sighed wistfully. "If we succeed, we may part ways. As for the abyss, I am uncertain if I will survive." He reached into his pocket, flicking his fingers to toss a gleaming legendary class profession emblem, which arced gracefully into Jin Quan's hands. "This is for you," he stated. Jin Quan ran his fingers over the smooth, enigmatic emblem and looked up with a smile. "Have you not yet completed the task, and you are already giving me my commission?" Ji-Ran shrugged nonchalantly. "If entering the abyss goes smoothly, this is unnecessary. If it does not, it is of no use either, so I may as well give it to you." Jin Quan graciously accepted, rubbing the emblem on his leg before storing it in his spatial ring. "Having spent time together, you are quite the clever individual. I cannot believe one so astute in planning would easily meet their demise." He stood, stretching his neck. "Let us proceed, perhaps eliminate another nest, and then I shall escort you into the abyss." Chapter 32. Soul Link. After searching for a while and finding no one, Zhao Lubai departed with his two bodyguards. His intention in visiting Pit Number 1 was never to associate with that group. A little more investigation would undoubtedly reveal the true significance of a level 39 overlord. It was utterly foolish for a band of under 4th tier professionals to fantasize about defeating such a formidable foe. The journey thus far had been eerily quiet. Not a single hidden monster had been sighted, despite the information suggesting ambushes. Why was there not a single creature along this path? A middle-aged man beside him scanned the surroundings. "Perhaps the mining slaves have fed them well, and they are too lethargic to venture out for food," he suggested. Zhao Lubai furrowed his brow and turned to another middle-aged man. "Lao Zhou, as a level 39 hunter of the 3rd tier, have you sensed anything unusual?" Lao Zhou shook his head. "Everything appears normal. My hunter's senses have detected no activity." "Up ahead is the pit," remarked another bodyguard clad in black. "Indeed," Zhao Lubai nodded. "Old Li, you handle the large-mouthed worm from a distance. The Worm King's infinite regeneration could pose a problem. I will cast a shadow curse on it. And Lao Zhu, you will descend and deliver a decisive strike." Both black-clad bodyguards nodded in agreement, and in the next moment, radiant purple light emanated from their hands. A great bow and 2 daggers materialized in their grasp. Zhu 15, a level 39 assassin of the 3rd tier, stepped forward and transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. Zhou 16, drawing back the bowstring, conjured an arrow enveloped in flames, trailing behind him. Both had surpassed the limitations of their failed professions to become peak 3rd tier experts. Having spent decades mastering lower-tier realms for the Tianhe Consortium, conquering numerous low-tier mysteries and dimensions, they were undeniably experienced lower-tier masters. Zhao Lubai similarly flicked his wrist, extending the purple light in his hand, revealing a staff adorned with a skull. However, before he could take more than a few steps, Zhu 15 reappeared, his expression grave. "It's gone. The large-mouthed worms have been eliminated." "What?" Zhao Lubai and Zhou 16's expression shifted. "Are Zhu Jinxiong and the others here?" Zhu 15 shook his head. "The commotion in the arena does not suggest a large-scale battle. There are only signs of blade and sword wounds." The three hastened towards the pit. peering down to find that the area resembled a battlefield ravaged by a violent bombardment, with massive slashes radiating outward. All the large-mouthed worms lay severed, and even the flower-snout worm king had been slain in a single blow. Sliding swiftly down the sandy slope, Zhao Lubai crouched to touch the enormous gash, akin to that of a meteorite impact, with a web of cracks spreading around it. What a domineering sword technique, he remarked, glancing at Zhu 15. What conditions are necessary to inflict such devastating damage? Zhu 15 rose to his feet, measuring the area with his leg before hesitantly kicking one of the corpses. Contemplating his response, slaying a monster of over 20 levels is not an insurmountable challenge, provided one strikes at its weakness with a critical hit. After uttering this, he surveyed his surroundings, letting out a disbelieving sigh. However, the bodies of these flower-mouthed insects were severed cleanly in two, suggesting that the power behind the blade must have utterly overwhelmed the creature's defensive attributes, leaving behind significant gashes in the ground. Perhaps it was the work of a legendary swordsman of the third tier, level 39. Just as he finished speaking, the hunter Zhou Shirliang gulped nervously, trembling as he pointed at the fallen flower-mouthed insect king. Is something wrong here? Both men turned their heads simultaneously to see Zhou Shirliang's panicked expression. They quickly approached him, gazing at the cleaved insect king he was indicating. They observed that the gaping wound had melted and reformed, transforming the once living flesh into lifeless matter. Is this destruction? Zhao Lubai exclaimed in disbelief. It certainly resembled it, but destruction is an ability of spirit attachment belonging to a 7th-tier blood sacrificer. Zhu 15, puzzled, directed his gaze towards Zhou Shirliang. The laws of this dimension should not permit a 7th-tier powerhouse to enter. This individual may have employed some unique occupational technique. In a fleeting moment, Zhao Lubai recalled the figures he had seen on the train, their eyes bright as stars, flashing before him once more. A special occupation? Zhou Shirliang asked, his face etched with confusion. He could not recall any profession capable of wielding high-tier attributes at a lower stage. Glancing at the crystal pride from the insect's tail, Zhao Lubai rose to his feet. Let us proceed. Some occupations may possess abilities unknown to most. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shirliang and Zhu 15 exchanged incredulous looks. A mythical profession? Zhao Lubai remained silent, hastening his steps towards the depths of the pit. As he traversed the depression, the terrain gradually descended, the sandy earth transforming into charred rock, and the temperature rising rapidly. His purpose for visiting pit number 1 was to hunt the magma behemoth of the lava lake. The exclusive skill of the Dark Priest, Soul Link, possesses the following effects. The Dark Priest can establish a soul link with a chosen target. Once the link is established, a certain percentage of damage inflicted upon the priest is transmitted to the target. If the target is an ally, they gain increased agility and strength, and while receiving damage, they acquire a temporary shield based on the priest's attributes. If the target is an enemy, they not only endure the transmitted damage, but also suffer additional shadow damage. During the linking period, the enemy's movement and attack speeds are reduced by a certain percentage, thereby restricting their mobility. The priest's skills directed at the linked target manifest effects at 300%. This is one of the core skills of the mythical profession, the Dark Priest. Although it may not appear to deal direct damage, when utilized effectively, this skill is remarkably versatile. It allows for adept responses to enemy assaults or the protection of allies with ease. It is precisely due to this skill that he dared to challenge the so-called strongest defensive entity of the entire Dimension Number 1 with 2 others. Once I establish the soul link, Lao Zhu, you must unleash your full power against me, Zhao Lubai instructed as he walked towards Zhu 15, who was holding a dagger at the side. As an assassin, high agility and explosive damage are their defining traits. However, when faced with an opponent like the lava behemoth, whose perverse defenses cannot be breached, even their output merely results in minimal scratches. Yet with Zhao Lubai's soul link, damage directed at him would bypass the lava behemoth's defensive attributes through the conduits of the soul chains. This is why the 3 of them felt emboldened to challenge this 300-year-old primordial species. Lao Zhu, you must use all your strength to attack the lava behemoth from a distance to slow its advance. Do not let it close in and inflict serious harm upon me. If the caster of the soul link suffers a fatal blow, the link will be immediately severed. This time, they had emptied several of the potions from their shops. He took out a few vials and drank 5 in quick succession, various colors of light shimmering around him, bestowing numerous damage reduction and healing enhancements as he slowly approached the cavern of the lava lake. Chapter 33. The former, once the lava lake, was enveloped in tranquility. Even the magma appeared to flow languidly, casting a somber ambience over the space. Upon arriving at the edge of the lava lake, the three of them stood frozen, gazing blankly at the island in the center of the lake, as if ensnared by a spell of immobilization. It was only when the bubbles in the molten rock burst with a crackling sound akin to firecrackers that they regained their senses. Without a word, the trio leapt forward, swiftly traversing the exposed stones of the lava lake to reach the central island. At the heart of the island, the colossal lava behemoth lay split in two, its molten blood long since dried in a charred stone, while the ground of the island cracked with intricate fissures radiating outward. Zhou 16 spoke hoarsely, "This is impossible." Zhou 15, gripping his dagger, summoned a radiant light above him, and the ethereal silhouette of a scorpion's tail materialized, piercing violently into the body of the lava behemoth. The speed of the strike was astonishing, his arm nearly vanishing, followed by a resounding clang that echoed as the massive recoil sent Zhou 15 staggering back several steps. "Even when dead, its defenses are so formidable," he exclaimed, incredulous at the mere scratch he had inflicted on the black gold shell. At this moment, Zhao Lubai inquired, "Lao Zhu, what conditions are necessary to inflict such damage?" Zhou 15 let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. "This has surpassed my understanding." He then countered, "Do you think a mythical profession could achieve this?" As a possessor of a mythical profession, Zhao Lubai closed his eyes to contemplate before sighing deeply. A level 39 primordial domain lord with exceedingly high defenses, he reflected, scanning the expanse of the lava lake. A single strike to kill, even the lower third tier. Even with a mythical class and SSS grade talent, a full set of purple gear, 5 purple enhancement skills, and a singular purple sword technique of exceptional explosive power. Achieving such a crushing kill would be impossible. The domain lord benefits from territorial enhancements, and the blood of this lava behemoth is intrinsically linked to the entire lava lake. He glanced at the staff in his hand. Mythical classes and talents require development. His plan was to engage the two individuals in a soul link to inflict damage, systematically draining the entire magma lake before delivering the final blow. Observing the scene, it was evident that the individual who vanquished the lava behemoth completely disregarded its regenerative capabilities derived from the magma. Furthermore, it was apparent that aside from that singular strike, the lava behemoth exhibited no signs of retaliation whatsoever. This indicated that the 39th level lord, bolstered by territorial enhancements, was taken unawares and swiftly eliminated. "Sir, this individual could very well be a 7th-tier blood sacrificer," Zhou Shirlu remarked with evident trepidation. "For your safety, we should hasten our departure from this dimension." Yet Zhao Lubai shook his head, stating, "Since the world's aberration nearly a millennium ago, no one has managed to break the dimensional constraints, not even 9th-tier powerhouses." Zhou Shirlu, touching the corpse of the lava behemoth, expressed his resignation, "But is this truly something achievable in the lower 3rd tier? If we had witnessed the magma drying up, the ground collapsing, and energy storms raging amidst continuous spell casting, it would be more understandable. At least it would imply that a formidable army had engaged in fierce combat. However, the behemoth being slain so instantaneously is profoundly perplexing. What shall we do next?" Zhou Shirlu inquired of Zhao Lubai. The primary mission had been to eliminate this lava behemoth, yet someone had already claimed that honor. Additionally, from the demise of the behemoth, they discerned that within this first pit lay an existence beyond their capability to contend with, significantly escalating the danger factor. Zhou 15 sheathed his dagger and gazed toward the cave entrance, saying, "If this person is a part of the extremist organization rebelling against the upper city, then everyone who entered this train may be doomed. An individual capable of effortlessly slaying a lava behemoth would find exterminating those naive second-generation elites akin to slaughtering chicks. Master Zhao, our objective has been compromised. I believe we ought to depart swiftly. Remaining here serves no purpose," Zhou 15 continued. Zhao Lubai nodded in agreement, clearly acquiescing to Zhou 15's counsel. "A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall," a saying often uttered by his father, resonated in his mind. Given the current circumstances, the wisest course of action would be to exit and summon skilled family members to secure the entrance. He regarded the colossal corpse of the lava behemoth, pressing his palm against it. A flash of purple light flickered around his wrist, and a bracelet adorned with intricate inscriptions materialized. In an instant, the body of the lava behemoth vanished, revealing a rare storage artifact. "Let's take this out and show it to the family," to discern what peculiarities the assailant possesses. The three hastened out of the pit, but as Hunter Zhou Shirlu emerged, he abruptly halted, his keen eyesight discerning something amiss as he furrowed his brow at the adjacent stone wall. Zhao Lubai also turned his head to glance over. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, he discerned that the area had been wiped clean. Gradually approaching, he traced the path of the cleaning with his hand, slowly outlining it. It formed a square. What does it signify? Zhou Shirlu pointed to the center and remarked, there should be 3 smaller circles inside. Zhu Shiwu, holding a dagger, traced a circle along the marks and questioned, is it a totem or a symbol? Zhao Lubai shook his head. If it were a symbol, why would it be deliberately erased? He then bent down to examine the surroundings, and indeed, he could still see some scattered footprints on the ground. After surveying the area, his expression shifted slightly. Old Zhu, can you determine how many individuals left these footprints? Zhu Shiwu crouched down. The footprints in the ground were faint and very incomplete. After comparing them with his dagger, he replied, there are 2 types of footprints. One person appears to be barefoot. Zhao Lubai stood again, his body slightly tilted as if simulating something, and traced the square on the stone wall with his finger. He then halted, pinching the bridge of his nose as memories from the train rushed back in reverse. The clinking of cups, the dimly lit environment outside the window, and as a spotlight swept across, 2 silhouettes gradually emerged outside the glass. The memory seemed to freeze in that instant. Short hair, bare upper body, torn trousers, and his gaze fixated on the feet of the tall figure. Barefoot without shoes, he gasped violently, gripping his brow tightly, as if the recollection had drained him of much of his mental energy. You have been here, you and that person have been here. Indeed, this is your artwork. Ah. Zhao Lubai stood up, covering his face and laughing heartily. You didn't die and have become stronger, haven't you? It makes sense. Could they truly have plotted your demise? Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shirlu exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by Zhao Liubai's sudden laughter, and dared not interrupt. Remaining quietly vigilant, countless memories flashed through his mind. Beneath the Xing'an Bridge, a young boy wielded a piece of chalk, sketching a world map on a concrete pillar, narrating how the Legion coordinated, expanded, and integrated territories, and how they fought against monsters. 2 boys and a girl sat upright on several hollow bricks, listening attentively to his account. Their eyes sparkled with admiration. As the sun descended, the evening glow resembled brocade, with soft orange-yellow light filtering through the bridge's arch, bathing the boy and the children in a golden radiance. A gentle breeze brushed past as night fell, and the distant luxurious, towering buildings began to illuminate, vibrant and opulent. Accompanied by the sound of children's songs, the dilapidated Xing'an Bridge slowly faded into the darkness. Chapter 34. The starry pattern. Zhao Lubai suddenly sprang to his feet. A flash of light from the storage bracelet on his wrist revealed a map, which he pressed against the rock. The 3 engraved circles corresponded precisely to 3 locations: the Duanshui Mine, Ghostwood Valley, and the nest of the Sandwar Mother. Is this the destination you seek? After pondering for a brief moment, he neatly stored the map and beckoned the 2 companions, stating, let us proceed to the Duanshui Mine. The expressions of his companions subtly changed, and they replied, young master, given the emergence of an unknown, formidable adversary in this vicinity, it would be prudent to depart. Should we encounter such a powerful being, we lack the ability to ensure your safety. They had already reached the pinnacle of their capabilities within the confines of the first pit dimension, and what was once an infallible security operation now appeared exceedingly perilous. Zhao Lubai rolled up the map and remarked, if my suspicions are correct, the individual who vanquished this lava behemoth poses little threat to us. His gaze momentarily distant. He continued, I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and enmity. Had it not been for him in the past, I would not have been able to attain the mythical profession. With that, he swiftly departed towards the direction of the Duanshui Mine. As the blade of Jinxiu descended, a severed-headed red earthworm writhed frantically on the ground. In an instant, dust swirled, and as one surveyed the yellow earth cavity, numerous smaller worms lay scattered about. You have achieved level 3 by defeating the red tumor earthworm king with a 100 effectiveness rate. Jinxiu, taking advantage of the fallen red earthworm's severed head, brushed his hand over it, revealing a blue equipment emblem. Equipment emblem, blue earthworm robe, blue, equipment level, tier 3 equipment type, upper garment intelligence, 8 stars special attributes, blue earthworm entanglement, 6 chance to trigger blue earthworm entanglement. releasing blue worm-like energy from the robe to bind the target enemy, reducing their movement speed by 25. Blue earthworm vitality increases personal mental recovery speed by 10. Another piece of mage equipment, he placed it into his ring. Feeling somewhat contemplative, with the reduction in levels, the probability of drops is indeed quite low. If this trend continues, it will be exceedingly challenging for ordinary professionals to progress. Looking at the cave that had been effortlessly cleared, he chuckled wryly. Ordinary professionals would not venture out alone. They typically form groups of 3, 5, or even 10. With sufficient kills, something is bound to drop. With that, he rose and began searching for the cave's exit, adding, the tunnels of the red tumor earthworm lead directly to the lair of the sand-eating worms. I shall scout ahead while you acclimate to the power of Tier 3. Jin Quan nodded in agreement, then grasped his right hand with his left and tore outward. A flash of blue light illuminated the space as the emblem of the Bat King's blade detached from his hand. Upon releasing it, the entire emblem transformed into blue motes, dissipating into the air. Indeed, upon removal, it vanishes. He sensed a slight diminishment in his strength as the emblem departed, a power that belonged to the emblem itself. Out with the old, in with the new. Smiling, he retrieved an orange emblem from his flower-formed ring, in terms of color and texture. This orange equipment emblem far surpassed all others. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed it firmly into the palm of his right hand. In the next moment, Jin Quan felt an overwhelming surge of explosive power coursing through his entire being, his blood racing as his previously bulging muscles began to contract, accompanied by the audible cracking of his bones. His towering height of 2 meters and 20 centimeters was forcibly compressed to 2 meters as his pores closed, rendering his body as solid as if forged from bronze and iron. 2 blood-red and green patterns flowed around him. The red transformed into the fierce visage of a tiger's head, letting out a mighty roar that reverberated throughout the cavern before burrowing into his right arm, forming a tiger head tattoo. The green let out a resonant sound, evolving into a majestic elephant with dual tusks and a swinging trunk, which also coiled around his right arm as an elephant tattoo. With a retraction of his back, his muscles tensed, producing creaking sounds. The eyes of Ji Ran, who had been monitoring the channel, widened in shock. 100 stars. 200 stars. Jin Quan clenched his fist, just donning an orange weapon. I feel exponentially stronger. Your occupational physique and strength have grown remarkably. Achieving 100 stars at merely the 3rd tier is astounding, Ji Ran remarked, shaking his head. In future encounters with trouble, you can display your 100-star markings. Those who are foolish should quickly flee. The tiger pattern symbolizes strength, while the elephant pattern represents physique. Jin Quan's right hand shimmered with orange light, and a massive long blade materialized, standing upright at his height. The blade displayed a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of flowing lava, its surface flickering with hints of flame, as if it could erupt with searing magma at any moment. The blade's edge radiated a vivid orange-red glow, akin to a newly forged, untempered blade. The handle was exceptionally long, allowing him to grasp it comfortably with both hands. As he slightly swung it, the blade left a trail of intense heat, resembling a flame slicing through the air. Its weight was immediately apparent, indicative of the weapon's attributes. Lava Judgment, Orange, Equipment Level, Tier 3 Equipment Type, Heavy Blade Strength, 45 stars Physique, 35 stars Lava Roar. When attacking, there is a 25% chance to trigger Lava Roar, inflicting fire damage on enemies within a fan-shaped area in front and igniting them. Lava Power. Each successful hit on an enemy grants the effect of Lava Power, increasing strength by 10, stackable up to 10 layers, with the next strike unleashing a Lava Impact. Lava Impact transforms into a meteorite, colliding in a designated direction and exploding, causing substantial damage. Lava Resonance. If equipped as part of a Lava Series set, gains additional attribute bonuses. Strength 15 stars, Physique 15 stars, Resilience 15 stars. Epic. Berserker Body. While in Berserker state, immune to control effects and damage taken is reduced by 20. With an impressive 45 stars in Strength and 35 stars in Physique, he effortlessly manifested the 100-star markings. Jin Quan swiftly donned the Lava Helm, Lava Shoulder Guards, and Lava Chestplate, instantly completing the Lava set. At this moment, a ferocious roar emanated from Jin Quan's body once more, this time resembling that of a gray rhinoceros, its armor akin to an impenetrable shield. The essence of the rhinoceros transformed into an intricate pattern adorning his right arm. His stature diminished slightly again, standing at only 1 meter and 90 centimeters. Yet his muscles gleamed with a metallic luster. The lava judgment, in his hand seamlessly integrated with 3 pieces of heavy armor, and upon each piece, a fiery emblem emerged. Akin to a product label, Lava War Helm Heavy Armor. Equipment level, Tier 3. Equipment quality, purple. Equipment type, helmet. Constitution, 15 stars. Tenacity, 12 stars. Lava Insight, enhances one's hit rate by 10. Lava Evasion, when the enemy evades, grants a shield that absorbs damage. Lava Shoulder Heavy Armor. Equipment level, Tier 3. Equipment quality, purple. Equipment type, shoulder armor. Constitution, 16 stars. Tenacity, 13 stars. Lava Rebound. Upon being attacked, there is a 10 chance to trigger Lava Rebound, reflecting 30 of the damage received back to the attacker, inflicting fire damage. Lava Charge. For every 3 successful hits on an enemy, store a layer of lava power. Upon accumulating 3 layers, gain a shield that absorbs damage. Lava Chest Heavy Armor. Equipment level, Tier 3. Equipment quality, purple. Equipment type, chest armor. Constitution, 18 stars. Tenacity, 15 stars. Lava Shield. When attacked, there is a 10 chance to trigger Lava Shield, obtaining a shield that absorbs damage, inflicting fire damage on surrounding enemies while the shield persists. Lava Power. When attacking, there is a 12 chance to trigger Lava Power, granting the weapon fire damage. Lava Set. Acquire the title of Lava Sovereign, with fire resistance of 60 and an enhancement of all attributes by 15. Trigger Lava Shield Enhancement, doubling the absorption capacity of the shield and reducing damage taken by 30. Lava Resonance Manifests, with Strength, Constitution, and Tenacity each at 15 stars, and attack speed at 15. The complete set of armor insignias was embedded within Jin Quan's very being, and this explosive surge of power elevated him to a euphoric state. Now, even if a true dragon stood before him, he yearned to strike it down. With another swing of his blade, flames danced around him, yet Jin Quan furrowed his brow. The heavy sword was inherently cumbersome, reducing his attack speed by 15. Subsequently, he drew the welded dagger from his waist. With formidable strength, he swung once more, the air whistling as multiple afterimages appeared. It seemed this dagger could not be discarded. Its unique core energy and inherent talents, combined with the heavy sword's might, created a perfect synergy. Observing the special effects conferred by the 3 pieces of heavy armor, Jin Quan could not help but marvel. The probability of being attacked triggers a shield, and the chance of dodging an attack also activates the shield. After 9 strikes, the shield is similarly triggered, coupled with the armor shield enhancement, which doubles the strength, and a 30 damage reduction. He thumped his chest, producing a sound akin to a drum. I wish someone would come strike me, he chuckled. From Jiran, he learned that 2 rings could be worn simultaneously. Jin Quan raised his hand, sending a strand of silk soaring to the cave ceiling. In the next moment, the silk suddenly contracted, propelling Jin Quan upwards. Retracting the silk, he swung it again, using it to leap gracefully at the cave's apex, as if on a swing. Silk ring, purple. Equipment level, Tier 3. Equipment type, ring. Intelligence, 12 stars. Spirit, 10 stars. Special effects, silk swing. Shoot silk in a designated direction, rapidly pulling oneself towards the target location. Silk bind. Actively releases silk to bind the target enemy, consuming spirit power. This ring enhances intelligence and spirit, making it more suited for mage-like professions, yet its special effects significantly enhance agility. The final item, a pair of blue leggings. Dropped by a crystal bowl, boasts a physique enhancement of 7 stars, providing additional defense and movement speed. At this moment, he had undeniably reached his peak state. The strength emblem provided a boost of 69 stars, physique increased by 112 stars, and fortitude augmented by 46 stars. Combined with his innate talent of the infernal idol and the hidden attributes of the demon body, all 3 attributes surpassed the 100-star mark. His physique, in particular, was formidable. Jin Quan estimated it to have reached around 180 stars, rendering him akin to an indestructible iron tower. Chapter 35. Capturing mice. Jiran emerged from a tunnel, glancing at Jin Quan's arm, feeling a pang of envy. Another one? You're only level 31. Jin Quan's hand shimmered with orange light as the lava judgment transformed into an emblem, embedding itself in his palm. He shook his wrist and said, "Let us go. The sandworm nest you mentioned, I feel we can unleash our full potential there." Unleash our full potential? Jiran asked, puzzled. Jin Quan rubbed his nose. It probably means we'll charge and head first. Jiren pointed at Jin Quan's ring. The skin of a silver silkworm. Both of us need to wrap ourselves in it. Otherwise, the abyssal scythe mouse won't appear. If we try to force our way in, with the timid nature of the abyssal scythe mouse, it will likely have already fled. The flower mouth ring glimmered with purple light, and 2 pieces of worm skin were produced, already cut to size. The 2 of them were cloaked from head to toe, as if draped in a mantle. The tunnel of the red tumor earthworm was dense and labyrinthine. It was unclear how Jiren had managed to find this passage leading to the sandworm's lair. Since arriving at pit number 1, he had become quite adept at burrowing, especially since his body had shrunk considerably. As they advanced and crawled, the cave remained dim, and it was uncertain how long they had been traversing until they could hear the dense sounds of chewing from outside, a relentless wave of noise echoing continuously. As they advanced, a suffocating stench assailed their senses, reminiscent of a clandestine slaughterhouse, where the mingled odors of blood and excrement festered and erupted. The exit of the passageway was concealed amidst a withered broadleaf plant. Jin Quan gently brushed aside some dry leaves, and a narrow fissure in the view was suddenly revealed. Upon catching sight of the outside, an electric shiver coursed through Jin Quan. A wave of goosebumps enveloped him, and his stomach convulsed violently. In his 2 lifetimes, particularly during his special forces training, he had undergone rigorous conditioning to withstand the horrors of various battlefields and the gruesome trials of bloodshed. He had presumed he had seen it all. Yet, the reality before him was a stark underestimation. He was confronted with a ghastly tableau akin to a living version of a lion and tiger ridge. Skulls littered the ground like stones, and human heads were flattened into grotesque shapes, their flesh decomposing into a foul, dusty residue. Tendons hung from trees, dried and glistening like silver. Truly, it was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the stench overwhelming. This scene was an impeccable replication of his worst nightmares, perhaps even surpassing them. For within this vast cavernous valley, swarms of insects voraciously gnawed upon the remains. At the center, a train had derailed and crashed into the cliffside, its carriages piled haphazardly together. Strangely, this area was devoid of insects, possibly because it had once been the site of the densest congregation of humanity, where one could easily imagine the initial onslaught of sand-eating bugs fighting for their share. Now, the space was empty, with countless picked-clean bones swaying gently, leaving only the blood-soaked carriages behind. We arrived a bit too early. We should have waited until they had finished feasting, Jiren remarked as he leaned in for a closer look. Jin Quan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the horrifying, bloody scene before him. In that moment, he fully comprehended that he had entered an entirely different realm. Here, humanity exhibited no compassion for life. Humanitarianism held no significance. "What's wrong?" Jiren inquired, noticing the furrow in Jin Quan's brow. "Will everyone who lives here eventually become like this?" "Become what?" "Indifferent to the plight of innocent lives." Jiren paused, shaking his head. "The ruined city is merely a breeding ground, akin to the luxurious chickens raised in upper cities. Do you care about the fate of those chickens?" Jin Quan parted his lips, yet found himself at a loss for words. In his previous life, he had been schooled in the principles of humanitarian protection. The notion of civil-military unity, the Geneva Conventions, everything that safeguarded civilians and the victims of war. Here, it seemed, such ideals were obsolete. Everything thrived in savage disarray. Observing the melancholy etched on Jin Quan's face, Jiren patted his shoulder. "I'm going to release the fruit now." With that, he retrieved from his pack a small creature resembling a sand-eating bug, though this one was a bizarre amalgamation of machinery and flesh. Its body bore a metallic sheen, mechanical components glinting with an eerie light, intricate gears and circuits intricately woven across its surface. Another part consists of vibrant flesh, the dark red body writhing slightly, where flesh intertwines with machinery and blood vessels merge with wires. Jiren placed the fruit upon the back of this half-mechanical, half-fleshy creature, and the bloodied hand upon its back writhed, enveloping the entire lava fruit. As Jiren set it down, the creature nonchalantly exited their tunnel. Its manner of movement was both unique and eerie. The mechanical components imparted a rigid rhythm to its actions, while the fleshy parts endowed it with a certain suppleness. The metallic limbs traversed the ground, covered in bloody muck, slowly ascending towards the carriage that had collided with the rock wall. If the abyssal scythe mouse's favorite delicacy was the lava fruit, its second preference must undoubtedly be eyeballs. With so many humans having perished in this place, it surely yearned for a share, yet dared not compete with the sand devourers, hoping instead for a stroke of luck. As the blood and flesh mechanical creature clambered atop the stacked carriages, its fleshy exterior gradually opened, revealing the lava fruit. The creature's forelegs plucked the fruit, then struck it forcefully. Instantly, the fruit burst forth like a ripe tomato, oozing orange-red droplets that glimmered with faint fireflies, appearing exceptionally bright. The creature then flipped off the carriage, disappearing into silence. The abyssal scythe mouse remained exceedingly cautious, biding its time until it witnessed the creature consuming half of its prize before making its move. Jin Quan nudda, and the two lay still, akin to fishermen waiting for a bite. Time passed slowly, and they remained in their position for nearly an hour. Yet the carriage across remained utterly still, the lava fruit languishing unattended. Just as Jin Quan pondered whether something had gone awry, Jinran suddenly gestured for silence. Jin Quan leaned forward to behold, atop the carriage, beside the lava fruit, a purple-black mouse adorned with golden patterns had materialized. This mouse was larger than the ordinary, resembling a marten more closely. It had appeared out of thin air, as if an invisibility cloak had been lifted. Jin Quan clenched his fist, muscles tensing, ready to spring into action. Yet, the abyssal scythe mouse vanished again. In the next moment, it reappeared at the entrance of a vast cavern, sniffing the surroundings. Mutantbeasts. Its form disappeared once more, only to reappear at another track, sniffing again before vanishing again. After a brief interval, Jin Quan felt a twitch in his eyelid. The abyssal scythe mouse had materialized before them, less than 3 meters away, its nose busily sniffing. Jin Quan could discern the texture of its fur with remarkable clarity. It hesitated the longest in this spot, meandering cautiously, before eventually retreating, shrouded in uncertainty. The two exhaled in relief, tightening the skin of the silkworm on their bodies, and gazed at the distant carriage. Indeed, the abyssal scythe mouse reappeared atop the carriage, having adeptly followed the sand devourer below to scavenge for eyeballs. Now perfectly concealed in its pursuit, he searched extensively to ascertain whether there were entities beyond the sand-devouring worms. The silhouette of the abyssal scythe rat vanished once more. Yet the lava fruit inexplicably began to dissipate gradually. Consuming the lava fruit would cause the creature that ingests it to coalesce fire elements around its being, even in invisibility. The fire elements could be observed. Jiran suppressed his voice to a whisper, relaying it to Jin Quan's ears. Indeed, just as the lava fruit had diminished by half, a fiery mass began to coalesce in the adjacent clearing, the flames taking the unmistakable shape of the abyssal scythe rat. It could no longer remain concealed. Act now. Chapter 36. Abyssal Overlord Jiran uttered in a low tone, prompting Jin Quan to burst forth from the cave entrance. The lava judgment ignited with flames, and in an instant, blue fire enveloped him, solidifying into a towering blue avatar, clad in molten armor, standing 5 meters tall. A golden aura of dominance encircled him. He suddenly stomped the ground, shattering the rocky surface and launching himself high into the air. Titanic earth splitter, with both hands wielding his blade. He struck downward like a meteor towards the top of the carriage. The 100-star patterns on his arms, symbolizing the power and physique of 100 stars, radiated a dazzling brilliance. Boom! The entire carriage area was flattened under the impact, the force penetrating downwards, causing the earth to fracture. Simultaneously, the lava roar was triggered, and a fan-shaped surge of magma erupted from the ground, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that pushed outward. Numerous sand-devouring worms were hurled into the air, struggling and igniting in the molten flow before gradually coming to a halt. In that instant, a 50-meter radius around Jin Quan was rendered void, with a deep pit forming at the center. Where has it gone? Jin Quan scanned his surroundings rapidly, but found no trace of the abyssal scythe rat. Just then, an explosion erupted above him, and the next moment, a white phosphorus shell descended like fireworks from the sky, blanketing the entire valley. The damage from the white phosphorus shell was minimal, yet it incited considerable fury among the sand-devouring worms that were blissfully indulging in their feast within the valley. This white phosphorus shell appeared to be specially manufactured. Upon impact, all flesh and blood on the ground ignited, and the valley was soon engulfed in the acrid scent of burning. The flames consumed their food. In an instant, the sand-devouring worms began to riot, densely packed and layered upon each other, spewing forth torrents of blood sand from their maws. The blood sand spread across the flames generated by the white phosphorus shell, instantly suppressing the fire. This blood sand, imbued with extraordinary stickiness, was a signature skill of the sand-devouring worms. If too much adhered to anything, it would gradually crystallize into stone. With such a multitude of sand-devouring worms surging forth, they would soon form a stone sculpture. Jin Quan swiftly attempting to minimize the blood sand's adhesion. When he heard Ji ran, calling from a distance, "Find fire. Your great blade possesses the aura of dominance. As long as you strike, it cannot be contained." Jin Quan suddenly realized, and with determination, he swung his blade at a nearby, sand-devouring worm, golden light erupting from him, causing all the blood sand to fall away. The epic attribute of the weapon was astonishing. As he swung his weapon wildly, glancing around, the flames produced by the white phosphorus shells were gradually extinguished by the swarming, sand-devouring insects. Only one flame danced erratically under the barrage of sand from these creatures. The number of sand-devouring insects surrounding this flame increased, and a smile crept across Jin Quan's lips. Moments ago, he was uncertain how this abyssal scythe weasel had managed to escape, but now, with all the sand-devouring insects engaged in the firefighting effort, it had nowhere left to retreat. Yet, this creature was remarkably agile. Despite being besieged by so many sand-devouring insects, it deftly maneuvered through the gaps in their attacks. Observing this, Jin Quan gathered his strength in his legs, leapt high, and executed another mighty troll, Earth Splitter. The flame, clearly aware of the terror of Jin Quan's attack, trembled violently, and just as his massive sword descended, the flame vanished in an instant. This time, Jin Quan heightened his awareness and noticed a golden pattern emerging from the flame. And then the creature itself disappeared. As his great sword struck down, the terrifying shockwave cleaved through countless sand-devouring insects, leaving only a deep pit where life once thrived. He quickly turned his head to see the abyssal scythe weasel had already reappeared 100 meters away. A skill? Teleportation? Then, a fierce grin spread across his face. "Come, let us test our stamina." The aura of his bulwark reemerged as he unleashed another troll Earth Splitter from air. Cracks spread across the earth, and another deep pit appeared, yet the abyssal scythe weasel vanished once more. Both the Blade of Annihilation and the Triple Slash had linear and fan-shaped ranges, but only the Troll Earth Splitter expanded in a circular pattern. The Abyssal Scythe Weasel evaded smaller area skills with agility, but against such large-scale shockwave damage, it immediately opted for teleportation. "Continue." Jin Quan landed and leapt into the air again, gripping his sword tightly for a heavy downward strike. The Abyssal Scythe Weasel vanished yet again. "Keep going," Jin Quan roared, executing another leap and slash. Time and again, his great sword nearly cleaved the entire valley. As countless sand-devouring insects fell victim to his horrific skills, he unleashed the Troll Earth Splitter a total of 20 times, and as he began to breathe heavily, even his 180-star physique struggled to endure such intense use of epic skills. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of his strength for one final strike. As his great sword descended, Jin Quan turned his head amidst the swirling dust to look at the abyssal scythe weasel that had already teleported away. His voice echoed through the haze. "You dead rat. I await my level up. What are you waiting for?" Under his blade, countless sand-devouring insects had perished. In that last strike, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, replenishing his stamina in an instant. "Die for me." The glowing red great sword reappeared in the air, rapidly enlarging in the eyes of the abyssal scythe weasel. Its radiance flickered once more, but soon dimmed, emitting a strange screech as the golden patterns on its body twisted and then violently shot skyward. As if Peiji had lifted a grandeur, a mysterious purple light shimmered, like rippling water within it. The portal had opened, revealing the abyssal gate. After countless days and nights of plotting, willingly becoming a mind slave to unlock this gate, it was finally ajar. Yet, Jin Qian still fixated on the abyssal scythe rat, while demonic wings unfurled behind him in midair, the heavy lava judgment reconstituting into a sigil that penetrated his very being. The great blade was intended for ferocious assaults, while the curved dagger was crafted for swiftness. He forcefully canceled the Troll Earth Split in the air. 3-part slash. The descent of the Earth Split transformed into a diving stroke of the 3-part slash, executed with even greater velocity. However, the gate loomed just behind the abyssal scythe rat, and a mere step would plunge it back into the abyss. The abyssal scythe rat bared its teeth at Jin Qian, as if mocking his overreach, and turned to step forward. Yet, just as it was about to cross the threshold of the abyssal gate, an abundance of silken threads suddenly enveloped it. layering upon one another until it was cocooned like a chrysalis. The abyssal scythe rat, quick to react, unleashed a crimson glow from its claws, tugging slightly. The silk binding, propelled by its meager 23-star intelligence, was torn apart as if it were mere burlap. Yet, in that fleeting moment of stagnation, Jin Quan's blade struck true. Blood erupted forth as the headless carcass of the abyssal scythe rat crumpled to the ground. You have slain the abyssal scythe rat special at level 7, with an efficacy ratio of 100. Just as he vanquished the abyssal scythe rat, the opened abyssal gate began to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of closing. This was a mishap. Jin Quan was startled. Qi Jian had merely instructed him to defeat the abyssal scythe rat to open the gate, yet he had taken it upon himself to slay the creature. As Jin Quan hurried to seek Qi Jian, a raven, cloaked in darkness and emitting plumes of black smoke, descended from the sky. Its eyes gleamed a blood red, resembling two luminous rubies. The raven alighted directly upon the void gate, and in an instant, the faltering portal stabilized once more. Jin Quan turned to see Qi Jian approaching him slowly. However, unlike before, a pitch-black totemic pattern now shimmered on his brow. Was this a talent? Qi Jian nodded. It seems your talent is related to the abyss. Qi Jian nodded again. Without you, this would have been the most redundant talent imaginable. He gestured towards the raven perched upon the abyssal gate. My talent is called Abyssal Sovereign, and this is my guardian. Chapter 37, Lord of the Sands. An SSS talent? Qi Jian shrugged. It is a talent usable only in the abyss. SSS is merely a decorative symbol. With a legendary class emblem in hand, you need not seek another. So are you aiming to venture into the abyss for a class emblem? There is always a desire to ascend higher when hope is present. Jin Quan sheathed his blade. I still have to go rescue someone, so I shall not accompany you. Ha! Qi Jian laughed heartily. Your assistance thus far has already surpassed the value of that class emblem for me. The path ahead is one I must traverse alone. No one can assist me. Casting aside any sentimentality, Jin Quan glanced at the raven perched at the threshold of the abyss, which flapped its wings, causing ripples to cascade through the portal. The journey unfolded seamlessly. Qi Ran adjusted the straps of his backpack and was about to step through the door when he abruptly halted, a smile gracing his lips. If I return alive, and your affairs are settled, how about we form a travel group? You can be the leader, and I shall handle the narration. Jin Quan, devoid of family ties or concerns, replied nonchalantly, that sounds good. I'll venture out to procure some fine spices. Qi Ran's lips curved into another smile as he stepped into the abyssal portal. With his departure, the portal shimmered and then disintegrated into nothingness. The sand-eating worms, seemingly intimidated by the earlier chaos, merely hissed from a distance, encircling him without launching an attack. Relishing the peace, Jin Quan picked up the corpse of the abyssal scythe rat, casting a glance that made his heart skip a beat. On the rat's forehead, a black four-leaf clover emblem began to coalesce. This was a shape he had never encountered before, yet the black emblem was familiar. It had once been ejected into his arms after a failed fusion in Linine, now manifesting as his current profession's emblem. Dark insight swept over him as he beheld this extraordinary emblem. Lucky coin. Equipment level, none. Equipment quality, special. Equipment type, special accessory. Attribute effects, luck bonus. Enhances the character's luck attribute, increasing the likelihood of high-quality equipment and item drops from monsters. Lucky event trigger, within a span of 30 natural days. It can actively trigger entry into a random dimension. Special equipment. Jin Quan glanced once more toward the direction of the abyss portal, where Qi Ran had vanished without a trace. With no one to consult, he memorized the emblem's design and ultimately pressed it against himself. With a flash of black light, the four-leaf clover remarkably embedded itself directly into his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he sensed no attribute enhancement, as though he had merely adorned himself with an empty emblem. Luck is indeed a facet of strength, a truth applicable in any realm. Since it augments the chances of high-quality equipment and item drops, let us test its mettle. Ignoring the encroaching, sand-eating worms, he raised his hand and flicked it upward, his fingertips shimmering with purple light as a thread shot forth, affixing itself securely to the cave ceiling. A pulling force surged through him, lifting him into the air as he soared towards the vast opening previously explored by the abyssal scythe rat. Upon landing, a swarm of sand-eating worms lunged at him. Jin Quan raised his hand and executed a series of 9 swift slashes at the dense mass of insects. The continuous strikes triggered a lava eruption, spewing a torrent of magma from the depths scorching the worms and causing them to writhe in agony. Concurrently, the lava charge activated, enveloping him in a shield of flames akin to molten rock. Any sand-eating worm that approached the shield was engulfed in crackling flames that inflicted searing damage. Thus, Jin Quan withdrew the infernal flame idol, opting not to block, but instead, he advanced steadily, wielding his shield while cutting through his foes. The concentrated assaults struck him, triggering the lava shield with a 10% chance. Whenever the agile, sand-eating worms evaded his attacks, the lava shield would refresh anew. The lava judgment's inherent attribute of invulnerability rendered the multitude of sand-eating worms utterly incapable of obstructing him. The act of killing refreshed the burning shield, while the control aspect allowed for a forceful escape from their grasp. Jin Quan epitomized the journey from the southern heaven gate to the eastern road of Penglai, cleaving a path through to the deeper recesses of the valley's cave. Upon entering the cave, a stifling atmosphere confronted him. At the entrance, a layer of fine red sand lay accumulated, soft underfoot like latex. The dim light, illuminated only by the sporadic flicker of mysterious luminescent minerals, casting a faint glow. The cave walls displayed a rough texture, marked by the countless excavations and movements of the sand-eating worms over time. Occasionally, viscous fluids oozed from the walls, exuding a pungent odor, a secretion from the worms. The cave echoed with a low, droning hum, as small sand-eating worms emerged from the soft red sand below, crawling up the walls to lick the secretions. Jin Quan cleaved through some of the red sand with his large blade, uncovering black worm eggs. It appeared that this was indeed a nest. Scattered around lay numerous bones and dilapidated weapons, remnants of lives long past. Casting a glance behind him, he observed that the outer sand-eating worms had all halted, lingering at the entrance as if bound by a prohibitive enchantment or strict command forbidding them from entering. Where was the Worm King? Apart from the younglings suckling on the walls, there was no other presence in the cave. Jin Quan cautiously ventured towards the center of the cave, surveying his surroundings, yet the Worm King remained elusive. However, a rhythmic throbbing at his brow signaled an obscure warning. Suddenly, blue flames surged around him, enveloping him in the infernal flame idol's essence. In that instant, as he activated the idol's innate ability, the entire expanse of red sand within the cave coalesced around him like a dumpling skin, swiftly encasing him in a massive sandball that floated in the air. The ground erupted as a shimmering serpent's tail pierced through the sandball at breakneck speed. With a thunderous roar, Jin Quan was violently expelled from the sandball, impaled against the cave wall. The wall cracked like a spider's web, the rocks crumbling and falling away. The lava suit he wore was pierced through, with a glowing green stinger halting mere inches from his chest. Instinctively, Jin Quan's gray particles clung to his blade, and he swung it with swift ferocity. But the serpent's tail reacted with remarkable speed, retracting instantaneously, vanishing from sight. He fell from the wall, adjusting his stance, bending his knees to absorb the impact, as his long sword steadied against the sand beneath him. Fortunately, I possessed sufficient resilience. I narrowly escaped being overwhelmed. The flames upon the statue swiftly spread, and the pierced chest gradually coalesced, restoring itself to its former state. Jin Quan gazed ahead, where a colossal insectoid serpent deity loomed. This creature was extraordinarily immense, measuring several dozen meters in length. Its upper body resembled that of a cockroach, with a grotesque and massive head, its eyes glowing with a fierce crimson light, and its mouth brimming with sharp, menacing teeth. Its lower half, however, bore a serpentine tail, encased in a hard shell that shimmered with red light, the tip resembling a long sword, glistening with green venom. This peculiar anatomy, combining the form of a cockroach above and serpent below, endowed it with remarkable speed on sandy terrain, while also granting it the ability to scale surfaces. Its teeth, tail, body, and limbs were all instruments of attack, presenting an image of a true war beast. A flash of insight crossed its eyes, revealing a piece of information. Level 39, Lord of the Sand. Jin Quan's expression tightened. Is this what Jin had referred to as a domain lord? He glanced at the red sand beneath his feet, evidently the realm of this Lord of the Sand, which could be manipulated at will, achieving a perfect balance of offense and defense. Chapter 38. Battle with the Lord of the Sand. The Lord of the Sand reared up like a cobra, its lantern-like eyes surveying Jin Quan from above. In the next instant, its long tail whipped out with a sonic boom, slicing through the air towards him. Jin Quan's gaza sharpa, and he swiftly drew his spear to counter. Yet in the following moment, the sand beneath him surged into a mound, shifting his center of gravity, causing his spear to miss the serpent's tail, which struck forcefully against his infernal flame statue. Boom! Another massive impact reverberated, hurling Jin Quan into the cave wall. Embedded within, he surveyed the sand-covered ground, furrowing his brow. He realized he could manipulate all the red sand, yet fighting atop it would place him at a considerable disadvantage. This ability to alter the terrain rendered even his formidable physique ineffective. He sheathed his spear, and a flash of orange light illuminated his hand as the lava judgment reappeared. The Lord of the Sand moved with astonishing speed, initially believing that a lightweight spear would be more effective. He soon discovered that its tail wielded the swiftness of a swordsman, utterly overwhelming him. The disparity in speed rendered any advantage moot. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself from the wall. As he stepped into the void, a golden aura of his formidable physique radiated, and he leapt into the air, muscles swelling. Gripping his blade with fervor, and aimed a fierce downward strike. The Titan's earth splitter, just as he neared the Lord of the Sand's head. The ground abruptly rose to form a towering sand wall, obscuring his vision in an instant. Boom! His blade, akin to a meteor, struck the sand wall, which immediately caved in like a drum before shattering explosively. The entire cave was engulfed in a cloud of red dust. Jin Quan quickly looked up, only to see the Lord of the Sand clinging to the cave ceiling, its serpent tail darting towards his back like a javelin. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his weapon in defiance, ready to challenge the Lord of the Sand to a direct confrontation. Yet he faltered once more. The crimson sands beneath him resembled a carpet abruptly yanked aside, causing his blade to veer unexpectedly. The serpent tail of the sand devourer struck fiercely into the shoulder of the obsidian deity. By the time Jin Quan resumed his assault, the serpent's tail had already retreated to the cave's apex. The sand devourer emitted an eerie, mocking hiss, seemingly deriding Jin Quan, the reptilian creature. Umph, what arrogance! You shall not breach my defenses. It is you who will perish. With that, dark mist surged from his back, sprouting a pair of infernal wings, lifting him into the air as he shot forth like a crimson streak towards the sand devourer. Threefold slash of the demon wings. However, as he approached once more, a vast wall of crimson sands loomed before him. This time, a smile graced Jin Quan's lips. The demonic wings receded, revealing a glimmering purple blade, which, akin to a lightning bolt, pierced through the sand wall, executing a sharp turn in midair to confront the sand devourer directly. A crescent-shaped sword aura erupted from his great sword, slicing through the sand devourer. A thunderous wail filled the cavern. The creature, which had sought refuge behind the sand wall, was once again launched back into the air. Skill, Blade of Annihilation, orange. Skill effect, lock onto the target and unleash a ferocious charge, akin to a purple lightning bolt that strikes the enemy, inflicting substantial impact damage and causing them to stagger. Upon nearing the target, deliver a powerful upward thrust. The great sword releases a devastating blade aura, inflicting immense damage upon the target. Those struck will be forcefully propelled into the air, momentarily incapacitated. The Blade of Annihilation boasts the shortest charging distance among the three skills, yet possesses an extraordinary attribute of target locking within its range. Even if the Sand Devourer evaded earlier due to lack of visibility, it can still be pursued through an arc of retribution. Seizing the moment, the demonic wings sprouted again from his back, transforming into a luminous streak that traversed the air. The Sand Devourer's defenses crumbled before Jin Quan like mere tofu. However, its sheer size was imposing. That previous strike had cleaved away half of its roach-like form, and its wounds burned with relentless damage. A piercing cry erupted from its maw as a horde of sandworms, amassed outside the cave, surged forth, each exhibiting terrifying leaping prowess as they swarmed over the Sand Devourer's body. Jin Quan struck down with his blade, causing a multitude of sandworms to plummet. He flashed again, unleashing a sweeping arc of molten magma towards the swarm. With a third strike, a powerful slash cleaved through the sandworms, landing a brutal blow upon the Sand Devourer. Crash! The Sand Devourer's back caved in, emitting a shower of metallic sparks as blood gushed forth. A flash of purple light flickered in Jin Quan's hand as he shot a thread into the cave's ceiling, suspended in the air. The swarm was overwhelming, and even with the gifted gray blade, he struggled to make contact. He relied solely on the blade aura from the threefold slash of the demon wings to barely breach its defenses. At this moment, A mound of insect had accumulated upon the Lord of Sand-Eaters, forming a veritable armor of creatures. The empowered blade could scarcely touch the Lord's true form. Nevertheless, Jin Quan remained unfazed. The heavier the monster, the more vulnerable it appeared before him. Just as he contemplated plunging once more into the insect mound to strike directly at its core, a fierce crimson light erupted from within the mound, akin to flames igniting. In the next moment, Jin Quan beheld the tail of the Lord of Sand-Eaters re-emerging from the insect mass, now appearing in dozens, striking his infernal statue with a speed too swift for him to react. With a swift execution of the Titan's Earth Splitter, the manifestation of his Titan form arose, absorbing the relentless barrage of attacks as if they were mere raindrops, immune to control effects and suffering a mere 20% reduction in damage due to his Titan state. Jin Quan withstood the onslaught. Amidst the chaos, he plunged into the mound of insects like a meteor, scattering countless sand-eaters in all directions. Simultaneously, his infernal statue was pierced, reduced to a sieve, and subsequently erupted into a dazzling display of blue flames, vanishing into the ether. Upon entering the mound, Jin Quan swiftly unleashed a flurry of slashes, dodging and triggering attacks and defenses, layers of molten shields materializing around him. With the Titan state active, he enjoyed a 50% reduction in damage, bolstered further by his lava shield, which absorbed double the usual amount of damage. With his indomitable characteristics, Jin Quan slashed recklessly within the insect mound. Empowered by his nuclear talent, the originally orange flames of his colossal blade transformed into a gray hue, cleaving everything in its path asunder. With each strike upon his foes, he absorbed the power of lava, and, after 10 strikes, he was enveloped in a layer of molten rock. The eruption of lava transformed him into a meteor, crashing into the mound of insects and resulting in a tremendous explosion. In an instant, charred sand-eaters rained down upon the cavern like a dark storm. Under the influence of the crimson light, the Lord of Sand-Eaters' attack speed surged to such an extent that Jin Quan could scarcely perceive it. He chose to disregard the frantic strikes upon him, allowing the relentless assault to continue while his lava shield refreshed rapidly. In his Titan state, he was unyielding, carving a deep pit within the mound. The so-called insect mound armor was nothing more than thick tofu before him. After nearly 5 minutes of relentless hacking, he finally spotted the Lord of Sand-Eaters curled amidst the insects. Target locked. Blade of Annihilation. A flash of purple light erupted from the mound. A towering wave of destructive energy, drenched in scarlet blood, rained down upon the cavern's ceiling, scattering insect corpses and debris like autumn leaves. Upon slaying the Lord of Sand-Eaters, a level 7 bonus was attained, with an efficiency ratio of 100%. Chapter 39, Legendary Skill, Berserk Sword Demon. With the demise of the Lord of Sand-Eaters, the mound of insects collapsed, akin to monkeys fleeing from a fallen tree, hastily scattering to escape the cavern. Jin Quan did not pursue. Instead, he glanced at his status panel. Level 33 attained. Having vanquished an indeterminate number of insects, along with the Domain Lord, he was able to ascend 2 levels. However, the progression of leveling seemed to slow considerably in the later stages. The days of swiftly advancing 5 or 6 levels with a single strike felt like a distant memory. As he gazed at the vanquished Sand Devourer, cleave from waist to head, he stepped forward with measured intent. Lucky coin, I hope you do not disappoint me. With a swift kick, he sent the enormous corpse tumbling over. Jin Quan inhaled sharply at the sight, as 6 emblems materialized densely upon the remains. Among them were 2 orange emblems, 2 purple, and 2 blue, clustered together like a brood. Previously, when he had slain the lava behemoth, he had received 1 orange and 3 purple. This time, however, he was rewarded with 2 orange, 2 purple, and an additional 2 blue emblems. He gently traced his fingers over the patterns on the corpse, the emblems gradually revealing themselves. His first inspection focused on the 2 orange emblems, one triangular and the other hexagonal, denoting a skill and an equipment piece, respectively. Skill emblem, Swordsmanship Frenzy, orange, skill class, swordsman and professions wielding sword-type weapons. Skill description, upon activation of the Swordsmanship Frenzy skill, the swordsman enters an extremely frenzied state of combat, continuously evaporating their own blood, with a defense of 50. Their body is enveloped in a potent aura of blood, and their eyes gleam with fierce light. In this state, the swordsman's attack speed, movement speed, and attack power are increased by 200. Epic. bleeding, sustained loss of life points upon being attacked, and healing effects are halved. Upon reading this skill, Jin Quan was taken aback. The frenzy skill had been expected to be of purple grade, as previously indicated. He then sensed the peculiar equipment, the lucky coin, residing near his heart. Remarkably, if this skill's emergence was indeed due to the lucky coin, its value would far surpass that of any other equipment he possessed. It could easily be deemed a divine artifact. Without hesitation, he pressed the skill emblem to his forehead. The emblem transformed into a stream of light, penetrating his mind, and a multitude of information pertaining to the skill materialized. At that moment, his class-specific skill, Swordsmanship Mastery, flickered intensely. The originally orange Swordsmanship Frenzy skill gradually metamorphosed into the golden legendary form. Sword Demon Frenzy, Legendary, Gold, Skill Class, Swordsman and Professions wielding sword-type weapons. Skill Description. Upon activating the Sword Demon Frenzy skill, the swordsman enters a state of frenzied combat, continuously igniting their own blood, with a defense of 80. Their body is enveloped in fierce flames of blood, and their eyes shine with a piercing light. In this state, the swordsman's attack speed, movement speed, and strength are augmented by 500. Legendary. Lifesteal. When inflicting damage upon enemies, 30 of the damage dealt is converted into healing, restoring health and stamina. After reviewing the skill, Jin Quan swallowed hard. The elevation of this skill to legendary status did not introduce additional effects. Instead, it represented an explosive increase in numerical values, trading greater vitality and defense for quintupled speed and strength. Subsequently, Jin Quan gazed upon the legendary attribute of vampirism, merely considering the initial aspect, which involved the extensive consumption of blood and a reduction of 80 in defense. It appeared to be a self-destructive skill. However, with this vampiric attribute, as long as he continuously inflicted damage upon his adversaries, it should prolong the duration of the skill. Exhaling softly, Jin Quan glanced at the 4 skills displayed on his interface. 3 were related to displacement, and 1 enhanced his output. Having successfully acquired all the skills arranged by Ji Ran, he pondered his next steps. Should he continue seeking displacement skills or explore other options? Jin Quan felt that 3 displacement skills were likely sufficient at this stage. He dismissed the notion of output and instantaneously recalled the moment when the Lord of the Sandstorm obliterated the Infernal Flame statue. This was the first time his talent had been utterly overwhelmed before he could make any repairs. Ji Ran was indeed correct. Longevity was the ultimate attribute. A rough idea began to form in his mind as he turned his attention to the hexagonal orange emblem in his hand. Sand-devouring python orange. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment type, belt. Constitution, 33 stars. Fortitude, 30 stars. Guardian of Sand. Releases a shield of sand, nullifying 1 attack. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Power of Sand Devouring. While standing on the ground, gain the effect of Sand Devouring, enhancing 1's Fortitude by 20. Devour of the Sand Python. Has a 15 chance to summon a Phantom of the Sand Python upon attack, descending from the sky to inflict damage while petrifying the enemy. Epic Resilience. After sustaining severe injuries, damage taken is reduced by 20. Upon reviewing this belt, Jin Quan felt a surge of joy. It boasted an invulnerable skill. The ability to unleash a shield of sand to nullify an attack, albeit with a 1-day cooldown, constituted an exceptionally formidable life-saving skill. Additionally, it featured a passive effect that enhanced his Fortitude attribute by 20, along with the 15 area petrification effect from Devour of the Sand Python. Coupled with a 25 chance to trigger Lava Roar from Lava Judgment, his attacks were poised to unleash a myriad of effects. The epic attribute, Resilience, further contributed to damage reduction, with a 30 decrease from the Lava Shield, a 20 decrease from the Unyielding Body, and an additional 20 reduction from Resilience. Altogether, this amounted to a remarkable 70 reduction in damage. Jin Quan was certain that once all these effects were activated, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to eliminate him in a single blow. And if he cannot be vanquished, he might very well strike back. The epic equipment instilled him with an overwhelming sense of security. Jin Quan reached for his waist and withdrew the green, high-quality, first-tier swift belt, which detached from him and dispersed into countless starlights within mere seconds. He then affixed the epic orange emblem, Sand-Devouring Python, to his waist. It shimmered with brilliance before instantaneously merging with his body. Simultaneously, a resonant sound echoed within him as a green elephant phantom surged into his right arm. Originally, there existed a solitary elephant-headed star pattern, which instantaneously twisted and sprouted another elephant head. Jin Quan raised his hand to glance at it. As his physique reached 200 stars, a slight clenching of his fist allowed him to sense an enduring and profound strength within. Physique serves as the foundation of life, endowing one with formidable endurance and recuperative abilities, thus providing a solid guarantee for both offensive maneuvers and the execution of sword techniques. A physique of 200 stars is sufficient for Jin Quan to unleash his epic skills in a barrage of overwhelming force. As the 100-star pattern of physique re-emerged, Jin Quan's stature diminished slightly, and he lost the oppressive aura of his once formidable muscles. Simultaneously, the formidable 30-star tenacity enhancement fortified his defenses, causing his skin to radiate a subtle metallic sheen. Chapter 40. Lair the vengeful spider. Jin Quan rotated his neck, the bones cracking audibly. He then turned his gaze to the two purple emblems, which were skill emblems, albeit not belonging to his class. Skill emblem, Abyss Infusion, purple, class, Summoner skill effect. The summoner concentrates, channeling power from the abyss through a unique magical contract, infusing this potent force into their summoned entities. The infused summon becomes enveloped in a dark red glow, enhancing its attack power and speed. The summoner's skill appears quite promising. Skills that do not display numerical enhancements typically correlate with inherent attributes, and this one likely relates to the intelligence of the summoner. The higher the intelligence, the greater the enhancement. Jin Quan's Troll Earth Splitter operates on a similar principle. Greater strength yields increased damage. He stowed this emblem away and turned his attention to the other skill emblem. Skill emblem, Divine Protection, purple, class, pre-skill effect. The priest summons divine power to cast a formidable protective barrier over allies. This barrier absorbs substantial damage and provides ongoing healing effects to those within its confines. Moreover, the barrier possesses the ability to purify negative states, shielding allies from enemy control and debilitation effects. Jin Quan raised an eyebrow. This skill offers a form of invulnerability to others and additionally includes healing and shielding. Both skills are quite valuable. He had acquired 2 priest skills, yet he remained a lone wolf, as his original companions had departed. He stored the emblems within his flowered mouth ring. Lastly, he examined the 2 blue equipment emblems, a blue automatic pistol and a 2-handed great axe. These were items entirely unnecessary for Jin Quan, yet according to his companion's assertions, such items were tradable and could be exchanged for what he required. After securing them all, he cast his gaze upon the colossal carcass of the Sand Devourer. Without guidance, he was uncertain which of the monster's remains held value. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively severed the serpent-like tail, the Sand Devourer's most potent offensive weapon, sharp and venomous. Jin Quan did not abandon the cave, but instead roamed within, keenly observing his surroundings. Amidst a crevice in the rock wall, he discerned a flicker of phosphorescence. As he drew closer, he beheld a plant quietly standing deep within the fissure, adorned with vibrant crimson blossoms. Indeed, it was true. Domain lords were often accompanied by symbiotic organisms. The lava behemoth was a variety of magma fruit. What then was this? He unsheathed his machete, the gray particles shimmering around him, and with precision akin to slicing tofu, he gradually cleaved through the rocky wall, entering the cave and plucking the flower with a swift motion. The plant was relatively diminutive, its slender yet resilient stem gleaming in a pale gold hue. The blossoms, the most striking element, were trumpet-shaped and blood-red, emanating a faint glow as if imbued with mysterious power. His eyes sparkled, and in an instant, the fundamental information about this plant manifested before him. Sand Soul Flower. The Sand Soul Flower could be transformed into a precious elixir, possessing formidable healing properties. Whether for external wounds or internal injuries, consuming the Sand Soul Flower potion would expedite the healing process and restore vitality. It was a medicinal herb. He had yet to encounter the profession of alchemist. According to Jiran, all were nurtured by the major factions of the upper city, making it an exceedingly coveted vocation. He decided to collect the flower. Sensing that there were no further treasures within the cave, he retrieved some fish meat and rested briefly before exiting. Outside, chaos reigned. The ground marred by deep pits created by the Jin Quan giant troll's earth-shattering blows. The soil overturned, obscuring the once bloody scene. The insects had also left no trace. After feeding, they would excavate the redstone or grinding into fine sand before carrying it into the lair of the Sand Devourer, depositing their eggs amidst the fine particles. This was why the Sand Devourer's cavern was strewn with a carpet of red sand. Yet, with the Sand Devourer now deceased, it remained uncertain whether these insects would adhere to their former habits. Amidst the corpses scattered about, Jin Quan turned over a few but did not continue his search. The insects were predominantly of level 31 to 32, comparable to his own level, and after scouring extensively, he found a single gray piece of common equipment insignia. Its attributes dismally low. He ceased his search, but fortune smiled upon him as he discovered an intact corpse. The body bore a purplish hue, with evident ligature marks around the neck. It must have been murdered during the train journey and discarded in a corner, later contorted by the violent impact of the train. Wrapped in twisted metal. Thus, this individual became the sole complete corpse aboard the train. Jin Quan sliced through the enclosing metal and directly removed the garments from body. A duckbill cap, sneakers, cargo pants, a tank top, and a loose baseball jacket constituted the attire. If only there were a large gold chain to complete the look, he would embody the quintessential West Coast rapper. At last, he could avoid being half-naked. Jin Quan mimicked a gesture resembling goat horns. He retrieved the map of Pit No. 1 and gazed at the corner marked with a red cross, tapping it lightly with his middle finger. Once he defeated the vengeful spider matriarch, he could plot his escape. According to Charon, the upper city controlled the channels for professional breakthroughs, leaving the inhabitants of the lower city confined to the third tier. With his current strength, he would be invincible in the lower city. After a brief observation of the route, he readied his weapon and ventured alone towards the lair of the vengeful spider. The lair was situated in the southwestern corner of the map, characterized by an extraordinary geological formation, a cavernous space formed by a blend of nitrate-like minerals and water, evolving into an icy grotto. From the outside, the entrance was veiled in a thin layer of frost, emanating a chilling and eerie aura. Upon stepping into the lair, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him. Inside the grotto, 6 passages led deeper into the internal space. The ice walls were adorned with an intricate web of twisted patterns, as if some creature had crawled upon them for ages. The ground was blanketed in a thick layer of frost, crunching beneath his feet with each step. Looking up, he noticed numerous sharp icicles hanging from the ceiling, each encasing a frozen creature, exuding a sense of death. The entire lair of the vengeful spider matriarch resembled a cold and terrifying realm. Zhu Jinxiong lit a cigarette and surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress a smirk. This lair of a mere level 39 monster is quite impressive. Behind him, Lu Shi, upon overhearing, stepped forward in agreement. Captain Zhu, I must say, these ice sculptures possess a certain artistry. It would be splendid to transport some to the upper city for an exhibition of your prowess. I could serve as the tour guide, narrating the battle and introducing the children of the upper city to your grandeur. Zhu Jinxiong raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lu Shi, acknowledging that this lad always struck the right chord with him. He chuckled. You actually have an appreciation for art? Lu Shi puffed out his chest. My family is in civil construction, specializing in architectural design. Just look at these frozen monsters. Each ice sculpture varies in posture and expression. With a vengeful spider matriarch as the centerpiece, these smaller ice sculptures could serve as decor. Add some dry ice fog, and the entire space would be restored to life. I can explain every detail of how you fought and defeated them, ensuring a grand spectacle. Chapter 41. The Red Demon Legion. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, a faint smile curved Zhu Jinxiong's lips. Indeed, during the battle, be cautious not to destroy everything. Just as he was admiring the frozen sculptures overhead, a melodious female voice interjected. This native species has gone unchallenged for 300 years. We should exercise caution. The girl's words drew the attention of everyone present. Flanking her were 2 burly men, one wielding a Gatling gun with 9 barrels, and the other shouldering a large single-soldier grenade launcher, guarding her on either side. Zhu Jinxiong scoffed dismissively. Why hasn't your brother come here? Ji Linger furrowed her brow, feeling quite unaccustomed to Zhu Jinxiong's tone. My brother has long surpassed the 4th tier in his profession. Why would he come? You know that, young lady. Zhu Jinxiong continued with a smile. The first pit has been open for 20 years, and anyone of notable strength would have reached the 4th tier long ago. Who would come here? Even those at the lower 3rd tier wouldn't deign to attend, yet the tales surrounding it are nothing short of legendary. After speaking, he glanced sideways at the 2 bald men beside him. The G family's double-headed wolf, over 50 years old, and still not retired? Can you still fight? The 2 suited bald men turned to look at Zhu Jinxiong, and one of them spoke. Thank you, young Master Zhu, for your concern. In the lower 3rd tier's secret realm, we Haven T made a significant error in decades. That's good to hear. Zhu Jinxiong nodded and turned to face the crowd. Among the 40 individuals present, all were elegantly dressed with extraordinary charisma. I know you all have your own reasons for coming to the first pit, whether in search of lower third-tier purple skills, spiritual herbs, or equipment emblems. I hope we can discuss all of this after we finish dealing with the vengeful Spider Mother. He discarded his cigarette onto the ground, where it hissed as it met the icy surface. It is inevitable that I have my own motives for bringing you here. To be frank, my intention was merely to have you as witnesses. He pointed to the 5 young men he had brought. Allow me to introduce the Red Demon Brigade. You should all be familiar with them, the champions of the last Starlight Professional League. Upon finishing his sentence, the 5 young men immediately removed their masks and sunglasses, revealing their handsome and refined faces. Particularly with Zhu Jinxiang standing at the center, the other 4 appeared even more striking. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, especially among several wealthy young women who let out shrieks. Fui ran, Xia Inja, Su Lizzie, my heavens, I can't believe I'm seeing them here. I'm going to lose my mind. The young women who had been passively lurking at the back rushed forward in excitement. Shangguan, my idol, I have your autograph. Can we take a photo together? Jin Quan, I adore you. My home is filled with your memorabilia. You have accompanied my growth, taught me how to be a person, made me strong, made me brave. You are the pillar of my life. I'm going to cry. In an instant, the scene grew chaotic, with both boys and girls crowding around, pulling out their high-end smartphones to take turns snapping photos. It must be said that the 5 members of the Red Demon Brigade were exceptionally professional. They pulled out markers from their pockets and signed the girls' clothing, followed by cheerful group photos. Even Ji Ling couldn't help but glance over frequently, her silvery hair flowing, sparkling earrings glimmering, a devilish smile gracing her lips, and a chiseled profile. Every movement was enough to captivate the young women. Once the crowd quieted down a bit, Zhu Jinxiang cleared his throat, and the 5 members of the Red Demon Brigade gradually withdrew from the throng. The strength of the Red Demon Legion is something that anyone with a television at home should be well aware of. All members are at level 39, endowed with S-rank talents and combat genius. He cast a deliberate glance at the 2-headed wolf beside Ji Ling. They are not the disheartened souls who have failed in their professional breakthroughs. Instead, they have repeatedly risen from dire situations during competitions, transforming peril into safety. And they're the future pillars of the Empire. Their arrival at this pit, to put it plainly, is merely to perform an exhibition match for you all. He raised his hand and clapped twice, announcing, "All right, please applaud for them." Instantly, the atmosphere in the arena became fervent, filled with whistles and cheers. The silver-haired youth, Jin Quan, with a flash of purple light, conjured a long dragon-patterned sword in his hand. He raised it with a flourish, the wind howling as his clothes billowed and his bangs danced. Autumn Moon, Ling Wind Sword. Ah, Jin Quan, quickly slay me. I yearn to be cleaved by you. A tall youth, sporting a diamond-studded ear cuff and a buzz cut, stepped forward, hands poised in front of him. In the next moment, a large sniper rifle appeared amidst a flash of purple light. His gaze was resolute as he rested the gun on his shoulder, resembling a soldier of elite command. Suddenly, someone began to weep, exclaiming, "Shangguan Che, you are my guardian angel. Now and forever. My heart, my soul, are all under your protection." The gray-haired youth made a rock-and-roll gesture with his hand, and with a swift motion, conjured a fireball the size of a basketball, showcasing his remarkable elemental control as he slightly bowed. "Ah, Reason. Where has Reason gone? Brother, your smile is my poison, leaving me intoxicated. Fu Yiran, I want you to be my blue sprite, lifting the corners of your proud lips to soar in the skies of love." The girls present were breathing heavily, their faces flushed, appearing as if they were on the verge of fainting. A burly youth clad in black leather with fingerless gloves waved a hand, and a large shield materialized, which he twisted in his grip. The shield began to spin rapidly, revealing a large pink heart at its center. "Zurich, do not falter. Through wind and rain, let us march swiftly together. Your efforts are seen and cherished. With our love, we shall conquer all." Next, the last short-statured boy with a mushroom haircut made a cat-like gesture, winking at the crowd. A white light enveloped him as his hair flew, tightly gripping a pristine white staff with both hands. "Xiaoyinja, mommy loves you. Do not nurse others. Come into my embrace, and I shall care for you." The entire space bore no resemblance to a monster's lair. Rather, it resembled an icy stage crafted by an artist. Zhu Jinxiang shouted towards the back, "Release the bait." His voice echoed in the cold den, and shortly after, 2 middle-aged men entered, escorting over 100 individuals. These individuals were nearly naked, clad only in undergarments, their dark skin marred with numerous whip scars, some fresh and oozing blood, while others bore the marks of old wounds. Their eyes were vacant. Even amidst the presence of exquisite beauties they had never encountered in their lives, they remained utterly unresponsive. Stripped bare for a security inspection, they walked barefoot upon the icy surface, trembling uncontrollably. Beside them, a middle-aged man wielded a whip, which cracked sharply 10 times in quick succession. In an instant, blood splattered as 10 of them were struck down, their faces contorted in agony, yet not a single sound escaped their lips. Past experiences had taught them that these wealthy young masters detested any noise that might overshadow their own voices. "You 10, enter that opening quickly," he commanded, snapping his whip forcefully against the ice, leaving a deep fissure in its wake. This crack seemed to communicate to the fallen 10 the extent of the mercy exhibited by the whip that had struck them. The 10, trembling, rose unsteadily from the ground, following the direction of the whip marks, quaking as they moved forward. Under the weight of long-standing habits and cultural conditioning, this was their reality. Their forebears and offspring would follow suit, adhering to their identity as mere bait. They approached the central passage among 6, and, as the 10 were thrown inside, silence enveloped them, the dark tunnel resembling an abyss that consumed all. Approximately 10 minutes later, furious screeches echoed from within the cave, followed closely by a series of pitiful wails. The sound of crawling intensified from the depths. "Prepare," Jin Quan bellowed. "Block the cave." Chapter 42. The dashing brothers, a multitude of spiders surged forth from the cavern like a tidal wave. Zurich, bearing a large shield, charged ahead, sliding forward as his shield radiated light, forcefully colliding with a swarm of spiders. Upon landing, he let out a roar, his body aglow with crimson light. Taunt! The moment this skill was unleashed, the spiders, initially planning a flanking maneuver, turned their bloodshot eyes towards him, rushing headlong at his shield. Behind him, Fu Iran, sporting a gray middle-part hairstyle, launched a fireball that arced gracefully, crashing into the mass of spiders, resulting in an explosion of flames that sent the smaller spiders scattering in all directions. Shangguan Che, armed with a firearm, unleashed a flurry of shots at the erupted spiders, splattering viscous blood everywhere. Jian Mucheng moved swiftly, his rapier executing rapid, exquisite strikes. Any spider that dared to flit past the shield-bearer fell victim to his elegant assaults. Meanwhile, the mushroom-headed Xia Inja wielded a staff that constantly emitted light, casting shields and acceleration spells, bestowing various enhancements upon his companions. It must be said, while the Red Demon Legion may have their quirks, their fundamental skills were undeniably impressive. As this synergy unfolded, the wealthy young ladies present were captivated, their eyes gleaming with excitement and breath quickening. The shield-bearer absorbed the damage, the priest healed, while the fire mage and marksman unleashed relentless assault from the rear. And the swordsmen flitted about, striking and shielding the entire team. In no time, the initially terrifying swarm of spiders found themselves cornered at the tunnel's mouth, subjected to a brutal slaughter. Truly, the Red Demon Legion was remarkably dashing and powerful. A wealthy young heir expressed his sentiments. He initially came merely to explore the possibility of encountering a few minor lords, hoping to gamble on luck for a chance at acquiring a purple skill emblem. However, he was forcibly brought here by Zhu Jinxiang. Initially, feeling somewhat disgruntled due to Zhu's influence, he now realized that his presence was fortuitous. Not only did he witness the legendary Legion from television, but he also had the privilege of observing them as they vanquished the dimensional leader up close. Previously, he had believed many disparaging posts about them. The boy beside him echoed his thoughts. This remark seemed to ignite a spark of indignation in a nearby girl. "I cannot fathom the mindset of those critics. My brothers working so hard. Why do they relentlessly belittle them? They are the champions of the Starlight Professional League. Truly one of a kind. Perhaps those mundane individuals are simply envious of their brilliance." Another girl nearby quickly nodded in agreement. "Exactly. My brothers are all incredibly diligent, sleeping very little each day. Besides numerous engagements, they strive to level up and ensure their prowess. They even forego donations during live streams, relying solely on their own efforts to earn money for upgrading their equipment and emblems. Do you have any idea how challenging that is? Those who criticize them are losers." The young heir glanced at the girl, who was almost spitting words at him, and nodded slightly. "Don't be so close. I've changed my stance." The synergy was remarkable. Beside them, Ji Linger's eyes sparkled. Meanwhile, the bodyguard, known as the Two-Headed Wolf, grimaced and murmured, "Indeed, textbook-level performance." Ji Linger tilted her head. Isn't that so, Uncle Red Wolf? Red Wolf was about to speak when Blue Wolf interjected. That was exceptionally executed. The champions of the Starlight Professional League are truly deserving of their title. Red Wolf then gazed up at the ceiling, choosing to remain silent. Their protective mission was to ensure the young lady's safety while keeping her entertained, and evidently, like other affluent young ladies, she appeared quite pleased at the moment. These small spiders, despite their numbers, posed no threat to the 5 members of the Red Demon Legion, all at level 39 and equipped with purple weapons. None managed to escape. All were slain at the entrance. A dense pile of corpses formed a mountain, nearly blocking the entire passage. At that moment, the icy surface began to tremble and the body started to roll outward. Haha, the vengeful mother spider is about to emerge. If anyone is feeling bored, feel free to participate. When my art exhibition takes place, I shall immortalize all your names. Zhu Jinxiong clasped his hands, and 2 axes materialized in his grasp, a rare legendary class of the Blood Warrior. This class is characterized by its resilience and damage output, with the primary feature being that the more severe the injury sustained, the greater the strength gained, making it one of the most formidable classes for a desperate counterattack. It was also the pinnacle class once held by the Flying Eagle Legion, which, during the Empire's pioneering era, led thousands in a blood frenzy, silencing divine demons as they toppled countless monster nests. As soon as he finished speaking, all the corpses at the cave entrance instantly crystallized into ice, resembling the ice columns above, encapsulating the bodies within. In the next moment, the ice mountain shattered, and a grotesque spider, white as jade, surged forth from the cavern. Its enormous form rivaled that of a large truck, cloaked in a translucent crystalline armor. 8 elongated legs, sharp as ice spires, bore countless tiny icy barbs. Moving with incredible speed, its legs carved deep gashes into the ground, striking directly against Zurich's massive shield, propelling him backward with immense force. At the moment of its emergence, the creature was ravenously devouring a corpse, blood cascading from its maw like a torrential stream, evoking sheer terror. As Zurich landed, one hand gripping his shield and one knee on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his resolute profile facing the onlookers. With a clenched fist, he struck the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "Is this the Master of Dimensions? Truly formidable." But he lifted his head, gritting his teeth, his gaze unwavering. "I'm stronger," he nearly bellowed, and with a sudden stomp, his shield emanated a blue glow. "Charge!" Like a beam of light, he propelled his shield forcefully against the colossal Spider Lord, the tremendous impact forcing it back several paces. It roared again, red light flickering as it unleashed a taunting skill. The spider was ensnared by the ability, compelled to strike at the shield. Meanwhile, the mushroom-headed Xiaoyinja invoked a luminous spell, enveloping himself in a thick white shield. When the attack descended, this time, he did not get knocked back. Such a stunning and fervent scene incited cheers from the female spectators. Ah, worthy of the guardian god Zurich. He is so strong. He cannot be defeated. He instills such a sense of security. Under his control, Zhu Jinxiong charged forth, his body glowing red, his fervor propelling him forward at an astonishing speed. He approached the Spider Lord, swinging both axes in a cross pattern, delivering a devastating blow. He shattered the crystalline armor on one of the spider's legs, causing green blood to erupt forth. The powerful strike once again forced the Spider Lord to retreat. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Even the Red Wolf could not help but exclaim, "What astounding attributes! He must possess at least 5 pieces of purple gear. His strength is likely nearing 100 stars. The Blue Wolf, however, narrowed his eyes, correcting, "You are mistaken. He is adorned with 12 pieces, all of purple quality." Chapter 43. The Mother Worm Interrupted. The Red Wolf, bewildered, turned his gaze back to Zhu Jinxiong, who, along with the Red Demon Legion, had completely subdued the Spider Lord. A relentless barrage of fireballs, bullets, and sword strikes raining down. Yet, uniquely, Zhu Jinxiong's damage output was the highest, each strike piercing the ice armor, green blood splattering everywhere. At that moment, the Spider Lord let out a piercing shriek, summoning countless ice spikes in the air. "Fall back!" Jim Yukin shouted, rolling backward continuously. In the next instant, countless ice spikes descended like a torrential downpour, scattering the gunners, priest, and mage in the rear. Zurich, burdened by his shield and moving at a sluggish pace, was instantly engulfed by the ice spikes, transforming him into a frozen statue. Meanwhile, Zhu Jinxiong did not flinch. As the ice spikes struck him, He indeed validated the blue wolf's assertion. Beneath the hail of ice, Zhu Jianxiong's full suit of heavy armor materialized, emanating a ghostly purple glow across his head, shoulders, chest, waist, legs, feet, necklace, bracelets, rings, and even gloves. He disregarded the furious onslaught of a spider lord, wielding his axe with such ferocity that it seemed to leave shadows in its wake. With a swift twist of his feet, the axe radiated a crimson light as he spun rapidly, akin to a windmill in motion. The axe blade ruthlessly sliced through the spider's legs, causing green blood to spurt forth, and 2 massive spider legs were severed entirely. Truly, he was a figure of high status. His weaponry consisted not of dual axes, but of a primary weapon and a secondary one. The red wolf swallowed hard, yet he couldn't help but reflect. Such equipment lacked the might of 100 stars. How could a Tier 3 under the 100-star pattern possibly possess equipment that consistently enhances strength? The only viable positions for such enhancements were the primary and secondary weapons. The blue wolf shielded Linger behind him, steering clear of the Spider Lord's widespread attacks, with accessories being scarce and attributes random. Even the Eagle Legion would struggle to assemble a complete set of strength-enhancing accessories. Any that existed had already been bestowed upon his brother, Zhu Jiantian. Even if everything were gathered, attaining a full 100 stars in strength would be improbable, unless one possessed a mythical class that enhanced strength or an SSS-grade true soul talent that boosted strength. As Zhu Jinxiong severed the 2 spider legs, he erupted in laughter. Priest, healing shield warrior, this vengeful spider queen is no match for us. Just remember to dodge those skills. The priest, Xia Yinza, swiftly cast a white light upon the shield warrior, causing the ice statue to shatter. Yet, upon emerging, he remained visibly shaken, his complexion pale. After another healing spell, Zurich gradually regained his composure, standing resolutely before the Spider Lord, declaring, "I am invincible." Another shield bash followed, toppling the short-legged Spider Lord to the ground. "Ah! Splendid work." Zhu Jinxiong laughed heartily. With a fierce battle cry, he summoned a violent slash, his dual axes radiating crimson light as he cleaved forward, unleashing a colossal axe beam that viciously struck the Spider Lord's abdomen. This blow appeared to hit a vital point, eliciting a painful howl from the creature as it writhed in agony, its belly gaping open and viscera spilling forth. In the next moment, the Spider Lord opened its mouth wide, unleashing a massive web that enveloped them all in an instant, leaving no time for reaction. Following this, it inhaled sharply, drawing everyone closer. With another exhalation, it released an intense wave of cold, catching everyone off guard and instantly encasing them in ice. Suddenly, he leaped backward, conjuring an icy blade before him. This is not good. The red wolf wasted no time, raising his Gatling gun, and in an instant, flames erupted from the barrel as countless bullets rained down upon the frozen figures. The blue wolf reacted swiftly as well, directing his cannon skyward, unleashing a shell that thundered toward the eyes of the Spider Lord. Zhu Jinxiong, clad in purple armor and exuding an aura of unwavering strength, managed to break free in a moment, launching himself forward and leaping high into the air. However, the other 5 members of the Red Magic Legion were not so fortunate. Only the shield warrior, Zurich, managed to escape with a bit more grace. This time, panic and fear gripped him as he raised the shield. Steel barrier. Instantly, 2 ethereal shields materialized around him, forming a wall to protect against the barrage of icy blades. The ice blades struck with tremendous force, sending him flying. Blood sprayed as his 4 teammates collapsed, each pierced by gaping wounds. Desperately, he shouted, "Priest, is there any priest left?" But the monster was in a frenzy, and everyone surged forward in fear. Only the twin-headed wolf duo, with their perfectly coordinated machine gun and cannon, gradually pushed the spider back. The blue wolf's weapon shimmered, transforming from a cannon into a flamethrower. He crouched forward, the flames licking the icy ground and searing the wound that Zhu Jinxiong had just cleaved open. The excruciating pain caused the creature to dart in all directions, while the red wolf targeted the spider's eyes, disorienting it and forcing it to retreat toward Zhu Jinxiong. "Strike it down." The blue wolf bellowed, and Zhu Jinxiong's resolve solidified. He leaped high, retracting his secondary weapon into a crest, gripping the axe handle with both hands as the axe head trembled, expanding significantly. Blood-frenzied decapitation. The axe light sliced through, embedding itself into the Spider Lord's head. Viscous fluids sprang forth as the creature's body abruptly stilled, then convulsed before crashing to the ground. Zhu Jinxiong gasped for breath, gazing at the lifeless form before him. A manic grin spreading across his face. What a trifling challenge after 300 years. I am the foremost of the new generation. He violently shook the blood off his axe, exuding an air of majesty. Turning to the four fallen comrades, it seemed fortune favored them. The shield warrior had lived up to his title as the guardian, as the icy blade had not pierced his skull. With a flick of his sleeve, he tossed a vial of potion to each of them, generously declaring, "A fourth-tier healing potion. It will mend you swiftly." Zurich expressed his thanks as he hurriedly administered the potions to his teammates. Meanwhile, Zhu Jinxiong kicked aside a spider leg blocking his path and climbed onto the back of the Spider Lord. Two crests gradually coalesced, but upon inspection, his countenance darkened. Wasn't it said that primal species must yield valuable treasures? Why were there two blue crests? Zhao Lubai swiftly navigated through pit number 1 with his two companions, an exhilarated expression adorning his face. Having just emerged from the Ghostwood Valley, he had uncovered a clue significant enough to ascertain his identity. This clue was a copious amount of viscous blood found on the fallen king mantis, which ensnared its wings and limbs, undoubtedly hampering the creature's speed considerably. He recognized this substance, known as blood-bud shock bomb, a peculiar grenade that could only be crafted by a mythical profession, the flesh mechanic. If his deductions were correct, he must currently be within the sandworm nest. Zhu Shiwu, the assassin, moved with remarkable agility, suddenly lunging forward to deliver a backstab, executing a swift and lethal strike that dispatched a wandering sandworm in an instant. What are sandworms doing here? Shouldn't they be congregated in the valley? He pondered, having encountered several of them along the way. Zhou Shilu glanced at the fallen creature, scrutinizing it but finding nothing amiss. In a vast forest, one can expect a variety of birds. It's not unusual for a few of these creatures to wander out. Zhao Lubai merely smiled, stating, "Sandworms are social creatures, and their scattering suggests a significant upheaval within their colony. The only plausible cause would be a catastrophic event, such as the death of their leader." Chapter 44. Cluzhou Shirlu stared at Zhao Lubai in astonishment. "Young Master Zhao, that is a domain lord." According to the information provided by the master, a considerable number of water and ice mages were deployed to freeze the sandy cavern entirely before a heavy toll was paid to slay that indigenous species. Do you truly believe Zhu Jinxiong and his companions could accomplish such a feat? The trio remained vigilant, and Zhao Lubai continued. "Who says it was Zhu Jinxiong who killed it? Have you forgotten the lava beast from the lava lake? He too was a domain lord." Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shirlu abruptly halted, gazing at Zhao Lubai with a serious demeanor. "Young Master Zhao, the master has repeatedly instructed us to ensure your safety. However, if we are indeed facing the one who vanquished the lava beast, we know not whether he is benevolent or malevolent. We implore you to prioritize your own safety." Zhao Lubai waved his hand dismissively. "Let us proceed. If he intended to kill me, he would have done so many years ago. Instead, he has saved my life on several occasions." As their footsteps brought them into the valley, they collectively inhaled sharply. Before them lay a landscape riddled with numerous craters of various sizes, as if countless meteors had fallen, triggering a tremendous earthquake. Cracks marred the ground, debris was scattered everywhere. The stench of burnt flesh lingered in the air, and not a single living creature remained. Has a war erupted here among the core of professional breakthroughers? Zhu Shiwu murmured, swallowing hard. Such a level of destruction was beyond the capabilities of mere third-tier professionals. Zhao Lubai moved like the wind, swiftly rushing into the lair of the sand devourer. Indeed, he was taken aback. The corpse of the domain lord lay quietly on the ground, while several young sandworms, emerging from the earth, seemed to have discovered something far more delectable than the secretion on the walls. They crawled upon the body of the sand devourer like a swarm of ants. It was yet another instance of a direct and brutal slaying without any territorial preparation, truly terrifying. Zhu Shiwu's legs trembled slightly. The sight of this enormous, grotesque beast corpse had a profound impact on him, but what shocked him even more was the identity of the creature's slayer. Typically, professionals would disrupt the domain lord's territory first, preventing the lord from harnessing the power of the land. They would then assemble in large groups to deliver a fatal blow. The tail had been severed. Zhao Lubai circled the corpse and observed that the abdomen of the sand devourer remained intact. Turning to Zhu Shiwu, he said, "Old Zhu, open the abdomen of the corpse and see if the sand pearl is still there." Upon hearing this, Zhu Shiwu glanced at the abdomen and was taken aback. The creature's belly was indeed unharmed. He hastened forward, his dagger shimmering with a violet glow, and struck fiercely at the sand devourer's belly, sparks flying. Such high defenses! He noted how he had merely sliced through the outer skin of the corpse, and with renewed determination, he swung the knife again and again at the same spot. Before long, blood gushed forth. Ignoring the gore, Zhu Shiwu reached into the sand devourer's abdomen and, after a moment of searching, suddenly withdrew his hand. A glowing yellow pearl appeared in his palm. With delight, he exclaimed to Zhao Lubai, "It's really still here." Both Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shilu gazed at the pearl in longing, yet they suppressed their desires and handed it over to Zhao Lubai. As Zhao Lubai extended his hand to accept it, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. What does this mean? Do you find it lacking? He then glanced again at the severed tail of the sand devourer. But why would he want this tail? After contemplating for a moment, he approached the cleft in the stone. The accompanying creatures have indeed been taken. I wonder what kind it is, bloodgrass or sandheart flower. Zhou Shilu lamented. If it is the sandheart flower, it could lead to a lucrative deal. The Fong family's Fong Huai has posted a high bounty for the sandheart flower at the Legion's mission center. Zhao Lubai nodded. It seems his brother has contracted some strange ailment, unable to integrate with ordinary professional emblems. His constitution is too weak to use high-tier potions. He can only resort to lower-tier ones. The most effective lower-tier potion available now is the Heart Revitalization Elixir, and the sandheart flower is its primary ingredient. He then shook his head. I've heard he is searching for unknown emblems everywhere. It would certainly make healing much more convenient once he becomes a professional. However, the prospects are too uncertain. Unknown emblems, much like mythical emblems, rely heavily on fate. Some individuals, regardless of possessing SSS-level talents, may find themselves unable to integrate them. Others might transition from a life of servitude in desolate cities. Yet the unknown remains just that, unfathomable until one undergoes their transformation. Luck can favor one like an esteemed ancestor, leading to a vocation as a spiritual elixir master, thereby elevating the Zhao family from obscurity to the status of a fifth major power. Conversely, misfortune could result in a mere shepherd or lumberjack, hardly distinguishable from the common folk. Zhu 15 approached to peer through a crevice, clearly observing the disturbed soil within, indicating that whatever had been there had long been unearthed. Puzzled, he inquired, given the presence of sandstar flowers, why hasn't the Fong family attempted to explore this area? With their strength, conquering the sand devourer should pose little challenge. Zhao Lubai patted the cave wall, then turned to exit, stating, the first pit has opened once every 20 years over the past 3 centuries. The sand devourer has been slain at least 10 times. But only the native species from the initial exploration yielded the sandheart flower. The other 9 encounters produced only bloodgrass. Thus, it is highly probable that this time will yield bloodgrass as well. Instead of expending resources and manpower to assault this sand nest, it would be wiser to seek out additional unknown emblems. Upon emerging from a nest and returning to the valley, Zhao Lubai instructed, search the area for any clues that might indicate the direction in which that person departed. Zhu 15 and Zhou 16 executed their task with alacrity, swiftly surveying the surroundings. Before long, Zhou 16 stood beside the remnants of a train, raising both hands high. Young Master Zhao, over here, he called out. As Zhao Lubai approached, he pointed to the ground. Everything here is shrouded in dust, save for this tattered pair of trousers, which rests atop the dust. He noted the severed edges of the train car, revealing a complete corpse within. Zhao Lubai moved forward to examine the body, which he did not recognize. The individual was devoid of clothing save for a pair of undergarments, with deeply tanned skin marked by numerous lash marks and thick, callous fingers. A mind slave, he concluded, easily identifying the individual by these unmistakable traits. His attention then turned to the ragged jeans, the seams stretched and torn, the once blue-gray fabric now caked with yellowish dirt. Upon seeing the trousers, his pupils constricted sharply. Possessing an exceptional memory and the ability to recall fleeting images, the scene of a tall figure brushing past him on the train vividly replayed in his mind. It was that very individual. Chapter 45. Arrival at the lair of the vengeful spider. Observing the scene before him, Zhao Lubai quickly conjectured the events that had transpired. A robust man, drenched in sweat and blood after vanquishing the sand devourer, emerged barefoot and bare-skinned from the cave, clad in tattered trousers. He surveyed the surroundings for emblems, soon discovering the corpse within the train car, and subsequently used a knife to strip the body of its clothing to adorn himself. Old Jew, he remarked, the ground has been violently struck, undoubtedly raising a cloud of dust. The footprints in the dust can be easily traced, Let us determine which direction he took. Zhu Shiwufei, without a word, prostrated himself on the ground, his head turned to the side. A fine layer of dust covered the earth, upon which a series of shoe prints led out of the valley in the direction of his gaze. He had led 2 companions out of the valley, and once again, Zhu Shiwufei crouched down. Beyond the valley, the dust had vanished, yet his shoes were still coated with it, the pale powder trodden into the brown soil. He pointed once more in a particular direction. This time, Zhao Lubai refrained from proceeding immediately. Instead, he swiftly retrieved a map. After confirming his location, he compared the direction of the footprints and extended a line across the map, which culminated at a corner marked with a large red cross. Zhao Liubai's eyes narrowed. The lair of the vengeful spider matriarch? After a moment of contemplation, he understood. The valuable monsters in Pit No. 1 had all been eliminated by them, and the last vengeful spider matriarch should pose no challenge either. Stowing away the map, Zhao Lubai declared, "Let us proceed to the lair of the vengeful spider." Zhu Shiwufei, who had been following the footprints, suddenly halted and turned back, saying, "Young master, Zhu Jinxiong and his group are attacking the vengeful spider matriarch. You previously offended him. If we encounter them just after their battle, we may face an onslaught from over 40 seasoned professionals." After he spoke, Zhou Shirlu chimed in, "I observed Zhu Jinxiong earlier. He brought 7 people, 2 of whom I recognize as the Blood Fiends from the Flying Eagle Legion. One specializes in firearms, the other in shield combat. Their resilience is remarkably high and poses a significant threat. The other 5 are disguised, but their aura suggests they are no less than level 35. And they seem to have an extraordinary synergy, indicating a well-coordinated unit." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lubai merely scoffed and retorted, "Have either of you encounter a monster bearing the title of Overlord?" Zhu Shiwufei and Zhou Shirlu exchanged glances but shook their heads in unison. As 4th-tier gatekeepers, their most formidable encounters with lower-tier monsters had been with domain lords, and they had only supported large groups in those skirmishes. The title of Overlord was merely a name they had heard, never having faced one directly. Their impression was that it was likely similar to that of a domain lord. Zhao Lubai exhaled. An overlord possesses an imposing aura, serving as the paramount leader of a tribe, having established its own social structure. Lords are the leaders of territories. Domain lords are the chieftains of their own realms, while overlords are the leaders of complete tribes. He smiled at the two and continued, "Do you now comprehend why, after 300 years, no one has breached this overlord's lair? The vengeful spider matriarch commands 6 domain lord generals, 36 lord guardians, countless elite leaders, and innumerable lesser minions. Historical records indicate that even a fully equipped army of 3,000 struggled to overcome the 4 domain lords of poison, ice, fire, and wood, only to be annihilated instantly upon merely glimpsing the vengeful spider matriarch. It is not merely the multitude of individuals that can carve out new frontiers. Rather, it is a matter of dimensional supremacy, much like the disparity between an earthworm and a rooster or a fierce tiger and a hamster. Sheer numbers serve little purpose beyond merely satiating their appetites. Furthermore, the native species possess the capability to consume those enhanced by professionals. Having sacrificed so many lives, the entire Eagle Empire has lost all desire for the vengeful spider matriarch. Once, for domain lords, and 3,000 individuals could encounter the matriarch, but now it has evolved into 6. Zhao Lubai continued along the mapped route, lost in thought. These truths were universally acknowledged among the upper echelons, and both the Ji and Zhu families had issued prohibitions against the number 1 Pit's cultural travel group, explicitly forbidding them from offering their lives. Should this trend continue, the vengeful spider matriarch would inevitably expand her territory within the number 1 Pit, until one day it became wholly hers. He then shifted his gaze towards Zhou Shirlu. Those 5 individuals must indeed adopt some disguise, for they are the stars of the upper city. Have you heard of the Red Demon Legion? The two immediately furrowed their brows. Isn't that the championship legion of the Starlight Professional League, plastered all over the advertisements in the upper city? The Starlight Professional League has been underway for quite some time. I have seen snippets of it. They are indeed formidable. Zhao Lubai turned to Zhu 15 with a smile. Old Zhu, do you aspire to be a champion? Zhu 15 scratched his head. I doubt I possess the capability. Ha! As long as I control public opinion, dictate the opponents, and manipulate the rules, I can ensure that whoever I desire can claim the championship. The Tiana Consortium has the financial means to make it happen. The two paused momentarily, glancing at Zhao Lubai in confusion. Yet, Zhao Lubai merely chuckled coldly. Just a rich man's plaything. When Zhu Jinxiong led this legion into the #1 pit, I understood why the Eagle Legion would not even grant him a position as a reserve troop. He must be a wealthy young master. Perhaps other pits could allow them to frolic freely, but this vengeful spider matriarch would likely present a formidable challenge. He glanced at the sand-eating pearl in his hand, stowed it away, and moved ahead. While the others may not have a guarantee of survival, Zhu Jinxiong and Ji Linger must possess some life-saving artifacts. Let us proceed. Entering at this moment may afford us an opportunity for extortion. The #1 pit knows no day or night, and Jin Quan hurriedly reached the lair of the vengeful spider. Having heard from Ji Rand that a group of influential youths from the upper city had entered the insect nest, should the matriarch be slain by that group beforehand, reclaiming the shaded grove would become exceedingly troublesome. Upon entering, the air felt remarkably fresh, devoid of the oppressive heaviness found elsewhere, resembling instead a pastoral countryside. As he stepped into the cave, he was greeted by a verdant forest-like expanse. The entire cavern was filled with dense trees, resembling a hidden paradise deep within the earth. How serene it is! Jin Quan surveyed the surroundings and retrieved a map from his ring. The 4 domain lords, poison, ice, fire, and wood, each guard an entrance to the lair with 6 lordly sentinels. The assertion made by Jurun is that I should first engage the wood and fire attribute creatures, as they're the most advantageous, given that the lava set possesses a complete elemental advantage. Chapter 46, Domain Lord, the Wood Vine Spider. He retrieved the map into his ring. The trees obstructed his view slightly, but he navigated along the cave's edge until he disowned a passage. Once a domain lord is slain, the other domain lords will seal off the remaining entrances and hasten to provide support. Hence, speed is of the essence. Strive to eliminate them one by one. An orange glow emanated from Jin Quan's hand as the lava judgment materialized. He relentlessly struck at the trees within the cave, delivering blow after blow until the 7th slash unleashed a brilliant burst of heat from the lava judgment. A 25 chance of lava roar manifested, propelling Jin Quan into the air. The troll, Earth Splitter. The terrifying impact upon landing resonated like thunder, uprooting numerous trees as if a tempest had swept through, the sound of snapping trunks resonating throughout the grove. Immediately, the earth before Jin Quan fissured, erupting like a volcanic surge, unleashing torrents of lava that ignited all surrounding vegetation in an instant. He then leapt nimbly back to the passage he had earlier observed along the cave wall. The dark flame idol coalesced instantaneously before him, standing resolutely as a bulwark. Within the cave, the sound of numerous skittering legs intensified, as a swarm of green spiders surged towards him like a deluge. Several leaped and pierced the dark flame idol with their razor-like legs. The idol shimmered momentarily, but remained unscathed. Instead, the flames enveloping it incinerated the spiders, causing them to sizzle. Before he could take any action, the lava shield erupted from his form. Upon being attacked, there exists a 10 chance to trigger the lava shield, granting him a protective barrier that absorbs damage while inflicting fire damage upon nearby foes. The sheer number of spiders was overwhelming, and Jin Quan paid them no mind. To the lava set, they were merely machines for generating shields. Jin Quan cast a glance back at the burning forest. Is patience truly so profound? Must one wait for the guardian lord to arrive? Just as he uttered these words, the commotion within the cave escalated dramatically, the walls trembling violently, indicating the approach of a creature of significantly larger stature. Jin Quan found himself swarmed by countless spiders, his lava shield continually refreshing under their assault. As innumerable spiders fell under the dual flames of the idol and the shield, while more continued to ascend. Unperturbed, he fixed his gaze into the cave's darkness. The moment the massive green figure emerged within the passage, his eyes narrowed. A purple glow ignited from within him, gray particles entwined around his great sword, vanishing like a fleeting light. A crescent-shaped blade of annihilation streaked through the passage. The blade of annihilation. A torrential downpour of green slime cascaded like rain, and the creature, which had yet to step into the light, was cleaved in two, collapsing within the passage. Jin Quan disregarded the fallen debris and swiftly darted towards the next entrance, which also harbored 6 passages. At the moment he vanquished a lordly creature, the other 5 caverns trembled in unison. He leapt with great force from the ground, soaring into the air, and fixed his gaze upon another corridor. In the next instant, a colossal spider's head emerged from the passage. Simultaneously, a troll's earth-shattering strike descended, and the spider, merely peeking out, was instantaneously cleaved into dismembered pieces by Jin Quan's blade. The blast of wind from the explosion splattered the spider's innards across the cavern walls. Having paused momentarily, he unfurled the demonic wings on his back, transforming into a streak of light as he glided from this passage to the next. A flash of his blade severed the head of a gigantic spider that had only just emerged, unable to utter a sound of fury. With a sudden flick of his wings, he traced another arc of light in the air, and just as the Spider Lord let out a half-hearted roar, a brilliant beam of his blade found its way into its maw. As the demonic wings flapped once more, his speed surged, and the blade's radiance condensed swiftly in his grasp. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the side of the spider, unleashing a powerful downward slash that cleaved the creature in twain with a crescent-shaped blade of light, its momentum unyielding as it pierced towards the final passage. The spider, seemingly prepared, crossed its forelegs in a futile attempt to defend itself, but empowered by the strength of countless stars, those limbs snapped like twigs, crashing violently into its abdomen. The creature was sent tumbling, 6 of its 8 legs broken, its abdomen grievously lacerated, writhing in agony upon the ground. The third strike of his 3-part demonic wing slash, lacking the enhancement of nuclear talents, failed to deliver a fatal blow, but nonetheless inflicted severe injuries. Jin Quan quickly turned back to witness the cavern convulsing violently, the earth cracking open at its center, trees uprooting. A colossal bulge rose from the very heart of it. A smile crept across Jin Quan's lips. Has arrived? Peering into the depths, a succinct message materialized before him. Would Vine Spider Domain Lord, level 39. He would not foolishly wait for the spider's entrance animation, but instead leapt into action. Troll's earth-shattering slash. His intent was to see it perish directly within the soil. Another thunderous roar echoed as the bulge was cleaved downwards by his great blade, embedding deeply within. However, his expression shifted as he noticed no blood spilling forth. Instead, the gaping wound was filled with a dense tangle of vines. Indeed, in the next moment, the entire earthen mound began to unfurl, resembling a giant carnivorous flower that swiftly closed around him. Jin Quan found himself ensnared within this soil mound, his vision plunged into darkness. Yet his class-specific skill, Dark Insight, still allowed him to perceive clearly in the gloom. He witnessed countless vines surging forth, transforming into sharp, glistening spikes that ruthlessly aimed to pierce him. As if intent on turning him into a hedgehog, Jin Quan swung his blade with fervor, cleaving through the vines with 9 decisive strikes. As the molten shield activated, the brilliance of the blade and flames coalesced, culminating in another strike. The molten roar erupted violently within the confines of the earthen mound, under the weight of elemental resistance. All the vines ignited fiercely, their thorns embedding themselves in his infernal flame, statue, and molten shield, sizzling and charred as they fell away. His molten armor ensured that 9 strikes would invariably trigger the shield, while a 10th would unleash a molten impact, enveloping him instantly in a vast torrent of magma, transforming him into a meteor of immense power, a force augmented by 100. The explosion was deafening, scattering the vine-like tendrils akin to a carnivorous flower, sending countless flaming fragments soaring through the air. At the moment of Jin Quan's emergence, he beheld beneath him a colossal spider with its gaping maw. Its form was cloaked in a profound emerald hue, seemingly woven from resilient vines and ancient wood. The surface was rough, adorned with intricate interlacing patterns. 8 sturdy legs resembled thick tree trunks, each covered in a robust wooden exterior, entwined with dense vines that occasionally writhed as if imbued with a life of their own. 2 enormous eyes glinted with an eerie crimson light, while several flesh-like tendrils twisted and elongated into a spear, aiming directly at the hovering Jin Quan. Jin Quan merely scoffed. "You are far more foolish than that sand devourer." His gaze sharpened, locking onto the target. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light mid-air, while the flesh-like wooden spear launched from the spider's maw like a cannonball. The clash of red and purple in the air produced a resounding crack. The formidable tendril spear shattered like a splintered reed, piercing the ceiling and vanishing into the depths of 2 unknown voids. The purple light, undeterred, sliced through the spider's trembling eyes from head to tail. The arena fell silent as Jin Quan gracefully leaped forward, landing on one knee with poise. Behind him, the enormous wooden spider's patterned carapace warped in disarray, sliding back and forth in a linear motion. Then, with a sudden rupture, its massive form split in two, collapsing like a watermelon. Chapter 47. The Frost Guardian at the entrance of the icy cavern. Zhu Jinxiong gripped two blue emblems tightly, then flung them onto the ice with a forceful motion, sending them skidding a considerable distance. Damn it, what nonsense about the vengeful spider matriarch. These rumors are utterly ridiculous. He leaped down from the spider's back, his expression dark, teeth clenched as he growled, "Prepare the troop." By eliminating the vengeful spider matriarch, he had come to a definitive realization. Without entering the realm of power, merely being a wealthy young master would forever keep the world shrouded in obscurity. They obscured all truth, and it was only upon arriving at the lair of the spider matriarch that he discovered how easily it could be vanquished. Yet it had been depicted as an apocalyptic beast. I shall rip apart the facade of truth, layer by layer, and reveal to the reserve troops that I am the one most deserving of entry. He tightened his fists, ready to command the body to be removed, when Lu Shi suddenly raised a trembling hand, saying, "Captain Zhu, what is it?" He was currently feeling somewhat agitated, his tone less than amiable. "I am a priest specializing in the rare skills of insight and appraisal, both of which are of purple rarity. Insight allows one to view the vital information of living beings and to see through disguises, while appraisal grants access to information about items. Professions that master these two skills tend to thrive, particularly those specializing in appraisal, as the emblems for this skill are fiercely sought after and command high prices. Once acquired, one could establish an appraisal shop, attracting countless adventurers daily to assess their emblems and materials, liberating them from the perilous struggle against monsters for survival. Insight, on the other hand, is an essential skill for any competent legion, as it eliminates the need to carry a monster compendium. In the Wasteland, the greatest fear is the unknown, and insight significantly mitigates this risk. However, its rarity, coupled with its status as a support skill, makes it seldom learned by combat-oriented legion professions. The absence of this skill can jeopardize an entire career path, as lacking such vital knowledge may lead to death. Thus, it is primarily acquired by support priests and scout rogues. In this low-tier pit, neither the wealthy young lords nor their bodyguards possess the insight skill. Would it be wrong? Lu Shi spoke awkwardly. My skill indicates that this monster is named Frost Guardian. Just as he finished speaking, the pupils of the two-headed wolf beside Ji Linger suddenly constricted, and they exchanged glances. Suddenly, they seized Ji Linger's hand and dashed back along the path as if whisking away a chick. "Run!" Ji Linger exclaimed in confusion. "What is happening, Uncle Wolf?" The red wolf responded swiftly. If a monster bears the title Guardian, it signifies that it is undoubtedly a subordinate of a more formidable creature. A guardian is already a lord, so its superior must be a domain lord. Just then, 5 openings emitted a chilling shriek, and 5 gargantuan spiders, indistinguishable from the previously defeated lords, leaped into the chamber. One of them opened its maw, unleashing a frosty tempest that swiftly sealed the entrance with a thick layer of ice and snow. With a roar, they began to spread out slowly, encircling everyone in the center like roosters eyeing scattered grains. Panic ensued among all present at the sight of 5 terrifying lords. Why are there so many vengeful mother spiders? It's over, I want to go back. Quickly, contact Redstone Cultural Tourism and have them fetch us. What nonsense. There's no signal inside the cave. Didn't you complain about their many rules and wish for them to leave? The Red Demon Legion can still fight. They're the mightiest of legions. Regardless of the previously reluctant two-headed wolf or Zhu Jinxiong, they were all herded to the center like chickens. Zhu Jinxiong's lips trembled slightly, but he inhaled deeply and declared, "If we wish to survive, everyone must arm themselves. With over 40 of us, we can fight while retreating. I will carve out an exit for us to escape together." He then glanced at the Red Demon Legion beside him, asking, "Can you still fight?" The shield warrior, Zurich, nodded affirmatively, stating, "I am largely unscathed, though their injuries remain unhealed, which may affect their mobility." Behind him, several teammates, while having staunched their bleeding, still bore open wounds and appeared exceedingly pale. The rifle-bearing Shangguan, Che, surveyed the surroundings, his voice trembling as he remarked, "Having acquired some skills, we should be able to at least restrain one creature. But killing it may prove impossible." Zhu Jinxiong turned to the 2 who had been imprisoning the bait, saying, "Blood Shield, Gun Slaughter, what do you propose?" The duo, one with fiery red hair, wielding a spear, and the other holding a large shield, glanced at the two-headed wolf next to Ji Linger and suggested, "We can bear the brunt, while they can provide the offense. We should be able to dispatch one directly." After contemplating for a moment, Zhu Jinxiong addressed the other bodyguards behind him, 7 individuals ranging in levels from 32 to 36. Commanding, you will intercept one. Ignoring their reactions, he continued towards Ji Ling and Li Hongbin. We 3 will take down one. As for the final one, the 25 of you shall engage. Upon hearing this, a commotion erupted, with several young women bursting into tears. I'm only level 20. I came here to tour, not to fight. Why must I engage? I want to go home. One cried. Why did you bring us here under the guise of a performance? Only to throw us into battle when the odds are against us? I want to go home. I don't want to die at just 18. Another lamented. The Eagle Legion is so impressive, merely dragging us here to meet our demise. The Eagle Empire will inevitably fall under the weight of your incompetence. I'm not even combat class. Why must I face these monsters? What gives? In the face of impending death. They completely forgot the pressure of their prior privilege and disregarded Zhu Jinxiong's dignity, resulting in a cacophony of chaos. Ironically, the calmest among them were the Bait, who trembled in the cold, yet displayed neither fear nor sorrow. Zhu Jinxiong's expression darkened further at their words. He remained coldly silent, turning instead to ask, is this settled? Any objections? His gaze fell upon Ji Ling and Li Hongbin, for he understood the necessity of affording them respect as members of the 5 prominent families. Ji Ling merely cast a sidelong glance at Li Hongbin, a flicker of disdain crossing her face, yet she nodded in agreement. In the next moment, the entire group split into 5 factions, with 4 teams charging forward, leaving only the bewildered young nobles standing in place, uncertain of what to do. Fortunately, having been influenced over time, the teams swiftly began to adjust their professional stance amidst the chaos. The tactics of the Red Legion remained as they had been before, yet the flamboyance and fervor were conspicuously absent. How could they be so formidable? Summer Inza, the priest, felt his hand tremble upon gripping his staff. We are undeniably the strongest legion in the upper city, equipped with purple weapons and S-class talents, yet we falter against even a single lord. Zurich glanced back at him, opened his mouth, but refrained from continuing further. Among the group, Summer Inza was the youngest and the most protected by the other 3. We possess S-class talents, yet we hail from the lower city. Shangguan Che tightened his grip on his firearm and finally uttered these words. He patted Summer Inza on the shoulder. Let us strive to survive. Chapter 48. The disbandment. Meanwhile, the 2-headed wolf and blood fiend, the 2 specters, exhibited a far more seasoned demeanor. After witnessing Zhu Jinxiong's battle just moments ago, they quickly discerned the weaknesses of such a lord. The shield warrior charged forward, robustly engaging the foe while clad in defensive skills, compelling the lord to launch incessant attacks. Simultaneously, the gunner circled around to the rear, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes to its backside. This humiliating tactic swiftly redirected the monster's ire towards him. The Spider Lord roared in fury, intent on retaliating. But in that fleeting moment of turning, the shield warrior seized the opportunity with remarkable precision, delivering a shield bash that struck the spider's pivoting leg, causing it to stumble. The blue wolf of the 2-headed wolf, a gunner, simultaneously unleashed a blaze of crimson from the gun's barrel, launching a grenade that exploded violently against the opposite side of the Spider Lord. The immense blast, coupled with the spider's inability to regain its footing, sent the creature tumbling over. The gunner then leapt high, appearing above the fallen spider. A descent akin to a meteor, he gripped the gun tightly, its muzzle pointing downwards, and plummeted with ferocity, piercing the Spider Lord's abdomen. Blood gushed forth as the spider let out a wretched scream upon impact with the ground. The red wolf unleashed a torrent of bullets from his machine gun, sweeping across the spider's belly in a relentless line. The Spider Lord, clad in armor, found its vulnerable underbelly exposed against the icy surface, desperately shielded. In this moment of being toppled and taunted by the shield warrior's control skill, the gunner and the 2 artillery specialists unleashed the full force of their abilities upon the spider's abdomen. The concentrated assault swiftly rendered the spider's flesh charred and mangled. These 4 were all individuals who had faced the disappointment of failed class advancements, perpetually stuck at level 40. Their only gains being countless experiences of life and death, as well as heightened combat awareness. Their movements were not graceful. They rolled and crawled at times. Yet they effectively evaded the spider's attacks. The exquisite coordination, the anticipation of teammate skills, and the impeccable timing they exhibited surpassed the flamboyance of the Red Legion. If the Red Legion were akin to actors in a film, seeking dazzling skills and captivating shots, then these 4 were the true warriors, pursuing efficiency above all. Regrettably, The team was ultimately hastily assembled, and without any support, the shield warrior evidently began to falter. The Frost Guardian broke free from its restraints, roaring mightily as a copious amount of frost coalesced above its head. Down! The red wolf bellowed, prompting the gunner to roll deftly, tumbling directly from the spider's abdomen. In the next instant, shards of frost descended like blades, landing on the spider's belly, yet inflicting minimal damage. Instead, they rapidly crystallized, and before long, the previously gaping wounds on its abdomen were entirely encased in ice. Swiftly, the creature flipped over, and in a heartbeat, it unleashed an icy net intended to ensnare the four, akin to a red demon horde. However, in a moment of dire peril, a whirling explosive grenade materialized amidst the four. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending shockwaves that hurled the four away, while the icy net fell vacuously to the ground. Beware of the net. Gradually wear it down. Among the 5 teams present, it was undoubtedly Zhu Jinxiong and his 2 companions who appeared the most at ease, being the scions of the 5 giants of Upper City, born under fortunate stars. Whether facing the 2-headed wolf or the blood fiends, after a lifetime of struggle, their primary weapon was merely a purple grade item, placing them among the top tier of the lower 3 ranks. Yet these 3 boasted no fewer than 10 purple grade items each, surpassing the total of all others combined. Lacking finesse, they relied solely on their attributes. Zhu Jinxiong wielded dual axes, his purple armor manifesting throughout the battle as he endured the spider's onslaught while delivering relentless strikes. Meanwhile, Li Hongbin, with a flick of his sword, traced a large circle upon the ground, enveloping the spider within. In the next moment, runes entwined inside the circle, instantaneously forming a formation. The ice blocks within the formation morphed into a viscous swamp, dragging the spider lower down with each of its movements. Li Hongbin, however, was an intelligence-based swordsman. With his sword glowing with runic light, he struck towards Zhu Jinxiong. The sword's brilliance slashed across, landing upon Zhu Jinxiong without inflicting any harm. Instead, the light transformed into a small sword hovering above Zhu Jinxiong's head. In an instant, Zhu Jinxiong's attack speed surged, accompanied by the emergence of a white luminous shield around him. As for Ji Linger, she exhibited even greater ferocity, being a legendary-level armored mechanic with S-class talent and mechanical empowerment. With a flourish of her ring, a lightweight tank materialized on the ground, weighing merely 15 tons and armed with a 90mm cannon. She swiftly leapt into the tank, its treads rolling as the cannon roared to life, instantly radiating heat. Boom! The ice armor encasing the spider lord shattered, leaving extensive burn marks upon its body. In the next moment, the cannon barrel turned azure, followed by another deafening shot, the formidable armor-piercing round piercing through the spider's flank. The spider roared, countless ice shards plummeting from the sky, each akin to an anti-material weapon. In such a confined space, evasion was futile, and in an instant, the tank was reduced to a sieve. Jing Linger emerged from the tank, her shield raised, albeit in a rather disheveled manner. Despite her clumsy maneuvering, she managed to inflict considerable damage on the spider, a testament to the might of the mechanic class. However, this very action served to enlighten all adventurers present. The impoverished are ill-suited for the mechanist's craft. The Spider Lord, having been struck by 2 powerful shots, turned crimson with fury, and with a swift incantation of Frost Ring, froze Zhu Jinxiong in his tracks, charging angrily towards Jing Linger. In a flurry of panic, she waved her hand to summon 3 small, agile robots, which hopped toward the Spider Lord. Midway, these robots leaped into the air, hurtling themselves towards their foe, only to self-destruct in a brilliant explosion. Flames engulfed the spider's form, contrasting sharply with the dire plight of the affluent tourists, who appeared woefully outmatched. At the onset, the defensive classes took the front lines, with the agile classes flanking the sides, the damage dealer stationed centrally, and the support classes positioned at the rear. Relying on their numbers and diverse abilities, they managed to hold the Spider Lord at bay for a brief period. Yet, their damage output was insufficient to breach the icy armor of the Spider's guardians, akin to mere scratching on stone. As the frost ring erupted from the spider, several shield bearers and knights at the forefront were instantly encased in ice. In the next moment, the Spider Lord advanced past the front lines. Reminiscent of a ravenous wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep, its sharp, icy limbs slicing through the air with deadly precision. In an instant, 4 young men were ensnared, strung together like candy hawthorns. With a swift motion, the spider raised its forelimb, devouring the four in a grotesque display, the sound of crunching echoing as blood sprayed forth. This horrific scene sent the entire team into disarray. Their once glorious weapons lost their luster, and each member sought retreat. Even those who had just broken free from their icy prison began to back away. "I am merely an apothecary. I came to gather herbs," a young man cried out in desperation, sprinting towards the exit. His flight resembled the starting gun of a sprint race, fracturing the formation in an instant. Chapter 49. The Domain Lord. The frosty spider, the spider lord, threw back its head and let out a deafening roar, summoning a multitude of icy blades that descended like a torrential downpour upon the unsuspecting prey. The sound of piercing echoed as the icy daggers struck flesh, leaving a gruesome litter of severed limbs upon the frozen ground. Among them, Lu Shi, a priest, remained at the rear, having prepared for an escape from the outset. He rolled and crawled into the midst of the undead decoys, disregarding their foul stench, concealing himself among them and trembling on the ice. This fortuitous maneuver allowed him to evade death, as the primal creatures evolved by consuming adventurers, prioritizing them in their feasting. The throng of decoys consisted solely of ordinary folk. Once again, the Spider Lord opened its maw, casting a colossal web towards the distance, ensnaring all those who had narrowly escaped the icy blades. As the net retracted, a dozen individuals were swiftly enveloped, drawn towards the Spider Lord like a massive ball of twine. A frigid breath escaped from his mouth, ensnaring all within its grasp, transforming them into frozen statues in the blink of an eye. His forelegs moved like phantoms, chipping away at the ice that encased the unfortunate souls within, reducing them to mere fragments. The most significant distinction between them and true pioneers was their lack of blood and valor. It might be that a desperate last stand against formidable foes was the only viable solution. With the annihilation of this group, the pressure in the arena intensified immeasurably. Wherever the Spider Lord descended upon the battlefield, the outcome was bound to be one-sided. Fortunately, this spider appeared to possess a gluttonous nature, refraining from immediate engagement and instead using its forelegs to lift and begin devouring the fallen corpses scattered about. "How long until we can slay one?" Zhu Jinxiong called out to the duo. "This lord can also heal through ice." The gunslayer merely responded with that remark. Yet the implication was abundantly clear. It would surely be a protracted battle. "Li Hongbin, utilize your talent to eliminate this beast swiftly," he urged. However, Li Hongbin's expression shifted slightly as he retorted, "Why don't you use your own talent?" His gift, the S-rank intelligence storm, could instantly amplify a significant amount of intellect while enhancing spell-casting speed. If he were of a higher tier, it would be manageable, bolstered by robust mental fortitude. Yet, as a lower-tier individual, the use of such a skill would rapidly deplete his mental energy. The consequences could be dire. He might not only be unable to cast further spells, but could also risk fainting on the spot. In this perilous pit, such an action would amount to a death sentence. A flicker of light emanated from Zhu Jinxiong's hand as a vial of potion soared toward him. "The awakening blue elixir will allow you to recover swiftly after utilizing your talent." Li Hongbin caught the vial, his eyes widening in surprise. The petite blue glass bottle bore exquisite magical runes, with the liquid inside shimmering with a mysterious blue glow. Upon use, it would immediately restore a portion of mental energy, enhancing the rate of mental recovery for a period while briefly increasing magical resistance and reducing magical damage taken. This potion was a rare purple 4-tier elixir, exceedingly valuable and of an entirely different caliber than those previously given to the Red Demon Legion. In trials, it could restore 40 mental points for 4-tier practitioners, while 3-tier practitioners could achieve 80. For those of the lower 3rd tier, it was a life-saving trump card. Zhu Jinxiong continued, "This elixir is of no use to me. You must use it now to swiftly vanquish this lord." Li Hongbin cast a glance back at the Spider Lord still feasting on the corpses. In the next moment, he thrust his longsword fiercely into the ground, a radiant sword array unfurling around him, enveloping Ji Linger and Zhu Jinxiong in an instant. He then swung the sword forward, a beam of light slicing through the air like ink spilled upon the Spider Lord. The flowing light coalesced rapidly into a black formation upon the Spider Lord, from which numerous dark chains erupted, swiftly wrapping the creature in a binding embrace akin to a zongzi. "Retreat!" Li Hongbin shouted, as Zhu Jinxiong dashed away from his position, evading the impending danger. In an instant, a spiral mark appeared on Li Hongbin's forehead, and an intense surge of magical energy emanated from his being. The intricate patterns and chains entwined around the spider lord radiated a fierce blue light. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the chains enveloping it detonated, unleashing a violent wave of magic that filled the cavern. The explosion seared like a branding iron, gradually melting the icy armor encasing the spider's body. As the blue light dissipated, all 8 of the spider's legs vanished, leaving it akin to a peeled shrimp. Yet, it remained alive as countless ice elements coalesced, forming ice crystals that seemed poised to reconstruct its icy armor and long legs. Li Hongbin teetered on the brink of collapse, his complexion ashen, and swiftly consumed a vial of awakening blue elixir. The blue starlight flickered around him, and he began to regain his vitality. Weakly, he uttered decapitate. Almost immediately after his words left his lips, Zhu Jinxiong leaped forward, raising his massive axe, which trembled and rapidly expanded. Frenzied decapitation. The axe's gleam sliced through the air, cleaving the spider lord's head instantaneously, its viscous fluids splattering everywhere as the spider's body froze momentarily before crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, from the direction of the two-headed wolf, a shout rang out. "Over here, decapitate!" The group turned to witness the two-headed wolf and the blood fiends striking at the spider lord, shattering a significant portion of its icy armor, while its head was riddled with gunfire, green blood flowing profusely. Without hesitation, Zhu Jinxiong charged forward, closing the distance with a fierce sprint, then leaped once more, delivering another strike infused with the decapitation skill. The spider's head rolled away. Zhu Jinxiong plummeted from the air, crashing heavily onto the icy surface, gasping for breath. The consecutive, frenzied decapitations had nearly drained the last of his stamina. There was hope for complete annihilation. He retrieved a vial of yellow elixir and hastily consumed it, rising to his feet. Yet, what he saw were the pale faces of his companions. Confused, he wondered why, after such a strong display of power in slaying 2 lords, there was no exultation or applause. He glanced at the nearby blue wolf, who had halted, licking its trembling lips. It seemed Zhu Jinxiong's formidable decapitation of the 2 lords had triggered a terrifying taboo. He observed the icy surface beneath him, which began to quiver, the tremors intensifying as fine cracks emerged and swiftly spread. "Scatter!" he shouted urgently toward his comrades. Just then, a tremendous explosion erupted, shattering the ice surface, sending countless shards flying in all directions. The frost dispersed, and everyone felt a bone-chilling cold that made their bodies stiffen and tremble uncontrollably. From beneath the ice, a massive frost spider surged forth, its form resembling a small mountain of ice, covered in crystalline armor as hard as iron. Each of its long legs resembled colossal ice pillars, adorned with sharp ice spines. A piercing chill radiated from it, causing the surrounding air to rapidly condense into icy mist. The sheer magnitude of this presence nearly overwhelmed the senses. Zhu Jinxiong swallowed hard, suppressing his astonishment, and shouted at Lu Shi, who was crouched in the bait-laden path. "Lu Shi, is this monstrous creature the mother spider of the vengeful spiders?" The reason Lu Shi was so conspicuous amidst the throng of bait was that he was the only one dressed. Lu Shi, filled with trepidation, gazed upwards amidst the crowd. His complexion paled further as he uttered, "The lord of the frozen spider domain." Upon hearing his words, the two-headed wolf immediately called out to Jiling, "Miss, retreat from the ice surface." No sooner had he spoken than the terrifying crystalline frozen spider slowly raised its diamond-like forelegs and delicately tapped the ice. Instantly, the entire cavern trembled with a thunderous roar, and the ice surface cracked with a sound reminiscent of a bamboo forest in spring. Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, indiscriminately piercing through all living beings present, including the 3 spider sentinels. The frozen spider's chilling azure eyes glared down at the 3 frost guardians, now impaled by the ice spikes, seemingly enraged by their ineptitude which had disturbed its slumber. Despite the warning from the two-headed wolf, it was far too late, and escape routes were nearly non-existent as everyone desperately leaped. However, the ice spikes were too swift. The once smooth ice surface now resembled the quills of a hedgehog, and those present were left impaled upon the spikes. Fortunately, the warning came in time, allowing most to evade critical injuries, suffering only through their abdomens, thighs, and shoulders. In stark contrast, the baited group, including Lu Shi, fared much worse. Many lay crumpled on the ground, scarcely affording themselves time to react. Their heads and hearts were pierced directly, resulting in instant death, with only a few fortunate souls escaping the lethal onslaught. The enormous frozen spider ambled through the forest of ice spikes, akin to a gentleman awakened for a meal. As it inhaled deeply, a horrific sound echoed throughout the cavern as 6 bodyguards were drawn into its maw, their bones crushed, blood splattering. Clearly, these 6 individuals were but a trifling morsel for such a colossal being. The creature continued to advance towards the Red Demon Legion, where all 5 members were ensnared and frozen by the icy spikes. Despair washed over their faces as they beheld the approaching frozen spider. There was no escaping their fate. Shangguan Che glanced at the frozen and pierced abdomen, letting out a sigh. Fu Yiran chuckled softly. In the end, the denizens of the lower city must return to their fated existence, no matter how splendid it appears. The formidable creature seemed to have claimed victory. Zurich, on the other hand, appeared somewhat nonchalant. Jin Quan crossed his sword over his chest, as if in silent prayer. We have long sought to evade our destiny. Yet here we are, back at the beginning. Is there a spark we can preserve? I wish to see what our freedom looks like. Shangguan Che turned his head, the light in his eyes wavering. Freedom? Freedom? Fu Yiran halted his smile. The group fell into a profound silence. The icy arachnid drew ever closer, and time seemed to stand still. Yet, in the next moment, the 4 of them suddenly roared in unison. Freedom. A potent surge of spiritual energy erupted from each individual. Fu Yiran, positioned closest, was the first to act. An intense blaze enveloped his form, causing the icicles to melt instantaneously. His S-class talent, Flamingo, ignited a formidable affinity for fire elements, reducing mental energy consumption and allowing for consecutive spell casting. Firestorm. In an instant, a vast expanse of flames erupted, shattering the surrounding icy spikes and liberating the quartet from their frozen confines. The fire elements swiftly coalesced into a swirling inferno, charging toward the icy arachnid. But the assault did not conclude there. Fu Yiran crouched down, pressing both hands against the ice, and shouted repeatedly, "Firewall! Firewall! Firewall! Firewall!" The firewall spell, typically conjured to form a barrier at a designated location, was executed in a remarkable manner by Fu Yiran. The entire firewall lay horizontally upon the ice, manifesting as a rectangular expanse. His fervent repetition of the incantation caused the firewall to spread from beneath his feet, extending in a vivid crimson path that led directly to the cave's exit, resembling a magnificent red carpet. "Let us go," he bellowed, summoning another fiery tempest that propelled them into the distance, while he remained amidst the flames, watching them intently. Shangguan Che seized the incredulous Xia Yinjia and hastened onto the fiery carpet. The domain lord commanded his territory, and the icy arachnid wielded dominion over the frost-laden ground. However, Fu Yiran's firewall spell adeptly countered it, creating a fiery pathway that fell beyond its control. On this crimson carpet, the group, bereft of time to mourn, surged forward. Xia Yinjia glanced back to see a figure slowly turning to ashes amidst the fiery storm, tears streaming down his face. Bradarfu. Yet Shangguan Che grasped his mushroom-shaped hair, forcibly redirecting his gaze ahead. The firestorm battered against the icy arachnid, stirring flurries of snow, yet failed to breach its defenses. Inciting a furious roar from the creature, it lunged forward, its massive form generating a gust of wind, swiftly closing the distance on the trio. With utter disdain, it poised to crush them beneath its foot. Zurich, in full flight, gradually halted, watching the 3 sprinting ahead. Taking a deep breath, he turned and declared, "Shield charge." His entire being transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the icy arachnid. Naturally, the arachnid noticed the insignificant ant at its feet, disdainfully swatting as if to obliterate him. "Big fellow, I am quite resilient as well." He activated his S-class talent, Mountain Turtle, which adorned his body with an ancient stone-like texture, resembling armor forged from unyielding rock, harnessing the power of the earth to augment his strength. Zurich raised his great shield, and in an instant, a layer of impenetrable stone armor enveloped him. His legs seemed to be anchored to the ground, rendering him completely petrified, akin to a finely crafted sculpture. Taunt. A skill was unleashed. The taunt ability drew the ire of monsters entirely towards him, thereby creating a controlling effect. It was the core skill of the shield warrior, an essential ability. However, if the defense was insufficient, taunting would lead to certain death. Yet, with the enhancement of an S-class talent, The icy spider's legs descended, striking the great shield with a resounding thud, shockingly repelling the blow. Enraged by the taunt, the frost spider's eyes glowed red, its legs darting like phantoms, striking furiously. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The frost spider's attack speed was astonishingly rapid, its attributes overwhelmingly high. In the next moment, debris flew, the shield shattered, an arm severed, a head crushed, and the chest pierced through. Eventually, only a small portion of a calf remained, quietly standing on the icy surface. The frost spider turned its gaze toward the fleeing insect, its anger boiling over as it was thwarted time and again. Its mouth opened, icy elements rapidly coalescing. But at that moment, S-class talent, Silent Serpent. A bullet from a pitch-black sniper rifle struck precisely into the frost spider's mouth, causing the gathered ice elements to dissipate in an instant. This consumed a considerable amount of energy, and with the Silent Serpent talent activated, a devastating blow was unleashed, inflicting significant paralysis toxin damage. Shangguan Che also paused, kneeling on one knee with the sniper rifle, gasping for breath. Such toxin damage was merely a minor inconvenience for the frost spider, which shook its head dismissively. He glanced back to see that the two had already reached the entrance of the icy cavern. Suddenly, his vision spun violently, and his head rolled to the ground. Jin Quan's longsword sliced through the air, delivering a powerful strike against the ice wall, instantly carving an opening. Gazing at the light beyond the breach, he smiled and said, "Freedom is rare. Xia, go forth, leave the upper city, and seek your freedom." With that, he forcefully kicked Xia Inja through the opening. "If you truly find it one day, remember to tell your brothers what freedom truly is." His figure began to waver, splitting into 2 identical silhouettes. S-class talent, Twin-tailed fish. He divided himself, creating a replica with half his strength, expending mental energy to swap places with the clone. Indeed, his talent was most suited for escape. Had he chosen to flee earlier, he might have already been gone. Xiainjia clambered awkwardly outside the cave, turning back. In the next moment, a pool of bright red blood splattered against the ice wall before sliding down and rapidly congealing. Tears streamed down his face as he covered his mouth, weeping in anguish. He was the youngest in the group. Ever since he was taken from the lower city by the residents of the upper city, he had met these 4 brothers. And everything felt wonderful, everyone cheerful and radiant. But why did these brothers sacrifice their lives to send him away? Did they not speak of a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong? What did this mean? What was the freedom they sought, despite being a celebrity? Free from the worries of sustenance and adorned with the admiration of countless fans, Xiainjia found himself witnessing an unthinkable anguish in the eyes of the 4. Their perspective on death revealed a haunting sense of liberation. The flamingo, the mountain tortoise, the silent leader snake, and the twin-tailed fish, their innate talents destined for the wilderness, yet ultimately succumbed to confinement. Chapter 51. The spirit-sealing talisman they had somehow managed to escape. Zhu Jinxiong forcefully shattered the icy spikes encasing him and swiftly consumed a vial of healing potion. Surveying the battlefield, only 9 souls remained, 2 of whom trembled in fear. Thanks to the temporary delay afforded by the Red Demon Legion, they all gradually extricated themselves, slowly gathering together. Li Hongbin, suppressing the nausea from his talent's aftermath, swung his sword once more. A large circle manifested on the ground, inscribed with runes, and flames erupted forth. All endured the searing pain as they leapt into the fiery sword formation. Could they defeat this monster? Ji Ling gasped, her breath heavy with exhaustion. The red wolf and blue wolf shook their heads, gazing upon the monstrous figure at the exit. This was a domain lord, nearly invincible within its territory. Gunsha regarded the fiery sword formation, turning to the still pale Li Hongbin and inquired, "How much longer can this sword formation hold, young masterly?" Liungin, his expression grim, cast a glance at Zhu Jinxiong. "Had I not utilized my talent earlier, it might have endured longer. Now, perhaps 3 minutes." Silence enveloped them all. Once the fiery sword formation dissipated, the ice-cold spider would only need a thought to extinguish their lives. To escape, it may require the united effort of the 7 of us, Ji Ling proposed, evidently inspired by the Red Demon Legion's fervent resolve. Yet, Li Hongbin retorted with a cold laugh. "Then Miss Ji should take the lead and buy us some time." Ji Ling shot him a disdainful look. "Why should a man like you not step forward first? Do you require a girl to shield you from the monster?" True to form, he chuckled lightly. "I am openly contemptible, while some harbor their treachery within." Jiling's expression shifted, her hand shimmering with violet light as a handgun materialized, aimed at Li Hongbin. What right do you have to speak? A discarded piece of refuse from the upper city. Still prattling on. Do you still consider yourself one of the Li families for young masters? Su Yangxiong swiftly grasped Jiling's wrist. Enough of this bickering. We should be focusing on how to escape, not squabbling amongst ourselves. He glanced at the ice-cold spider, which had finished its meal and was slowly turning around. If cooperation is not desired, then let each rely on their own abilities. With that, a wolf's head emblem appeared on his forehead, and fur began to sprout across his body, his form swelling until he transformed into a towering werewolf, standing 3 meters tall. Yet he was not done. He roared once more, beast transformation. His physique surged again, reaching an astonishing height of 5 meters. With an S-class talent and the skill of beast transformation, Zhu Jinxiong's attributes soared dramatically. Ergue, charge with me. He sprang forth, his limbs hitting the ground with tremendous force. Akin to a colossal wolf bursting forth at breakneck speed, shattering every ice spike in his path. Zhu Jinxiong may have lacked many things, but confidence was not one of them. He firmly believed himself to be a leader, always at the forefront, regardless of the adversary, even if it was a domain lord. His sudden movement caught Jiling's attention. With a flick of her hand, a rugged vehicle materialized from the ground, roaring to life as it sped down the path cleared by Zhu Jinxiong. The two-headed wolf followed suit, rushing out as well. Meanwhile, Li Hongbin remained behind, furrowing his brow in contemplation before resolutely heading in the opposite direction. That path led to where the 6 guards had emerged. He speculated that there might be an alternate route among them. Rather than following towards certain death, he opted to take a gamble. The 6 passages were evidently closer to him, and as he stepped into one, he glanced back. Suddenly, the icy spider rose menacingly, crashing down with a thunderous stomp. In an instant, the entire expanse of ice before it folded like a book, seemingly intent on crushing the remaining individuals within. Just as it was about to close in, Zhu Jinxiong, in his wolf form, let out a fierce roar, extending his arms outward with all his might. Boom! The closing ice abruptly halted. Zhu Jinxiong's bones creaked under the strain, blood spilling from his mouth. Ergue! The blood fiend Ergue swiftly emerged, a blood shield raised in front. Glancing back at Zhu Jinxiong, young master, I hope you can fulfill your promise. Without further ado, he charged headlong into the front leg of the icy spider. Taunt! Utilizing the same taunting skill, he disrupted the force of the closing ice, breaking its grip. Zhu Jinxiong, his form diminishing as he landed on the ground, nearly transformed entirely into a wolf, darting through the space beside the blood shield and swiftly maneuvering beneath the spider's abdomen. Seeing Zhu Jinxiong's attempt to escape, Jilinger grew anxious and turned to the two-headed wolf, gently saying, "Wolf uncle, Xiao Mei and Xiao Li are doing splendidly at my estate." Upon hearing her words, the two-headed wolf's expression changed dramatically, their eyes reddening with incredulous struggle. Jilinger's ring shimmered, producing 2 metallic round boxes resembling basins. The duo exchanged a glance at their newfound items, then sighed. "Thank you, miss, for your care." Without further ado, they dashed towards the icy spider, clutching the round boxes. The blood shield and gun talent paled in comparison to Zurich, swiftly being crushed into pulp within moments. However, the two-headed wolf soon arrived. The red wolf and blue wolf exchanged a knowing glance before delivering a powerful punch to the round box. High-explosive anti-tank mines, specifically designed to combat armored foes with immense power. As a fist descended, it triggered a fuse, resulting in a thunderous explosion. This detonation conjured a small mushroom cloud, with a powerful shockwave and searing flames that caused the ice-cold spider to recoil. A tiny robot symbol appeared on Jilinger's forehead, signifying her S-level talent, mechanical empowerment. Overload. Accelerate. The 6 wheels of the off-road vehicle she was piloting spun rapidly, emitting plumes of smoke, while the engine roared violently. With a swift whoosh, they sped past the ice-cold spider, heading for the exit. However, they had greatly underestimated the domain lord. Just as they believed they were about to escape the cavern, the ice-cold spider did not even glance back. The entire icy surface suddenly shifted like a tread, dragging them backward, and the exit that had seemed so near now felt distant. Zhu Jinxiong and Jilinger found themselves once again facing the frost spider. The explosion of the anti-tank mine had evidently inflicted some damage on the ice-cold spider, erasing any playful intentions it might have harbored. A blue light flickered around its body, and a terrifying blue halo emanated from within, spreading forth to freeze everything in its vicinity into ice crystals. In the next moment, two ice spears plummeted from above, striking precisely where Zhu Jinxiong and Ji Linger stood. The horrifying, penetrating damage created two deep craters in the ice. The frost spider looked down in confusion at the pits, where Zhu Jinxiong had transformed back into human form, radiating golden light, resembling a statue of gold, utterly motionless. Meanwhile, at Ji Linger's location, there remained only a palm-sized puppet. This sealing spirit talisman allows practitioners to seal one of their skills within it. Each profession's skills possess unique characteristics. To transcend the barriers of profession and utilize another's abilities, one must rely on this talisman. This was a rare creation of the talisman master, and the higher the level of the talisman, the more precious it becomes. The first pit was incapable of utilizing advanced skills. The talismans in question were both third tier, sealing two exceedingly rare life-preserving abilities, dubbed purple epic skills, the undying golden body and the substitute puppet. This exemplified the profound heritage of a prominent family. For ordinary practitioners may never have even heard of such talismans, yet they carried life-saving measures with them. However, the efficacy of these skills was tragically brief, evidently only sufficient to evade the ice-cold spider's attack. As the golden body gradually faded, a grenade crackling with electric arcs rolled slowly to the feet of Zhu Jinxiong. Damn it, he nearly roared, for the golden body bore another attribute. Upon utilizing a skill, it would swiftly disengage from aggro, thereby diminishing attention. He still had contingencies. His mental energy was largely untapped, and the skills on his equipment could be activated at least twice, leading him to believe he could escape. But the moment the electric grenade appeared beneath him, everything changed. The electric grenade inflicted substantial lightning damage to the surroundings, rendering opponents momentarily immobilized. As the golden body vanished, the grenade detonated with a thunderous roar, enveloping Zhu Jinxiong in a torrent of electricity, instantly paralyzing him. As the bolts of lightning crawled up the frigid spider's body, the minor electrical damage was akin to mere tickling for the colossal creature. However, it drew its attention to the rigid figure of Zhu Jinxiong below, and in an instant, its sharp legs pierced through his chest, pinning him firmly to the icy surface. The substitute puppet, upon receiving a fatal blow, transformed into a doll. Its original form displaced randomly. Ji Linger was fortunate. Her substitute puppet's random displacement fortuitously carried her across the icy spider and towards the exit. Fearing a counterattack from the frigid spider, she swiftly tossed an electric grenade beneath Zhu Jinxiong's feet. With him serving as a distraction, she could make her escape. Paralyzed, his body was pierced by the massive spider legs, rendering him the frigid spider's meal, devoid of any hope for salvation. Yet through the gaps between the spider's legs, he glimpsed Ji Linger preparing to leap through the opening that Jian Yukin had previously cleaved. A surge of immense rage filled him, causing his form to swell once more as he transformed back into a werewolf. His right hand bulged with muscle, and the great axe he wielded radiated a crimson glow. You shall perish as well. With a warrior skill, axe throw, he hurled his weapon with reckless abandon, unleashing devastating damage with a chance to trigger a shattering effect. This skill resulted in the loss of the weapon, marking it as a desperate measure, yet would penetrate armor to inflict damage upon the original target. Zhu Jinxiong's axe skimmed perilously close to the ice surface, weaving beneath the frigid spider's abdomen. An upward arc struck fiercely at Ji Linger's shoulder. She shimmered with purple light as her exceptional equipment valiantly defended against the axe's blade. Perhaps fate could no longer bear to witness this. Zhu Jinxiong's axe triggered the shattering effect. In the next moment, her entire right arm was obliterated at the shoulder, and the force of the blow hurled her through the ice wall, propelling her out of the cavern. The frigid spider lifted Zhu Jinxiong and stuffed him into its maw, then swiftly turned back, intent on pursuing the escaping prey. Its long antennae quivered violently, as if detecting a strong signal. In an instant it spun around, transforming into a streak of light that darted into one of the passageways, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The entire icy cavern plunged into an eerie silence. Moments later, a rustling sound emanated from within. Two figures, stripped bare, stood upon the icy surface, exchanging glances. Three survived. Which one is it? To their surprise, the speakers were two decoys, now devoid of their earlier trembling demeanor. None resemble the others. We encountered no one along the way. What shall we do now? Young Master instructed us to keep a close watch on all. One of them approached the fallen Frost Guardians, hastily gathering several emblems, then remarked, "The frigid spider's sudden departure suggests Li Hongbin must have done something within the cavern. He is likely doomed. We should find the exit and escape." The priest is lightly wounded but lacks combat capability, while Ji Linger, having lost an arm, is significantly injured. There is no need for excessive caution. Let's split up and pursue. Having exchanged a few words, the two swiftly departed from the cavern, observing the bloodstains on the ground before splitting up to pursue. The wooden cave lay in disarray, with previously lush vegetation now toppled in disarray. Jin Quan kicked aside the carcass of the wooden vine spider, revealing two emblems, one orange and one purple, glistening above. Shaking his head in disbelief, he noted the absence of something significant. Previously, the Sand Devourer had yielded two orange emblems, two purple and two blue, yet this time there was merely one orange and one purple. Upon picking it up for a closer inspection, Jin Quan was taken aback. The emblem was leaf-shaped. Blueprint emblem. Sacred Revival Elixir, orange. Instantly restores the character's full health and spirit, while enhancing attack and defense by 50 for the next 30 seconds. And bestowing a shield that grants immunity to all negative states for a duration of 10 seconds. It was, astonishingly, a potion formula of epic rarity. Unlike the blue detoxifying potion he had previously acquired, this emblem, resembling a leaf, shimmered in a vibrant orange-yellow akin to autumn maple leaves, radiating a soft glow, clearly indicating its greater value. Not being an alchemist, Jin Quan could not utilize the emblem, nor could he discern the formula's ingredients. Turning his gaze to the purple emblem once more, he was struck by surprise. This emblem resembled a small hammer, gleaming with a purple light. Blueprint emblem. Shield of the Wood Spider, purple, under the veil of darkness. Only this line of text was visible, devoid of any attributes. A hammer, perhaps a blacksmith's tool? This suggested it was indeed a piece of equipment blueprint. A purple equipment blueprint alongside an orange potion blueprint stirred a glimmer of excitement in Jin Quan's eyes. Could fortune be within his grasp? Compared to the typical equipment that required various life and death battles to obtain for monsters, the ability to mass-produce equipment according to blueprints was evidently a more favorable choice for many. Even if the attributes were somewhat inferior, they still constituted superior purple equipment. Jin Quan leaped down from the spider's corpse and swiftly approached the 6 spider guardians. After a thorough examination, he retrieved 6 purple emblems. The drop rate was decent, 1 emblem per lord slain. Glancing at his level, he noted he had already reached level 34. If he leveled up a few more times, the buff enhancing the drop rate for defeating higher-tier monsters would dissipate. With 6 emblems, a large bow, 3 pieces of leather armor, 1 trap skill, and 1 vine spell, it appeared that the attributes of the wooden vine spider influenced the drops, skewing them towards wood-related items, either potions or those suitable for hunters or shamans. Jin Quan refrained from entering any of the openings and instead chose to wait in the center. According to the calculations, once 1 domain lord perished, the remaining 3 would converge. With the wooden vine spider now vanquished, he crouched down, pressing his ear to the ground, where the rhythmic thumping of the earth began to resonate. His gaze swept around. 1, 2, 3. He pointed towards the 3 openings. His ability to discern sound and location remained effective. Among the 6 openings, 3 were noticeably more intense. A smile crept onto Jin Quan's lips as he selected the central passage. A silken thread sprang from his hand, wrapping around the top of the passage. And with a forceful tug, he found himself suspended upside down at its apex. Jin Quan held his breath, his brow furrowing as he sensed the temperature within the corridor plummeting. What had begun as a pleasant 25 or 6 degrees swiftly descended into a chilling cold. The gentle breeze transformed into a biting wind, completing this transition in an instant. The dark earth of the cave was suddenly encrusted with ice crystals, and Jin Quan found himself enveloped in frost. Within his line of sight, a colossal white spider raced towards him, its body glistening with ice crystals, surrounded by an aura of penetrating cold. As it advanced, ice crystals erupted from the walls of the corridor like mushrooms breaking through the soil. The domain lord, the ice-cold spider. Jin Quan held his breath. Drawing nearer, the spider abruptly lifted its legs, its eyes gleaming with a ghostly light as it fixated on Jin Quan, who had already captured its attention. Its blood-stained mandibles twitched, as if preparing for a meal. Perhaps it had easily dispatched a dozen ants prior. leading it to arrogantly assume that this mere ant could be swallowed whole with similar ease. In the next moment, a dazzling purple blade of light illuminated the entire cave. Jin Quan, wielding the blade of annihilation, swiftly sliced through the air above the ice-cold spider. The so-called icy armor was rendered as fragile as a mere surface of water before the blade, which was enshrouded in gray particles. With a single stroke, it cleaved through the head, carapace, and thorax, landing firmly on the ground. Any organ or tissue it touched was instantly severed in twain. Even in its fall, the spider's mandibles continued to convulse, betraying its lingering hunger. Chapter 53. Boots of Frigid Speed. Empty the Lord Jin Quan touched the lava judgment, astonished to discover something even more foolish. He leaped atop the ice-cold spider's carcass, his palm gliding over its back, revealing two emblems, one orange and one purple, in his grasp. Jin Quan's eyes sparkled with delight. This equipment was indeed usable for him. Equipment emblem, Boots of Frigid Speed, orange, equipment level, Tier 3 equipment type, footwear agility, 40 stars constitution, 25 stars frigid speed. Wearing these boots increases movement speed by 30. There is a 15 chance to trigger the frigid speed effect upon attacking, enhancing movement speed by an additional 20 for the next 5 seconds. Frost armor, when subjected to a slowing attack, activates a frost shield that can absorb damage up to twice its own strength. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Icy Strong Kick, active skill that launches a powerful icy kick at an enemy, instantly freezing them. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Epic, rapid movement, immunity to ground slowing effects. Without hesitation, Jin Quan yanked off the jump of the beetle from his feet, though its secondary jump ability was particularly useful. It was regrettably only a blue piece of equipment with rather low attributes. He pressed the emblem of the Boots of Frigid Speed onto his feet, and in an instant, he felt a newfound lightness envelop him. With a swing of his great sword, he unleashed a fierce whistle. With an agility score of 40, not only does his movement speed increase, but his attack speed also escalates significantly. Upon touching the ground, he instantly propelled himself forward, casting a fleeting glance at the purple emblem. It was yet another spellcaster-esque skill. Skill emblem. Spell. Ice Spear Purple. Skill level. Tier 3. Skill effect. Launches an ice spear formed from frigid energy, dealing substantial frost damage to the target. The spear possesses a certain degree of penetration, allowing it to pierce through multiple enemies or obstacles, inflicting damage on several targets in a straight line. He wondered if there were any swordsmanship skills in this pit. He stored the emblem in his ring and surged out of the passage. Almost the moment his feet touched the ground, a layer of frost shield erupted around him. Jin Quan glanced at the ground. The once verdant grass had vanished, replaced by a purplish swamp. The swamp's slowing effect immediately triggered his passive frost armor. Subsequently, the ground swiftly outlined a circular fiery array. Boom! Flames soared, erupting from the earth like a pillar of fire, engulfing Jin Quan in an instant. The statue of the infernal god manifested beside him, wielding a massive blade, and slowly emerged from the column of flames, his frost shield rendering him entirely immune to the damage. He raised his gaze to find two colossal spiders lurking before him. Domain Lord Fire Spider, Domain Lord Poison Swamp Spider. Beneath them, the ground was rapidly altering, half transitioning toward a green poisonous swamp, while the other half began to metamorphose into magma. Perhaps with a little more time, this place would become their new territory. Behind Jin Quan, 12 Guardian Lords gradually approached him. He turned his head slightly, his bones cracking audibly. It was exhilarating. Surrounded by 14 lords. Despair would be the natural response for anyone else. Yet Jin Quan brimmed with combat fervor. With a sudden thrust of his foot against the ground, he surged forth like a streak of light. The epic-grade frosty boots granted him multiple times the agility, propelling him into a sudden leap during his dash. He initiated with a troll Earthshatter Slash. Golden beams of invulnerability enveloped his entire being as he cleaved toward the poison swamp spider, completely disregarding the fire spider. Even though the fire spider was a domain lord, its skills were destined to be ineffective against the effects of his lava armor. Title: Lord of Lava, Fire Resistance, 60. All attributes enhanced, 15. The might of Jin Quan's leap was astonishing. Even the poison swamp spider, despite being a formidable beast, sensed danger. The swamp below churned violently, and the entire spider sank as if it were a loach, vanishing into the depths. Boom! The massive blade descended, and the swamp beneath the poison spider collapsed like a boulder hitting water, sending countless purple mud splashes into the air. Yet the poisoned swamp spider had disappeared without a trace, and the next moment, a fiery tornado erupted beneath Jin Quan's feet, the immense force lifting him entirely off the ground. The statue of the infernal flame is inherently of the fire element, bolstered by its own resolute strength exceeding 100 stars, along with the fire resistance granted by the lava set. The searing flames lash violently against the statue. Yet aside from slight warmth, Jin Quan feels no discomfort whatsoever. In the face of such a relentless barrage of fiery tornadoes, a thick shield of lava instantly envelopes his form. Observing Jin Quan ensnared, the flame spider unleashes a rapid succession of fiery blades, each possessing immense power, which shatter Jin Quan's shield under the relentless assault. However, in the next moment, as the fiery whirlwind continues to rage, the lava shield rises once more. Realizing that his fiery skills are ineffective against Jin Quan, the flame spider roars in fury, and the magma beneath him erupts like a volcano, propelling his massive frame skyward. The molten rock spreads across his body, ultimately concentrating on one of his forelegs. In an instant, that spider leg radiates a brilliant red light, initially resembling a heated branding iron. As the magma accumulates further, it emanates a blinding heat akin to that of a burning sun. This terrifying leap strikes with formidable force, aiming to completely dissolve Jin Quan. Yet, as Jin Quan remains ensnared in the fiery tornado, he gazes at the descending flame spider with a smirk, remarking on its foolishness. The gray particles of lava judgment envelop him, as he begins to emit a faint purple glow. Locking on, he prepares the blade of annihilation. While it restricts his movement, it does not confine his abilities. With sheer will, he can break free from the fiery vortex at will. He merely awaits the moment when the flame spider ventures too close. Indeed, the blade of annihilation transforms into a streak of light, slicing through the spider's jaw, abdomen, and tail in a single fluid motion. A torrent of blood and entrails rains down from above. As Jin Quan descends, just as he is about to touch the ground, the earth suddenly morphs into a quagmire, rapidly pulling him underground. Countless toxic mud tendrils swiftly envelop him. Fortunately, with the infernal flame statue providing support, the poisonous mire cannot approach him. The statue emits a cacophony of crackling sounds amidst the toxic sludge. Jin Quan opens his dark vision, witnessing the toxic swamp that ensnares him, its color shifting from a deep black purple to a vivid purple, and gradually to a fiery crimson. As the hues grow more vibrant, the sounds emanating from the statue grow increasingly intense. This is a potent poison. Even through sight, he can perceive its escalating ferocity. If he cannot break free, he will inevitably perish within this toxic mire. With a swing of his gray blade, he cleaves into the swamp, creating a gash, yet the swamp quickly restores itself. Nevertheless, Jin Quan does not cease. He strikes rapidly and relentlessly. As he brings down the 10th blow, 10 layers of lava energy converge upon him, and with a surge of power, he unleashes a devastating lava shockwave that culminates in a violent explosion. The entire subterranean swamp expands dramatically, creating an immense space, with toxic gas billowing and crackling all around. After the attack, the swamp swiftly closed once more, returning to its original state. Jin Quan furrowed his brows. The lava strike that had previously shattered the wooden vine spider's cage proved utterly ineffective against the venomous swamp spider. Observing the diminishing presence of the infernal flame statue, Jin Quan took a deep breath. He continued to strike relentlessly, for even though the great sword erupted with searing brilliance, he refrained from employing the lava strike again, opting instead to persist with his fervent slashes. Perhaps luck was not on his side. After delivering dozens of blows, the orange belt at his waist manifested, from which emerged a colossal phantom, identical in form to the Lord of Sand. The Lord of Sand materialized from Jin Quan, leaping forth like a carp springing from the water, plunging into the swamp. The very moment the phantom entered the mire, the sludge-filled swamp began to desiccate, ultimately petrifying at an astonishing pace. The ability, Devourer of the Sand Serpent, granted a 15 chance to summon a phantasm of the Sand Serpent during an attack, inflicting damage upon the enemy while simultaneously petrifying them. Unable to cleave through the swamp, could he not also shatter stone? The lava strike erupted once more, akin to an earthquake, as countless shards of rock flew through the air, the ground within the cave rupturing, and Jin Quan's figure ascended swiftly from the depths. A rapid glance revealed the venomous swamp spider retreating, its mouth oozing a greenish slime, evidently having inflicted some harm upon him. Without hesitation, Jin Quan unfurled his demonic wings, transforming his form into a streak of light as he soared through the air. The three-part demonic wing slash ensued. The venomous swamp spider, seeing Jin Quan charge, emitted a shrill screech as it turned to the side. In an instant, 12 lordly guardians, who had been observing from the periphery, surged toward Jin Quan. He scoffed. Do you think yourself clever, or are you merely foolish enough to send your subordinates to engage me in close combat? With a flurry of 3 lightning-fast strikes, the 8 lordly guardians were swiftly dismembered. This was not his territory. Retreating here, the ground had yet to fully transform into swamp. Its 8 legs frantically jabbed at the earth, hastening the swampification process, just as it was about to unleash its swamp domain and burrow underground. Jin Quan fixed his gaze upon it amidst the chaos of scattered corpses and uttered 2 words softly, "Lock on." Then, his form transformed into a stream of destructive light, and with a single stroke, he severed the venomous swamp spider's head. As he landed and turned, he glanced at the remaining 4 spider guardians, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. With your leader dead, are you not coming to deliver yourselves? Chapter 54. Pursuit in the dimly lit first pit. Xiaoyinja ran swiftly, devoid of a destination, uncertain of where to go, only knowing that his brothers urged him to flee. They sacrificed their lives to ensure his escape, and with vacant eyes, he wandered aimlessly. The heart-wrenching thought of the 4 brothers, with whom he had shared his days and nights, now reduced to mangled corpses before him, caused an indescribable ache in his heart. As a priest of primary intellect and spirit, his speed was not particularly swift. Yet perhaps due to the proximity to the vengeful spider mother, there were no other monsters present. He stumbled forward blindly, completely devoid of any sense of direction. Boom! A sudden sound jolted him, causing him to instinctively wipe his nose and peek cautiously from behind a rock. Before him lay the entrance to a massive cave. The sight of this opening made his eyelids twitch. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the lair of the frost spiders, yet unlike those icy abodes. This entrance was adorned with coiling vines and verdant foliage. As he observed stealthily, a more deafening roar erupted from within the depths of the cave. Boom! 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 The cacophony resonated violently, akin to a series of high-explosive detonations, accompanied by over a dozen terrifying howls that reverberated through the ground, causing the stones beneath him to tremble violently. The feral roars awakened the dread he had previously buried. The image of the monstrous ice crystal spider and the gruesome fates of his 4 brothers resurfaced in his mind. This place harbored such beasts. He dared not take another step forward. His face turned ashen, and his body quivered involuntarily as he scrambled back in a frantic escape. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and he felt utterly lost amidst the looming terror of those creatures. Just then, through his blurred vision, a figure sprinted toward him. He hastily wiped away his tears and focused, recognizing the figure to be a man clad only in shorts, his torso bare. Upon seeing Xiaoyinja, the man chuckled lightly. "What a roundabout journey you've taken, returning here after such a long detour." Xiaoyinja inhaled deeply, suppressing his sorrow as he appraised the man from head to toe. A survivor of the doomed city? He was taken aback by the revelation. The man, grinning broadly, inquired, "Where's the superstar off to?" Xiaoyinja furrowed his brow, unaccustomed to the man's tone, particularly since individuals of this sort had never dared to speak to him before. "What business is it of yours?" he replied coldly, hoping to intimidate the man. "Oh, quite the diva, aren't we?" The man chuckled before his demeanor shifted abruptly as he asked, "You've circled around here several times. What are you searching for?" Xiaoyinja, still reeling from his earlier despair, realized in that moment that this man had been tracking him all along. "Why should I tell you?" he retorted icily. Although he was a priest, his 3rd-tier prowess and formidable equipment would easily overpower an ordinary person. The man shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of mock surrender. "Seems like a child still, daring to question you." He stepped forward slowly, his expression turning menacing. "Let me make it clear. I have you in my sights." In the next instant, the man's speed surged, and a flash of blue light revealed a sleek, black dagger in his hand, closing the distance to Xiaoyinja in an instant. Swish! 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 The dagger struck with unparalleled swiftness, piercing his chest with astonishing speed. Xiaoyinja's pupils constricted sharply as he rolled backwards, his reflexes remarkably quick, yet a gash opened on his left arm, flesh torn as blood trickled down his white garment. "You are not bait," he exclaimed in shock, then uttered a spell, causing a radiant white light to envelop him, swiftly healing the wound. The bare-skinned man expressed surprise. What remarkable casting speed! His gaze shifted to the intricate rabbit pattern on Xia Ying's brow. A talent, indeed. No wonder he hails from the upper city. In an instant, the man vanished from sight, but Xia Ying was equally quick to react. He raised his staff, unleashing a burst of white light that illuminated the surroundings like a searchlight. The bare-skinned man's form became visible once more, prompting Xia Ying to lean back just in time as a ghostly blue dagger narrowly grazed his throat. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief for narrowly escaping, the bare-skinned man smirked, and the dagger plunged downward. Bone cleave. This ability, a low-tier execution skill among assassins, inflicted significant damage while causing the target to bleed profusely. With the defense and constitution of a priest, a single strike would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Xia Ying quickly uttered a syllable, and in the next moment, a radiant white shield erupted around him. The sacred shield absorbed the dagger's strike, producing a resonant clang akin to metal on metal, but the immense force sent Xia Ying hurtling backward. Seizing the opportunity, he rolled upon landing and attempted to flee, but his speed proved inadequate. The assassin, with the agility of a phantom, closed the distance in an instant. A swift twist of the waist propelled him forward for a backstab, exploiting a vulnerable point for critical damage. With higher agility, amplifying the impact and bypassing a portion of the target's defenses. The next moment, Xia Ying's shield shattered explosively. Fear etched across his face. He hastily uttered another syllable. The assassin did not relent, swiftly reversing grip on the dagger, now emanating a faint glow. Cudgel strike. The skill struck Xia Ying's nape, plunging him into darkness as his vision faded. Simultaneously, a soft blue light sprinkled down from above, adorned with starlight dispersion. This was the very spell he had just recited. The light enveloped him, instantly dispelling the daze inflicted by the cudgel strike. The assassin, undeterred, launched two swift strikes, etching a cross-shaped wound across Xia Ying's back, blood cascading forth. In pain, Xia Ying gritted his teeth and spun around, delivering a powerful kick towards the assassin. This unexpected counter left the bare-skinned man momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated a priest to dare retaliate against an assassin. With a resounding thud, the kick, propelled by a priest's strength, struck with such force that it could have shattered his defenses, even if it was a frontal assault. Yet that precise kick landed on his lower right abdomen, causing a surge of crimson blood to erupt forth. The wound previously pierced by the frost spider reopened anew. In agony, he staggered backward, clutching his injury. A visage of fury etched upon his face. "Damn it, you little brat. I merely intended to capture you. Now," he raised his bloodied hand, "I shall slay you." Chapter 55. Come and kill me. With that, he pressed his wound and hastened after his target. Xia Ying swiftly cast two healing spells upon himself, and the gash on his back rapidly mended. Glancing back at the approaching naked man, he uttered a spell, his staff emanating a dark luminescence, which transformed into a spectral serpent that slithered swiftly across the ground. In the blink of an eye, it coiled around the man's body, causing his movements to slow dramatically, as if time itself had decelerated him to the pace of an octogenarian. The priest's offensive abilities were scarce. At the lower tier, he possessed but a single attack spell, and due to his long tenure in the upper city competing professionally, he had relied on the protection of teammates, never needing to deal damage himself. Thus, his sole means of offense was the slowing spell now at his disposal. With this control, he quickly distanced himself, but ultimately, the spell had its limits, and soon the man broke free. The man, known as Zhou Jun, was a seasoned enforcer from the lower city, accustomed to executing tasks for the upper city's elite. He had dispatched many priests before, and for such a fragile class draped in robes, being approached by an assassin typically signified death. Both his stride and frequency outmatched Xia Ying's, and the distance he had created began to dwindle. Yet in the next moment, another spectral serpent wound itself around his legs, reducing his speed significantly. Fixating on Xia Ying's retreating figure, he bellowed, "Little priest, I can play with you. A priest foolish enough to challenge an assassin in agility shall find himself exhausted." Once the slowing effect diminished, he braced himself against the pain of his wound and quickened his pace. "Where do you think you're running? Tell me, where can you hide? Within this pit. Escape is futile. You will ultimately fall into my grasp." Zhou Jun's tone dripped with disdain. his voice drawing nearer to Xia Yinja. Upon hearing this, Xia Yinja felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He understood this was a psychological game, yet upon reflection, he realized the truth. He had no place to flee, no allies, and no knowledge of this pit. It was a foregone conclusion that a priest could never outpace an assassin. Your sacrifices seem utterly meaningless, Xia Yinja pondered despondently. Yet still, he sought clarity in his impending doom and questioned, I hold no grudge against you. Why do you seek to kill me upon our first encounter? Zhou Jun scoffed in response. Do you require a reason? If I were to say, I wish to borrow your clothes to kill you, what could you possibly do about it? His intent was to convey to Xia Yinja that surrendering and complying was the only course of action, devoid of further unnecessary dialogue. However, upon hearing those words, Xia Yinja shuddered slightly, remembering his brother's words that the essence of this world was a brutal law of the jungle. Previously, there was no sensation, yet at this moment, it felt strikingly apparent. Aware that escape was no longer an option, his expression gradually transformed into one of calmness. Come on, if you wish to kill me, then do so, he shouted, his visage hardening with intensity. If you do not dare, you are a coward, a beast. Do you have the audacity to approach? The figure, in a frantic dash, accelerated once more, veering around a rock pillar, and suddenly, the vista before him opened up. Come fort, Summer Inja, his eyes aflame, bellowed at the bare-skinned man. You wretched spawn, a crawling insect from the refuse, a lowly denizen of the Undercity, a mere fertilizer in the desert. Come. He hurled every vile epithet he had endured in his youth at Zhou Jun, desperately attempting to provoke him. Yet, a man accustomed to the shadows of the Undercity was not oblivious to the intentions of this youth. Such a clumsy provocation was easily discerned. The pace of his flight gradually diminished, and his attention swiftly shifted from Summer Inja to the surrounding environment. Upon this glance, he was taken aback. A colossal circular opening loomed upon the sheer cliff face, its entrance adorned with a riot of greenery and vines. A cursory observation revealed that, aside from a distinction between the vines and the ice, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the entrance of the ice-cold spider's lair. So Yun apocalypsesurvival holds it, his foot carving a long skid mark upon the ground. Kid, I do not wish to kill you, he uttered softly, wary of awakening the monsters within the cave. Yet Summer Inja would not heed his words, displaying a derisive grin as he retorted, Come, if you possess any courage, follow me, you worthless scum. Drawing a deep breath, he raised a middle finger at Zhou Jun and, without a moment's hesitation, stepped into the cavern. Damn it, Zhou Jun grunted, kicking the sand beneath his feet. He had not anticipated that this place would also conceal a lair akin to that of the ice-cold spider. Nor could he foresee that the one who had just narrowly escaped would so resolutely choose to embrace death. Perhaps only Summer Inja understood that his brothers wished for his freedom, and that freedom entailed breaking free from control. In Zhou Jun's hands, their final wish would meet its end, and should he perish at the hands of the monsters, at least he would die as his brothers had, fighting for freedom. Summer Inja suppressed the terror swelling within his chest, holding his breath as he cautiously entered the cavern. Yet, upon crossing the threshold, and as his vision expanded, his pupils quivered uncontrollably. His throat betrayed him, swallowing convulsively. He beheld the cave in disarray, witnessing four monstrous beings, akin to the ice-cold spider, looming like hills, alongside a multitude of the previous guardians they had vanquished. However, they lay sprawled upon the ground, motionless. All the terrifying creatures within this cavern were lifeless. The ground was strewn with shattered limbs. Summer Inja's gaze remained fixated on the white, ice-cold spider. It was dead. They were all dead. The monsters that had slain his four brothers were no more. Collapsing to his knees, Summer Inja buried his face in his hands, weeping. In that moment, he would accept even death. In the stillness of the cavern, only his sobs reverberated. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed ahead, causing him to flinch. He slowly raised his gaze, and what met his eyes were a pair of worn-out sneakers, a twig caught beneath them, bent upwards. Clearly, the earlier sound was the result of the foot's owner snapping the branch. A drop of grease fell onto his hand, warm and golden. Why are you crying? A voice with a slight magnetic quality resonated above him. Xia Yinja quickly looked up and beheld a young man clad in a baseball jersey, his features strikingly handsome. The youth held a generous piece of roasted meat, taking a hearty bite, grease splattering across his cheek. The tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat made Xia Yinja's lips involuntarily moisten. He parted his lips, yet no words escaped. Jin Quan observed the young man's dazed expression and shook his head, slowly turning to leave. He had encountered too many similar souls in the Tavern of Jiron, each burdened by the pressures of existence or the scourge of substance abuse. In such a world, the normal were a rare breed. This realization served as a reminder that not only was it imperative to enhance one's strength, but also to maintain a sound mind to avert mental collapse. An essential skill for survival in this realm. Jin Quan glanced at the two orange crests in his hand, then furrowed his brow as he picked up a triangular emblem. It was a skill from the Blaze Spider, surprisingly a sword technique. The mechanics of the skill bore a striking resemblance to the Troll's Earth Splitter, both involving a leaping strike. However, this move dealt exceptionally high damage to a single target. Skill emblem, Solar Judgment, Orange Epic. The swordsman strikes the ground, triggering molten lava that inflicts burning damage and slows nearby targets, then gathers the lava into his weapon, leaping swiftly into the air to unleash a devastating solar judgment upon a single target, inflicting tremendous damage. Epic Burning. He hesitated over whether to learn this skill, having learned from Jiron that one could only acquire 2 skills per tier. Now, with 4 skills already in his repertoire, he had 2 remaining slots. According to his original plan, he preferred to learn defensive sword techniques or skills with life-preserving mechanisms. A high-damage single-target attack seemed rather superfluous to him. With his bug nuclear talent, any ordinary slash would yield maximum damage. The entire skill unfolded in 2 phases. First, the eruption of lava upon striking the ground, followed by a leap to slay the target. To him, the only distinction from the Troll's Earth Splitter was the additional initial phase. He glanced ahead at the passage. The lava-slowing effect could indeed be seen as a defensive skill against advances. Who knew how many tactics a lord of such dominion might possess? Ultimately, Jin Quan pressed the emblem to his forehead. Chapter 56, Judgment of Elkis. Learning this skill was twofold: to prepare for the impending great battle and to gamble on his exclusive demonic swordsman skill, Sword Mastery. Sword Mastery could transform ordinary sword techniques into demonic sword techniques at Tier 1. It signifies that he is about to acquire his second legendary skill. In an instant, vivid images erupted within Jin Quan's mind. Darkness enveloped the earth, revealing a vast execution platform where dim flames flickered around. Countless terrifying dark creatures surrounded the platform, gazing reverently at the throne above. A towering figure sat upon the throne, resembling an immovable edifice of darkness. Clad in pure black heavy armor adorned with sharp spines and enigmatic dark runes, these runes pulsated with an eerie crimson glow, akin to throbbing veins. Jin Quan could not discern the figure's visage, as if it were inherently beyond mortal gaze. Beside the throne lay a chilling ebony blade, its hilt embedded with a dragon's head emanating malevolent light, howling to the heavens and displaying a bygone grandeur. I am Elkis, the Lord of the Dark Blade. Today, I shall execute the 12-winged angels to proclaim my might. My blade shall sever all pretense. My life shall be the divine retribution. The voice resonated throughout the expanse, dispersing the dark clouds as crows of the underworld took flight. Subsequently, a terrifying spectral greatsword descended from the firmament, and time stood still as a breathtakingly exquisite head rolled upward. The vision faded, jolting Jin Quan awake. What was this? The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the moment of his own awakening to his talents. The Lord of the Dark Blade. Elkis, was this perhaps the narrative backdrop of his skill? Jin Quan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Or could it be the overarching lore of this world? After pondering for a while, he slapped his forehead, chuckling at himself. I've only been here a few days, and I'm already delving into this? It was akin to a novice janitor at a chip factory attempting to understand the intricacies of lithography machines. He then glanced at the skill panel, and a sudden jolt coursed through him. Elkis Judgment, Legendary, Gold. The demon swordsman summons Elkis Judgment platform upon striking the ground, ensnaring all targets within. Subsequently, it unleashes an immensely powerful demonic judgment upon the confined targets, inflicting colossal damage and possessing a certain probability of delivering an instant death effect. Upon demise, the target instills great fear in those nearby. Legendary. Fear. Targets stricken with fear will lose control of their actions. Unable to attack, their combat will diminish, and they will attempt to flee from the source of terror. Jin Quan was astounded that this skill had transformed from a melee strike into a ranged execution, featuring 2 modes of control: the close-range confinement of the judgment platform and the distant execution that instills fear upon the surroundings. Legends or tales, passed down through countless ages. That never fade. This was the first time Jin Quan had encountered a skill bearing a name. In terms of sheer power, he could only declare it formidable. However, when it came to damage, doubts began to creep in. Being a ranged attack, he could not apply his nuclear talents, and even with the instant death effect, it remained an unstable probability. It was far more practical to deliver a direct blow. Jin Quan opened the second emblem. Equipment emblem. Title staff, orange. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment type, staff, exclusive for priests. Intelligence, 40 stars. Spirit, 35 stars. Title mark. Imbues the target with a watermark, subsequently enhancing healing and shielding effects by 40. Poisonous Swamp Splash. Activates a poisonous splash effect when releasing healing skills, inflicting toxin damage to surrounding foes. Mana title. At intervals, the priest receives a spirit title effect, restoring substantial mental fortitude. Epic. Healing. When the priest suffers significant damage, the healing effect of their skills is augmented by 30. It is unexpected that the poisonous swamp spider dropped not offensive gear, but rather life-saving equipment. Adorning the emblem. I could only imagine the astonishment on his face upon witnessing my tier 3 orange equipment, a clear indication of its unparalleled rarity, capable of shocking even someone of his former princely stature. Now at level 35, the probability of obtaining equipment beyond one's tier has diminished significantly. Fortunately, there are still lucky coins to enhance the quality. After satisfying my hunger and thirst, I casually severed the legs of several domain lords and stowed them in my storage ring, then tidied my attire as I entered the passageway. These 6 passages converge into a circular corridor, which in turn connects to the entrances of wood, fire, ice, and poison, while the interior of the circular corridor leads to the lair of the vengeful spider matriarch. Inside the cave, countless small spiders swarm. Even a larger team would find it a prolonged endeavor to eradicate them. However, I paid them no mind, as the lava shield enveloping me continually refreshed under their incessant assaults. The shield of magma radiated light, illuminating the entire passage. Alone, I ventured forth, the flicker of flames gradually fading into the darkness. Xiaoyinja stood in a daze, watching my retreating figure as I traversed deeper into the cave. His jaw, ajar for an extended period, ached, prompting him to close it and swallow hard. It suddenly dawned on him that I was the sole occupant of this cavern. He shook his head in disbelief, grappling with the realization that I had single-handedly vanquished all the monsters. This conjecture sent a shiver through him, awakening an indescribable sense of insignificance. How weak we truly are, champions of the upper city, the invincible First Legion. It was all a farce from the beginning. He stumbled to his feet, cautiously approaching the fallen monsters. Observing their grotesque wounds, he noted each was dealt with a single stroke. Xiaoyinja wandered amidst the heap of corpses, ultimately collapsing back onto the ground. He closed his eyes, meticulously recalling everything that had transpired, slowly piecing together the reasons behind his brother's occasional despair. We are merely pets, playthings for the amusement of those from the upper city. Such individuals are the true paragons of strength. Zhao Lu Bai trailed behind, yet was drawn closer to the spider cave by the pungent scent of blood. Zhou Shilu twitched his nose and then spoke softly. Fresh human blood. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lu Bai furrowed his brow. Given the circumstances of his journey through the sandworm's lair, it was improbable that any miner could have traversed this far. They could not be miners. Zhu 15 leaned closer to examine the rocks by the roadside, where a continuous stream of blood was splattered above. As he ventured further, he discovered that the blood flowed incessantly. If it were a miner, such a significant loss of blood would have resulted in death long ago. He wiped a finger across the blood on the ground, rubbed it between his fingers, and then brought it to his nose. It appeared to belong to a tier 3 practitioner who had been consuming healing potions continuously. He could discern a hint of the fragrance of rebirth flower within the blood. Shall we take a look? Zhou 16 suggested, glancing towards the stone forest ahead. Chapter 57. Interrogation. Zhao Lu Bai pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head, observing the direction from which the blood flowed. It seemed to lead back to the motherworm's nest. He consulted his map briefly, noting the entrance to the ice spider. He then pointed towards another path, stating, however, the person I seek has ventured towards the wood vine spider's entrance. Zhu 15 stood up and remarked, considering the volume of blood lost. This individual must have sustained an arterial injury, bleeding profusely. Moreover, this person, he scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. This individual seems to lack basic first aid knowledge, relying solely on potions to endure which has resulted in such extensive bleeding while still attempting to flee. Those who are unaware of emergency measures are often quite evident. Zhao Lubai noted, his brow raising, clearly recognizing the implication. It seemed that Zhu Jinxiong and his group had indeed suffered injuries. Their security detail must have collapsed entirely. Otherwise, someone would have advised them to apply pressure to the wound before consuming healing potions. Let us move on. I have no interest in collecting corpses. I initially thought to exploit this situation, but it appears I have arrived too late. Just as they were about to leave, Zhou 16 suddenly looked into the distance, and his pupils emitted a faint yellow glow. Eagle Eye, he declared, a vital skill for hunters. It broadens the field of vision, allowing for clearer sight at greater distances while enhancing attack accuracy. Someone approaches, and they do not resemble a miner, he said gravely. Zhao Lubai and Zhu 15 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Then, Zhu 15 swiftly became invisible, vanishing from sight. Zhou Fa and Zhou Jun were two brothers who had come to observe which of the wealthy young masters would ultimately interact with the first batch of miners from Pitno. 1. Now, the damned were all dead, leaving only the two brothers to pursue the sole survivor. To bleed so profusely, yet continue fleeing for so long. Truly the mark of a wealthy individual. He touched his own abdomen, where a similar wound had pierced through. Though it had not affected any vital organs, still, it ached subtly. Were he to possess a bottle of healing potion, he could recover swiftly. This thought ignited a sense of indignation within him, and a beauty at that. Should she fall into my hands, everything shall be mine. A wicked smile played at the corners of his lips. The young woman from the upper city is truly exquisite, just as he was lost in his fantasies. He heard a crunch underfoot, a round seed crushed beneath his weight. In that instant, tendrils erupted wildly, ensnaring his ankle like a voracious maw. The roots of the seed plunged deeply into the earth, rendering him utterly immobile. Zhou Fa's expression shifted dramatically. A trap. A hunter. He quickly leaned back to evade the hunter's arrows, but the next moment, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, and his vision blurred into darkness. It was over. This skill was all too familiar to him. An ambush. A signature ability of the assassin class, it delivered a momentary stun to the target from behind. For an assassin, characterized by explosive power and agility, even a brief stun could prove fatal. Indeed, he soon felt a searing pain in his back, backstab, slicing. A flurry of dagger strikes rained down upon his cervical spine. Simultaneously, a streak of light darted toward him. 3 successive arrows, unerringly finding their mark in his chest. Instantly, an illusory suit of leather armor manifested around him, only to solidify and then shatter into green light, dissipating into the ether. The combined assault of the two had obliterated Zhou Fa's defenses. Zhu Shiru stepped closer, his dagger glowing crimson as he aimed it at Zhou Fa's throat, poised to execute a lethal finishing move. Wait, suddenly halting, Zhu Shiru kicked Zhou Fa in the back, propelling him forward until he knelt upon the ground. Zhao Lubai emerged from the side, observing the grievously wounded Zhou Fa, whose flesh was in tatters and on the brink of death. He crouched down slowly, brandishing a vial of shimmering red liquid before Zhou Fa, tauntingly shaking it. Do you wish to live? Zhou Fa, bloodied and in agony, strained to look forward, and there, a familiar visage materialized before him. It was you. He momentarily froze. Then, with a constriction of his pupils, he suddenly realized he had overlooked something crucial. The sight of Zhao Lubai illuminated his understanding. So was you. The task description had mandated close observation of all interactions between individuals in pit number 1 and the miners, particularly to monitor for any transactions. They, the bait, were unworthy of sharing a carriage with the elite, thus completely unaware of Zhao Liubai's earlier departure. After disembarking, he and Zhou Jun had indeed been monitoring everyone. Yet now, it became apparent that Zhao Lubai had long evaded their sight. I do not know what conditions young Master Zhao seeks. He steadied his breath and spoke as clearly as possible. Having watched that group of affluent heirs for so long, he had forgotten about this individual. It was now evident that the person young Master Fong was searching for was none other than Zhao Lubai standing before him. By the process of elimination, it indirectly confirmed that his mission had been accomplished. Time has elapsed significantly, and Zhao Lubai must have met everyone he intended to see. His sole objective is to survive and convey the identity of the only person missing from the group, thus concluding his mission. However, this hinges on his ability to escape alive. Zhao Lubai tossed the vial of potion lightly, stating, "It's quite simple. Purpose." Zhou Fa gazed intently at the ruby liquid swirling within the vial, and replied solemnly, "I am from the Black Dragon Gang of the lower city. I've learned that a group from the upper city intends to enter pit number 1, so I infiltrated the miners' ranks with my brother, hoping to extract some benefit." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liubai's hand, which had been idly shaking the vial, abruptly halted. He slowly rose, brushing off the creases from his clothing, and remarked, "Feed the worms." Zhou Fa trembled violently, coughed up blood, and hurriedly said, "Young Master Zhao, wait a moment." Zhao Lubai turned slightly, casting a cold, indifferent gaze upon him. Under the intensity of Zhao Liubai's stare, Zhou Fa felt a chill run through his entire body. He possessed the profiles of all the young masters and ladies aboard the train, and Zhao Lubai was the one he had overlooked. In the hierarchy of the lower tiers, where one could feed worms to elevate their level, this so-called young master from the upper city was merely at level 21, with a talent rating of only B. Yet now, standing before him, the aura emanating from Zhao Lubai was so formidable that it was hard to bear, exuding an overwhelming sense of power that stifled his breath. The imposing presence far surpassed that of any second-generation celebrity he had encountered in the caves. He had only ever seen one person like this in his life, the young master who had assigned him this task. How could a young master guarantee my safety? I am but a worthless life from the lower city, eager to live, yet indifferent to death. At least my family could remain secure. After deliberating, he chose to appeal to emotions. "Ah, Cao Liubai skull food coldly. A gang. Aren't they all just hybrids? Family. How peculiar. In the lower cities' gangs, family is considered a significant weakness. Thus, these factions often cultivate a group of women. Anyone can partake, enjoy, and exit. The boys born from these unions become members, while the girls continue the cycle. No one knows who their father is." Zhou Jun swallowed hard, the metallic tang of blood pervading his senses. He hadn't expected this upper-class young master to possess such knowledge of the lower city. With a stiff smile, he replied, "It is my mother." Zhao Lubai then reached into his jacket pocket and produced an antique pocket watch. This timepiece exuded an aura steeped in history. Its bronze casing adorned with intricate rice ear engravings, the patterns both complex and exquisite. The chain dangled from his fingers, swaying gently. Perhaps juggling the potion and the watch proved cumbersome, for Zhao Lubai casually loosened his grip, allowing the vial to tumble into the soft earth at Zhou Fa's feet. "I have no interest in hearing this," he said, gently pressing the watch's cover open with a soft click. He exhaled upon the dial and declared, "1 minute. Provide me with a satisfactory answer." Chapter 58. You may come to find me. Zhou Fa gazed intently at the potion before him, comprehending that the young master he faced was far more formidable than he had previously perceived. Any further excuses would extinguish his last glimmer of hope for survival. He lowered his head. "A prominent figure in the upper city instructed me to keep a close watch on all the wealthy youths aboard the sightseeing train." Zhao Lubai, who had been delicately wiping the watch face, abruptly halted his movements. With a decisive snap, he closed the watch cover and commanded, "Continue." "I am merely a facilitator," Zhou Fa replied, tasked with ensuring that the affluent passengers do not come into contact with the first batch of minor slaves. What they do come into contact? Zhou Fa cast a perplexed glance at Zhao Lubai. "It is rumored that among the first batch of minor slaves, someone will pass an important item to the wealthy youths arriving from the upper city. If discovered, the information must be reported." Reinserting the pocket watch into his pocket, Zhao Lubai pondered for a moment before inquiring again, "Who assigned you this task?" The question seemed to strike at Zhou Fa's vulnerabilities, and he hesitated. Zhao Lubai meticulously folded the cloth he had used to clean the watch, refraining from pressing further, and turned to leave. Zufa, suddenly feeling a chill race down his spine, shouted hastily, "It's the Shonwei Consortium! It's the Shonwei Consortium!" Almost as soon as he uttered the words, he began to breathe heavily. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a dagger glinting ominously, mere inches from his temple. Zhao Lubai halted in his tracks. "The Fong family?" he mused, recalling a prior conversation with Zhu Shiwu regarding the Fong family, now encountering the matter here. "Is the item you received the Sandheart flower?" Zhao Lubai suddenly remarked. Perhaps it was the dagger's proximity that dulled Zhou Fa's senses, leaving him momentarily bewildered, as though he had not fully grasped the question. "That would be the unknown emblem," he finally stammered. Almost immediately after Zhao Lubai's words, Zhou Fa's head snapped up, his pupils quivering with disbelief. Then, as if a realization dawned upon him, he understood. Indeed, his suspicions had been correct. The individual responsible for the exchange with the first batch of minor slaves was none other than Zhao Lu by himself, for he could not have known this secret otherwise. Seeing Zhou Fa's reaction, Zhao Lu smiled and nudged the potion with his foot, causing the vial to roll to Zhou Fa's side. "Drink it," he instructed. At that moment, Zhou Fa's vision began to dim, and his mind felt heavy, a clear symptom of excessive blood loss. Without a thought as to whether the potion was poison, he seized the vial, uncorked it, and gulped it down. As the liquid coursed through him, his body began to fervently regenerate blood. His wound was not a gaping arterial injury, and it swiftly clothed itself, revitalizing him somewhat. He straightened his posture, kneeling upright before Zhao Lu. "Young Master Zhao, this is my mission. Should I utter any falsehoods, may I face 1,000 cuts." Zhao Lu nodded at Zhou Shurlu, who then tossed a palm-sized stone before Zhou Fa, declaring, "Whose blood is this?" Zhou Fa looked up to see dried blood dripping from the stone and then scanned his surroundings. The young lady of the Ji family. Ji Linger stirred a momentary furrow in Zhou Bai's brow. "What happened in the cave?" he inquired, and Zhou Fa nodded slightly. Who would dare to inflict such harm upon her? Zhao Lu, taken aback, pressed further. Zhou Fa's face twitched as he recounted. The young master of the Zhu family, accompanied by several celebrities, set out to conquer the mother spider. Initially, it proceeded rather smoothly, sustaining only minor injuries before vanquishing the lord. They believed the expedition a success, only to be confronted by 5 identical lords emerging simultaneously. Ultimately, a colossal spider lord, resembling a small mountain, appeared. His body trembled slightly as he continued. This gigantic spider lord was terrifying, capable of controlling the ice within the entire cave. With but a single stomp, it severely injured everyone present. Shaking his head, he refrained from elaborating further, stating simply, in the end, they all perished, with only 2 managing to escape. Zhao Lu cast a sidelong glance at him. "You and her?" "No." Zofaria perplexa. For some reason, that last spider seemed to be in a hurry, hastily departing the cave. I concealed myself amidst the corpses of the bait, feigning death to evade disaster. Nodding in understanding, Zhao Lu concluded, then the survivors must be Zhu Jinxiong and Ji Linger. Yet, Zhou Fa shook his head once more. It was the young lady of the Ji family and that celebrity pastor. This revelation utterly astounded Zhao Lu. Zhu Jinxiong is dead? Su Fa nodded, his gaze fixated on a blood-stained stone at his feet. Both possessed numerous means of survival and were on the verge of escaping. However, it was unexpected that the seemingly gentle Ji family lady would turn out to be so ruthless. A single electrified grenade ensured that Zhu Jinxiong would never follow. A cold chuckle escaped him. It truly aligns with the harsh realities of the Wasteland. One need not outrun monsters, but rather one's own comrades. Zhao Yobai's brow furrowed slightly. Are you suggesting that Ji Linger killed Zhu Jinxiong? Zhou Fa had been observing Zhao Lu with the corner of his eye, noting how the latter's previously composed demeanor had shifted to one of grave seriousness. Although puzzled by this transformation, Zhou Fa nodded in affirmation. Zhao Lu gazed towards the stone forest where the blood dripped, pinching the bridge of his nose in contemplation. He was acutely aware of the fierce power struggles between the Ji and Zhu families in recent years, rife with cunning schemes and treachery. The establishment of the Eagle Empire stemmed from their rivalry. Over the years, the 2 families had managed to maintain a semblance of harmony, upheld by the teachings of their ancestors. Yet now, the revelation that a direct descendant of the Ji family had slain a direct descendant of the Zhu family could very well serve as the spark igniting the division of the Eagle Empire. Zhao Lu paced slowly around the area, while Zhou Fa remained kneeling on the ground, motionless, quietly awaiting his judgment. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt, and with a flourish of his hand, a staff emanating a purple light materialized, measuring nearly the height of a man. The staff shimmered, and a pitch-black chain erupted from Zhao Liubai's body, swiftly coiling around Zhou Fa like a serpent. The sudden commotion sent Zhou Fa into a violent tremor, and he hastily cried out, Young Master Zhao, spare me. Every word I utter is the truth." He knelt and stepped forward, gesturing fervently with his hands. "If I speak falsely, may my entire family perish, and may the heavens unleash their wrath upon me. Young Master Zhao, believe me." His face was a mask of terror and anxiety. Zhao Lu, however, remained impassive. With a flick of his staff, a dark radiance shot skyward from beneath his feet. Simultaneously, the chain binding Zhou Fa unleashed a more vibrant darkness that cascaded down from his head, sweeping over his entire form before vanishing into the ground. As this wave of dark energy passed, the previously exposed wounds on Zhou Fa's body healed at a visible pace, akin to a zipper being drawn closed. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Fa was restored to his former self. Even the frostbite wounds inflicted by the icy spider had vanished, feeling his body fully rejuvenated. Zhou Fa stared blankly at Zhao Lubai, finally realizing he had been saved. He promptly bowed his head in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, young Master Zhao, for sparing my life. Thank you for sparing my life." His forehead struck the sandy ground with a resounding thud. As the spell dissipated, the chain connecting the two transformed into black mist, and the staff in Zhao Liubai's hand instantly shrank and disappeared. He clapped his hands together and said, "What you have seen, heard, guessed, or contemplated can be conveyed to your master." With that, he turned and departed, followed silently by Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shilu, who cast a fleeting glance at the kneeling Zhou Fa. Watching Zhao Liubai's retreating figure, Zhou Fa's previously upright posture suddenly slumped, and he fell onto the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. At that moment, Zhao Lubai unexpectedly halted and turned back, saying, "Oh, by the way, Sufai jolted." Straightening up as if to receive a decree, Zhao Liubai's voice drifted back to him. "Do let him know that if he finds himself truly at a loss, he may seek me out." Chapter 59, Domain Lord of the Shadow Spider. "Young master, are we truly letting him go?" Zhu Shiwu inquired, puzzled, for the young master did not strike him as a particularly merciful individual. Zhao Lubai shot him a glance and replied with a smile, "Why kill him?" From his demeanor, it seems he is convinced that you are the one who colluded with that miner. If he returns, he will undoubtedly claim that you took the items. And so what? Whether true or false, what difference does it make? Zhao Lubai retorted calmly. Is it not a baseless accusation against the strong? Huh. The weak lack the right to wrongfully accuse the powerful. His words left Zhu Shiwu momentarily speechless, unsure of how to counter such logic. Looking back, he chuckled. However, it is a personal token, a vortex. Preserving it is preferable to obliterating it. Neither of the two families would lack practitioners of the truth spell. With that said, he shook his head and sighed, expressing his concern over the Empire's instability. Jin Quan traversed the passage for a considerable duration, primarily due to the countless small spiders that relentlessly attacked him wherever he went. Before him lay a veritable sea of spiders, obscuring his vision entirely, compelling him to swing blindly, pushing forward against the onslaught of arachnids. Fortunately, he wielded the lava impact. With each 10 strikes, he transformed his blows into fireballs that surged forward, repeating this process. Suddenly, he lunged forward, feeling the ground beneath him give way, and he plummeted into a void. Experiencing a moment of shock, his body jolted, spinning to fling off the multitude of small spiders clinging to him. Instantly, his field of vision expanded, and the wind shrieked past his ears like a banshee's wail as he fell towards the depths below, surrounded by the swarm of tiny spiders. He descended into a vast chasm, its walls rugged and adorned with countless strands of spider silk, which hung like myriad white ribbons. Gazing downwards, he perceived a spiraling passage leading to the underworld, the white threads dancing in the air. As he drew closer to the ground, a brilliant light emerged below, as if a grand luminescent zircon had illuminated the entire space, casting a radiant glow upon the surface. Just as he was about to land, Jin Quan took a deep breath, and in an instant, dark mist coalesced upon his back, forming a pair of demonic wings. With a powerful flap of these wings, he glided through the air, countering the force of his descent. As the wings dissipated, he landed gracefully, yet a sudden change flickered across his countenance as he glanced quickly at the ground. His feet were completely immobilized, seemingly glued to the surface by some potent adhesive. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this was no illuminated ground, but rather an endless expanse of spider silk. He had become the prey, ensnared within the web. In the next moment, the pristine white surface undulated and merged instantaneously. Jin Quan felt himself enveloped, accompanied by a swallowing sound as he began to slide downward. Had he been consumed? He scarcely registered the form of the creature before he found himself within its belly. He attempted to shift, but his body was ensnared tightly, rendering even the simplest act of turning his head impossible. Breathing became exceedingly arduous, reminiscent of the torturous waterboarding of an interrogation. Calming his emotions, he understood why Jiren had advised utilizing the lava judgment's formidable attributes to combat the mother spider's lair, continuously wielding his blade to evade being ensnared by the webs. At this moment, Jin Quan clearly bore the brunt of this oversight. Even if others were equipped with the lava set, they would find themselves equally helpless. Yet, in the next instant, gray particles swirled around his arm, and with a sudden, forceful motion, he tore through the multitude of spider silk that bound him. Employing his innate ability to sever all that is ensnaring, he gradually peeled away the threads, ultimately managing to roll over and emerge from the entrapment. As he emerged from the depths, a pungent stench assailed him, inducing a wave of nausea. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness and dampness. Jin Quan had emerged swiftly, yet he had not yet entered the gastric sac. Within his obscured vision, he discerned numerous silk cocoons akin to his own, cascading down the esophagus. Jin Quan grasped the fleshy wall of the esophagus with urgency, directing his gaze towards the gastric sac below. Fortunately, he was quick enough, and relief washed over him. The fleshy walls of the gastric sac writhed incessantly, adorned with minute villi that resembled tentacles, coating the spider's silk with a viscous green liquid. This fluid possessed a potent corrosiveness, yet showed no reaction to the silk, instead seeping gradually into the cocoon. Jin Quan observed, with his naked eye, the cocoon withering at an astonishing pace, as countless droplets of blood oozed from its seams. Occasionally, bubbles would rise from the crimson liquid, bursting to release an even more acrid odor. There were no bones. The digestive capacity was truly unfathomable. A glimmer flashed in his eyes, and the next moment, a message materialized before him. Domain Lord Devouring Spider. It was not the vengeful spider matriarch he had anticipated, and a pang of disappointment struck him. Truth be told, had the interior of this belly belonged to the vengeful spider matriarch, his task would have concluded, allowing this world's monsters to witness the prowess of Bai Ma when in action. Raising his hand, an orange radiance coalesced as the judgment of lava manifested in his grasp. Jin Quan aimed slightly upwards towards the esophagus, his body emanating a resplendent purple light. With a sudden, decisive upward thrust of his blade, the blade of oblivion transformed him into a streak of flowing light, effortlessly slicing through all obstacles. In an instant, the insides of the devouring spider were torn apart. Flesh, tendons, membranes, and exoskeletons were all cleaved asunder, and Jin Quan, enveloped in purple light, soared out from atop the devouring spider. He landed securely upon its back. This spider was colossal. If one were to stack the 4 corpses of the domain lords outside, they would barely match its size. A cry of agony emanated from beneath him, as the devouring spider convulsed in a grotesque spasm, before suddenly freezing in place. You have exceeded level 4, slaying the domain lord devouring spider, achieving a 100 efficiency rate. This strike had commenced from its abdomen and emerged from its cranium, causing Jin Quan to frown at the notification. This was the newly derived lord that Jiren had mentioned. He swiftly scanned his surroundings and murmured, "No, there should be another one." Barely had he uttered these words when a sudden tension gripped him, as a fierce whistling erupted from behind. Almost instinctively, blue flames twisted and coalesced around him, enveloping him in the form of a colossal blue flame armor. Almost immediately, a shadowy figure, imbued with an eerie glow, pierced precisely through his back. The infernal flame guardian managed to withstand the assault for but a moment before being penetrated, and the molten chest armor materialized instantaneously. A resounding crash echoed, reminiscent of a drumbeat, as golden light radiated from Jin Quan's form, enhancing his vitality. The radiant force of the domineering body wholly obstructed the formidable repelling effect of the arrow. With a mighty leap, Jin Quan executed the earth-splitting slash, propelling himself backward with great force. Executing a swift turn mid-air and grasping his blade with both hands, he struck downward with tremendous might. Boom! Debris flew as the ground was smashed into a colossal pit, waves of force rippling outward. Yet the target he aimed to strike vanished in an instant, leaving only a fleeting shadow that slipped beneath his blade before disappearing entirely. In a sudden twist, Jin Quan noticed another arrow-like wisp of light hurtling toward him at great speed. This time, he was clearly prepared, positioning the broad lava judgment horizontally against his chest. Clang! A resounding metallic clash erupted, showering sparks in all directions. Jin Quan swiftly retreated, then abruptly turned his body to press his back firmly against the pit's wall. With his back fully shielded, the enigmatic creature seemed unable to find a better angle for its assault, its form gradually coming into view. If the gluttonous spider was a colossal beast, then the black-as-ink spider before him was remarkably diminutive. A flash of dark insight revealed the creature's name: Shadow Spider, Domain Lord. The shadow spider's body was encased in a shell of inky blackness, matte and textured to prevent any light from reflecting off it, allowing it to blend seamlessly into the darkness. Its size was comparable to that of a large dog, with 8 elongated, powerful legs covered in fine hairs, scuttling along the rocky surface without a whisper of sound. Notably, Jin Quan observed a row of backward-facing spines resembling fish fins along its back. A glance at the object he had just knocked away revealed it to be identical to the spines on the spider's back. Such a creature was truly exhausting. Jin Quan rubbed his temples, weary from battling a multitude of meat shields, now confronted by this agile, ranged adversary. His gaze sharpened, and he suddenly looked up. His demonic wings unfurled, bursting forth as he executed 3 swift arcs of light, rapidly approaching with a 3-strike combo. Locked on. Death. Chapter 60. Illumination. A brilliant violet light emanated from his body as the destructive blade, Aura, surged forth like a purple bolt of lightning, the gray blade cleaving through the air, slicing through the shadow spider in two. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the severed shadow spider dissipated into 2 clouds of black mist. A clone? Jin Quan was momentarily taken aback, cursing under his breath as he spun around. He saw 3 spines racing toward his chest and head like streaks of light. He swiftly crossed his blade in front of his chest while drawing his makeshift blade from his waist, delivering a sudden slash. The gray blade sliced through the approaching spines as if they were mere reeds, while the other 2 pierced the statue of the underworld flame, crashing directly into his great blade. This time, Jin Quan did not employ his domineering body skill. Instead, he harnessed the force of the impact to slam his back against the cave wall. The tremendous force cracked the rocks behind him with dense fissures. It seemed this creature had a peculiar penchant for targeting his back, and Jin Quan remained pinned against the rock wall, his brow slightly furrowed. The domain of the shadow spider is ensconced in shadows, allowing it to swiftly conceal itself within darkness and evade detection. It possesses the remarkable ability to coalesce its shadows into duplicates, thereby circumventing the targeting of the Blade of Oblivion. This is the first time he's encountered such a formidable lord. Every skill seems to be effortlessly evaded by it. Crucially, this creature does not engage in close combat. As he pondered this, 3 ethereal lights suddenly shot towards him from various angles. The spines were alarmingly swift and erratic, leaving Jin Quan no choice but to concentrate and block. Refraining from any movement, his left hand swiftly slashed, forming a net of blades, while his right hand brandished a large sword defensively across his chest. Yet this time, his defenses were insufficient. One spine pierced through his blade net with alarming speed. It broke through his infernal flame statue and struck his shoulder, causing his molten chest armor to materialize in an instant, with a resilient rhinoceros emblem flickering momentarily. With a resounding thud, Jin Quan was thrust deeper into the ground, and the surrounding walls were rent asunder. The force was overwhelming, the speed unparalleled. He gritted his teeth, enduring the aching pain radiating from his shoulder. Although his fortitude had mitigated much of the damage, the impact still inflicted harm upon his constitution. This was the first time a creature had breached his dual-layered defenses while he was clad in the molten set. The ability to penetrate both layers of defense and injure him signified that the endurance of his equipment's emblem had reached its limits. This implied that this seemingly diminutive spider could potentially obliterate his molten chest armor through a war of attrition. Should he lose this defensive emblem, the effects of his set would dissipate, resulting in a drastic decline in all of Jin Quan's attributes, akin to a devastating blow. He could not afford to remain passive. Rapidly surveying his surroundings, he realized he was ensconced deep underground, without a glimmer of light. The appearance of the shadow spider had shrouded the previously luminous zircon in a veil of darkness. Were it not for his dark vision, he would be akin to a blind man in this abyss. Gazing upward, he noticed the dense web above, teeming with countless small spiders. Whether they were sand-eaters or these spider lords, it seemed that without their consent, these minor creatures were unworthy of entering their domain. After a moment of contemplation, his demon wings unfurled, and he ascended in a flurry of strikes towards the sky. Naturally, such a significant movement caught the attention of the shadow spider, and as Jin Quan halted on the 3rd strike, 3 spines simultaneously reached him. These 3 strikes were met by Jin Quan's sheer resilience, with no defensive maneuvers employed. The immense force propelled him into the dense, white fabric of the spider web. The web tore apart, and once more he was slammed into the wall, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. He wiped his lips and managed to smile. Countless small spiders surged towards him, and in the next moment, flames erupted from his body. A molten shield materialized around him with startling intensity. Almost instantaneously, as the molten shield formed, 3 flying spines struck him fiercely. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, and debris flew in all directions. At this moment, Jin Quan exhaled a breath. Glancing at the 3 barbs that pierced through the statue of the underworld rock and the lava shield, yet failed to touch him, spitting out a mouthful of blood, he proclaimed, "Your attacks cannot breach my defense. In the end, it will be you who perishes." He swiftly swung his blade at the small spiders, delivering a rapid succession of 10 strikes, gathering the power of lava, which erupted in an explosive surge. The violent detonation ignited a blaze, obliterating countless spider webs above, causing a multitude of small spiders to cascade down like raindrops. The entire cavern was illuminated, allowing Jin Quan to discern the movements of the shadow spider, which was swiftly approaching with a 3-part slash. However, the light from the lava impact soon dimmed, failing to illuminate every corner, as shadows lingered in the nooks and crannies. Almost the instant Jin Quan locked onto it, the shadow spider left behind a dark doppelganger and vanished into the darkness. Cursing under his breath, Jin Quan leapt back into the swarm of small spiders, wielding his blade with fervor, delivering over 10 slashes, emanating an orange glow from his waist. A serpent-like phantasm shot towards the top of his head and suddenly expanded, transforming into the form of the sand devourer. Like a whale breaching the surface, the sand devourer lunged towards the shadow spider. A golden light swept through the air, petrifying everything in its path. As Jin Quan sought to determine whether the shadow spider too had been turned to stone, 3 precise flying barbs struck his back with immense force, sending him crashing into the wall. Brushing the dust from his eyes, he realized that capturing the shadow spider was impossible. How could he kill it? Furrowing his brow, he suddenly recalled the words of his mentor. To slay a domain lord, one must first dismantle their territory. However, surveying the engulfing darkness of the cave, he could not help but smile wryly. The only force capable of dispelling the darkness was light. Yet the illumination from the earlier lava explosion had proven insufficient to reveal the shadow spider's form. Gazing at the small spiders relentlessly assaulting the statue of the underworld flame, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He elbowed the wall and burst forth from the pit. With his blade horizontally poised, he swung it down as if swatting a badminton shuttlecock, sending a swarm of small spiders flying. His great sword swung ceaselessly, sending the spiders scattering in all directions. Yet, the shadow spider was exceedingly cunning. With each gap in his strikes, barbs would fly from the shadows, knocking him back against the wall. Each time, Jin Quan would crawl out and continue to disperse the small spiders, repeatedly thrust into the pit, yet resolutely climbing back out, appearing quite disheveled. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. As long as he spread the small spiders throughout the cavern, he could observe the trajectory of the barbs. He intended to unleash the judgment of Elkis on the small spiders in that direction. Slaying them would instigate a widespread terror. If he could instill fear in the shadow spider, its demise would be inevitable. Just as Jin Quan was formulating his strategy, a sudden chirp echoed through the cavern's darkness, an elongated, deep sound, reminiscent of a solemn recitation of scripture. After the sound faded, Jin Quan was left utterly astonished, as he observed the entire cave swarming with tiny spiders that began to emit a low hum. Subsequently, they fell in droves. He picked one up and shook it vigorously, only to see its 8 legs droop lifelessly. Dead? He quickly scanned the area, and all the little spiders were in a similar state. It was as if they had been given a command to self-destruct, and in an instant, they all perished, after enduring humiliation and bearing the burden of a dozen stabs. The shadow spider merely uttered a sound, prompting all the little spiders to commit mass suicide. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within him. Damn it! I will fill this entire cave with earth inch by inch today. He suddenly stomped the ground, enveloped in the radiance of his power, his entire being exploding with strength. Gripping his blade tightly, he unleashed a devastating cleave against the cave wall. In that instant, the wall crumbled as if struck by cannon fire, the stones collapsing like an avalanche. The massive blade, shrouded in gray particles, sliced through the cave as if it were mere tofu, reducing the entire space to fragments. Jin Quan gasped for breath, his fury purely an outpouring of frustration. The mother spider of grievance lay just beneath this lord. Burying this place meant he would never see it again, nor could he obtain the cleansing flower. He felt utterly helpless against the shadow spider, and in a fleeting moment, a plan took shape in his mind. If that fellow were here, he would undoubtedly know how to resolve this. This was the first time the lone wolf acknowledged the need for allies. Just then, a pristine white orb descended from above, resembling a full moon. It fell rapidly down the passage and exploded above Jin Quan's head. With this explosion, darkness vanished, and light emerged, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. This brilliance filled every corner, casting no shadows as if a searchlight covered all. Jin Quan abruptly turned his head and saw the shadow spider quietly nestled in a depression. The sudden light left it with nowhere to hide. This time, you are truly finished. With his wings unfurled, the shadow spider attempted to flee, but as it did, Jin Quan executed a swift Z-shaped slash in the air. Locking onto his target, he transformed into a purple streak, thrusting upward, his annihilating blade cleaving the shadow spider cleanly in two. Without its shadow, it could no longer manifest its duplicates, and its innards spilled across the ground. You have slain the level 4 domain Lord Shadow Spider, achieving a 90 effectiveness rate. Instead of examining the carcass, he quickly raised his gaze to the top of the deep pit, where a trembling youth stood at the cliff's edge, tightly gripping his staff and meeting his eyes. Jin Quan waved and smiled. Hey, so it's you fool. Chapter 61. Blade of Shadow Xia Yinjia was resigned to death, trapped outside the cave by Zhou Jun with no escape. However, upon seeing Jin Quan, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. This person, witnessing his disheveled state, did not mock him, nor did he attempt to seize anything or contemplate killing him. Instead, he simply asked, "Why are you crying?" 2 simple words. Yet, when he surveys the entirety of humanity, he encounters a helpless stranger weeping in the wilderness and dares to inquire, "Why do you weep?" Such benevolence can only stem from a compassionate heart. Since death is inevitable, why not take a chance? Jin Quan has taken nearly all the little spiders, and even the few scattered ones that remain, he can barely manage. Following in Jin Quan's footsteps, he walks for an indeterminate time until he hears a tremendous roar. As he gropes his way forward, he discovers a precipice, or rather, a vast pit. The cacophony below, intense and chaotic, attests to the ferocity of the battle and the terror of its power. However, his vision is shrouded in darkness, and he can faintly perceive a figure flickering rapidly below. Xia Yinjia is uncertain of the situation, but as a priest, he can distinctly sense a substantial amount of dark elements lingering beneath. Each time the figure below unleashes a powerful fire skill, some dark elements dissipate, only to rapidly coalesce once more. Subsequently, he employs his signature priestly illumination skill, Radiant Light. This unique holy light dispels darkness, illuminating hidden targets within a certain radius, rendering them visible. Within the light's coverage, any concealed entity cannot maintain its stealth. Just as he utilizes the light to gain clarity of the scene below, he witnesses that individual swiftly approaching a peculiar monster with lightning speed. Soon after, a brilliant flash of a blade slices through the air, and the creature is instantly cleaved in two. The figure raises a hand in his direction, yet the words spoken are indistinct. Summoning his courage, Xia Yinjia shouts down, "May I accompany you?" However, the cave's rugged terrain distorts his voice, echoing back to Jin Quan as a series of muddled sounds. Unable to discern the specifics of the young man's plea, Jin Quan dismissively gestures upward. "Wait outside. I will come for you shortly." With that, he turns to collect the remains of the shadow spider. Unbeknownst to him, his voice echoes chaotically through the pit. Xia Yinjia cannot comprehend the words, yet he perceives Jin Quan's gesture as an invitation to descend. A test, perhaps. He glances at the nearly 100-meter drop. With his priestly physique, he could easily meet his demise. Taking a deep breath, he leaps without hesitation. "I will not be afraid." A series of terrified screams rapidly approach from above, prompting Jin Quan to look up, his expression filled with incredulity. Goodness, what a fool. He lunges forward, leaping against the cave wall to gain height, then releases a silken thread that swiftly adheres to the wall, pulling himself upward. Grasping Xia Yinjia by the collar, he swings down to dissipate the impact, deftly rebounding against the cave walls until he lands safely. Jin Quan unceremoniously tosses him onto the ground and adjusts his shoulder. Are you seeking death? Xia Yinjia sat on the ground, unable to meet Jin Quan's gaze, timidly uttering, "Wasn't it you who urged me to jump?" He recalled the previous gesture, where Jin Quan had waved his hand, both lifting and lowering it in a manner that indeed resembled a command. However, there was no need for further words. He might as well leap directly. Jin Quan, not lingering on the matter, furrowed his brows and inquired, "What is it that you wish to do?" In an instant, Xia Yinjia sprang to his feet, kneeling before Jin Quan with a face full of sincerity, declaring, "I wish to follow you." The superstitions about kneeling before one's peers or elders, believed to shorten one's lifespan, still held sway over him, causing him to instinctively shift aside. Jin Quan appraised Xia Yinjia from head to toe. He appeared to stand around 1.7 meters tall, with a slender build and a fair complexion, his Adam's apple prominent, yet his features bore a more feminine quality. "Do you say cool when eating peaches?" Jin Quan blurted out almost reflexively. Observing Xia Yinjia's bewildered expression, he then gestured toward the entrance revealed by the retreating darkness, stating, "Come with me. Do you truly wish to perish?" He swept his foot over a multitude of spider carcasses and continued, "You cannot even contend with the small spiders on the ground. What purpose would you serve by accompanying me? Remain here." With that, Jin Quan turned away, approaching the body of the shadow spider, and brushed against it. An orange emblem materialized in his hand. Upon seeing this orange emblem, Jin Quan was momentarily taken aback. The panel had just displayed that his kill efficiency against the shadow spider was 90, with 10 attributed to the priest before him. The fact that an orange emblem could still emerge under such circumstances astonished him. He touched his chest, pondering if the lucky coin had worked. Equipment emblem. Shadow blade, orange. Equipment level, tier 3. Equipment type, offhand weapon, dagger. Strength, 35 stars. Agility, 30 stars. Attack speed, 50. Shadow strike. When attacking with the shadow blade, there is a 20 chance to trigger shadow strike, propelling the user forward a short distance and inflicting significant damage on enemies in the path. Shadow cloak. If the user remains still for over 3 seconds, they automatically enter shadow cloak status, increasing their evasion rate by 30, and enhancing their next attack as agility and strength to 50. Being attacked or moving will break the cloak state. Shadow clone. When activating the shadow clone skill, the body gradually melds into shadows, teleporting a short distance, while simultaneously creating a shadow clone resembling the user at the original location, which possesses 50 of the user's attributes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Epic. Blindness. Characters attacked by the shadow blade have their vision range reduced. It was indeed an offhand weapon. Picking up the equipment emblem, he scrutinized it closely. It was also hexagonal, with an engraving of a single hand grasping a dagger at the top. Jiqian had previously discussed the various types of equipment, accessories, offhand weapons, gloves, and capes, noting that they were exceedingly rare. The mage's grimoire, the mechanic's mechanical arm, the shield warrior's short sword, the assassin's twin daggers, and the knight's one-handed shield. Each represents a monumental enhancement for their respective professions. The scarcity of offhand weapons and accessories lies in their universal applicability across all classes, devoid of adverse effects. Unlike armor, which can severely hinder a mage's mobility and casting speed when clad in heavy gear, a warrior might even don a mechanical arm, provided one can tolerate its purely mechanical attributes. Both the short sword and the one-handed shield suit me well. As I grasped with my left hand, an orange emblem instantly penetrated my palm. Almost at the moment this emblem fused with my being, a tremor coursed through me, and a cry of an eagle resonated from within, revealing a series of hawk tattoos adorning my wrist. My agility surged to astonishing heights. I felt an unprecedented lightness throughout my body as the lava judgment manifested in my hands, and I was eager to test my speed with the swing of the blade. I am not merely following you. I am with you, wherever you go. I fear not death. A voice, seemingly brimming with courage, echoed behind me. It was only then that I recalled the presence of another. Turning to face the kneeling Xia Yinjia, I swung my blade fiercely, the wind howling and stirring up clouds of dust. "You are too weak. Following me inside would be akin to courting death." Chapter 62. Career breakthrough. If it were that highly agile assassin creature from earlier, this little priest might not withstand even a second. Xia Yinjia, upon hearing this, grew anxious and hurriedly declared, "I am of use. I am an epic-level radiant priest. My talent is S-rank recitative rabbit, capable of simplifying incantation syllables into a single word and allowing for the repeated casting of a spell in succession. I'm level 39 and can assist you. His words tumbled forth rapidly, revealing his desperate need for my acknowledgement. I was taken aback. I had initially thought this lad was merely a fortunate survivor from the city of the dead, yet he turned out to be a formidable level 39 adept. Are you from the upper city? I inquired. Xia Inja nodded, then shook his head. I was born in the lower city, picked by a consortium from the upper city. Upon awakening my S-rank talent, I was selected to ascend to the upper city, where I have resided for 7 years. How old are you? 16. I widened my eyes in disbelief. 16 and already level 39? My level has been nurtured by worms. The consortium has a specialized breeding ground. Reaching level 40 requires a career breakthrough. I can no longer level up through worms. I nodded thoughtfully, realizing that those with power often possess the swiftest paths to authority. In contrast, ordinary practitioners toil tirelessly for each incremental level, while the privileged may find it merely a matter of convenience. Suddenly recalling something, I asked, what does career breakthrough mean? I had heard this term more than once, and it was said that this place could not facilitate such a breakthrough. Xia Inja gazed at Jin Quan with a hint of confusion, for this formidable individual was inquiring about his profession's breakthrough. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, the human body is frail and cannot sustain the elevation of professional emblems to higher tiers. Thus, one resorts to the altar to assimilate the powers of monsters, thereby augmenting one's profession. The process of assimilation with monsters is what constitutes a professional breakthrough. As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly despondent. For those of us who subsist on worms, surviving the assimilation by altar monsters is exceedingly arduous. Altar? Jin Quan furrowed his brow, perplexed, observing Xia Inja still kneeling. Jin Quan stepped forward, grasped the back of his collar, and hoisted him upright, akin to lifting a chick, and continued to inquire, what is the altar? Xia Inja retracted his neck slightly, taking a step back and bowing slightly. The altar is the totem of a legion, exclusively possessed by legions. Generally, it resides within the hands of major factions such as legions and conglomerates. The lower city lacks altars. As he concluded, his brow knitted even tighter. So, in order to achieve a professional breakthrough, one must join another faction? One could also establish one's own legion. Xia Inja scratched his head, hesitantly adding, how does one establish it? Jin Quan's eyebrows raised slightly, for even someone like Ji Ran had nearly met a dire fate in such pursuits. He was reluctant to engage in the power struggles of factions unless absolutely necessary. By obtaining a legion token, groups without a legion token are collectively referred to as brigades. While only those who acquire a legion token can be deemed a legion, conglomerates are a type of legion, though they lean more towards vocational pursuits. He shook his head at this point. A legion token is fundamental to a faction. It is extraordinarily rare and exorbitantly priced. Throughout the entire Eagle Empire, which governs such vast territories, there are fundamentally only 5 legion tokens: Eagle, Mechanism, Celestial River, Vanguard, and Prosperity. Families that have obtained legion tokens are invariably elite and affluent. Thus, Xia Inja paused, not continuing further. Jin Quan grasped the concept of the legion token, likening it to a guild token in an online game, capable of forming a faction. However, in relation to the altar's ability to facilitate professional advancement, it also possessed the function of a vocational mentor. No wonder an empire could endure for millennia. In his previous life, the unified empire had not escaped the cyclical curse of 300 years. According to the rules of this world, the upper city people essentially monopolized all pathways to advancement. After a brief contemplation, he began to understand why Ji Ran had remarked on the current tumultuous state of the empire. The root cause likely stemmed from the proliferation of legion tokens over the millennia, leading to an increasingly bloated upper echelon and unequal distribution of power. Shaking his head to dispel the distant thoughts, he patted Xia Inja on the shoulder. Have you spent time in both the upper and lower cities? Yes. Xia Inja nodded vigorously. Jin Quan then pinched his shoulder lightly and asked, what was the name of the skill you just used? It looked quite impressive. Xia Inja, somewhat bashful, smiled and remarked, it is called the Radiant Illumination Technique. It bears little distinction from other illumination arts, save for its more resplendent appearance. The grandeur is indeed commendable. I initially mistook it for the arrival of the Light Pope. Quite striking indeed. With that, Jin Quan swung his great sword, cleaving a wide fissure into the ground. He then gestured towards the gash, saying, wait outside this line. Should I return, you shall be my subordinate. With a nonchalant shrug of the sword upon his shoulder, he strode towards the carcass of the devouring spider he had previously slain. Ultimately, it was a matter of mutual utility. Jin Quan had no interest in comprehending the true intentions behind the young man's approach. Yet he was intrigued by the fact that Xia had spent time in both the upper and lower cities. This knowledge was crucial for him, as he ultimately intended to escape from the prison of the abandoned city and venture into the lower city. Brother, wait a moment. Jin Quan halted, frowning slightly, realizing that this individual was rather obstinate. Upon witnessing the sudden chill in Jin Quan's gaze, Xiaoyinja instinctively recoiled, then pointed to the remains of the shadow spider, stating, "The corpse, the remains of this creature." What? Jin Quan glanced at the bisected carcass, which lay still and silent. He understood that Xia was inquiring about the matter of professional advancement. Thus he elaborated, "Professional advancement entails the fusion of monster corpses. Lord-level monsters are particularly valuable." Jin Quan returned to the side of the shadow spider's remains. Is this truly the method for advancement? He mused, frowning. He had slain numerous lords, yet none had mentioned this utility of their bodies, and his expression suggested he believed they were merely meant for consumption. You may select a specific part of the monster to fuse. Once integrated, your body will undergo a transformation, Xiaoyinja explained. The more parts you fuse, the stronger you will become. Though it may result in an unsightly appearance, it indeed enhances your power. It was precisely because the Red Demon Legion faced the challenge of professional advancement that Xiaoyinja had taken the initiative to understand this process so thoroughly. Is this how one advances? Jin Quan glanced at the grotesque spider on the ground, imagining himself as a monstrous Spider-Man, a thought that was rather difficult to accept. Observing the discomfort on Jin Quan's face, Xiaoyinja realized he had elaborated too much and hastily continued. There are indeed methods to avoid becoming unsightly. Certain exceptionally powerful monsters, upon their demise, have a chance of yielding spirit orbs within them. Utilizing a spirit orb for a professional advancement allows one to gain the attributes of a monster while retaining a human form. However, such monsters are merely hearsay. Even formidable armies must pay a hefty price to obtain them. They are the exclusive possessions of the most elite and talented nobility. This was also the reason they had agreed to accompany Zhu Jinxiong to Pit Number 1. Zhu had promised that if they ventured there to explore, the company leaders would allocate spirit orbs to them upon their return. Thus, they could avoid the transformation into something unsightly. Alas, all that had been lost. Jin Quan hesitated slightly, his left hand glowing with an orange light as a short sword materialized in his grasp. With remarkable speed, a flash of dark light surged forth, and the shadow orb was swiftly reduced to fragments. Subsequently, a pitch-black orb lay quietly. "I truly exist." Picking up the orb from his hand, he tossed it lightly. A glance revealed its name, Shadow Orb, a spirit gem infused with shadow elements. Yet, Xiaoyinja swallowed hard. This spider-like creature, no larger than a puppy, was indeed a monster that legends claimed could only be eradicated by an army. Jin Quan kicked a piece of flesh on the ground and chuckled. It seems that Ji Ran never considered I would merge with the monstrous body. Chapter 63. The Terrifying Vengeful Spider Matriarch. He then slapped his forehead, cursing under his breath. Prior to this, he had seemingly slain 5 domain lords, collecting spider legs and a serpent's tail. The short sword vanished as he hefted a great sword, and with a leap as agile as 100 stars, he seemed to glide effortlessly, landing directly on the gluttonous spider. Crouching down, an orange emblem appeared in his hand, and upon examining its attributes, Jin Quan could not help but exclaim, "The equipment is becoming increasingly outrageous. This item alone surpasses my lava judgment and ferocity." Yet, it was merely a sniper rifle, a weapon not suited for his current use, leaving Jin Quan unable to fully comprehend its attributes. Stowing the emblem away, he unleashed a flurry of slashes at the massive spider, ultimately revealing a green orb from its abdomen. Approaching the final opening, which lay behind the gluttonous spider, something Jin Quan had noted earlier before it was hastily shrouded in shadow, he observed the entrance re-emerging now that the shadow spider had perished. Peering down, he saw nothing but darkness, completely obscuring his view. Stepping back, he leapt gently, activating the troll's earth-shattering slash. Golden radiance encircling him as the phantom flame deity enveloped his form in an instant. He descended like a comet into the depths of the cave. Halfway down, his instincts sharpened, and he beheld countless webs surging toward him. The powerful adhesive clung to him, as if attempting to ensnare him entirely. Yet, his strength remained unbroken, and the gray great sword cleaved through with relentless force. Jin Quan was oblivious to how many layers of webs he had torn through, as if they were endless. Until, suddenly, a brilliant light pierced his vision, followed by a thunderous crash. His mighty strike sent forth a deluge of water. Is there a sky here? This was Jin Quan's first reaction upon entering the lair. He looked up to discover the entire cave ceiling adorned with pure white jade, emitting translucent light that enveloped the vast cavern in a celestial glow. Glancing down his feet, he found himself standing in shallow water, reaching his ankles. Reflected in the ceiling's light, the scene appeared as a singular, pale expanse. This cave bore no clutter, only an immaculate white, a pristine purity. Only Jin Quan seemed like an ink drop in this alabaster realm. A faint, ethereal voice resonated behind him, prompting Jin Quan to whirl around. The water at his feet splashing loudly, sending ripples radiating throughout the entire space. Upon perceiving the monstrous entity behind him, Jin Quan's pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpricks. Before him, a woman floated serenely upon the water's surface. Only her upper half emerged, her exquisite curves and graceful form unmistakably revealed. However, this woman was unnaturally pale. Her alabaster skin resembled jade, and her silvery hair danced without the caress of wind. Both her eyes and lips were devoid of color, suffused with an eerie chill. This bizarre visage instilled in Jin Quan no sense of wicked intent, but rather an overwhelming sense of funerary horror. She parted her lips and clumsily uttered, "Consume the human." Her voice echoed ethereally throughout the space. As her words faded, the water beneath Jin Quan surged violently, abruptly enclosing him within. The water formed a perfect rectangular prism, transparent and crystalline, with the Mo Yin statue immobile and entrapped within, resembling a piece of artful amber. The woman, entirely pallid, slowly ascended from the lake's surface, creating a tremendous splash. Terrifyingly, her lower half was a pitch-black spider. This darkness transcended mere shadow, as if it sought to devour all. The woman's upper half melded seamlessly with the spider, the inky blackness spreading up to her waist like a cloak of obsidian. Jin Quan attempted to mobilize the Mo Yin statue, but it merely emitted a series of creaking sounds. He was utterly immobilized, and he was certain that should he retract the statue, the water would swiftly seal his corporeal form. Even though the statue was confined, his vision remained astoundingly clear. From his vantage point, the woman appeared as if she had emerged from the very back of the black spider, though her emergence was incomplete, leaving her waist ensnared upon the spider's back. A glint of insight flickered in Jin Quan's eyes as he scanned the darkness. Dominus Envoy, Vengeful Spider Matriarch, Rank 4, Level 40. A tremor coursed through Jin Quan's heart upon glimpsing this description. The intelligence provided by Ji Ran was evidently erroneous. The Vengeful Spider Matriarch was not as he had depicted. It was a colossal matriarch capable of rapidly birthing a multitude of progeny and wielding the power to command vengeful spirits. Unless the progeny were utterly obliterated, they could resurrect indefinitely. A vision of Ji Ran patiently explaining the map flashed in his mind. He realized Ji Ran had misjudged. The Vengeful Spider Matriarch before him bore no resemblance to his description. The assertion that a Rank 4 creature could not appear in Pit Number 1 was also proven fallible. Moreover, what did this title of Envoy signify? As he pondered the matriarch's intelligence, she raised her hand, and the water imprisoning the statue tightened ominously. The blue flames began to dim and tremble violently, as though they would be extinguished in an instant. Jin Quan's eyelids twitched. In a flash, his great blade materialized, enveloped in swirling gray particles as he cleaved a breach in the watery prison. Radiating purple light, the shattering blade transformed him into a streak of brilliance, forcibly widening the rapidly closing gap, allowing him to surge forth. Meanwhile, the Mo Yin statue emitted a resounding explosion, vanishing within the watery confines. As he emerged, his entire being was enveloped in a radiant aura, and the colossal troll's earth-splitting strike descended directly upon the head of the Vengeful Spider Matriarch. She slowly tilted her head back, her pale eyes devoid of emotion, welcoming the blade as if in pious acceptance of a blessing. With a thunderous crash, water erupted, the formidable impact creating a vacuum beneath, shattering the submerged rocks into deep craters. The Vengeful Spider Matriarch was cleaved in two. Yet moments later, Jin Quan felt a slight tremor within him, as the severed halves of the matriarch transformed into a cascade of clear water, her face adorned with a sorrowful smile. dispersing into the depths below. Unable to kill her, he swiftly leaped, his demonic wings unfurling, as 3 segments of his strike transformed into radiant streaks, ascending vertically. Meanwhile, at the spot where he had just stood, a colossal hand formed from condensed water slammed down, the very air vibrating with a deafening roar. Water splashed everywhere. Enveloped in swirling mist, Jin Quan deftly cast a strand of silken thread that adhered to the cave's apex. The unique, jade-like surface above radiated a pale light that was difficult for him to adapt to. Suspended in midair, he gazed down at the enormous palm. His brows furrowed deeply. Water, he murmured. This sovereign too possessed a domain, encompassing the entire shallow lake, and her mastery over it surpassed that of other domain lords. Earlier, he had experienced a weakness of his nuclear energy ability against the toxic swamp spider. This formidable foe was indeed a challenge due to her capacity to manipulate inanimate water. The previous water prison had been small, easily severed with a couple of strikes. However, this massive hand of water signified that the matriarch could also command a far larger prison to seal him away completely. The notion of omnipotence began to seem futile. Scanning his surroundings, the vengeful spider matriarch had vanished, leaving only the tranquil surface of the lake. How could he possibly strike at a monster whose true form remained unseen? As long as it was a living entity, his innate destructive talent could prevent healing. Yet now, all he saw was the calm water's expanse. Moments later, ripples spread across the surface, and the matriarch rose again from the depths. She still gazed up at Jin Quan, her expression unchanging, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Gradually raising her arm, her onion-like fingers intertwined. With a sharp snap of her fingers, the sound echoed throughout the pristine white cavern. Jin Quan swallowed hard. In the next instant, he yanked the silken thread upward with great force, positioning himself flat against the cave ceiling, unleashing a flurry of strikes with his great blade. Countless white, jade-like stones shattered like tofu, plummeting in large chunks. He aimed to carve a pit into the ceiling, thinking only of escape. With the matriarch's snap, the entire water surface of the cavern erupted as if numerous springs had been unleashed, bubbling violently. The water rapidly coalesced, and various kinds of spiders began to assemble at an alarming pace, manifesting before his eyes. The first to catch his attention were 6 familiar figures: the frigid chill of ice, the twisted vines of wood, the scorching flames, the viscous toxic mire, the gluttonous webs, and the shadows of phantoms. 6 domain lords appeared simultaneously, accompanied by a multitude of spider guardian lords and an endless swarm of smaller spiders. A verse from I Ching suddenly surfaced in Jin Quan's mind. Heavenly water gives rise to all things. In an instant, his speed of wielding the blade intensified, as the act of digging upwards was influenced by gravity, allowing debris to fall naturally without the need for clearance. The vengeful mother spider could not engage her in the water. He swiftly burrowed into the tunnel he had carved. Yet at that moment, an ethereal voice echoed intermittently once again. You cannot escape. Chapter 64. Slay once more a viscous web surged towards him, and as it descended, Jin Quan abruptly swung his blade, forcing his body to resist the pull. The shadow blade manifested in his left hand, severing the web with a single stroke. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest as a tremendous impact embedded him deeper into the tunnel. Glancing at his chest, he saw 3 dark, barbed spikes repelled by his molten armor. A burning ache coursed through him. Looking down at the water surface, he saw the shadow spider perched atop the gluttonous spider, gazing up at Jin Quan. However, Jin Quan soon beheld an overwhelming tide of countless small spiders surging towards him like a rising hill. He continued his ascent. Yet in the next moment, the infinite swarm of tiny spiders infiltrated the opening. In that fleeting instant, he exhaled in relief. The peril of confronting a vast horde below was lessened in the confines of this narrow passage. The statue of the infernal flame re-emerged, beset by countless small spiders. The relentless assault caused the statue to ripple, and its molten shield refreshed rapidly. Indeed, it remained impenetrable. Jin Quan swiftly swung his blade at the swarm of small spiders, witnessing them cleave apart and dissolve into a pool of clear water. They were not living beings, but could be vanquished. This outcome provided him with a slight sense of ease, inadvertently increasing his chances of escape. Yet, the next moment, the ethereal voice transcended the cacophony of the small spiders, penetrating his mind directly. You cannot escape. Upon hearing this voice, Jin Quan struck the pristine jade beneath him. Splash! Countless droplets erupted. He felt a shift in gravity. Where he had been digging upwards, it now seemed as though he was burrowing downwards. The once white jade transformed into clear water. And Jin Quan's expression changed in shock as he quickly leaped back. A colossal wave surged towards him from behind, relentless and immense. Above, a gigantic hand of water loomed ominously. At that moment, escape was futile. The massive wave descended rapidly, and Jin Quan's left hand flickered with orange light as the shadow blade appeared in his grasp. In the next instant, his body was engulfed in dark ink, swiftly enveloping him in shadows. As the wave and hand thunderously crashed down, the shadows were instantaneously submerged. Shadow Clone. Upon activating the Shadow Clone skill, one's body gradually melds into the shadows, teleporting a certain distance, while simultaneously conjuring a shadow clone that bears a striking resemblance, endowed with 50% of the original's attributes. Cool down 1 hour. In the next moment, Jin Quan materialized in midair, swiftly surveying his surroundings before his demonic wings unfurled behind him. With a rapid 3-strike slash, silken threads erupted from his palms, once again anchoring themselves to the ceiling of the cave. Jin Quan steadied his racing heart, casting a glance at the large hole he had excavated in the distance, which remained eerily suspended above him. It was not a reversal of heaven and earth. For a fleeting instant, he felt the very fabric of reality shift, the sky transforming into water, resembling the reflection of the moon upon a liquid surface. Abruptly, he yanked at the silken thread, raising his great blade to cleave down upon the white jade stone above. This time, he refrained from utilizing his nuclear energy talent, opting instead to channel all his attributes into a powerful downward strike. Clang! Sparks flew as the white jade stone continued to emanate a radiant glow, astonishingly devoid of even the slightest scratch. Jin Quan surveyed the white jade above him, realizing that this locale was originally intended to serve as an inescapable prison. Yet, his nuclear energy talent had miraculously carved out an escape route. Rapidly contemplating the brief encounter, he derived 3 conclusions. First, do not linger in the water. The mother worm possesses formidable hydromancy. Second, the spiders formed from condensed water can be vanquished. A fatal blow will reduce them to mere droplets. Third, the jade in the sky may very well be a part of the mother spider's domain. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, countless small spiders surged atop the cave's ceiling, converging upon him in a mass. Below, the venomous swamp spider gaped its maw, its abdomen swelling as it suddenly flung its head, spewing forth a torrent of viscous mire. The ice-cold spider lifted its forelegs high and stomped down, unleashing a chilling aura that coalesced into white mist, ensnaring the swamp. The splattered mire crystallized instantaneously, transforming into a lethal, frozen earth blade that swept forth in a vicious slash. The vine spider's back erupted with a profusion of tendrils, which spread out like a dense forest of arrows. The fire spider erupted in a fiery explosion, a whirlwind of flames engulfing the myriad tendrils, igniting them in a torrential barrage of fire, like a downpour of fiery projectiles. The devouring spider, its body enveloped in a dense web, appeared as though wrapped in a shroud, its gaping funnel-like maw suddenly inhaling. In the air, a vortex was directly formed. Jin Quan's suspended silk threads tightened in an instant, snapping with a resounding crack. The devouring spider's gaping maw resembled a black hole, while behind it, the shadow spider readied a spear-like appendage, the surrounding light fluctuating ominously. I had previously dispatched them too swiftly. I had not anticipated that these 6 overlords could collaborate so effectively. The frozen earth blade of the ice swamp, the fiery rain of the wood and fire, the devouring spider's formidable control, and the shadow spider's lethal precision. As he plummeted, he cast a glance at the position of the mother spider, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. I have slain you once. I shall do so again. Suddenly, a resplendent golden light erupted from Jin Quan, dispelling the overwhelming force that sought to draw him in. The short-range giant troll's ground-splitting strike met the icy curved blade head-on. In an instant, Jin Quan's gray blade surged forward like a fierce tide, transforming into a violet stream of light that penetrated the swarm of small spiders. Emerging from the other side, he was encased in a molten lava shield. Countless fiery arrows rained down upon him. Yet Jin Quan remained unfazed by the demonic statue's flames or the lava suit's fire resistance, steadfastly enduring the barrage of area attacks. His unwavering gaze fixated on the shadowy Spider Queen's back, where a flickering black spear glimmered ominously. With a swift motion, he withdrew his great sword, which transformed back into radiant light and returned to his palm. As an orange glow flared, a jet-black dagger materialized in his grasp, signifying enhanced speed. His senses heightened to their utmost. A prickling sensation surged at his brow. It was here. The black spear materialized before his eyes with a flash. An overwhelming sense of peril coursing through his veins, tightening every muscle and sharpening his focus. Unbeknownst to him, at his wrist, the powers of strength, endurance, resilience, and agility converged in a moment of brilliance, manifesting as a pale, blue luminescence. In that instant, Jin Quan felt his mind clear, every pore of his body seemingly opened, allowing him to breathe anew. With a gentle forward sweep, the gray blade cleaved through the air. The black spear tore through his vision, whistling past his ears with a deafening sonic boom. Jin Quan grinned. The exhilarating rush of adrenaline was simply sublime. In the next moment, he descended like an eagle, plunging towards the water surface. The water receded as if drawn back by an unseen force, revealing intricate violet patterns unfurling like vines at his toes. A grid materialized, as if he were inscribing exquisite tiles upon the ground. Suddenly, the earth rose sharply, manifesting a colossal, ethereal execution platform. The appearance of this platform ensnared the surrounding lords, freezing them in place as if time itself had halted. I had warned you. Even if you live again, death awaits. Chapter 65. Blood Oath in an instant. The dagger in his hand morphed into a molten judgment, his demonic wings unfurling as he focused intently. His form blurred, transforming into a streak of light as he darted among the confined lords, executing 5 swift Z-shaped arcs through the air. With each of the 3 successive slashes, he swept through the heads of all the lords. Almost immediately, they dissolved into streams of water, visibly disintegrating before him. As the final slash concluded, Jin Quan pivoted sharply, locking his gaze on the distant vengeful spider matriarch. He raised his great sword and thrust it into the ground with fervor. Judgment, he declared, and as the words left his lips, a rift in space tore open above the vengeful matriarch. A colossal, ethereal sword plummeted down, piercing directly into her crown. A mournful wail echoed through the cavern. Could it inflict damage? Hearing this anguished cry, Jin Quan felt a surge of joy. However, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow and instead executed a 3-part slash with his magical wings, soaring into the air. This marked his inaugural use of a legendary skill, and the continuous series of 3-part slashes drained his stamina to the brink. His chest burned intensely, and his muscles began to ache. Ascending to the summit, he seized a silken thread and, with a sudden tug, plunged back into the tunnel he had previously excavated. Jin Quan's strike, the judgment of Elkis, seemed capable of directly judging the soul, plunging the area below into silence. Yet his panel did not display any kill notifications. The blade's gleam was relentless, and large chunks of white jade plummeted swiftly. As Jin Quan's sword sliced through, black stones cascaded down. Jin Quan raised an eyebrow. They were outside, with fervent slashes. The stones above became noticeably loosened. As his great sword descended, a crack abruptly appeared, revealing the astonished visage of Xia Yinjia. He held a flower in each hand, one pitch black and the other adorned with webs. Upon seeing Jin Quan, he proudly proclaimed, "Boss, look, I found the flowers." Before Jin Quan could respond, a thunderous roar erupted in their ears. "My shell!" Suddenly, the world turned upside down once more. This time, the watery mirror, along with Xia Yinjia, was instantaneously reflected within, and the two found themselves in the lair. "Damn you!" Jin Quan delivered a sharp rap to Xia Yinjia's head. He then seized the scruff of his neck and leaped upward as a massive maw of water opened below them. With a flick of the silken thread, he ensnared the edge of the gaping mouth, and with a powerful thrust, they soared onto its back like a pair of windmills. The moment they landed, Jin Quan's heart sank. Countless threads spread beneath him, binding their legs tightly. Looking up, he saw all the lords he had previously shattered into water now resurrected. And beneath him lay the gluttonous spider. Fortunately, there was no immediate barrage of attacks, aside from the gluttonous spider. The mother of vengeance spider was sprawled at the cave's entrance. From the black spider abdomen, a milky liquid rapidly oozed forth, solidifying into luminous jade. All the other lords hung upside down, encircling the Mother of Vengeance spider. Jin Quan gazed up at the sky, noticing that although it radiated white light, there was a discernible curvature. It was an egg. No wonder ordinary attacks left no mark. The integrity of the entire egg must be of utmost importance to the Mother of Vengeance spider. His chest heaved rapidly as he sought to regain his strength. Just then, golden sparks erupted from his body, enveloping him in a radiant golden light that caused his hair to stand upright in a golden blaze. Jin Quan, taken aback by his own state, exclaimed, "Super Saiyan!" In the next moment, he felt his stamina surge back to life, recovering a significant portion of his strength. He swiftly turned to see Zai, nervously holding his staff, gazing at him with a hint of anxiety. "What is this? How astonishingly cool. This is the Raylite recovery technique," Zai said, feeling somewhat diminished after being struck on the head by Jin Quan earlier. He added, "In a competition, skill should be a bit more stylish." "Kid, I admit I underestimated you," Jin Quan remarked, squeezing his shoulder. "There's nothing wrong with being cool. Coolness equates to combat power." With a powerful thrust of his blade, he struck down, instantly dispatching the bobbing, gluttonous spider, which dissolved into a puddle of water. Grabbing Zai by the collar, he spun him around twice before launching him towards the cave's ceiling amidst Zai's terrified cries. With a flicker of demonic wings behind him, he executed a 3-part slash to catch Zai's, suspending him with silk at the top. The blade in his hand sliced through the rock as effortlessly as cutting tofu, creating a large opening and directly shoving Zai's inside. "Grant me your enhancement skills," he commanded, and in an instant, he pressed himself against the cave's ceiling, launching a rapid 3-part slash towards the vengeful Spider Queen. As he approached, all the lords began to scramble backwards towards him at an alarming speed. Jin Quan suddenly roared, his body engulfed in a rising inferno of blood, his eyes radiating a red glow akin to a demon's descent. His previously robust form shrank significantly, yet his presence soared to celestial heights. The blood flames emitted a searing heat that seemed to warp the very fabric of space. The sword demon frenzy state enveloped him, continuously igniting his own blood, granting him an 80 defense boost, while his attack speed, movement speed, and strength surged to 500. "Troll, Earth Splitter," he bellowed as he executed the move in reverse, slicing down upon the massive lords. The 500 strength augmentation unleashed a terrifying shockwave through the swarm of spiders. Except for the vengeful Spider Queen that burrowed into a hole to mend it, all other spiders were sent tumbling down. Upon landing atop the cave, with agility exceeding 500 stars, his speed was like a fleeting shadow. He leaped off the head of an ice spider, using it to propel himself forward. At an attack speed of 500, he struck before anyone could discern his actions, severing the ice spider's head in an instant, which splattered into droplets of water. He then landed on the head of a woodvine spider, gracefully evading. As the lords fell, Jin Quan darted through the air like lightning, leaving a trail of fallen lords in his wake. By the time he touched down, it was as if rain was pouring down. At that moment, Jin Quan felt as if he were nothing but skin and bones, his blood rapidly evaporating. In the next instant, several beams of light cascaded over him. These skills were incredibly dazzling. One healing spell erupted in flames, causing his skin to swell alarmingly. "More," he urged clearly. Zai's magic could not keep pace with the terrifying blood loss incurred from his sword demon frenzy. Above, Zai stood with legs apart, his face pale, as all his skills were executed through the repetition talent, casting one skill twice in succession. Yet the milk still would not flow. In the next instant, a multitude of splashes erupted, morphing into a colossal spider monstrosity. The moment Jin Quan beheld this creature, the visage of the vengeful mother spider, as described in the legends, vividly materialized in his mind. Its massive form loomed like a mountain, adorned with an armored shell unlike that of any ordinary spider. The creature's carapace was an intricate tapestry of human faces, each etched with bizarre and grotesque patterns, all emanating cries of agony, expressing the terror that gripped them. It seemed to be sculpted from dark sorcery, with each line narrating tales of ceaseless malevolence and horror. The most effective defense is indeed a powerful offense. Under the unrelenting fury of the sword demon, which reduced defenses by 80, this truth remains eternal. With a sudden stomp, the ground beneath him fractured, creating a vacuum in the water below. Like a crimson line, he surged toward the monstrous arachnid. Above, Xiaoyinja unleashed 2 successive healing spells, shaking his head violently. His vision momentarily blurred. His energy was nearly exhausted. Suddenly, The creature emitted a peculiar sequence of sound from its ghastly mandibles, a lamentation that resonated throughout the cavern. In an instant, all the water in the cave converged towards it, revealing the hard rock beneath. A vertical eye, formed from the gathered water, materialized on the forehead of the gigantic spider monster. That great eye opened wide. A beam of blue light shot forth, creating a sonic boom that reverberated through the space. Jin Quan's pupils contracted sharply. This attack was unavoidable and impenetrable. Yet in the next moment his speed surged, his blood igniting with fervor. The blue ray pierced through him. And if this were to be counted as damage, all of Jin Quan's defensive attributes would be rendered futile. Moreover, in his enraged state, his defenses were diminished by 80. However, at that very moment, a halo of sand particles enveloped him, instantly forming a circular shield. Sand Guardian summons a shield of sand, granting immunity to a single attack. Cooldown, 1 natural day. As the sand particles dispersed, Jin Quan surged through the ray unimpeded. He executed a series of 3 swift, Z-shaped slashes, dismembering the colossal monster in an instant. Leaning on his sword, he gasped for breath, nearly depleted. While on the other side, the vengeful mother spider had already sealed most of the entrance. He suddenly lifted his gaze towards Xia Inja and shouted, "Little priest, there's a saying in my hometown, blood binds us as allies. You wish to be my subordinate? If you can endure this suffering, leap down, and I shall protect you henceforth." Xia Inja, witnessing the terrifying sight of Jin Quan below, hesitated momentarily. But then, realizing that death was inevitable regardless, he gritted his teeth and suddenly let go. "Big brother, I believe in you." In Jin Quan's hand, the great sword shimmered with gray particles of light. Legend, bloodsucking. When inflicting damage upon an enemy, it can convert 30 points of damage into healing, restoring wounds and stamina. When one bug emerges, countless others follow suit. I yearn to know more about this 30 points of damage converted into healing. He raised his gaze towards the descending Xia Inja. If my strike were to be measured in terms of damage, what would it amount to? A brilliant flash of blade light swept through the air, accompanied by Xia Inja's anguished cries, as blood gushed forth and an arm was flung high into the air. In that instant, Jin Quan observed the once emaciated form of the creature, now brimming with vitality. This strike affirmed that his damage was a staggering 999. With a sudden stomp on the ground, a furious 3-part slash approached the speed of a teleportation, landing next to the vengeful spider matriarch. A powerful kick struck the ceiling of the cavern, instantly manifesting the judgment of Elkis, which ensnared the spider matriarch. "Since you relish digging this pit, let become your grave." The ground below split open, revealing a spatial rift, through which a colossal sword, even more solid than the last, thundered down in a fit of rage. The overwhelming force shattered the sturdy ceiling of the jade cavern, sending countless fissures spidering across its surface, much like a parched earth. The spider matriarch, on the brink of dissolution, found her form ensnared by this great sword, which suddenly flickered with a pitch-black lightning. With a resounding crash, it struck her crown. The judgment of Elkis triggered its lethal effect. Her pallid visage radiated a bitter resentment. "I was so close to achieving my goal. You have slain the dominant god envoy vengeful spider matriarch, beyond level 5, achieving a 95 effectiveness rate." Chapter 66. The soul of the vengeful spider. Upon seeing the notification on his interface, Jin Quan breathed a sigh of relief, as the flames coursing through his veins abruptly ceased. His body plummeted to the parched ground with a thud. His chest heaved violently, and after a brief moment of catching his breath, he quickly turned to gaze at Xia Inja. He observed as Xia Inja lifted his staff and cast a healing spell upon himself, a radiant glow illuminating the air. Yet in the next instant, he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Jin Quan swiftly rolled over and rushed to his side, pressing down on his shoulder, where he noticed Xia Inja's pallor and the beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His gaze fell upon the wound, which was rapidly deteriorating, oozing a milky fluid. "This is harm. You shouldn't attempt to heal it." He had previously conversed with him about this attribute. Trauma severely hampers healing, causing the wound to fester more rapidly with treatment. Jin Quan hastily wrapped a cloth strip tightly around his shoulder. Then, with a flash of orange light, the shadow blade materialized in his hand, and with a swift motion, he severed Xia Inja's left arm at the root. The instantaneous pain nearly caused him to faint. But after the initial agony subsided, he gradually began to recover, no longer plagued by the relentless, searing torment of decay. Jin Quan rose to his feet, flicking his thumb to release a medallion that spun gracefully through the air before landing in Xia Yinja's embrace. Well done. This is your reward. Xia Yinja, somewhat bewildered, picked up the medallion. What is this emblem? He gazed at the shimmering orange insignia, swallowing hard. Lacking identification skills, he had never encountered such a hue of equipment emblem. Even in Zhu Jianxiong's possession, he had merely glimpsed a purple emblem. Do not inquire. Trust your elder brother and discard the detritus in your grasp. With this nonchalant remark, Jin Quan proceeded toward the lifeless form of the vengeful spider matriarch. Xia Yinja cast a glance at his right hand, and, in the next moment, the second-tier purple staff began to separate from his grip, his gaze quivering upon it. This staff was the reward for their championship in the professional league, and it constituted the sole piece of purple equipment adorning his person. A myriad of memories flooded his mind: laughter, tears, embraces, and cheers. Even if these were but dreams conjured within a prison, they remained cherished experiences. I shall start anew, dear brothers. In the blink of an eye, the purple staff shattered into a cascade of starlight, reminiscent of fireflies departing from childhood. Exhaling deeply, he clutched the orange emblem bestowed by Jin Quan tightly. In that fleeting moment, a surge of luminous energy enveloped him, coalescing into a radiant circle before gradually dissipating. He stood momentarily dumbfounded. What splendid attributes! At that instant, he felt his intellect and spirit swell nearly twofold, rendering his elemental perception significantly more attuned. Equipment emblem, title staff, orange, equipment level, tier 3 equipment type, staff, exclusive to priests, intellect, 40 stars spirit, 35 stars title mark, imprints a water pattern on the target, enhancing subsequent healing and shield effects by 40. Poison Marsh Splash triggers a poison splash effect when a healing skill is released, inflicting toxin damage to nearby foes. Mana Tide. At intervals, the priest gains a spirit tide effect, restoring substantial mental power. Epic Healing. When the priest suffers a grievous blow, the healing effect of their skills is increased by 30. As the orange radiance flickered in his hand, an ancient staff, adorned with intricate spirals of water patterns, materialized within his grasp, its deep azure, magical stone shimmering brilliantly. His previous equipment boasted intellect at 15 stars and spirit at 13 stars, while this epic artifact surpassed those attributes by over a factor of 2. So this is what constitutes epic equipment. Almost as soon as the thought crossed his mind, a wave of blue surged within his consciousness, restoring nearly 2/3 of his previously depleted spirit. This is the Mana Tide, he murmured, gazing at the equipment. It was a perfect match for him. His innate flaw lay in the excessive mental drain incurred when attempting to simultaneously unleash 2 skills. However, with the Mana Tide from this equipment, the concern for mental power seemed to dissipate, allowing him, even as a priest, to unleash a torrent of devastation in conjunction with the Poison Marsh Splash. Unable to contain himself, he uttered a syllable, and vibrant fireworks erupted around him. The wounds on his arm healed at a visibly rapid pace. What remarkable intellect! Previously, such injuries would have required dual casting merely to stem the bleeding. Yet now, under the influence of heightened intellect, the wounds began to scab and heal. He gazed at the silhouette of Jin Qian and exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you, boss." Jin Qian turned back to glance at him, noticing that he had equipped the staff, and smiled. Is it really worth celebrating to exchange one broken staff for a hand? Xia Yinja scratched his head. Not just one hand, even an entire city could make such a trade. Jin Qian raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, as his demon wings unfurled, and he swiftly ascended to the cave's apex. Observing the vengeful spider matriarch embedded in the cave entrance by the judgment sword, he couldn't help but feel a wave of contemplation. His ability to dispatch the matriarch so swiftly was indeed partly due to fortune. Initially, he had considered that with his limited stamina, a strategy of alternating between attacks and rest would suffice to gradually wear her down. However, he did not anticipate that the matriarch would be so preoccupied with sealing the breach he had created. Her singular focus on mending the hole provided him the opportunity to unleash a furious assault and easily eliminate so many lords. Had she devoted more attention to controlling the territorial waters and crafting a watery prison to divide the geographical space, she might have avoided further confrontation. And Jin Qian could have perished by his own hand. With a swift tug on the silk thread, the entire corpse plummeted from above. Jin Qian descended and observed that the creature he had not vanquished with his nuclear talents was remarkably pristine and well-preserved. As he beheld the intricate patterns beginning to coalesce across its body, his eyelids fluttered uncontrollably. Truly, it was a primordial species of 3 centuries. A golden emblem gradually materialized. Spirit of the Vengeful Spider, Gold, Legendary. Equipment level, Tier 4. Equipment type, Necklace. Strength, 180 stars. Constitution, 170 stars. Agility, 150 stars. Silken Bind. Has a certain chance to trigger a silken bind upon attack, restricting leg movement. Venomous Waters. When subjected to a fatal blow, transforms into a water element and teleports a short distance. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Vengeful Spider's Prey. An active skill that, when activated, allows the user to lock onto a target and unleash a devastating blow, inflicting immense damage while simultaneously weakening armor. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Subordinate of the Matriarch. Randomly summons one of the Vengeful Spider Matriarch's subordinates, a domain lord, to fight on your behalf. Cooldown, 7 natural days. Legend. Toxicity, continuous life loss, with random occurrences of armor break, disarm, and silence. Domain, Web Realm. Within the domain, enemy movement speed is reduced by 30. When controlled and immobilized, will trigger Vengeful Spider's Prey. Proverb. Only spiders can remain unscathed within the web. Upon seeing the emblem of this equipment, Jin Quan felt a momentary disorientation. It seemed entirely detached from reality, with 3 attributes exceeding 100 stars. To put it in perspective, his Lava Judgment only boasted 45 stars in strength. A single legendary item overshadowed all of his gear. Was this the weight of legend? Chapter 67. The Legion's command. Moreover, it possessed 4 effects, a legend, and a domain. Jin Quan scrutinized the domain, Web Realm, which appeared to function similarly to an aura skill, triggering a deceleration effect upon entering its range. Moreover, the entire equipment's special effects seemed to synergize remarkably with the Web Realm. Should one find themselves immobilized within this domain, the third effect, Vengeful Spider's Predation, is triggered, while the first effect entails that attacks inflict binding. Thus, a standard strike, if it yields a binding effect within this realm, will immediately invoke Vengeful Spider's Predation, resulting in extraordinarily high damage. The Venomous Waters serve as an additional life-saving skill. It is likely that the summoned minions are the 6 old adversaries of the Golden Spring. However, it remains uncertain whether the colossal human-faced spider will also be summoned. Golden Spring glanced at his interface, and defeating this Vengeful Spider Matriarch propelled him to an astounding level, reaching level 39, which is the threshold for class advancement. He then turned his gaze to the other emblems that materialized on his body, and when 2 items appeared simultaneously, confusion washed over him. At that moment, a cube manifested before him. Golden Spring's eyes narrowed, and the attributes of the cube instantaneously revealed themselves. Legion Command, Legendary. The instant he beheld this information, Golden Spring rushed forward to seize the cube, his expression one of utter disbelief. Is this the Legion Command? Grasping the cube tightly, he hesitated not a moment before resolutely affirming his intent. With this artifact, he would no longer need to rely on others for sustenance. A mere thought sent forth his desire to claim it as his own. In an instant, the cube of Legion Command fused seamlessly into his being. Legion Command, Legendary. Infusing blood into the Legion Command can augment its members. Current members, 16. All attributes of Legion members, 30. Energy acquisition, 30. Legion Warehouse. Members may store items in the warehouse, with a space of 50 m. Legion Shop. Members can transact in the shop regardless of spatial distance. Legion Channel. Members can communicate in a special soul space. Legion Territory. Placing the Legion Command establishes a territory, allowing all members rapid transportation to it. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Legion Altar. Establishing an altar provides advancement conditions for members. Skill Borrowing. Consuming Legion contributions allows borrowing of member skills. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Legion Contributions. First rank, 0 to 10,000. As anticipated, this Legion Command resembles a guild token. The sheer benefits of all attributes at 30 and energy acquisition at 30 are enough to attract countless adventurers. However, it appears that this Legion Command also limits the number of members, seemingly correlated with rank. Golden Spring sensed the Legion Command within him, realizing that he could instinctively place it externally. He could swiftly generate the altar. As he pondered, the vengeful spider matriarch radiated a blinding red light, which seemed to suppress everything around it, narrowing the focus of all vision. Jin Quan was taken aback to learn from Ji Ran that the color red symbolizes the pinnacle of existence, often referred to as a myth. He did not delve further into the Legion Order, but swiftly grasped the essence of this mythic light and shadow. It was not merely a crest, but rather a scroll, the Book of the Divine Envoy. Your devout faith has swayed the divine, bestowing upon you the power of divinity. By utilizing the Book of the Divine Envoy, you shall transcend all obstacles, undergo a rebirth, and transform into a divine envoy. It is imperative that this rebirth remains undisturbed, for any interruption will result in the failure of the transformation. In that instant of witnessing this artifact, Jin Quan suddenly comprehended why the vengeful spider matriarch was so fixated on her egg. He also understood why her monstrous form, as described by Ji Ran, morphed into that of a half-human, half-spider entity. The transcendence into a divine envoy implied that the vengeful spider matriarch would breach the confines of dimensional space, directly surpassing level 41, potentially even extricating herself from the dimension altogether, becoming a terrifying apex predator in the wilderness. Alas, this entire process was abruptly interrupted by Jin Quan, whose unparalleled nuclear talent shattered her rebirth's egg. Clutching the Book of the Divine Envoy in his hand, Jin Quan pondered for a moment, but chose not to employ it, swiftly concealing it instead. How did this spider acquire the Book of the Divine Envoy? And what exactly is a divine envoy? He was utterly oblivious to these matters. Jin Quan pinched the bridge of his nose, wishing that Ji Ran were present, for he might possess some insight. Myths were far removed from the grasp of ordinary practitioners. Only top-tier nobles like Ji Ran, who had encountered myths, could possibly fathom even a fraction of it. As the body of the vengeful spider matriarch gradually dissipated, a brilliant crystal emerged from her form. This crystal was a dodecahedron, gleaming with the opulent radiance akin to that of a diamond. What could this be? A flicker of confusion crossed Jin Quan's mind. He recognized only one item among those dropped by the vengeful spider matriarch, an equipment emblem, while the others lay beyond his comprehension. Another dark insight unfolded before him. Dimensional crystal. You shall become the master of this dimension. This was the first time Jin Quan had encountered such a succinct description, yet it propelled him forward as he grasped the dimensional crystal with fervor. The acknowledgement of ownership for the number 1 pit was unnecessary. Without further ado, the dimensional crystal transformed into a stream of light, penetrating his chest. At that moment, he felt as though he had acquired dominion over all privileges of the number 1 pit. With a mere thought, he could expel everyone from his vicinity. Jin Quan exhaled deeply. Upon obtaining the dimensional crystal, he grasped that the journey of the number 1 pit had reached its conclusion. Casting one last glance at the vengeful spider matriarch's serene form, her eyes tightly shut, he recognized the tranquility in her demise. Patience was now required. If Wang Meng was correct, the Qingyuan flower should soon make its appearance. Without further ado, he proceeded toward the summer waters of Enzo once more. Even though he had lost an arm, a beaming smile adorned his face upon grasping the tidal staff, as though he had discovered the finest toy in the world. Eagerly unleashing a variety of skills, Jin Quan kicked with his right foot, sending a pebble flying towards his backside. Xia Inja winced in pain, clutching his rear as he turned to see Jin Quan's teasing smile. Embarrassed, he concealed the staff behind him, but couldn't suppress his laughter, exclaiming, "Boss, this equipment is incredibly powerful." Jin Quan approached, glancing at his left arm, while Xia Inja tested the staff, unsure of how many healing spells he had cast upon himself. At that moment, new skin had already begun to grow, adapting swiftly like a disabled person who had lived with amputation for years. "Give me some blood," Jin Quan demanded. Xia Inja hesitated, his neck retracting nervously. "How much, boss?" The newly recognized elder brother was commendable in every aspect, save for his brutality. Jin Quan raised an eyebrow. Growing impatient, and with a swift stroke of his blade, a trickle of blood flowed from the stump of his arm. With a flick of his finger, brilliance erupted from his left hand, revealing a cube. He smeared the blood onto the cube and proclaimed, "From now on, you belong to me." Chapter 68. Phantom Troop. As Jin Quan fused Xia Inja's blood with the Legion Order, one face of the 6-sided cube began to etch a design, carving an image that was an exact likeness of Xia Inja. Simultaneously, Jin Quan gained an instant influx of authority, seemingly able to detach this engraving at will. "Xia Inja, who had just healed himself, suddenly raised his head, disbelief shining his eyes as he stammered, "Boss, is this the Legion order? Am I now a member of the Legion?" His eyes glazed over, tears of joy cascading down his cheeks as he took a step back, astonished by the unfolding reality. Jin Quan, observing his reaction, playfully patted his head, saying, "Crying again? You shed tears several times now. It's bad luck." Xiaoyinja abruptly halted his sobs, wiped his tears, and with a dazed expression, murmured, "Boss, we once formed a brigade, a group of wonderful people, but they're all gone now." He straightened his posture, pride swelling within him. "If you ask anyone on the Upper City Road, they all know us. We are a legendary inspiration for the children of the Upper City, a testament to the weak changing their fates, icons of sunshine, and exemplars of aspiration." However, as he concluded, the fervor in his chest seemed to deflate, and he lowered his head. "But when they chose to sacrifice themselves one by one to save me, I realized we were not like that. We are all children picked up from the lower city. Our levels, equipment, skills, and even our daily lives were all predetermined, just like a one straight pine tree, bent by the gardener's hand simply to greet guests." He spoke with a tinge of melancholy. "We may merely be instruments of the Upper City's governance. Do you know? Their greatest ambition is to transform the Red Demon Legion into a true army. I was once oblivious to their fervent obsession, but now I understand. They ardently desire freedom. They refuse to accept a destiny dictated by others, even if it leads to their demise." Xiaoyinja raised his palm, and within it appeared a square emblem of the Legion, resembling a spatial projection. "I have achieved it. I am free," he murmured softly, as if confiding in the souls of those who perished for him. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, liberated from a need to ascend through the altars of those corporations. Free to grow according to his own will. Jin Quan gently patted his shoulder, a gesture of comfort. "It's over now. Wherever you go, you go." Yet, Xiaoyinja looked up at Jin Quan with hesitation and ultimately spoke candidly. "Boss, many people know me. If I escape, the company will surely bring me back. It may implicate you." Jin Quan, upon hearing this, merely furrowed his brow, but said nothing. Instead, he inquired, "What do the Upper City and Lower City truly signify? What does the boss wish to understand?" Xiaoyinja, slightly perplexed, replied, "Geography, or perhaps the history of its formation. What I have gathered is that our domain is known as the Hungsha territory, and beyond the city lies the wasteland of lost civilizations, filled with loamy soil and sandstorms. An environment exceedingly harsh." He picked up a piece of the large stone that Jin Quan had previously split, which was trapezoidal in shape. "In this sandy territory, there are 3 great plateaus, where the climate is pleasant, humidity ample, and snow-capped mountains, lush grasslands, forests, and lakes abound. During the pioneering days, 3 factions seized these plateaus, establishing city-states and reviving civilization. Over generations, the elite gathered, and we referred to the city-states upon the plateaus as the Upper City." After speaking, he began to draw numerous, winding lines beside the trapezoidal stone. "The Upper City is characterized by its snow-capped peaks, abundant rainfall, and numerous rivers flowing downwards." Finally, he scattered a handful of small stones next to the winding lines. "The small factions and common folk of yesteryears constructed numerous cities along the rivers left by the Upper City, collectively termed the Lower City." He pointed to the end of the lines. "Our Lower City is known as Redstone City, situated at the river's terminus, where water is scarce, symbolizing a lack of resources. The strength here does not exceed the 4th tier, and it is the closest to the perilous wasteland, often representing the most violent and chaotic conditions. Typically, the Empire confines criminals and refugees here." Jin Quan gazed at the terrain map laid out by Xiaoyinja, and visions of the plateau's splendor and opulence flooded his mind, as countless cities flourished along the river, cascading down from the heights. The closer these cities are to the Upper City, the more prosperous they appear, while the Redstone City is marred by desolation, with slums sprawling in every direction. As he gazed at the scattered rubble, Jin Quan smiled and remarked, "You still find yourself ensnared in that illusory glory. Do not elevate your own importance. In the eyes of the powerful in the Upper City, you may be regarded as less than an ant." Xiaoyinja was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded silently in understanding. Jin Quan rose, brushing off the wrinkles from his attire, and introduced himself to Xiaoyinja. "I am Jin Quan, and from this day forth, I shall be your captain." Xiaoyinja sprang to his feet, placing his right hand over his heart, and bowed sincerely, saying, "I am honored to meet the captain. Observing the peculiar manner of this salute, which Jin Quan surmised resembled a military gesture, he waved his hand dismissively. Spare me these formalities. I have been to the brink of death once, and I have no desire for military or corporate allegiances. I wish only to wander freely in this extraordinary world. With a smile, he continued, let us refer to this gathering as a travel group. We shall eat, drink, and live freely. The only rule of our group is to maintain order and neutrality. He patted Xia Yinja on the shoulder and added, from now on, I am the number 0 of this team, and you shall be number 2. Xia Yinja, upon hearing the description of the group's principles, felt initially bewildered, but that confusion swiftly transformed into elation. Was this not the freedom he had long sought? Nokinstrans, the liberty to pursue his desires. Overcome with excitement, he then inquired, Captain, why am I number 2? What a number 1? He surveyed the surroundings, confirming that the captain had not brought any other companions along. Jin Quan clicked his tongue contemplatively. The originator of this travel group is not I. Hence, the title of number 1 is bestowed upon him. Xia Yinja tilted his head and asked, shall we not have a name for ourselves? This question sparked a realization within him. Jin Quan paced thoughtfully. Various names, cool, ethereal, flashed through his mind, yet he shook his head at each suggestion. He turned to Xia Yinja, recalling the third member, and then reflected on their shared descent from glory to the mundane. Suddenly, a verse came to mind, and he spoke aloud. All forms are but illusions. All phenomena are like dreams, bubbles, and shadows, as fleeting as dew or lightning. Thus, one should perceive them as such. All that is tangible and visible is ultimately void. All things born of conditions are like dreams, shadows within bubbles, and as inscrutable as mist, ever-changing and impermanent. We must continuously observe the world in this manner, without attachment, lest we become bound by that which should liberate us. With that, he looked up and declared, let us name ourselves the Phantom Brigade. Chapter 69, The Altar Breakthrough, Phantom Brigade. With that, Jin Quan turned and walked towards the corpse of the vengeful Spider Mother, accomplishing the task even more swiftly than Wang Meng had indicated. Within less than half an hour, the entire corpse began to emit a radiant glow, and a delicate flower emerged from it. The petals displayed a profound shade of purple, as if they were condensed from the purest essence of the night, exuding a mysterious luminescence. Each petal was as delicate and thin as cicada wings, with slightly curled edges that gathered droplets of clear water. Jin Quan gently plucked it. In the next moment, he was momentarily taken aback. Spirit grievance flower. He blinked, thinking he had misread it. Wasn't it the clear grievance flower? How had it transformed into the spirit grievance flower? Jin Quan quickly crouched down to examine the body of the grievance spider matriarch, seeking to discover if there were any other flowers present. However, the instant he touched the corpse, the once youthful and pallid visage began to age at a visibly rapid pace. Age spots swiftly crawled across the face, and deep wrinkles appeared like ravines, with the skin losing all semblance of luster. As the corpse aged rapidly, the previously tightly closed mouth slowly opened due to the weakness of the jaw. A pearl, as white as jade, rolled out from within. Grievance Spirit Pearl. The spirit pearl belonging to the grievance spider matriarch was picked up by Jin Quan. Accompanied by the emergence of the spirit pearl, the entire body of the grievance spider matriarch began to gradually disintegrate into ashes. Is this it? Staring at the spirit grievance flower in his hand, Jin Quan furrowed his brow. Could it be due to the Book of Divine Envoy? The book had induced an unusual evolution in the grievance spider matriarch, simultaneously altering her symbiotic entities. According to the rules, it should be something superior to the clear grievance flower. After securing both items, Jin Quan turned and contemplated, then retrieved the spirit pearl from the devouring spider, saying, Little priest, this is for you. See how you can achieve a career breakthrough. Now, at level 39, he realized that Xia Yinja was also at level 39, and there was no more direct way to grasp the concept of a career breakthrough than through first-hand observation. Subsequently, Xia Yinja looked at the pearl in Jin Quan's hand and pointed at himself. Me? Yes, you, Jin Quan replied, tossing the devouring pearl to him. Xia Yinja caught the pearl, glanced at it, and with a perplexed expression remarked, merging with a monster's body will evoke its lingering essence, which must be defeated to complete the fusion. The more parts are merged, the stronger the residual spirit becomes, and the spirit pearl possesses at least half the strength of the monster. He cast a sidelong glance, asking, Boss, do you think I can manage it? Jin Quan's eyes widened, exclaiming, How could you, as a priest, not be completely doomed? How could you possibly advance? A priest lacks any offensive skills. Even a single spider leg would be too much for you to handle. Xiaoyinja, a bit embarrassed, replied, not quite. The emblem of the support class has a unique ability that can bind teammates. As long as I borrow a drop of blood from a teammate of the same level and enter the altar, I can assist my allies in battle. Skilled priests can borrow a significant amount of blood. Jin Quan felt a tinge of confusion. How does one differentiate whether another is a master? Xiaoyinja scratched his head. It seems that is not a skill, and I am not quite certain. I recall my teammates mentioning that formidable priests possessed the ability to multitask, binding multiple allies and sensing the states of all teammates, even when their line of sight is obscured, which does not hinder their capacity to utilize appropriate skills for their allies. Such individuals should be able to carry the life essence of 5 or 6 different professions into the altar. He spoke somewhat sheepishly. I still rely on my eyes when competing. Upon Xiaoyinja's remark, he was reminded of the earlier incident when he was struck down by the charging black shot of a shadow spider. At that moment, he too had not employed any skills, yet he was illuminated and effortlessly cleaved that black shot asunder with a mere ordinary strike. He clenched his fist and declared, just admit that you are inexperienced. Directly use my essence. Even if it were to revive, it would not spring back to life. Xiaoyinja, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. Thank you, boss. After speaking, a ray of white light flickered at his forehead, which flew forth like a grain of rice and gracefully settled upon Jin Quan's neck, instantly merging into it, transforming into a sun-like pattern. Will binding have any effect? Jin Quan sensed around, but noticed nothing unusual. It will enhance the efficacy of your skills by approximately 30%. Why didn't you bind during the previous battle? Xiaoyinja felt a bit awkward because it was too slow. Jin Quan cast him a perplexed glance, even as a novice. He understood that the special abilities bestowed upon this priest must be essential for a powerful cleric. He pressed the cube in his hand onto the ground. Instantly, the cube melded into the earth like liquid, and moments later, the ground trembled as a building gradually rose, enveloping both of them within. This was a quaint villa. They found themselves in the living room, where a grand round conference table occupied the center, surrounded by 6 chairs. Jin Quan approached and noticed a nameplate at the head of the table, adorned with copper edges, inscribed with the words team leader. The others bore no titles. Looking up, he observed the lofty building, with a magnificent crystal chandelier hanging down, emanating a warm yellow glow. On either side, there were rooms, one labeled warehouse. Upon opening the door, the space seemed to expand instantaneously, leading into a vast area of 50 by 50 by 50 meters, yet it was starkly empty and pristine. With a thought, Jin Quan flickered out from the warehouse and returned to the living room. The other room was labeled store, which also contained a vast space filled with numerous vacant shelves. Exiting from there, Jin Quan led Xiaoyinja directly to the second floor. The second floor was exceedingly minimalistic, featuring only a large circular altar. This altar was constructed from colossal stones that emitted a mysterious luster, each stone intricately engraved with ancient and complex runes, which flickered like dancing flames, intermittently radiating peculiar glimmers of light. This must be it. Let's give it a try. Jin Quan's finger bled, a drop falling into Xiaoyinja's palm as he spoke. Xiaoyinja nodded, exhaling deeply, his heart fluttering with trepidation as he ascended the altar. He placed the bead in his hand at the altar center and then sat cross-legged. The intricate patterns surrounding the altar suddenly illuminated, converging upon the spirit bead he had set down. Blue light patterns spread above, and the entire altar trembled violently. A peculiar, gaping mouth emerged before him, revealing a strange beast that lay atop the altar, resembling a large, prostrate frog. A series of numbers manifested above the frog's head. 500. Just as Xiaoyinja reached into his pocket, his hand trembled in surprise. So many. He glanced at Jin Quan, and with a hint of embarrassment, he produced 2 crystals, saying, "Boss, I don't have enough spirit crystals." Chapter 70. Conflict. Jin Quan tilted his head, asking, what exactly are these spirit crystals? They're the currency of the upper city. I heard that a professional breakthrough requires only 2. I don't understand why this demands 500. After pondering for a moment, Jin Quan picked up the bead from the altar. With a flicker of his storage ring, he produced a spider leg and tossed it onto the altar. In the next instant, the number above the frog's head changed to 40. The intensity required to merge with the creature must necessitate varying amounts of spirit crystals. He raised his hands in exasperation, saying, I don't have any money. Since arriving in this world, He had not even seen a copper coin from the fallen city. Suddenly, he recalled the wealthy heir from the consortium that Ji had recommended to him. That individual should still be in the cave. With a thought, the two of them instantly appeared in the cave center. After extracting the dimensional crystal and sensing its energy, his expression swiftly changed. He quickly led Xia Yinjia outside. After acquiring the two domain lords' accompanying flowers from Xia Yinjia, he realized there were still 4 accompanying creatures to be collected, and it was highly probable that the ice, wood, fire, and poison creatures also possessed spirit beads. Moreover, the perception from the dimensional crystal indicated that, apart from himself and Xia Yinjia, there were 4 others within this lair at that moment. As Zhao Lubai entered the wooden vine spider lair, another individual arrived almost simultaneously, Li Hongbin, who had previously escaped into the cave to avoid danger. The group surveyed the shattered scene within the cave, their hearts gripped by astonishment. Yet, none dared to utter a word, and the entire space fell into silence as they exchanged glances. It was not until Zhao Lubai nodded that Zhou Shirlu, standing beside him, manifested a grand bow and slowly drew it back. Only then did Li Hongbin speak. These corpses bear fierce sword and blade wounds, indicating that a formidable figure once dwelled here. While I am but one, I still stand a chance against these 2 significantly weaker lost souls, especially with you. A priest who might just hold us back. He aimed to intimidate Zhao Lubai into retreating, simultaneously hinting that even if they emerged victorious, they would ultimately fall prey to others. Zhao Lubai let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Your Li family adheres to the principle of sacrificing pawns to achieve kingship. Those who fail the trials lose all resources to the victors. What means do you possess as a discarded pawn?" Li Hongbin's expression shifted slightly among all families. Theirs was notoriously ruthless, devoid of any fraternal bonds, with only the ultimate victor wielding power over all. At this point, Zhao Lubai crossed his arms and stroked his chin, pondering aloud. Indeed, according to your family's rules, the vanquished should all be dispatched to the borders. How did you manage to return to the lower city? Moreover, how did you enter pit number 1 all by yourself? Li Hongbin sneered. You, a useless member of the Zhao family, seem to know quite a bit. However, Zhao Lubai paid no heed to his derision and continued. Both the 3rd and 2nd brothers have ascended to the 4th tier. Logically, there should have been a decisive trial. What circumstances allowed you, a failed 4th, to return? After a moment of contemplation, he snapped his fingers, producing a sharp sound. In your family's history, there have been instances where, during the decisive trial, one party committed a grave error and was punished by the family, thus being replaced by a sibling who did not participate in the trial. With your presence here, does it imply that Li Hongyu or Li Hongfei have faltered? Your Li family is indeed brimming with talent, albeit rather absurd. First, you flirted with Ji Ling and were excluded from the trial. Now, what heinous act have Li Hongyu and Li Hongfei committed to necessitate your replacement? Li Hongbin snorted coldly, drawing his sword as he slowly approached a fallen wooden post, upon which grew a brilliantly red mushroom. I merely came to procure some valuable items. You, worthless as you are, should continue playing the role of a 2nd-generation heir. Intellectual pursuits are ill-suited for you. With that, he swung his sword down, cleaving the mushroom along with a small section of the bark. He refrained from touching the mushroom directly, instead using the connected bark to carefully wrap it in cloth. Your Li family is truly miserly. Do you lack even a storage emblem? Must you handle it with your bare hands, risking poisoning? Stop evading my questions. Now, tell me what brings you here. Perhaps I can assist you. Li Hongbin exhibited no reaction, seemingly disregarding him entirely as he gripped his sword and advanced towards the wooden vine spider, plunging the blade into the corpse with a series of swift slashes. Soon, a green orb emerged. Upon seeing it, his face lit up with joy. With this item, he could swiftly ascend to the 4th tier. Everything could turn in his favor. He reached out eagerly to seize it. Yet at that moment, an arrow whizzed past, aimed directly at his face. His expression shifted slightly, and he rolled swiftly to evade the projectile, then glared frostily at Zhao Lubai. Did you truly believe that these 2 inept individuals could contend with me? Zhao Lubai responded with a smile. How can one ascertain without attempting? Nearby, in the corridor, Xia Yinjia lay, cloaked in a silken hide, intently observing the unfolding events within the cave. He whispered urgently, "Boss, they're taking your belongings." "Boss, that individual is incredibly arrogant. He seeks to claim your spirit pearl. A confrontation is imminent. Look quickly." From the adjacent space, an impatient voice interrupted, "I am watching. Do not disturb me." His shadow blade possessed the ability of shadow concealment. Remaining motionless for more than 3 seconds would render him invisible. Among the trio opposing him, one was recognized as a negotiable figure, while the others were unknown, yet their dialogue suggested one hailed from a prominent family. Next, Li Hongbin swept his sword beneath him, and instantly a violet circular formation emerged. At the moment the array manifested, a figure emerged rapidly, with wisps of green smoke rising from beneath his feet, indicating the presence of toxins. A poison formation? Zhu Shiwu's expression shifted. Li Hongbin swung his sword again, layering the ground's formation, bringing Zhu Shiwu fully into view, ensnared within a mire that drastically impeded his speed. Ultimately, a lost soul remains a lost soul. Even the remnants of a corpse cannot transcend their fate. Yet they still dare to aspire for a breakthrough with a spirit pearl. He raised his sword, its blade shimmering with white light, unleashing a white sword aura that ascended skyward, transforming into a diminutive blade. In the next moment, his aura surged, his velocity accelerating sharply, encircled by a protective shield as he charged towards Zhu Shiwu. The two engaged with astonishing speed, igniting a flurry of sparks from their fierce clashes. However, when it came to equipment attributes, Li Hongbin vastly outclassed Zhu Shiwu, and the toxic mire beneath Zhu Shiwu severely hampered his movement. Within a few exchanges, Zhu Shiwu bore numerous sword wounds. Yet, in the next instant, 3 arrows swiftly aimed at Li Hongbin, striking him without an avenue for evasion, shattering the protective light shield surrounding him. With the shield's disappearance, his previously heightened attack speed diminished. A rain of arrows. In the distance, Zhou Shilu drew his bow, releasing an arrow that traced an exquisite arc through the air, splitting rapidly, akin to a torrential downpour descending upon Li Hongbin. Once more, Li Hongbin swung his sword, and his shield reemerged, bracing against the deluge of arrows. However, as the arrows struck the ground, the terrain became muddied, further hindering his mobility. He glanced toward Zhou Shilu with a furrowed brow. Under these circumstances, he could not swiftly neutralize the assassin before him and risked being outmaneuvered by the archer from afar. In an instant, he imbued his long sword with intricate inscriptions and forcefully slashed toward the distance. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke erupted in the air, instantly obscuring all visibility. With a swift step, he propelled himself towards Zhou 16, leaping forward with great speed and plunging his sword into the ground. The sword binding formation. In an instant, a multitude of vines surged from the earth, moving with astonishing velocity, and swiftly ensnared Zhou 16. You are doomed. Within the smoke, Li Hongbin's voice echoed hauntingly. In the next moment, his blade shimmered with an inky, flowing brilliance. This technique had previously been employed in the icy spider cave, and combined with his talent, it had dispatched a lordly guardian in a heartbeat. Although Li Hongbin did not activate his talent at this moment, Zhou 16 possessed no such defenses as a lord guardian, being a hunter, a class inherently fragile in leather armor. Yet, just as Li Hongbin was about to strike with his sword, a black sun tattoo suddenly appeared on the necks of both Zhou 16 and Zhou 15. In the next heartbeat, whether it was Zhou 15 trapped in the bog, or Zhou 16, bound by the vines, both erupted with waves of black light. They then vanished like phantoms, effortlessly breaking free from their restraints. Even the wounds on Zhou 15's body rapidly healed. Li Hongbin's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly turned to Zhao Lu Bai. Incredulity etched across his face. Heartline? No. Heartnet. You worthless fool. You are a priest who commands the Heartnet? He had never anticipated that this seemingly inept noble with merely level 21 in the upper city could wield the highest skills of the priesthood. Meanwhile, Jin Quan, who lay in the cave, was equally astonished. Is this the one you mentioned? I believe this individual is far more formidable than you. You fumble about binding individuals, while he binds in an instant, and from across the fog, he ensnared too. Your talent has failed you, and yet you utter a syllable. This fellow hasn't even moved his lips. Now it was Jin Quan who rambled on, captivated by the prowess of such a priest as a fellow combat class. Glancing at Xia Yinjia, who stood beside him with a gaping mouth, he shook his head in resignation. How astonishing. After a considerable pause, Xia Yinjia finally spoke, his voice tinged with numbness. How is this accomplished? As a fellow priest, the actions of the man before him were an unfathomable mystery. Perhaps you should seek him out as a mentor. Let him teach you a thing or two. Xia Yinjia turned in bewilderment, gazing into the air. That is even possible? Jin Quan siga just observa. If I sell him goods at a lower price, perhaps you might learn a couple of moves. Recruiting a team member necessitated arranging training as well. Just as Li Hongbin realized Zhao Lu Bai was a priest commanding the heartnet, a vortex appeared on his brow, and the ink-like substance on his sword surged violently. He had to eliminate this priest immediately. Otherwise, the assassin and hunter would become an unceasing engine of chaos. Yet, in the next moment, a black chain suddenly coiled around his waist. In an instant, a massive spray of blood erupted from his chest, creating a gaping void the size of a bowl. His entire thoracic cavity had been hollowed out. Struggling to comprehend the situation, he followed the chain with his gaze, only to see Zhao Lu Bai, furrowing his brow, seemingly enduring great agony. Positioned similarly to Li Hongbin, an empowered arrow was lodged in his chest. However, it was evident that Zhao Liu Bai's wound was significantly smaller, merely a puncture from the arrow, while Li Hongbin had been obliterated, a gaping hole marking his near demise. "What is your profession?" he asked, kneeling on one leg and coughing blood, his bewilderment palpable. It was inconceivable that a priest could possess such explosive damage capabilities. The arrow embedded in Zhao Liu Bai's chest slowly dissipated, and he cast a dark healing spell upon himself. A shadowy light swept over him, rapidly mending the wound. "I might be able to save you, but you must tell me why you are here," he inquired with a smile. Li Hongbin, gasping for breath, lifted his gaze, his eyes bloodshot. "The people of the upper city have been misled, or perhaps you are merely adept at masquerading as the weak." Zhao Lu Bai remained silent, merely observing him. Eventually, he chuckled softly, nonchalantly stating, "This assessment concerns the abyssal blade goddess tomb." Zhao Liu Bai's expression shifted. What a grand undertaking. The cost of unlocking the abyssal blade goddess tomb would surely strip your Li family of considerable resources. Moreover, are you certain about using a 9th-tier dimension to assess a 4th-tier profession? Li Hongbin shook his head. "You pioneers have reached a dead end, believing the higher-tier dimension necessitates greater strength. This is not the case, at least not in the Blade Goddess tomb. The higher the tier, the quicker one meets their demise. Conversely, the creatures within are exceedingly arrogant, often disregarding anything below 5th tier as mere ants. It is precisely this revelation that has led to the assessment being conducted in the Blade Goddess tomb." Zhao Lu Bai looked perplexed. "That cannot be. The abyssal corpse toads within are endless. Even if the overlords ignore you, these lesser beings could easily shred anything below 5th tier. Huh. The task is merely to collect the Death Goddess flower. We are not raiding the tomb," Li Hongbin replied. Upon hearing the term Death Goddess flower, Zhao Liu Bai's demeanor abruptly turned cold. "Was that last Death Goddess flower the work of your group?" His voice trembled with suppressed fury. "That is not for you to inquire about. I am but a minor character. Even if my Li family harvested it, it may not necessarily be for our use." Li Hongbin replied, shaking his head. "My third brother, Li Hongyu, possesses a unique ability. His sense of smell is extraordinarily acute, capable of detecting scents even in enclosed spaces. With this seemingly trivial skill, he circumvented countless corpse toads and infiltrated the tomb. Within, he pilfered an unknown profession emblem." The mention of the unknown profession emblem elicited surprise from both Jin Quan, who had been lying down, and Zhao Lu Bai. They recalled that the task assigned to Zhou Jun had also involved seeking an unknown profession emblem. At the mention of Jin Quan, one cannot help but recall the emblem that Lin Yin had bestowed upon him. The family precepts of the Li clan are notoriously stringent, resulting in a life of hardship for its descendants. "I have been ensnared in traps, as has he, ha." Li Hongbin chuckled heartily. A sudden cough erupted from him, accompanied by a spurt of blood. "The emblem has been lost." It is crucial to note that after he pilfered the item, the entire clan had to clean up the mess in the tomb of the Blade God, desperately sealing off dimensions to thwart the rampaging overlord. Yet, he emerged only to misplace it. Upon investigation, the family concluded that the emblem was likely in pit number 1, and my uncle sent me here. Zhao Lu Bai increasingly sensed that something was amiss. This was undoubtedly a monumental secret, and it was astonishing that Li Hongbin had divulged it so recklessly. "You won't survive either." At that moment, Li Hongbin suddenly spoke, flashing a blood-stained grin at Zhao Lu Bai. "I know Li Hongyu. He is the type who would rather wrong 1,000 than let one escape. Go out. He awaits you outside. I shall wait below." Chapter 72. The priceless Qingyuan flower. Barely had Li Hongbin finished speaking when he instantly succumbed to death. Zhu Shiwu rushed forward, glancing at his wound. Severed heart meridians. "He is dead." Zhao Lu Bai sighed. He understood that the Li family was notoriously harsh, but he had not anticipated such cruelty. This fellow was also quite the thinker. My display of strength, from his perspective, must have seemed like a revelation of my hand. Much like Zhou Jun, he had already concluded that I was the possessor of the unknown emblem. Feeling the futility of the task, he swiftly turned his gaze toward the corridor, his expression suddenly sharp. Before him, a black sun appeared at Xia Ying's neck, and then Zhao Lubai waved his hand. A beam of black light surged forth from Xia Ying, seemingly conjuring a gust of wind that caused the silk skin draped over him to rustle violently. Who? Zhu Shiwu immediately became alert, transforming into a shadow that darted into the cave. In the next moment, he shot out like a cannonball, traversing the entire wooden vine spider's lair in an arc. With a loud crash, he embedded himself into the opposite cave wall. Zhou Shilu looked on in shock, quickly drawing his bow, but was immediately halted by Zhao Lubai. Wait. Both men turned their attention to the cave, where a youth clad in a baseball uniform stood, slowly retracting his raised leg. Striking from a concealed state, his strength and agility surged by 50%. Jin Quan's kick surpassed 200 stars in strength and 150 in agility. In such a physical confrontation, he could easily overpower a petite assassin with less than 50 stars, akin to a Tibetan mastiff confronting a toy poodle. Zhao Lubai glanced back at Zhu Shiwu, only to find his chest caved in, ribs nearly shattered, suffocating his lungs. He gasped in a desperate attempt to breathe, his face turning crimson as he struggled for air. Swiftly, he cast 2 healing spells, and soon, Zhu Shiwu's chest began to rise, his breathing becoming smooth once more. Subsequently, a glimmer of light emanated from his hand as a yellow orb soared toward Jin Quan. Jin Quan's gaze sharpened momentarily as he swiftly drew the broken blade from his waist. With a delicate flick, he released the energy from the pearl, and upon halting the blade side, the pearl rested quietly at the tip. This object was familiar to Jin Quan. It was indeed a spirit pearl. This is yours. I return it to you, Zhao Lubai stated. With a slight twist of his wrist, Jin Quan caught the pearl in his hand. The sand-eating pearl instantly raised his eyebrows, casting a peculiar glance at Zhao Lubai. Zhao Lubai then glanced behind him, revealing a delicate youth with a mushroom haircut emerging from beneath the silken skin. He furrowed his brow slightly, yet continued to smile at Jin Quan. I've been searching for you. Searching for me? Do we know each other? Jin Quan inquired, his expression one of confusion. Zhao Lubai shook his head. Is Jiran present? Upon hearing the name Jiran, Jin Quan scrutinized him anew. Despite a faint trace of blood on his chest, it did not detract from his ethereal, affluent demeanor. The Tianhe Consortium? He probed for confirmation. Zhao Lubai nodded. He has left. Where did he go? Zhao Lubai stepped closer. Jin Quan shrugged. I won't tell you. Zhao Lubai's expression faltered momentarily. Then he shook his head with a bitter smile. He is a dear friend of mine. He could even be considered my mentor. I mean no harm. I merely wish to see him again to resolve some uncertainties. Do you have any money? Jin Quan asked bluntly. How much do you need? How much do you have? Zhao Lubai replied, somewhat taken aback. I spend nothing on food, drink, or lodging. He then turned to Zhou Shilu. Do you have any? Zhou Shilu rummaged through his pockets, producing a handful of gold coins and about 10 spirit crystals. The meager amount caused Zhao Lubai to frown, and he turned back to Jin Quan, promising, I apologize, but once we are outside, I can provide 100,000 spirit crystals immediately. Jin Quan glanced at Xia Ying, seeking confirmation on whether this sum was substantial. But he could only hear him gasp in astonishment, which gave him a sense of understanding. He has left pit number 1, but he is likely to return to seek me. I can contact you then. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Lubai suddenly looked up. He saw me, didn't he? The directness with which this individual inquired about money suggested he was aware of Zhao Liubai's considerable wealth, despite their first meeting. It was clear someone had informed him. Indeed, Jin Quan affirmat. Did he mention anything? After a moment of reflection, Jin Quan replied, not much. He merely introduced you as a mythical profession masquerading as a pastor. At this revelation, Zhao Liubai's pupils constricted, for this was a closely guarded secret within his family, known only to Ji Ran among outsiders. It indicated that Ji Ran placed immense trust in the individual before him. He also mentioned that if one were to engage in business, they could seek you out. As he spoke, his fingers danced over a ring that shimmered, revealing a plethora of equipment, skill emblems, materials, companion creatures, and spirit pearls laid out before him. I do not take your money without offering something in return. Do take a look. What is the worth of these items? Zhao Lubai cast a glance, slightly taken aback, as he beheld numerous purple emblems accompanied by a plethora of accompanying spirit entities. His heart skipped a beat upon spotting the sandheart flower. He slowly approached and picked up the precious bloom from the ground. If utilized properly, this single flower could be worth a staggering 100,000 spirit crystals. Is it truly that valuable? Jin Quan swiftly seized the accompanying flowers of the shadow spider and the gluttonous spider from the ground. However, Zhao Lubai shook his head, explaining, these accompanying entities serve primarily two purposes. Firstly, as materials for potions and talismans, the value of which entirely hinges on the recipes and talismans themselves. Secondly, they are advancement materials for vocational trades, akin to spirit orbs. For certain social strata, these are relatively accessible, at least more so than rare equipment. These items are tangible, although scarce. As long as a tier 7 or 8 powerhouse ventures into the Wasteland, they can invariably locate nests containing spirit orbs or accompanying entities. Conversely, equipment, skills, and blueprints are exceedingly rare, and the higher the level, the less likely lower-tier monsters will yield drops. Oftentimes, an unassuming herb can skyrocket in value by millions due to the emergence of a single recipe. Zhao Lubai lifted his gaze towards the depths of the cave, inquiring, is there nothing belonging to that dominant creature within? Both the companions of the sovereign and spirit orbs are exceedingly rare. If you are willing to sell, the Tiana Consortium would certainly offer you a highly satisfactory price. Jin Quan, understanding the intensity of combat, recognized the distinction between a sovereign and a lord, yet still inquired, what is the difference? Only in limited dimensional spaces do low-tier sovereigns manifest. The sovereigns outside the Wasteland are all formidable beasts. Even if high-tier vocational legions manage to slay them, utilizing their spirit orbs for vocational breakthroughs is tantamount to courting death. With a chuckle, Zhao Lubai added, perhaps it is better for you to keep it. Jin Quan's presence in pit number 1 indicated his own status as a low-tier 3 on the verge of a breakthrough. So Zhao did not press him further. Instead, he sincerely remarked, if that clear grievance flower is willing to make an appearance, I would equally offer a high price. To you, it holds little value compared to a sovereign spirit orb. Jin Quan refrained from presenting the flower, for it was the primary objective of his journey, and he was unwilling to part with it. Instead, he jested, what constitutes a high price? A fief in the upper city, along with 10 in the lower city. Zhao Lubai responded nonchalantly. Chapter 73. The Unforeseen Calamity. A lack of autonomy upon hearing this price. Jin Quan abruptly raised his head, bewildered. What exactly is the value of this flower? Immediately after posing the question, he regretted his inquiry, recognizing it as a matter of commercial confidentiality. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated the item to be of such immense worth. A fief equates to one becoming a noble in the upper city, while 10 lower cities connect one to a myriad of resources. It could be said that it guarantees wealth for 3 generations. Zhao Lubai circled thoughtfully, then raised his head and spoke naturally. The elemental holy city is a sparsely populated realm, predominantly inhabited by practitioners of the arcane. Unlike the Eagle Empire and the Apocalypse Empire, which thrive on the principles of survival of the fittest, extracting precious truths from the sands. The denizens here devote their time to the pursuit of enlightenment and inscriptions, resulting in a lamentably low birth rate. Among them is an elderly mage, a figure of great renown, whose granddaughter is a prodigious talent, heralded as the successor of the elemental holy city. However, a calamity struck in a different dimension. This lower-tier overlord was not an indigenous species. It had been vanquished long ago by the intricate magical formations of the elemental holy city. Accompanied by her mage legion and numerous guardians, along with her ancestors' pioneering wisdom, this overlord should have posed no challenge to her. Yet, Zhao Lubai shook his head, remarking on the unpredictability of fate. In the Wastelands, anything could transpire. The overlord underwent an exceedingly bizarre advancement, becoming almost incomprehensibly powerful. Not only did it annihilate the entire younger generation of the Mage Legion, but it also ensnared her in an unfathomable curse. Had it not been for the 72 guardians sworn to protect her, she would have perished long ago. At this juncture, he glanced at the 2 flowers clasped in Jin Quan's hand, saying, this curse is known as the curse of resentment. Upon uttering the word, vengeful spirits assail the mind. These spirits belong to the entire Mage Legion, including her classmates, cherished friends, and even kin. With a sigh, he continued thus, the once illustrious daughter of the elemental holy city is now but a deranged, rambling wretch. The Book of Truth offers an answer. identifying the source of this distress as the mother spider of grievance residing in the first pit. Regrettably, the elite legion of the elemental holy city has been lost. The Eagle Empire has endured countless casualties over 3 centuries of expansion, while the Apocalypse Empire has just undergone a power transition, leaving no one willing to undertake this task. Hence, the value of this clearing resentment flower is considerable. Whether due to the old mage's goodwill or his assets, it represents a stroke of fortune, capable of influencing the fate of a prominent family. As Zhao Lubai concluded his narrative, a fleeting image of Wang Meng crossed Jin Quan's mind, his mechanical prosthesis, the ever-present smoke curling from his hand. He envisioned Lin Yin, clad in a raincoat, curled up in a corner, weeping, and recalled the moment Lin Ho's head exploded before him. Slowly, he shook his head. I have already promised to trade this item with someone. Zhao Lubai expressed surprise. Possessing such a treasure can be a curse. Anyone familiar with this tale would hesitate to engage in a transaction with you. If word spreads that the clearing resentment flower is in your possession, you would find it impossible to reach the elemental holy city. So, did someone from the elemental holy city approach you directly? A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in his eyes. If you haven't set a price, allow my Tiana consortium to make an offer. It would undoubtedly surpass your valuation. Jin Quan pinched the bridge of his nose, recalling the myriad of irrationalities surrounding Wang Meng, who seemed far from merely a minor overseer, and frowned. Let us assess the situation upon our exit. If Wang Meng remains just a minor overseer, then all will be well. He pointed to the flower still held by Zhao Lubai. This sand heart flower is for you. Give me 100,000. After saying this, he gathered the items on the ground and approached the fallen corpses, hacking away for a while until he finally collected all 4 spirit orbs. He also searched through the fallen Li Hongbin's belongings, retrieving the mushrooms and accompanying creatures he had previously picked up. Then he beckoned to Xia Inja, saying, "Let us go." The two intended to leave swiftly, while Zhao Lubai glanced toward the exit, noticing that the once hazy red light began to dissipate slowly. This signified that the cave had been fully explored and they could exit the dimension. Jin Quan did not seek other caves for accompanying creatures. He simply desired to leave quickly and experiment with the dimensional crystal. He wondered if he could encapsulate the entire number 1 pit within the dimensional crystal. If successful, he would carry the entire number 1 pit with him. Wait. Seeing Jin Quan and Xia Inja preparing to leave, Zhao Lubai called out. Jin Quan turned back, somewhat puzzled. He raised the sand heart flower in his hand and asked, "How can I contact you? You haven't paid me yet." Jin Quan fronat, recalling that he was homeless and had no phone. "You must have a way to give me the money," Zhao Lubai said, but then pointed to the body of Li Hongbin on the ground. "He has a brother named Li Hongyu, who should be guarding outside. This man is at least level 45 and is a magic swordsman. A well-rounded legendary profession with the high damage of a mage and the speed and strength of a swordsman. In this remote redstone city, he is essentially invincible. Moreover, the Li family members are known for their sinister and volatile nature." Jin Quan cast a glance at the corpse. "Someone like this?" Zhao Lubai replied gravely, "4th tier. What changes occur at the 4th tier?" Jin Quan asked. "He is considered the core of the new generation of the Li family. Thus, he has likely advanced through the fusion of spirit orbs. The chosen monster spirit orb should lean towards intelligence and mental strength. So his profession would have seen an increase of at least 50 stars in both attributes, possessing 200 star patterns. 2. A peculiar expression flickered across Jin Quan's face. Star patterns have exclusive application techniques that can significantly enhance spell casting and combat skills. 200 star patterns would far surpass the strength of lower-tier professionals. "So, what are you trying to say?" Jin Quan inquired. "I wish to hire you to ensure the 3 of us can exit this dimension," Zhao Lubai stated. Jin Quan stroked his chin, glancing back and forth between Xia Inja and Zhao Lubai. No payment, he finally decided. He then patted Xia Inja on the shoulder, pulling him forward for an introduction. "This is my younger brother. He is a priest. Teach him a couple of moves, particularly that heart net." Xia Inja became somewhat shy, rubbing his pant leg, and said, "Hello, young Master Zhao. I am Xia Inja." Zhao Lubai glanced at him and smiled. "I've heard of you, the famous star expert." The moment this masterful title was uttered, it rendered Xia Inja all the more uncomfortable. Ever since his arrival at pit number 1, both Jin Quan and the young master of the Zhao family before him had long surpassed his understanding of what constituted true prowess. Subsequently, Zhao Lubai tucked away the sand heart flower and continued, "I stand to lose greatly. I had no intention of engaging in a monetary transaction with you. Jin Quan appeared perplexed. Aside from gathering the necessary spiritual crystals, he did not seem to have an urgent need for anything else. Zhao Lubai gestured towards the cavern wall beside them and said, "In this pit number 1, a scion of the Falcon Legion met his demise. The Falcon Legion comprises 12 battalions, all of which are of the Zhu family's direct lineage. The deceased was the son of the former captain of the 10th Battalion, who grew up on the border. That captain perished in the battle against the beast tide at the border, and his younger brother succeeded him in command of the 10th Battalion. Understanding his son's character, he left behind a final wish." Zhao Yobai's voice turned slightly somber as he continued, "I have already contributed to this empire, and so I hope my son can live a life of wealth and extravagance. Whether he bullies others in the streets or trifles with women, I shall turn a blind eye." He furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Jin Quan. If this news were spread, the Zhu family, who take pride in the honor of warriors, would never allow an ordinary person who has visited Pitno one to live. He then turned and cast a healing spell on Zhu 15, adding, "But I can protect you. You ensure my safe passage out of the dimension, and I will guarantee the Zhu family leaves you unharmed." Jin Quan's brow knitted even tighter. He had initially believed that following the miners out would suffice, as per the advice of Jiran. Yet now, one unforeseen circumstance after another unfolded, leaving him feeling increasingly trapped. Moreover, the neural network was not something that could be established overnight. There was simply no time to teach him. Currently, he possessed only 4 skills, and they were of a low level. The mythical profession had a unique characteristic. As long as one participated in defeating foes and the effectiveness exceeded 50, the skills that dropped would fuse to generate skills relevant to that profession. He could only search for them one by one. At this point, he smiled broadly and said, "Unless you accompany me into the dimension to gather the remaining 2 skills. Chapter 74. The stifling young master Jin Quan did not respond directly. His entry into pit number 1 was born of necessity, having been pushed in by others. His understanding of this world was woefully inadequate. Upon his arrival, he had only glimpsed the outskirts of the lower city on a rainy night, and even that felt like a privilege. The inhabitants of the undead city prison did not count as people. Only by venturing out to adapt and familiarize himself with this world could he make better choices. "Let us go. It happens to be on our way," he remarked, signifying an agreement to their mutual promise of protection. However, upon exiting the cavern, Xiaoyinja glanced around and tugged at Jin Quan's garment, saying, "Boss, there were individuals here earlier who wanted to kill me. I wonder if they're still around." Jin Quan surveyed the surroundings as well, but found nothing amiss. "Who sought to kill you?" "I'm not sure. It was an assassin, disguised among the bait in the undead city." "Do you possess any special identity that would warrant someone from the upper city sending an assassin after you?" Xiaoyinja retracted his neck and shook his head. He could not fathom why someone would lie in wait to take his life. He hardly held such significance. However, Zhao Lubai, who had caught up from behind, casually wiped his soiled garment with a silk scarf and remarked, "If you happen to encounter that individual, I implore you to spare his life." Jin Quan and Xiaoyinja simultaneously turned their heads, with Jin Quan narrowing his eyes as he inquired, "Is he one of your associates?" The hand that was previously engaged in wiping came to a halt. Zhao Lubai tucked the scarf back into his pocket. "I have no interest in such matters," he stated. Yet, this person witnessed the murder of a direct descendant of the Zhu family. His presence ensures that the Eagle Legion's attention will not be diverted towards you. Jin Quan gestured towards Xiaoyinja, asking, "Why would the assassin pursue him?" Zhao Lubai shrugged. "I have interrogated him. Likely Hongbin, he too is in search of that unknown occupational emblem. Jin Quan's Ayalitis Wisha. Are there others seeking this item?" Zhao Lubai shook his head. "As of now, only 2 parties are involved, the Leaf family of the Vanguard Consortium and the Fong family of the Shengwei Consortium." He sighed. "I yearn to partake in the occupational emblem that has emerged from the 9th tier dimension." He then shook his head. "The information is scant. Whether it is here remains uncertain." Suddenly, a thought of Ji Ran crossed his mind. He was aware that Ji Ran had been afflicted by the Death God Flower and had transformed into an ordinary person. He mused to himself, if you were to obtain it and regain your status as a divine-level practitioner, that would be intriguing. He then turned to Jin Quan and said, "There is no need to be entangled in these whirlpools. Let us proceed this way and board the train of Redstone tourism." Just as he spoke, he paused, shaking his head. "Let us depart. They are all merely unfortunate souls." It dawned on him that perhaps the entire Redstone tourism, from top to bottom, would become tools for the young masters and ladies of the upper city to vent their frustrations. The trio hastened their pace and soon spotted a freshly clean train, quietly resting on the tracks. Upon entering the carriage, they beheld a group of pallid-faced attendants serving a beautiful woman with a severed arm. Upon seeing Zhao Lubai enter, a flicker of joy crossed their faces, but as they glanced behind him, their expressions swiftly turned ashen once more. The fleeting joy was akin to a momentary flash of light. A middle-aged man, his legs slightly unsteady, approached and performed a courteous bow, forcing a professional smile. "Young Master Zhao, welcome aboard the Redstone journey train. I hope you enjoy a pleasant journey." Zhao Lubai waved his hand dismissively and found a seat, gesturing for Jin Quan and Xia Yinjia to join him. Jin Quan, unreserved, noted the array of delicacies on the dining table, and as he sat down, casually grabbed a piece of matcha cake to savor. Xia Yinjia opened a bottle of water, drinking it with gusto. Just as Jin Quan was about to rinse his mouth with some red wine, a gloved hand swiftly seized the bottle, uncorked it, gently swirled it, and poured it into the goblet before Jin Quan. Upon glancing at the waiter, I noticed he was drenched in sweat, pouring wine while his eyes occasionally darted towards Zhao Lubai. As the glass filled, Jin Quan rapped on the table. The waiter hastily retracted the wine bottle, his face a picture of panic as he offered rapid apologies. However, he soon faced Zhao Lubai and boldly inquired, "Young Master Zhao, did Miss Ji mention that all the young masters and ladies who left will not return?" Zhao Lubai did not regard him, instead plucking a banana from the table, peeling it as he remarked, "Drive on, there's no one left." The middle-aged waiter felt a wave of darkness wash over him upon hearing these words, nearly collapsing until Xia Yinjia beside him grabbed his arm. He did not even express his gratitude to Xia Yinjia, but instead forlornly made his way towards the front of the vehicle, already aware of the fate that awaited the service personnel in their company. "Where did you go earlier?" A somewhat weak voice suddenly resonated in the quiet train. Zhao Lubai bit into the banana and chuckled, gathering inspiration. He then turned to Ji Ling'er and stated, "Do you not find this oppressive cavernous space perfectly suited for creating artworks that express the darker recesses of the human heart?" Ji Ling'er a fool here, rising to her feet, her expression tinged with melancholy as she lamented, "That vengeful mother spider is no ordinary lord. It is far too powerful and has slain everyone. Had it not been for young Master Zhu, I too would have perished within." Zhao Lubai's hand, still holding the banana, trembled slightly as shock washed over his face. "Zhu Jinxiong is dead?" Ji Ling'er touched her shoulder, a pallor settling on her features. "It was an incredibly strong Frost Lord. We stood no chance of retaliation, and one by one, all the guards fell, leaving only me and young Master Zhu. I exhausted all means, but could not escape that cavern." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, her voice trembling with sorrow. "Had I been more cautious and not lost my arm to that spider, I would not have been driven to a dead end. Young Master Zhu would not have risked his life to save me." She pressed her hand tightly against her mouth, striving to stifle her sobs. "I no longer know how to face his uncle. He was truly foolish, having a chance to flee, yet choosing to save me." Observing her distress, Zhao Lubai sighed. "Ah, no wonder he is the son of a national hero. A tiger begets no dog." He then glanced at Ji Ling'er's severed arm with genuine concern. "Miss Ji, wounds inflicted by elemental creatures harbor lingering elements. Allow me to take a look. As a priest, my healing skills come with a dispel effect. It can alleviate some elemental damage and aid your recovery." Upon hearing this, Ji Ling'er's previously tearful expression flickered with a hint of panic before she resumed her weeping. "No, it's not necessary." She gazed at her severed hand with reproach. "If it weren't for the piercing frost compelling me to escape here, I would have long since broken down. Compared to young Master Zhu's sacrifice, this pain is nothing." Zhao Lubai stuffed a banana entirely into his mouth, his cheeks puffing out as he spoke. "Miss Ji is truly a person of great benevolence. If you feel any sense of obligation, perhaps consider a union with Zhu Jianba. Zhu Jinxiong sacrificed his life to save you, and he happens to be Zhu Jianba's cousin. I believe your union would undoubtedly become a celebrated tale in the upper city. Not only would it mend the rifts between the Ji and Zhu families that have persisted over the years, but it would also showcase your virtue of gratitude and self-sacrifice." He forcefully swallowed nearly half a banana and added gravely, "I trust that Captain John would treat you with the same affection as his own daughter." These words rendered Ji Ling'er so choked with emotion that she could not shed a tear. The Zhu family was notorious, with one member being exceptionally formidable and another intellectually challenged. Zhu Jianba, plagued by congenital mental deficiency and considerable obesity, was a well-known figure in the upper city. To propose a marriage between Ji Linger and him was akin to pressing flowers into dung. Ji Linger took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, and shook her head with a wry smile. I have lost the use of one hand. I am not in a position to contemplate marriage. After this ordeal, I've come to realize that peace is a blessing, and I simply wish to return home and tend to my career. Zhao Lubai poured himself a glass of red wine. It's quite advantageous to be incapacitated. It suits you even better. The Zhu family's enterprise was no lesser than the Ji family's. Managing either would be feasible. Ji Linger's left hand suddenly gripped the back of the chair, producing a dull thud, her expression flashing with anger, just as a sudden noise erupted, causing the carriage to sway gently before it began to move. She swiftly glanced at the driver's cabin and turned to Zhao Lubai, saying, "Isn't it supposed to take a month to exit the dimension? Why are we heading back now?" Zhao Lubai savored the red wine in his mouth. Given that even Zhu Jianxiong has perished and you, Ji Linger, are gravely injured, remaining in this position is perilous. It will be wiser to wait at the dimension's entrance, where the monsters are of a lower caliber. Ji Linger gazed out at the receding scenery, reflecting on the monstrous creature that had unleashed a tempest of ice crystals, and chose not to respond, tacitly agreeing. Jin Quan, however, cast a glance at the girl's profile, the blurred red light outside, casting a familiar aura upon his face, stirring a sense of recognition. Chapter 75. The persistent rainy season in the lower city continued, the overcast sky making it difficult to distinguish between day and night. At the Champalises precinct, the splashes from the wheels burst forth and quickly vanished upon the damp ground as a luxurious black sedan came to a gradual halt. The door opened slowly, and a pair of black leather shoes emerged. A bodyguard promptly unfurled a large black umbrella, holding it respectfully overhead. Clad in a meticulously tailored black trench coat, complemented by his short, yellow-tinted hair, he exuded an air of striking elegance. He glanced up at the precinct sign, smirking coldly before stepping inside. Children emerging from the dead city adapted remarkably well. Lin Yin endeavored to minimize his movements, slowly wiping the floor with a wrung-out cloth. She meticulously cleans, even ensuring that the crevices of the old tiles are scrubbed with her nails against the towel. Wang Ming sits beside a dilapidated computer, tapping on the keyboard in search of something. Yet the deep furrows on his forehead render it impossible to discern whether he is at peace or in distress. The sound of polished shoes echo rapidly down the corridor. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the partially ajar door is thrust open with such force that it topples the bucket behind her, drenching half of Lin Yin's body. Startled, she looks up to see a figure in a trench coat brushing past her hair. A tall silhouette that completely disregards her as it strides through the puddles to stand before Wang Ming. He removes his trench coat, revealing a fitted vest underneath, and casually drapes it over the back of a chair. Pulling out a chair, he nonchalantly crosses his legs and sits opposite Wang Ming. "Do you have a cigarette?" Wang Ming glances up, his pupils constricting slightly, his body stiffening momentarily, before he reaches for a nearby cigarette box, extracting one and extending it forward. "I wonder, does young Master Fong have any particular business with me?" Fong Huai accepts the cigarette, simultaneously picking up a lighter to ignite it. Wang Ming, he tosses the lighter back, the sound echoing as it slides across the desk towards Wang Ming. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he mocks, "The dead are dead, the mad are mad. The so-called three heroes are but a fleeting echo of the past. Ji Ran is dead. Naturally, Ji Fei will emerge. Man Ling has gone mad. So a replacement is in order. Why linger in past glories? I assent that so." Wang Ming's hand trembles slightly, releasing the mouse as he smiles and inquires, "How does young Master Fong know of me? Know you? I wouldn't bother with a mere provincial commander, such as yourself. Even if the 72 guardians of your time were to appear openly in Redstone City, I would still find no interest." He leans forward, tapping the desk with his finger. "However, it seems you may have overstepped. Haven't you? What do you mean, young Master Fong? Huh? You inquire about my meaning? Li Hongyu should still be guarding the entrance at pit number 1. After you played your little game, do you think he won't flay you alive upon his return?" After speaking, he flips his hand over, beckoning now, hand it over. Wang Ming's brow furrows, thoughts racing, yet he remains perplexed. "What item?" Fong Huai gazes steadily into his eyes, time passing slowly, the only movement in the office being the sway of the cigarette in his hand. He gradually extends his hand, fingers outstretched, lightly tapping, sending fragments of ash fluttering towards Lin Yin. "I was digging for something and just recently unearthed a Tier 4 Earth Mage, continuing my excavation. I've stumbled upon a mechanical repair shop. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming abruptly turns his head, staring at the pale-faced Lin Yin on the ground. Feng Huai straightens. Addressing Wang Ming, "We are all intelligent individuals here, and none wish for confrontation. The two criminals do not yet possess the qualifications to claim that item. Only you do. So what will it be? The elements of the neutral truth, the sacred city, have now resorted to such underhanded tactics?" Wang Ming composed himself slightly before responding. "I believe I have conducted myself with integrity since my arrival in the Eagle Empire, solely wishing to encourage more individuals to venture into the realm of the vengeful spider matriarch, without engaging in any behavior that would be deemed inappropriate for the Eagle Empire. As for the emblem lost by young Master Li, I was indeed completely unaware of it." He cast another glance at Lin Yin. The decision to harbor this young girl was merely a minor transaction with her brother. If you wish to take her, feel free to do so. Upon hearing this, Feng Huai suddenly chuckled, not even sparing a glance at Lin Yin, but instead mockingly proclaimed, "I have heard that the magical sentinels of the sacred city are all quite formidable. Today, I have borne witness to that." He snapped his fingers, and shortly thereafter, a figure clad in black entered, holding a severed head that appeared to belong to a middle-aged man, looking somewhat disheveled, yet his hair was impeccably styled. It was evident he regularly used hair wax to maintain a polished appearance. "Do you recognize him?" Wang Ming's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the head. His gaze fixed intensely on Feng Huai, his fists clenched beneath the table. Subsequently, Feng Huai tossed a photograph onto the table. The picture featured a charming girl enjoying a lollipop, while in the background, a middle-aged gentleman in a suit was lifting his pant leg, and a young man was kneeling, diligently attending to the mechanical prosthetic beneath it. A closer inspection would reveal that the severed head bore an uncanny resemblance to the gentleman in the photograph. Upon locating the mechanical repair shop, I uncovered the identities of two individuals, one named Lin Ho and the other Lin Yin. Tracing Lin Ho led me to this photograph. It appeared he had provided maintenance for the prosthetic of Wang Biao, the head of the Redstone Cultural Tourism. It is quite astonishing that a head of a cultural tourism sector in the lower city would seek the services of a condemned slave from the city of the dead. At this juncture, he suddenly shook his head and chuckled, lifting the photograph and leaning towards Lin Yin. "Is your brother truly skilled in such matters?" Lin Yin gazed at the indistinct figure of the young man in the photograph, his slight frame trembling as he bit his lip tightly. Feng Huai observed Lin Yin's frail physique, evidently lacking in interest, and continued addressing Wang Ming. "Your obsession is inviting considerable trouble, or rather, the sacred city of elements is facing significant peril." He retrieved a recording pen from his pocket, pressed a button, and a pained voice emanated from it. "Young Master Feng, I merely wish to allow more people to enter and explore the domain of the vengeful spider matriarch." "Which individuals?" "Zhu Jinxiong, young Master Zhu, is quite ambitious and favored. Should he fail, it is highly probable that the Eagle Legion will come to his rescue." Click! The voice ceased, and the recording pen spun in Feng Huai's hand. He chuckled. "Wang Biao from Redstone Cultural Tourism. Wang Ming, the commander of the City of the Dead. How many of the 72 sentinels remain? You would do well to pray that those you have ensnared into the lair of the vengeful spider matriarch manage to return alive. Otherwise, your actions would be tantamount to an assassination of the elite forces of the Eagle Empire." Wang Ming held his breath, his mind racing furiously before he finally shook his head slightly. "Indeed, I have employed Lin Ho to assist me in certain matters. My only recompense was to aid him in rescuing his sister from pit number 1, nothing more. The so-called trap will reveal itself when the individual emerges from pit No. 1. It will be evident whether it was our design or their own volition to enter." Zhu Jinxiong first approached Hongshi Cultural Tourism, suggesting the cultivation of the vengeful spider mother insect. Hongshi Cultural Tourism was merely acquiescing to his wishes, acting out of necessity under the weight of power. He refrained from defending his relationship with Wang Biao, instead redirecting the issue onto Zhu Jinxiong. He knew Zhu Jinxiong well. The man was proud and would scorn any need to justify his actions. Should he be accused of being misled into the lair of the vengeful spider mother insect, it would be a significant blow to his pride. Therefore, he would undoubtedly assert that he had chosen to go willingly. Wang Ming's mind was also in disarray, pondering the fugitive who had stolen the emblem and the underground passage he had excavated, which inexplicably led directly to Lin Ho's establishment. He quickly recalled every detail about the honest and straightforward Lin Ho. "My lord, I assure you, after today, I shall vanish from this world forever. May you uphold your promise." This was Lin Ho's final statement. Feng Huai, upon hearing Wang Meng's defense, clapped his hands, and chuckled. You do know Zhu Jinxiong well. However, you have spent several years in Hongshi City. This is not the elemental holy city, and no one here will speak to you of fairness or justice. Since you refuse, I shall also refrain from meddling in this murky affair. He straightened up, brushed off the ash that had settled on him, and coldly remarked, as an outsider, how could you have ever witnessed a dominator with 6 domain lords under his command? The vengeful spider mother insect is not the sickly creature you encountered in the elemental holy city. Of course, you will conveniently bear the blame for Li Hongyu. In his quest for the emblem, he will eliminate everyone who emerges at the entrance. He then tossed the recording pen high into the air, scoffing, I shall deliver this recording pen to him. A most perfect conclusion. The pen spun as it ascended towards the ceiling. Wang Meng gazed upward at the soaring device. Zhu Jinxiong had not perished. The contents of the recording pen were inconsequential, for Zhu Jinxiong would undoubtedly cleanse this stain himself. Yet, should he die, the recording pen would prove fatal. Just as it reached its apex, a flash of lightning erupted. A mechanical hand, shimmering with fierce electric energy, swiftly reached out. Chapter 76, Master Zhao Qi. The lightning in the palm rapidly transformed into a colossal sphere of light, hurtling towards Feng Huai. Yet, Feng Huai remained nonchalant. His legs crossed as if he were entirely unperturbed. In the next moment, a shadow cloaked in a cape materialized behind him, and a pair of crossing daggers flashed instantaneously, causing the lightning sphere to explode. The daggers surged forward, slicing past Feng Huai, unleashing a spiraling gust of wind that struck directly at Wang Meng's face. Wang Meng's pupils constricted sharply. Kedi, honor, guardianship, blessings. In an instant, 3 beams of radiant light erupted from Wang Meng, and a pristine white shield materialized before him. The computer desk before him exploded into fragments, and the terrifying shockwave cracked the entire wall. Feng Huai surveyed the dust around him, astonished. He never anticipated that even a mere guard of Manling had reached the 5th tier. If she were not mad, she would likely have awakened to the 6th tier long ago. Wang Meng did not respond to Feng Huai, but turned his gaze to the elderly figure in a cloak standing beside him, whose face was lined with deep wrinkles and whose hunched form appeared somewhat gaunt. Yet, that recent strike was terrifyingly powerful in both its ferocity and speed. The cloaked elder opened his palm and handed a recording pen to Feng Huai. In the next moment, shadows unfurled, spreading like ink beneath the elder's feet. Instantly, everything around was rapidly engulfed in darkness. Doors, windows, walls, ceiling. The entire space transformed into a pitch-black ink pot. Domain, awaken one. Wang Meng's eyes narrowed, and his brow furrowed tightly. At this moment, the white light surrounding him was swiftly subdued by the encroaching shadows, and his field of vision began to shrink rapidly. Where are the items? Feng Huai's voice echoed once more in the darkness. Wang Meng's expression remained grim. I have but a single task since my arrival here, to obtain the cleansing grievance flower. Even though I know the odds are pitifully slim, I will still attempt it. As for you, or that Li Hongyu's nonsensical emblem, I have not the slightest interest. Even a divine emblem will be worthless in my eyes. After uttering this, even Feng Huai frowned in confusion, casting a puzzled glance at him. Yet Wang Meng's demeanor remained unchanged. How am I to discern whether your words bear truth or deceit? He scoffed coldly. Do you expect to summon someone to cast a truth spell? Feng Huai discarded the cigarette, but at his feet, which was promptly consumed by the darkness. A sound idea, he mused, but Wang Meng regarded him with palpable disdain and retorted, the true prodigies I have encountered are unparalleled. In the empire of the Flying Eagle, only one, Jiran, has caught my eye. The rest are mere refuse, yourself included. Upon finishing this statement, the shadow domain of the cloaked elder trembled violently, and the blessings surrounding Wang Meng began to sway rapidly. Yet, Wang Meng exhibited no fear. Instead, he retrieved a pack of unopened cigarettes from his pocket, tore it open, and with fingers crackling with electric arcs, began to smoke. Feng Huai narrowed his eyes at Wang Meng. It has long been said that every grand mage in elemental holy city ultimately acquires a guardian, akin to the 5th Qin Xian and Storm Russell of the Apocalypse Empire, one for defense and one for offense, forming a duo. It appears that you're the leader of the 72 guardians now. Had things gone differently back then, you would likely have been Manling's partner. Wang Meng took a drag from his cigarette, letting it dangle from his lips with a teasing tone. Li Hongyu has lost something, and you are in such a hurry. What a clever man you are. In the household, no one informs you that the more urgent the matter, the more composed one must remain. regarding his lost belongings. If you had not meddled, even a dog would not believe it. Upon finishing his words, a talisman suddenly appeared in his hand, adorned with intricate inscriptions and patterns. The strokes were delicate and fluid, shimmering with a faint luminescence, akin to mysterious stars twinkling in the night sky. A 6th-tier, spirit-sealing talisman. Both Feng Huai and the cloaked elder's expressions shifted dramatically. Wang Ming abruptly pressed the talisman against his chest. Divine grace. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted from his back, instantly piercing through the shadows. A hazy silhouette gradually materialized, extending a hand from which golden radiance emanated, enveloping Wang Ming. In the next instant, a set of intricately inscribed mithril armor adorned his form, sparkling like celestial bodies. Wang Ming grasped at the air, and with a flicker of purple light, a totemic pillar emerged, embedding itself firmly into the ground. Ripples spread forth, dispelling the darkness that loomed over the ground. The elder struck. The darkness coalesced in an instant, and a crescent arc of light flashed through the air, crashing down upon Wang Ming. With a resounding thud, his shield and mithril armor shimmered momentarily, yet remained unscathed. However, the elder then began to spin rapidly, unleashing a flurry of dagger-like lights. Almost immediately, the elder melded into the shadows, his speed astonishing, as the daggers enveloped Wang Ming like a cocoon. Countless sparks danced around him, the mithril armor flickering incessantly, until the onslaught converged into a singular form, all the dagger lights coalescing into a short sword. The elder reappeared, gripping the very essence of the gathered dagger lights, and with terrifying might and speed, thrust it directly into Wang Ming's back. With a piercing sound, the blade breached his defenses, penetrating straight through. Blood gushed forth in an instant. Wang Ming swiftly turned, reaching out, but the elder vanished into a wisp of smoke, disappearing into the darkness with remarkable swiftness. Looking down at the wound on his chest, blood oozed forth, yet he showed no surprise. Instead, he gestured into the shadows, "Continue." As he spoke, he began to articulate a series of syllables, and a green whirlwind swiftly encircled him. As the verdant winds swept by, the wound on his chest healed rapidly. The assault did not cease. The elder trembled, and shadows rapidly converged, summoning another figure, 2 elders striking in unison. This relentless barrage compelled Wang Ming to clench his fists, bestowing upon himself a protective shield of holy light, as 4 shields rose around him in a defensive formation. Then, bracing against the concentrated attacks, he suddenly bent low, his fists radiating golden light like massive hammers, crashing down upon the ground with tremendous force. Rise! The earth caved in, shattering into countless fragments, as golden arcs of electricity surged forth from the fissures, leaping upwards with fervor. The speed of the arcs surged from the ground with astonishing rapidity. In an instant, 2 shadowy figures were ensnared by the golden lightning, rendered weightless and rigid in midair. At that very moment of paralysis, Wang Ming sprang from his position, propelling the totemic pillar embedded in the earth skyward. With both arms enveloping it, he spun it around with ferocity. "Old fool, unable to best even me at the 5th tier, and yet you still refuse to return and tend to your children," Wang Ming roared, the totemic column howling with a terrifying crescendo as it crashed down upon the 2 figures. One shadow instantly dissipated into a cloud of black mist, while the other was sent hurtling like a cannonball, demolishing a series of buildings as it soared into the street. Wang Ming turned to Feng Huai, "Quit the pretense, and meet your swift demise." Just as he was about to launch the totemic pillar to send Feng Huai flying alongside, an eye abruptly manifested on his chest, resembling a minimalist painted target with concentric rings around the pupil. Wang Ming's countenance shifted dramatically. Domain Eagle Eye. In the next heartbeat, a beam of radiance pierced through him. The damage inflicted was horrendous, nearly hollowing out his chest. The winds of divine healing enveloped him once more, and without a moment's hesitation, he fled with great urgency. Almost instantaneously, 3 arrows, like phantoms, pursued him with blinding speed, curving to track him even around corners. The 3-story building had been ruthlessly breached, exposing the darkened street beyond, where the rain fell in a murky haze. Feng Huai felt a shiver of trepidation as he glanced in the direction of Wang Ming's escape. A sentinel of the Triad proved to be remarkably formidable. He then quickly scanned the distance down the street, where a middle-aged man in a cowboy hat was seen strolling through the rain, seemingly untouched by the downpour, his attire completely dry. He surveyed the area, brow furrowed, and inquired of Feng Huai what transpired here. Feng Huai slightly bowed in deference. I pay my respects to Lord Zhao Qi, and I thank you for your intervention. With a wry smile, he added, I initially thought him a mere petty thief, yet he reveals himself to be quite the expert. Petty thief? Lord Zhao Qi scoffed, glancing at the ground littered with elements of holy light. However, he did not press further, appearing disinterested in the affairs of the youth. Beyond, enough of this. It's late. Do not disturb the peace of the night. Chapter 77. The Frenzied Li Hongyu. The presence of the seventh lord of the Zhao family was indeed unexpected. Feng Huai took a deep breath. Wang Ming's assertions were not without merit. His actions were exceedingly irrational. He rubbed his forehead, realizing that Yan's situation had somewhat unsettled him. He was more than willing to accept Wang Ming's criticism, watching the retreating figure of Lord Zhao Qi, quickly recalling his father's words. The Zhao family may lack in numbers, yet their connections are vast. Their patriarch is a spirit-refining alchemist, belonging to the obscure vocation of life, whose relationships are widespread. Those who wish to follow him are granted the Zhao surname. This latest titan, primarily composed of individuals engaged in supportive and life professions, adheres to a philosophy of governance that avoids the use of force. In this world, the ability to achieve peace without resorting to violence merely indicates that the combined intelligence of the remaining four titans may not surpass that of a certain individual. Feng Huai let out a long breath. If the Zhao family's intelligence is indeed so formidable, they might possess knowledge of a Yan's condition, and their recent inquiries about unknown emblems would likely be easily discerned. He pinched the bridge of his nose and then turned to observe a corner where a frail girl lay unconscious among the bricks. He stepped closer to check her breath and found, to his surprise, that she was still alive. Upon assessing the distance, he realized this young girl had managed to crawl quite far amidst the chaos of battle. He grasped her collar and pulled her from the rubble. Her profile indicated that she had hardly ever ventured from the shop, rendering her akin to a blank slate, and she was not even a professional. Just as he was about to toss her back to the ground, he suddenly recalled Wang Ming's assured expression. If it wasn't taken by him, then who did? He lifted Lin Yin and slowly made his way into the vehicle. Beneath the desolate city, the rocks surrounding the cliff were ancient and rugged, adorned with mysterious patterns and peculiar symbols. A tunnel was embedded within, with a crimson luminescent curtain cascading down vertically, completely obscuring the interior scene. The iron tracks extended straight towards the cliff, plunging into the glowing fabric. At the center of these tracks sat Li Hongyu, calmly meditating. Occasionally, water dripped from the cliff, producing a crisp sound that was particularly jarring in the stillness of the environment. The redstone cultural train came to a halt. They were quite close to the exit, surrounded by various stalactites resembling a cavern, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors, and were it not for the dimensional considerations, it would be a splendid scenic spot. As the train stopped, the three passengers had their fill and wiped their mouths, with Zhao Lubai being the first to rise, signaling the staff to open the door. Where are you headed? Came the timely voice of Ji Linger. Approaching the door, Zhao Lubai turned back with a smile. To gather inspiration, he gestured towards the stalactites outside, saying, do these formations not resemble the externalized souls of psychologically twisted individuals, creating artworks steeped in irony? The group disembarked without looking back, leaving Ji Linger momentarily perplexed as she glanced curiously at Jin Quan. She had seen the other four on the train, but this person seemed unfamiliar. Moreover, judging by his attire, made from inferior materials and poor stitching, he did not appear to be from the upper city. Just then, the train doors slammed shut, completely obstructing her view. Why not just drive out? Xia Yinjia muttered along the tracks. Zhao Lubai shook his head. If that woman dies too, and we're the only ones left, the situation would escalate dramatically. If she witnesses us killing Li Hongyu, it would complicate matters further. It's better to keep our distance. They proceeded along the railway, where the stalactites gradually converged, revealing a secluded tunnel ahead. The group did not pause. As they traversed the tunnel for a considerable time, an immense crimson curtain emerged, resembling undulating waves of light, perpetually in motion and strikingly alluring. Do you possess the confidence to confront a fourth-tier magic swordsman adorned with 100 star patterns? Zhao Lubai inquired, gazing towards the luminous screen ahead. However, Jin Quan frowned slightly. What precisely does the enhancement from these 100 star patterns entail? Such a phenomenon is difficult to articulate. It is more sensation. The human body is frail, yet its potential is boundless. When a certain attribute reaches the 100 star threshold, an additional surge of potential is unleashed. Intelligence transcends mere spell potency. The mind is not solely for casting more skills. The greater the intellect, the deeper the understanding of elemental significance. A heightened spirit leads to profound perceptions of a world. Ultimately, harnessing this potential will render your skills more precise and efficient. Jin Quan pondered, stroking his chin. Suddenly, he thrust his right hand outward with force, and in the next moment, four distinct colored star patterns emerge around his arm. Reminiscent of the Hong family's iron wire fist. I sense little difference, Zhao Lubai remarked, his pupils narrowing as he beheld the four-star rings on Jin Quan's arm. Meanwhile, Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shilu, who had been lurking in the background like specters, gasped audibly. Everyone's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. 400, no, 500 stars. He murmured, observing the green star rings resembling the heads of two elephants. A lower third tier, with a constitution of 200 stars. He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. I thought I was well-versed in the ways of the world, yet I find myself a mere frog at the bottom of the well. With that, he boldly stepped through the curtain of light. The illumination intensified suddenly, and the sound of dripping water enveloped his ears. Li Hongyu, who had been meditating cross-legged, instantly opened his eyes, surprise flickering across his face as he looked at the assembled crowd. The dimensional rift opens. One must wait a month to emerge. How have you all arrived here early? He had anticipated this moment to evade family members seeking him, allowing him to wait at Pit No. One for the insignia to be lost. He glanced at his mechanical watch. Only 5 days had passed. What is Li Sanshao doing here? Zhao Lubai asked, mirroring the same look of confusion. Upon seeing Zhao Lubai, Li Hongyu's expression hardened. So it is you. No wonder you possess such audacity. He rose from the center of the track, slightly puffing out his chest as a series of sharp cracks echoed from his bones. A flicker of violet light emanated from his hand, revealing a silver longsword. Dispel your storage equipment. Zhao Yobai's eyes narrowed. Once the storage gear was undone, the insignia would dissipate, and its contents would scatter like popcorn. Any private belongings would be strewn across the ground, a profound indignity for a professional. Has Li Sanshao lived long enough? Li Hongyu, however, chuckled nonchalantly. It's not about living long. It's about having nothing left to lose. Thus, I must either find something or seek company and demise. You, the sole heir of a wealthy consortium, fit perfectly as a candidate for my burial companion. In the pursuit of sealing the sword tomb, many lives were lost within the family. Li Hongyu returned, unable to provide a satisfactory explanation. According to the Li family's rules, his fate was sealed. Zhao Lubai observed the shameless expression on his face, realizing that further conversation was futile. He took a step back, subtly signaling to Jin Quan. Jin Quan, scratching his nose, tilted his head to glance at Li Hongyu. Must they all perish? Liu Yu, casting a perplexed gaze at the retreating Zhao Lubai, scrutinized Jin Quan from head to toe. A slave? Jin Quan offered no reply, merely reiterating his previous question. Must they all perish? Li Hongyu let out a cold, derisive laugh, viciously gesturing across his throat. Not just you. I intend to eliminate every creature within the Wasteland prison. Reduce them to mere pulp. Veins bulged prominently on his neck as his eyes widened, bloodshot and furious. Witnessing such a countenance, Jin Quan furrowed his brow slightly. The frenzied agitation had devolved into an irrational, beastly frenzy. Such individuals often thrived in the shadows of society, among fervent drug traffickers in tropical jungles. Willing to play Russian roulette with their own lives, transform into human bombs, or massacre villages to vent their violence, fully embracing death without restraint. Jin Quan shukulat shufli, shaking his head as radiant orange light emanated from his hand, summoning the lava judgment. He fixed his gaze on Li Hongyu's face, stating, I shall now invoke self-defense. Chapter 78. Unadorned Severance. Li Hongyu, initially dismissive, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the orange glow in Jin Quan's hand. An orange weapon of the lower tier? Zhao Lubai echoed his surprise. Indeed, to amass such a multitude of 100-star patterns, a purple emblem would have been unattainable. As Li Hongyu's sword energy swept through, a crimson formation emerged on the ground, from which a colossal rat phantasm crawled forth. In an instant, his internal power surged. I am eager to witness the extent of a slave's potential, capable of wielding an orange weapon at the lower tier. With a sudden, forceful stomp, the rat phantasm within the formation transformed into a streak of light, burrowing into his legs. With a swift whoosh, he propelled himself forward. covering a significant distance in the blink of an eye. Just as Jin Quan anticipated a close combat engagement, he witnessed Li Hongyu leap into the air, 200 star patterns spiraling from his wrist. The sword plunged into the ground, instantaneously summoning 3 sword formation circles beneath Jin Quan's feet: Dark Swamp, Scorching Flames, and Malevolent Ghost. The 3 formations struck the ground almost simultaneously. Zhao Lu Bai furrowed his brow, noting the astonishing speed with which the formations were cast. Li Hongyu had already mastered the application of star patterns, releasing similar skills in an instant. In that moment, Jin Quan felt the ground beneath him give way, as countless hands, resembling those of the undead, emerged from the swamp, grasping tightly around his legs. A thick red mist enveloped the surroundings, suddenly igniting in flames. Then, with a sharp focus, his eyes narrowed as a malevolent ghost pattern materialized on his forehead. S-Class talent, Devourer of Evil Spirits. The attack was imbued with the malevolent essence of the demons, relentlessly diminishing the target's defenses. Once breached, it would rend the flesh of living beings, leaving them in tatters, while the demons feasted upon the remains to augment their own power. Li Hongyu gripped his sword tightly as countless dark demons coalesced and crawled upon the blade, ultimately transforming into a massive 5-meter-long greatsword. A slave is, after all, still a slave. Ghost Slash. The colossal blade descended with a thunderous roar, accompanied by the cacophony of countless demons shrieking as it struck down upon Jin Quan's head. Bang! The sound shattered like ice crystals, causing the demons to scatter in an instant. Yet, Jin Quan remained steadfast, wielding the lava judgment without a scratch. Li Hongyu, disbelief etched upon his face, gazed at Jin Quan's feet, having caught a fleeting glimpse of an orange glow. Another orange artifact? Jin Quan looked down at the ground. The slowing effect of the Dark Swamp formation had activated the frost shield of the Frosty Boots, effectively negating attacks, not exceeding twice his own strength. Li Hongyu's powerful Ghost Slash had struck nothing but air. The still-burning formation and the high fire resistance of the lava set left Jin Quan feeling no discomfort. Standing within the fiery array, he looked up at Li Hongyu and asked, "Fourth tier, is that all?" With that, he suddenly propelled himself off the ground, creating a thunderous explosion beneath him as he soared into the air like a majestic eagle, golden light enveloping his form as he raised the greatsword high. Berserk body. Li Hongyu's expression shifted dramatically. This was the attribute of an epic skill. He thumped his chest, Earth style. In an instant, the spectral mouse that had been hovering around him leapt onto his back, and his body seemed to plummet into the earth. The Troll Earth Splitter descended like a falling star. Boom! The terrifying force of the impact tore apart the iron tracks and cleaved the ground asunder, sending countless fragments flying. Yet, Jin Quan furrowed his brow, gripping the greatsword and scanning the surroundings, but he found no trace of Li Hongyu. Burrowing? The dispersing shockwave caused the garments of Zhao Lu Bai and his companions in the distance to flutter violently. Suddenly, Zhao Liu Bai's expression sharpened within his sight. The entire world around him seemed to evaporate, as if entering a realm of blue water, ripples emanating swiftly in the distance. He quickly turned to a particular direction, raising his staff with a flourish, unleashing a beam of black dispelling light that soared from the depths below. Here, his dispelling light not only removed negative effects from allies, but surprisingly also negated the buffs on the opposing side. In the next moment, the spectral mouse that had been beneath Li Hongyu vanished instantaneously, and he erupted from the ground. Just then, his pupils constricted sharply as a purple light, locking onto him, surged forward. With a sudden thump to his chest, radiant gold light enveloped his entire being, as if he were clad in gold leaf. Jin Quan's greatsword struck down with a resounding clang. The formidable blade of the Desolation Slice pierced through the golden form, carving a gash in the earth behind. Oh! Jin Quan was taken aback. The gold radiance surrounding Li Hongyu had completely withstood his attack, inflicting not a shred of damage. Instead, the formidable backlash left his hands tingling with a strange numbness. How intriguing. Subsequently, gray nuclear particles instantaneously entwined around the sword's body, transforming the molten judgment into a hue of gray. With a swift upward thrust, unadorned yet impactful, a head resembling gold plummeted from its shoulder. In that fleeting moment, it regained its corporeal form. Li Hongyu's eyes seemed on the verge of splitting open, his expression suffused with incredulity. Jin Quan pierced him with a blade, the tip sinking into flesh. That was a sealing talisman, a creation of talismanic masters who inscribe others' abilities within the charm, a rather intricate but life-preserving artifact. Zhao Lubai approached, casting a glance at the unblinkingly Hong Yu, and then at the knife in Jin Quan's hand. He could not help but feel a jolt of astonishment. To think that even the indestructible golden body had been so easily severed. What manner of monstrous ability was this? With a flicker of light from his wrist, he directly collected Li Hongyu's corpse, turning back to issue a command. Handle this. At once, Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shilu swiftly advanced, producing packets of powder, which they evenly scattered across the entire area. In the next moment, a spark ignited the powder, instantly engulfing the battleground in a thick cloud of azure smoke. The destruction of the battlefield was one matter. Erasing all traces of elemental presence was another. Let us depart. He beckoned Jin Quan. Yet Jin Quan, with his hands tucked into his pockets, gazed back at the flickering crimson light of the dimensional entrance. He toyed with the dimensional crystal within his pocket. With but a thought, he could expel all intruders from the dimension and subsequently absorb it into the dimensional crystal. However, glancing at Zhao Lu Bai and recalling the woman of the Ji surname within, he suddenly inquired, "How long until this dimension closes?" Zhao Lu Bai also turned to survey the dimensional entrance. This particular pit belonged to the realm of time. It required no material sacrifice and opened every 20 years. Generally, in the month preceding its opening, entry was permitted but exit was prohibited. For the subsequent 2 months, both ingress and egress were allowed. Yet, given that it had been fully explored, entry and exit were now unrestricted, with a closure set for 3 months hence. As he spoke, he sighed, casting a smile at Jin Quan. Although Zhu Jinxiong has perished, you have cultivated the broodmother of the vengeful spider. In 20 years, it shall return to its primordial state, with the lord returning to its nest alongside for domain lords and the brood mother residing in a single lair. Provided you refrain from assaulting its nest, it shall not emerge. Thus, the vengeful spirits surrounding the mother nest represent a significant treasure, and the Eagle Legion has, in a manner of speaking, turned misfortune into fortune. Jin Quan's question seemed to spark a thought in him. He glanced at his watch. There remained 10 days until the miners entered. Once they did, news of the dimension's exploration would soon spread. Chapter 79. Exiting the pit, entering the city. He crouched down, the purple light of his bracelet flickering momentarily as he retrieved a peculiar device. This machine resembled an antiquated radio, a metallic square box with 2 long antennas protruding, accompanied by a telephone receiver. He flipped a switch. Suddenly, a blue light flickered from the power line, followed by a series of beeping sounds reminiscent of a telephone dial. "Hello?" A grave voice emanated from the receiver. "Uncle Chi, it's me." The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before coolly responding, "Not a trace." Zhao Lubai chuckled awkwardly. Being single brings less trouble and more freedom. The voice then expressed surprise. "Xiaobai, didn't you enter pit number 1? Is communication possible across dimensions?" "Uncle Chi, I've emerged. I'm at the dimensional entrance. I need to exit without raising suspicion." The tone from the receiver noticeably heightened. "You killed the vengeful Spider Queen?" Zhao Lubai chose to say no more. "I'll explain once I'm out," he said, promptly ending the call. He found a stone to sit on and addressed Jin Quan. "To be on the safe side, let the people outside come to fetch us." The arrangements outside were executed swiftly. Jin Quan had barely settled when a thunderous roar of engines and the jarring sound of collisions resonated. 2 beams of headlights turned the entire area brilliantly illuminated. Jin Quan squinted to see a large military green truck, its paint chipped and marred by rust, rumbling over the gravel-strewn road. As the air brakes hissed, a middle-aged man wearing a safety helmet and with dark skin jumped down from the vehicle. "Which one is young Master Zhao?" Zhao Lubai rose, and the driver respectfully nodded at him before quickly climbing into the back of the truck to uncover the tarp. Once unveiled, a plethora of blue minerals lay within, though the back half of the truck was filled while the front third was separated by 2 large metal plates, leaving an empty space. The driver, somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Apologies for the inconvenience, young Master Zhao." Zhao Lubai, not one to fuss, hopped into the vehicle, followed closely by Jin Quan. The interior had been hastily tidied. Traces of a broom were still visible on the walls of the truck bed, and 2 well-worn, shiny sofas were placed inside. Once everyone was aboard, the driver swiftly covered the tarp again. He knocked on the side of the truck and said, "Young Master Zhao, there'll be a check soon, so I hope you remain silent." Zhao Lubai reclined on the sofa and tapped on the truck's body in acknowledgement. The engine roared back to life, and the vehicle began to jolt. Jin Quan glanced beneath the sofa, noticing that the legs were welded to the truck bed in several spots, despite the bumps. There was no danger of being thrown out. You certainly have a remarkable ability. Just a phone call can summon people to this place. Saolyuvai Chakil, Bitno. 1 is a dimension, surrounded by several others that were once the lairs of guardians, yielding various minerals. He gestured towards the partition behind him, saying, "This mineral is called bluewood essence. Although it is a mineral, it possesses medicinal properties and can be processed into potion materials. The vehicle should lead directly to my family's estate, serving as a collaborative project with the Eagle Legion." Jin Quan crouched down, picking up a small piece of uncleaned ore, yet found no immediate utility in it. "Upon arriving at the factory, you may sell those materials and items to me, and I assure you a favorable price." As the ride became less jarring, the group fell into a hushed silence. Soon, a voice thundered, "Why the delay? Has the convoy already departed?" "Zhang, the cargo for today's pit change. Damn it, we couldn't navigate the previous route, and taking an alternate path has led us into a trap. Here, Dahongshi. I'll take one." Shortly after, the sound of someone lifting the tarpaulin was heard. "Be gentle with it. During the rainy season, the tarpaulin is quite expensive." As the flick of a lighter ignited, Zhang's voice rang out once more. "Let us go. Is the tarpaulin secured? Get lost." "All right then." The vehicle stirred again, and before long, the sound of heavy raindrops began to drum against the tarpaulin above. Clearly, they were now under an open sky. Once outside, the road was markedly improved. The tarpaulin flapped noisily in the wind, and the vehicle sped along rapidly. Approximately half an hour later, the sound of raindrops abruptly ceased, followed by a couple of knocks on the cabin. "We've arrived, young Master Zhao." In an instant, the cloak was flung open, and light flooded in. They found themselves in a vast workshop warehouse, supported by robust I-beams, with walls constructed from sturdy gray metal panels. As the vehicle entered, the enormous roll-up door had already closed tightly. Jin Quan surveyed the surroundings, noting the multitude of processing machines, though there were no workers present at the moment. Zhao Lubai exhaled a sigh of relief and brushed off his clothing. "Let's head to the second floor." This so-called second floor was merely a two-story structure built in one corner of the vast warehouse, likely designated for office use and hospitality. As Jin Quan ascended the first step of the steel staircase, a sudden jolt surged through his brow, akin to being targeted by a lethal sniper. He abruptly raised his head to glance at the mobile cabin on the second floor, where a middle-aged man leaned against the railing, locking eyes with him. Jin Quan barely noted the man's appearance, as his gaze was entirely captivated by those eyes, dark and sparkling like gemstones, sharp and keen like a falconess. Upon seeing Jin Quan's face, the man pondered momentarily, followed by a hint of confusion. "Seventh uncle." The middle-aged man nodded. "Are you all right?" He glanced at Zhao Lubai, and then led the group into a cabin. With a soft chime, a warm breeze flowed from the air conditioning unit. He took a seat first and offered Jin Quan a cigar. Jin Quan hesitated, instinctively reaching out to accept it. The man's presence had imparted a sense of lethal danger, evoking an illusion of being able to have his head pierced at any moment. "How is your grandmother? Have you visited her?" As the words escaped his lips, Jin Quan, who had initially intended to discern whether the cigar was merely a blend of drug-laden tobacco, abruptly lifted his gaze. Even Zhao Lubai, who was pouring water beside the drinking fountain, turned in surprise. "Seventh uncle, do you know him?" he inquired. The old man shook his head. "I do not know him, but I am acquainted with his father." Jin Quan felt a sense of bewilderment. To be candid, he was unfamiliar with his own father. Zhao Lubai, holding 2 cups of water, offered one to Jin Quan and the other to Xia Inja, then scrutinized Jin Quan closely. Yet his mind yielded no recollections. Seventh Zhao chuckled softly, igniting the cigar in his hand with a blowtorch, reclining on the sofa as he mused. "The cake is but so large. Where disorder reigns, the production of goods falters, allowing wares from peaceful lands to infiltrate with greater ease. Thus, all hope for chaos on the other side, for therein lies profit." The denizens of the Heavenly Enlightenment Empire suddenly revealed their fangs, aiming for a dynastic overthrow. Zhao Lubai pushed the ashtray toward him. "When chaos ensues, opportunities for business arise. We adhere to the principle of aiding the weak, striving for a balance of power, hoping for a prolonged state of disarray. Hence, we sought contact with his father." Chapter 80. Another transaction. Thus, we reached out to his father. However, the fifth family had languished in decline for too long, while the emerging factions ascended with alarming speed, sweeping through with ruthless efficiency. With the demise of Tianjiao Luo Ming in the desolate wasteland, the Luo family lost all hope of resurgence. The Heavenly Enlightenment Empire had indeed undergone a complete dynastic transition. He took a puff from his cigar, and a dense plume of smoke enveloped the air, swirling with a rich aroma. What followed was a grand purge. The Eagle Empire sought to preserve some seeds, supporting a government in exile to create difficulties for the current Heavenly Enlightenment Empire. Our Zhao family assisted in sending a multitude of women to the elemental holy city. The Feng family of the Shengwei Consortium, on the other hand, took in a number of boys, aiming to transport them to the Eagle Empire. At this juncture, he tapped the cigar and chuckled lightly. We sent the women off with a fair wind at their backs. However, the Feng family, tasked with transporting the boys, faced relentless pursuit. Though all the boys were mere untransformed commoners, their fate was sealed in bloodshed. Not only did every boy perish, but the Feng family also lost a blood sacrificer. Recently, the Feng family lamented, declaring it their most disastrous investment. At this point, 7th Zhao turned his gaze toward Jin Quan. I had thought the 5th family had been entirely eradicated. He tapped the end of his cigar against his brow, seemingly lost in thought, before looking up. So you're the eldest son of the 5th new book, Jin Quan, correct? Jin Quan listened with rapt attention, yet felt no connection to the matters concerning himself. When questioned by 7th Zhao, he merely nodded. Indeed, I am Jin Quan. However, 7th Zhao appeared perplexed once more. All the intelligence I have gathered indicates that 5th Jin Quan possesses a profession that is deemed incompatible. You are considered a waste. The Feng family was able to retrieve you, perhaps primarily because the last person to take you away was yourself, and those pursuing you were disinclined to incur additional casualties. However, you now find yourself as a professional. Jin Quan smiled slightly. I wonder if the senior has heard the saying, those who survive great calamities will surely be blessed. I believe fortune has smiled upon me. Zhao Qiye was momentarily taken aback, for few dared to play coy in his presence. Yet he burst into hearty laughter, expressing his admiration. Excellent. It would be best if you could return and restore the nation. Just a few days ago, the Tianqi Empire was officially renamed the Tianwei Empire. You are the only male heir of the entire 5th family. Jin Quan did not respond, merely lifted a cup from the table and took a sip of water. From a businessman's perspective, everything is a transaction. Zhao Qiye then turned to the seated Zhao Lubai and inquired, what has transpired? Zhao Lubai loosened his collar. Of the group that entered, apart from myself and Ji Linger, everyone else has perished. He glanced at Jin Quan. The motherworm was likely dealt with by him and Ji Ran. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiye, who had been leaning back on the sofa, straightened up abruptly. Ji Ran? He was visibly shocked to hear the name. Zhao Lubai nodded. Upon my entry, I discovered Jin Quan and Ji Ran. However, they had no interactions before he departed. Xia Yinjia turned to look at Jin Quan, somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it I who aided the boss in battling that creature? Why is it Ji Ran? Jin Quan shot him a glance and cleared his throat. After we exterminated the motherworm, he simply left. Where did he go? Zhao Qiye asked with a furrowed brow. Jin Quan shook his head. I do not know. I was merely assisting him. He suddenly realized the significant weight Ji Ran held in the eyes of these individuals. The middle-aged man before him was formidable and a businessman. To extricate oneself from the most substantial beneficiary of pit number 1 was undoubtedly the best course of action. Is your successful career transition related to him? Zhao Qiye inquired. Indeed, Jin Quan affirmed with resolute nodding. The professional emblem reflects talent, while the unknown emblem signifies fortune. Zhao Qiye took a puff from his cigar. It seems your words have been validated. Fortune has indeed arrived. His index finger tapped rhythmically against the armrest of the sofa. The original trio, representing the Empire's continuity, had nearly all fallen at the same time. It would be difficult to believe this occurred without a significant hand at play. It is perhaps best to keep this matter discreet. If he wishes to return, he will do so in due course. He cast a deliberate glance at the nearby Xia Yinjia, his icy gaze seemingly penetrating to the very soul. This made Xia Yinjia shudder, causing him to spill the water in his cup all over the table. He hurriedly wiped it up. Senior, I heard nothing. Zhao Qiye leaned down, tore off 2 napkins, and tossed them to him before turning to Zhao Lubai. Has Zhu Jinxiong also perished? Zhao Lubai removed his outer garment, hanging it on a coat rack, and leaned against the table. In an unexpected fit of enthusiasm, Zhu Jinxiong suddenly declared his intention to lead everyone in the endeavor of pioneering the mother spider of resentment. To say nothing of the formidable mother bug, even the ice-cold spider had whisked everyone away. After taking a sip of hot water, he continued, given Zhu Jinxiong's level of favor, even if he were to falter in combat, extricating himself from the fray should not pose a significant challenge. Yet, he fell victim to Ji Linger's treachery. Setting down his cup, he turned to Lord Zhao Qi and inquired, "How should we address the matter of Ji Linger effectively eliminating Zhu Jinxiang? If this were to become public knowledge, it is likely that our empire of the Flying Eagle would descend into chaos. As with the realms of Hudong and Hushi, akin to the Tianpiki Empire, they would undoubtedly relish the prospect of our turmoil." Lord Zhao Qi furrowed his brow, puffing on a cigar in contemplative silence. He then produced a cigar cutter from his pocket, snipping the end with a decisive snap before stowing the cigar back away. He opened his palm, revealing an ethereal cube that materialized before them, causing Jin Quan's eyelids to flutter in recognition. It was the Legion Order, albeit not a six-face cube, but rather a three-dimensional magic cube, with 54 small faces faintly etched with the portraits of various figures. Zhao Qi gently closed his eyes, and after a brief interval, reopened them, stating, "Leave this matter to rest. The leader has instructed you to swiftly acquire all 6 skills." Zhao Lubai offered a rueful smile, as he aspired to transcend his current limitations, surpassing the threshold of 50 efficiency to slay a lord and acquire the priestly skills. After having suppressed his level for so long, this time in the dimensional realm seemed futile. The only solitary lord had already been defeated by the two of them. Then, recalling something, he said, "Seventh uncle, could you procure 200,000 spirit crystals from the Legion? I will repay you shortly." Zhao Qi glanced at Zhao Lubai, and in the next moment, 2 large wooden chests materialized within the cramped confines of the small room, making the space feel even more congested. He pressed his knee to stand upright. "You should see to their rest." With that, he strode towards the exit. Zhao Lubai nodded and casually inquired, "Is there anything urgent for Brother Jin Quan?" Jin Quan raised his head, listening to the sound of rain against the iron roof, and replied, "Could you take me to the police station on Champalices?" Regardless of Wang Meng's identity, whether through coercion or negotiation, leveraging Zhao Liubai's influence should guarantee the safe escort of Lin Yin. Following that, they could infiltrate the dimensional exit with the miners, thus transporting the dimension into dimensional crystals and ultimately departing the city. Just as Zhao Qi was about to push open the door, he suddenly paused, glancing back at Jin Quan. "The police station on Champalices no longer exists." "No longer exists?" A look of astonishment flitted across Jin Quan's face. "Yesterday, that lad from the Fong family mentioned apprehending thieves, and they clashed with an inspector." He chuckled lightly, adding, "He nearly got himself killed." Upon hearing the mention of the inspector, Jin Quan immediately thought of Wang Meng and quickly asked, "Did you see a petite girl, an ordinary person?" Jin Quan stood, gesturing with his hand to indicate her height. Master Zhao Qi reminisced for a moment, and under the watchful gaze, he indeed recalled a slave girl. He nodded, seemingly taken away by Fong Huai. Having spoken, he unlocked the door and descended the stairs. "So, what relation does this girl have to you?" Zhao Lubai inquired as he rose to close the door. Jin Quan furrowed his brow. "She saved my life. Do you wish for me to retrieve her? Is that possible?" Jin Quan asked, tilting his head. Zhao Lubai produced his mobile phone. "It's merely a phone call." Jin Quan was momentarily taken aback, observing the warm smile that adorned Zhao Liubai's face as the latter kicked an empty box on the floor. "I wish to exchange it for sandheart flowers, but I have already given you 100,000 spirit crystals." Gazing at the box on the ground, it seemed illogical for a businessman to request a refund at this point. "What else do you desire?" The professional breakthrough necessitated mastering 6 skills and reaching level 39. The level was manageable, yet the skills posed a considerable challenge for him. "Assist me." Chapter 81. Agreement assist you? Zhao Lubai had mentioned this previously. "My profession can only transform the priest skills dropped by a 50 efficiency kill into dark priest skills. Otherwise, I can only learn the ordinary priest skills." Jin Quan glanced at him, aware that his demon swordsman class could also convert ordinary sword skills into demon swordsman skills, albeit under the same 50 efficiency kill transformation rule, which he was unaware of. He had yet to experience what a 50 efficiency kill felt like. "Where's Fong Huai? Is he strong?" Jin Quan casually inquired. Zhao Lubai lifted his eyelids, meeting Jin Quan's indifferent expression. "Strength is secondary. If you were to openly kill him here, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to find refuge in the entire Eagle Empire. Moreover, he is protected by at least one awakened individual, someone above level 60. If one believes that stacking attributes can rival the 4th tier, then facing an awaken one's domain would leave little room for survival. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "That belongs to an entirely different dimension. Only domains can contend with domains." Jin Quan resumed his seat, taking a delicate sip from his cup. The hopeful gaze of Lin Yin, as she was dragged away by Wang Ming, flickering in his mind. How long will it take? Upon hearing Jin Quan's inquiry about time, Zhao Lubai also took a seat across from him, grasping the lighter on the table. Care for smoke? Jin Quan glanced at the cigar in his hand and shook his head. Within 10 days, our family's latest Wasteland vehicle awaits outside the city, capable of handling most situations. The round trip will take 6 days, with 4 days to traverse dimensions. Is that feasible? Zhao Lubai set down the lighter. How does it compare to Pit 1? Jin Quan asked. Ultimately, the Overlord can kill if they wish, but there is no need for coercion. Jin Quan's brow slightly furrowed. Is the Overlord of Pit 1 even stronger? If it were not for the unyielding determination of that vengeful spider mother to mend the egg sac, coupled with the blood of Xia Yinjia, even Jin Quan might have struggled to vanquish her. Zhao Lubai reached for his cup from the adjacent table. I believe I have mentioned this to you before. The secret realm is known as the Cursebone Cave, a dark domain predominantly inhabited by undead creatures. Due to my profession, my healing abilities have become quite formidable. As a priest, my role is primarily to bestow beneficial effects upon my comrades. He exhaled gently into the cup and chuckled. In fact, inflicting debuffs upon our adversaries, in a sense, yields the same result. When the enemy is weakened, it effectively enhances our allies. The priest's offensive skills were alarmingly scant, with only the curse spells providing a balanced approach to both attack and defense. He took a sip of the now lukewarm water, placing the cup down with a contemplative demeanor. This dimension was long ago explored, but later, the Overlord within underwent an exceedingly peculiar mutation, rendering her extraordinarily powerful. That woman, whose name stands alongside Jiran, met her fate within this very cave. He then added nonchalantly, "We need not be overly ambitious. Much like in the first pit, once we eliminate the surrounding overlords, we shall withdraw. However, you must assist me in keeping the kill efficiency above 50. Jin Quan nodded, likely understanding the implications. Given the strength of the overlords surrounding the first pit, he should be capable of serving as a competent substitute given his current abilities. Is there swordsmanship in the Cursebone Cave? Swordsmanship? Haven't you fully learned your skills? Zhao Lubai inquired, puzzled. He then pondered the information at hand. Within, there exists a lord of the skeletal realm who wields a technique called sword armor, though it is primarily a defensive skill. Upon hearing the name, Jin Quan's eyes sparkled, having learned 5 out of 6 skills, including strike, agility, and strong control. He was in search of a life-preserving defensive technique. He then looked up at Zhao Lubai. When will I see that girl? A smile graced Zhao Liubai's face. You have agreed? Jin Quan then turned to Xia Yinjia. What about you? Will you stay here or accompany me? If you enter, you must wait for my professional breakthrough before exiting. Xia Yinjia set down his cup, gazing at Jin Quan with steadfast resolve. Where the boss goes, I shall follow. As a member of the Phantom Brigade, he understood that loyalty to his leader was essential, a trait befitting a former troop member. Jin Quan smiled and nodded at Zhao Lubai. However, today I must see that girl. A rumble of thunder echoed as jagged bolts of lightning illuminated the dimly lit redstone city for a fleeting moment. On the top floor of a towering building, the expansive windows framed a dazzling nightscape, the air infused with a subtle lavender fragrance. Feng Huai lay immersed in a steaming bathtub, eyes closed, savoring a brief respite for body and mind. A sudden knock on the door caused Feng Huai to furrow his brow. Come in. As the door swung open, a graceful young lady clad in a black professional outfit entered, her hands resting delicately on her abdomen as she bowed to Feng Huai. Young master, the girl you brought yesterday has awakened. Feng Huai, who had seemingly been resting, promptly opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the young lady. Go fetch her. Yes. Feng Huai rose from the bathtub, quickly draping a bathrobe over himself before entering the dressing room. Lin Ying, enveloped in a somewhat oversized long shirt, appeared somewhat dazed. The beautiful woman before her led her forward, step by step. She had been doing well with Wang Ming, engaging in light tasks. Most importantly, she knew someone would come to collect her. However, now that Wang Ming was gone, she found herself in the hands of an even more elevated figure. The military governor was the embodiment of the sky in the desolate city, and this person towered far above that. It seemed she had little chance of being taken by that individual. As the door swung open, the sudden rush of warm air from the air conditioning eased her somewhat stiff body. Please come in. With the service lady's guidance, She stepped into a high-end room she had never encountered in her life. The soft carpet felt like freshly steamed black bread underfoot, and everything was exquisitely pristine. The night view outside was vast and resplendent, as if all beings lay beneath her gaze, making it hard to fathom what kind of person could reside in such luxurious quarters. As she gazed absent-mindedly out the window, the dressing room door clicked open. Lin quickly lowered her head to the ground. Feng Huai had changed into a clean, deep blue suit and, upon seating himself on the sofa, casually lit a cigarette. "You are Lin?" he inquired with a cigarette between his lips. Lin dared not meet Feng Huai's eyes and merely nodded lightly. "Where's your brother?" She shook her head. "Before your brother died, did he give you anything, perhaps something like this?" He produced a purple, circular insignia from his hand, sliding it slowly across the coffee table. Lin Ying's downward gaze caught sight of it, yet she shook her head once more. "Where did you see him for the last time?" She nervously intertwined her fingers in front of her, biting her lip tightly. Observing Lin Ying's demeanor, Feng Huai's irritation mounted. He slammed his palm on the coffee table, producing a resounding thud. "Can you not speak?"